Chapter 47-46, here it is. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Wuxia Dai sighed. It's easy enough to confirm this fact. I'll go and check out your small universe myself. Why do those words sound so familiar? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. Back when he was asked to repair the universe temples, the ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had also made the same request. No. Before Yang Kai could say anything, one of the high-rank open realm masters interjected. If he has been corroded by the black ink smoke, then you will also be in danger if you enter his small universe to investigate the situation, Elder Yu. Wuxia Dai smiled. No matter how you put it, Yang Kai is a yin-yang cave heaven son-in-law. It's only natural for me to take this risk as his elder. Besides, he can transform into a grand dragon. He has a certain level of resistance to the black ink smoke, so he might not have been corrupted. The high-rank open realm master shook his head. It's better to be cautious. Let's send a message to our respective ancestors and ask them to decide about the situation. Yang Kai was a little shocked. Why are they dragging their ancestors into this matter? The ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were all 8th order open heaven realm masters. Most of the time, they remained inside their respective sects and were not dispatched easily. It looks like this matter is more serious than I expected. Wuxia Dai pondered in silence for a moment. I insist on investigating the situation inside Yang Kai's small universe. The black ink smoke might be corrosive, but it can be resisted as long as one has enough strength. There's always a risk. The 3,000 worlds is not that place after all, the high-rank open realm master from earlier quickly said. At this moment, Yang Kai spoke up. Will you be reassured if I can prove that I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke? Wuxia Dai looked at him. How will you prove that? Yang Kai smacked his lips. He had not wanted to reveal the fact that he had refined the world spring, as that was something that would rouse too much greed in others. Bright Sun Divine Monarch had pursued him from the shattered heaven all the way to the ancestral land just for the sake of the world spring. If an 8th order open heaven realm master would do that, how could the 7th order open heaven realm masters here be any different? These high-rank open heaven realm masters might come from the cave heavens and paradises, but one should never fully let their guard down around others. Shi Zheng was the best example. Before coming here today, Yang Kai would never have believed that Shi Zheng would harm him in any way. He thought that Shi Zheng only wanted to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with him. However, things might take a turn for the worst with how they stood at the moment. Not only was the space where he was standing sealed, but it was also impossible for him to fight so many high-rank open heaven realm masters. Besides, the misunderstanding would only get worse if he actually got into a fight with them. More importantly, it would be even harder to take the initiative if they invited the ancestors of various cave heavens and paradises here. After weighing all the pros and cons, Yang Kai decided to tell the truth. I have refined a world spring, so it is impossible for external forces to corrode my small universe. A world spring? Everybody exclaimed in astonishment. As high-rank open heaven realm masters, how could they not know about the world spring? That was one of the 4 universe pillars after all. The world spring was a treasure that any open heaven realm master would wish for. Everybody, please have a look for yourselves. While speaking, Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe for them to see inside clearly. The secret of his world spring had been exposed, so he did not mind exposing even more. Besides, it was useless to only speak about such things. They would not believe him unless they saw the truth with their own eyes. Numerous divine senses immediately passed through his portal in that moment and poured into his small universe. Yang Kai immediately frowned in response. It was an uncomfortable feeling, as though his home had been invaded by outsiders. Ha! Somebody exclaimed in surprise. His small universe has already materialized. The transformation of one's small universe from immaterial to corporal was something that was reserved for high-rank open heaven realm masters. The small universe of those below the high-rank open heaven realm were unable to fully materialize. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them exceeded their understanding. Yang Kai was only in the 6th order open heaven realm, but his small universe had already turned corporeal. How did he do it? Leaving aside the future, Yang Kai was the only 6th order open heaven realm master to have ever achieved such a feat throughout history. At least, there were no prior records written in the ancient books. That was why these high-rank open heaven realm masters were completely stunned. World spring. It really is a world spring. Even more shocked voices ran out. A world spring was such an obvious existence that they immediately noticed its presence at a glance. Under the effects of the world spring, they could clearly sense that Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It was difficult for his small universe to be affected by any external forces. In addition to their feelings of envy, they also felt relieved. With the world spring protecting his small universe, it was true that he would not be corroded by the black ink smoke. What's more, they did not sense any of the black ink smoke's aura in his small universe. Before they could investigate Yang Kai's small universe more carefully though, they felt an immense force shoving their divine senses out. Many of them were unsatisfied with what they saw so far. They seemed to have seen some peculiar things inside his small universe, but they were kicked out before they could get a better look. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already returned to his human form and closed his small universe. He then asked, "There are no problems now, right?" Everybody exchanged a glance with each other and Yu Xiangdai breathed a sigh of relief. "It's no problem now. Come over here before we continue the discussion." Only then did he move and come to their side. "You've worked hard." She nodded at him. "It's great that you're safe. Please don't blame us for being overly cautious. The black ink smoke is simply too dangerous." "I understand." "Sect Master Yang, are you raising living beings in your small universe?" One of them suddenly raised the question. Although it was only a brief glimpse, there were so many villages and cities in Yang Kai's small universe that the traces of living beings thriving inside could be seen clearly. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Yang Kai looked at that person. No problem at all. Your luck sure is good, Sect Master Yang." That person sighed in amazement. Countless years had passed since they first advanced into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. They themselves had thought of raising living beings in their small universes to increase the speed of their cultivation, but this idea was not realistic. Even though they were in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, there were still times when their small universes became unstable. Who would dare to raise living beings in their small universe so casually? Those living inside would suffer tragic casualties if they were to encounter a powerful enemy after all. However, Yang Kai was different. With the protection of the World Spring, there was no need for him to worry about that problem. In other words, his cultivation would increase steadily even without him cultivating. It was equivalent to becoming stronger with every passing moment. That was extremely enviable. What kind of creatures are those little rocks? Why have I never seen them before? Another person asked. What little rocks? You must have been mistaken, Yang Kai responded with a straight face. Sect Master Yang, I think I saw some profoundine bamboo in your small universe. What profoundine bamboo? Yang Kai vehemently denied, there's no such thing. Don't be like that, Sect Master Yang. We can negotiate the price if you really have the profoundine bamboo. The profoundine bamboo is different from the four universe pillars. If we nurture it properly, we can gain an inexhaustible supply that is truly unlimited. Instead of enjoying such a treasure on your own, why don't you exchange the profoundine bamboo with us for something good? Can I exchange them for the training rights of a small source world? Yang Kai asked flatly. Didn't you say that you don't have the profoundine bamboo? Many rolled their eyes. The person from earlier nodded repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear. We can negotiate something. What are the terms of negotiation? Yang Kai looked at that person with great interest. Leave that for later. Yu Changdao waved his hand decisively before declaring, let's deal with the matter in front of us first before we talk about anything else. Indeed. Somebody agreed. Yang Kai shot a look at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who brought up the profoundine bamboo earlier to indicate that they would have an in-depth discussion on the matter later. That person nodded lightly to indicate that he understood. Thanks to the looks they exchanged with each other earlier, everything they wanted to say had been said. Sect Master, just what happened today? Yu Changdao asked while looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai replied innocently, you're asking me? That's what I wanted to ask you. High Heaven Palace's head manager informed me today that Shi Zheng of Langya Paradise asked for a meeting with me. It seemed like he had something he wanted to discuss. Thinking that I had nothing better to do anyway, I decided to come. In the end, he gave me a generous gift as soon as I arrived. A generous gift? Yu Xiangdai frowned. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. As you all know, Langya Paradise and I have some connection with each other. Shi Zheng is a Langya Paradise elder. If he wants to give me a gift, there's no way I can turn it down. So I reluctantly accepted. The rest of them looked at each other with strange expressions. After a period of contact with Yang Kai, How could they not know his nature by now? He was the kind of person who did not act until he was certain that he could succeed. That was the case with the world tree before, and that was also the case now with the good fortune divine furnace. He even went so far as to create a special space array to monopolize the new great territory, making it difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to interfere in that matter. If somebody was willing to give him a gift, he would surely accept with unwavering enthusiasm. How could he possibly be reluctant in any way? Nevertheless, they couldn't be bothered to argue about his manner of blatantly talking himself up. What did he give you? Yu Changdao asked in concern. It was as though he really wanted to know what kind of treasures Shi Zheng had offered as a gift. It was just that Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, the things that he offered as a gift should not be taken lightly. Precautions had to be taken in advance in case it turned out to be something bad. Here it is. While speaking, Yang Kai took out the wooden box from his space ring and opened it abruptly. A black thread shot out from within. Yang Kai was ready and immediately captured it in his hand. The headless and tailless thing that resembled a black earthworm struggled and wriggled in his hands, but could not escape. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stunned for a moment, then they reacted as though facing a great enemy. Their expressions changed drastically, and they swiftly retreated using their various movement skills. In an instant, the space within a 100 kilometers radius around him became devoid of people. Yang Kai looked up at them and seemed a little speechless. Why did you run so far? Don't worry. I'm holding this thing so it can't escape. Nevertheless, he could understand why they fled. They had been so vigilant towards the black ink smoke that was left behind after Shi Zheng's death. What more this black earthworm-like thing in his hands? This thing definitely came from the same source as the black ink smoke. Moreover, it was stronger than the black ink smoke. An ordinary person would definitely have gotten into trouble if they held the black earthworm with their bare hands. Fortunately, his small universe was so perfect and flawless that this black earthworm could not corrode him at all. It could be said to have met its nemesis. Sect Master, please put away that black ink insect. Yu Changdao shouted from afar. That thing is too dangerous. Open Heaven Realm Masters like us cannot afford to be contaminated. So, this thing is called a black ink insect? Yang Kai glanced at the black earthworm in his hand, seeming to feel something. The black smoke left behind after Shi Zheng's death was called black ink smoke. This thing was called a black ink insect, and Shi Zheng had mentioned something before his death, black ink eternal. What is this? Black ink? Yang Kai suddenly felt as though the 3,000 worlds were not as simple as he initially thought. Then he recalled what Su Linggong mentioned in the past, that the universe was vast and the waters were muddy. There seemed to be a secret in the shadows that was affecting the 3,000 worlds, and the fog was about to be lifted before his eyes. Chapter 47-47 The Black Ink Clan. Everyone, is there something you know that I don't? Yang Kai asked. The crowd fell silent. A long time later, a white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master finally said, Sect Master Yang, there are many secrets in the world. Some things are better left unknown. The words had only just left his mouth when he heard Yang Kai giving a cry of surprise. Everybody thought that Yang Kai had been injured during his battle with Shi Zheng earlier, so they quickly looked at him in concern. In the next moment their expressions changed drastically. The black ink insect that had been captured in Yang Kai's hand all this time had escaped his grasp for some reason. It had transformed into a black thread that rushed towards the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master at the speed of lightning. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master immediately became drenched in cold sweat. He might be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he was bound to suffer a tragic end if he was corrupted by the black ink insect. The only possibility was that his small universe would be invaded and he would eventually become corrupted by the black ink like Shi Zheng. According to the ancient books, it was extremely tough to defend against the black ink insect unless they could kill it in time. If it got too close, then even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would suffer terribly. Space suddenly condensed slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, the black thread that was rushing towards the white-robed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master froze in place. Yang Kai leisurely walked over, then he grabbed the struggling black ink insect with his hand and looked up at the white-robed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What did you say just now? I apologize, but I did not hear you clearly. Can you repeat what you said? The black ink insect in his hand moved restlessly, as though it could escape from Yang Kai's control at any time. Everybody's expression darkened. He could have just spoken nicely. Why is he threatening others? Yu Xiangdai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With Sect Master Yang's current strength and status, I believe he has the right to know about these things. What do you think? Everyone fell silent, and only a long while later, somebody finally nodded. All right, we'll tell him. They had no choice but to explain the situation. Yang Kai was staring at them fixedly with the black ink insect in his hand, which frightened all of them. Who would dare to go against him at this moment? Besides, although these matters were only known to the elders of the cave heavens and paradises since ancient times, if it really came down to it, Yang Kai's current strength and status certainly gave him the qualifications to know about certain secrets. Naturally, the main reason was that he had been exposed to this matter today, making it useless even if they wanted to conceal the truth from him. The others did not express their opinions, but not saying anything was as good as having no objections to the matter. Only then did Yuxiang Dai say, "Put the black ink insect away." Fine. Yang Kai obediently placed the black ink insect back into the wooden box and tossed the box into his space ring. Everybody finally breathed a sigh of relief. The high-rank open heaven realm masters who were regarded as terrifying existences were played around by Yang Kai. Just thinking of the situation earlier, they couldn't help feeling complicated. The void was not the place to discuss such matters, so Yuxiang Dai raised a hand and summoned a ship. Everybody boarded and sat down on the deck. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared at the people in front of him with a thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, the high-rank open heaven realm masters stared at Yuxiang Dai. Their meaning was clear: since you brought up this matter, it is up to you to solve it. Yuxiang Dai rolled her eyes at them before she turned to look at Yang Kai. If we have to be honest, our understanding of this matter is fragmented and not very comprehensive. Thanks to this incident, Yang Kai clearly felt her intent to protect him. When he had been suspected of being corrupted by the black ink smoke, she had proactively offered to inspect his small universe. It could be seen that she truly regarded him as Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law. That was why Yang Kai willingly believed her words and nodded. In that case, please tell me what you know. She pondered in silence for a moment, seeming to arrange her thoughts. A short while later she finally started her explanation. In this world there exists a peculiar race known as the Black Ink. We call them the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan was apparently extremely dangerous. The main reason was that they had extremely powerful invasive and corrosive abilities. This was something Yang Kai himself had personally experienced. Whether it was the black ink smoke that Shizheng left behind after his death or the black ink insect, both had such properties. Once a cultivator's small universe was corroded by the black ink aura, they would turn into the Black Ink clan's slaves and undergo a drastic change in mentality. However, it was impossible to tell the difference by appearance alone. Those who were converted looked no different from normal. That was the case for Shizheng. Nobody ever thought that he had been corroded by the Black Ink clan and became one of their servants. Yang Kai listened with a deep frown. If that was the case, then the Black Ink clan was truly difficult to guard against. Who could say whether the other party had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan? The last time something like this happened in the 3,000 worlds was over 70,000 years ago. Yuxiang Dai lowered her voice slightly. I'm sure you've heard of this before. There was once a cave heaven that took in an extremely talented disciple. This disciple had the ability to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm. His aptitude was so great that it shocked both the past and present. That cave heaven devoted all their resources to nurturing him, and one day he finally advanced into the 9th order open heaven realm. However, he suddenly underwent a drastic change in nature and went on a massacre. That cave heaven suffered countless casualties as a result, which eventually led to its collapse. There was no choice but to remove their name from the list of cave heavens and paradises. This was indeed a story that Yang Kai was familiar with, as he had heard it from Yu He when he was still in the Emperor realm. Yuxiang Dai continued, because that disciple was not raised in the cave heaven but accepted into the sect halfway through, a rumor spread across the 3,000 worlds from then onward. Cultivators who were not raised in a cave heaven or paradise were not allowed to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm, lest they grow up and threaten the dominance of the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai couldn't help certain memories from flashing before his eyes. His journey to the open heaven realm had been wrought with countless obstacles set up by the cave heavens and paradises. Tizheng of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven did not even hesitate to lure him into the Shattered Heaven, where a great ambush lay in wait just to hinder his advancement into the open heaven realm. In the end, he had been forced to break through to the 5th order open heaven realm. The cave heavens and paradises finally stopped targeting him after that. Yang Kai had no regrets about the matter. The proprietress had been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven at the time, and his cultivation in the Emperor realm had been far too weak. He had no choice but to advance into the open heaven realm for the opportunity to enter the shadowless cave heaven to rescue her. Even though he had no regrets, he could not help feeling some resentment towards the cave heavens and paradises when he recalled everything he went through in the past. He had been cultivating on his own without provoking anyone, so why was he not allowed to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm? It was not until today that he learned the truth. The inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises stretches back for countless eons. If they were truly so petty, they would never have reached such prosperous heights. The reason they do not allow cultivators from the outside world to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm is not to show their dominance, but to prevent the past from repeating itself. The catastrophe from 70,000 years ago brought down a cave heaven. It's obvious that nobody wants that to happen a second time. If anybody were to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm and was secretly converted by the Black Ink clan once more, it would be a catastrophe if they reached the ninth order open heaven realm undiscovered. On the other hand, anything beneath the seventh order open heaven realm would not make much of a difference. No matter how talented a person was, if they advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm, they could only reach the eighth order open heaven realm due to innate limits. The cave heavens and paradises did not lack for eighth order open heaven realm masters, so once the truth was exposed, many ancestors would take action and the situation could be controlled. Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly together as he asked, "Is that to say that the genius was corrupted by the Black Ink clan?" Yu Xiangdai nodded, "That's right. Nobody knows when he was enslaved, as the only signs appeared after he advanced into the ninth order open heaven realm. Since then, the Black Ink clan has not appeared in the 3,000 worlds again. To be honest, this is our first time seeing traces of the Black Ink clan with our own eyes. We have only ever read about them in ancient records before." Yang Kai frowned for a moment before saying puzzledly, "That can't be right. If the Black Ink clan is so difficult to guard against, then there should be a lot more of them. Why has the Black Ink clan remained silent for so many years that even you have never seen them?" Yu Changdao explained from the side, "It is difficult to resist the corruption of the Black Ink clan, but their main method of doing so is through the Black Ink insects. It's the thing you put back into that box just now. The Black Ink insects are apparently very rare and precious. Unless they come across an extremely valuable target, the Black Ink clan will not make a move so easily." Then that Black Ink smoke. Yang Kai glanced suspiciously in the direction that Shizheng had died. The high-rank open heaven realm masters had worked together to seal that space, and even now the black smoke churned and roiled, looking extremely ominous. Shizheng was clearly infected by a Black Ink insect. When he saw us coming to aid you, he knew that he would not leave this place alive. That's why he chose to die. After his death, the Black Ink aura in his small universe exploded out. This Black Ink smoke is what's left. At the end of the day, the Black Ink smoke and the Black Ink insect are from the same source. It was no wonder these people immediately fled several kilometers away when he took out the Black Ink insect earlier. They were probably worried that the Black Ink insect in his hands would explode. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered, "In other words, in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, I'm considered an extremely valuable target." Yu Xiangdai laughed, "Of course. You might only be in the sixth order open heaven realm, but the star boundary is now the focus of the entire 3,000 worlds. The existence of the world tree will also nurture many excellent cultivators in the future. Not to mention you are a star boundary great emperor. If you were converted by the Black Ink clan..." At that point she suddenly stopped laughing and shuddered in fear. "Asking you to destroy the star boundary is a simple task. If the star boundary no longer existed, then the open heaven realm cradle would be gone too." Everybody looked at each other and finally understood why Shizheng had tried to corrupt Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. The ancestral land had a demon sealing land, and the demon sealing land contained a long-dead black giant spirit god. When he was cultivating in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, he had glimpsed the shocking battle that took place in ancient times. In order to suppress and seal the giant spirit god, the Dragon and Phoenix clans had paid an enormous price. In the end, both the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were forced to sacrifice themselves, burning all their blood essence just to stop the rampaging enemy. Yang Kai had always wondered why that giant spirit god went to war against the divine spirits. After all, the giant spirit god clan was an extremely peaceful and innocent race. Although they were powerful, they did not provoke others for no reason. They only fed on dead universe worlds and traveled through the vast 3,000 worlds for that reason. Furthermore, he had not understood why the giant spirit god had been black in color. That giant spirit god was a little different from Ada, whom he met in the past. Yang Kai initially thought that it was just the difference between individuals of an ethnic group, but looking at things now. What if the giant spirit god in ancient times had been corrupted by the Black Ink? If his nature changed drastically after being corrupted by the Black Ink clan, then that giant spirit god had been enslaved by the Black Ink clan. Demon Sealing Land. Demon Sealing Land. That's not a demon sealing land. That's a Black Ink sealing land. Too much time had passed, so what happened in ancient times could no longer be known. The knowledge that was passed down through word of mouth over countless generations, which was why the Black Ink sealing land had been misrepresented as the demon sealing land instead. No wonder Yang Kai had not sensed the existence of any demon chi when he first entered the demon sealing land. That was because the land had nothing to do with demons in the first place. Chapter 47-48 Voluntary Examination. Nobody knew how a mighty giant spirit god had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan in ancient times. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans only succeeded in suppressing and sealing the giant spirit god by sacrificing the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of the time in addition to half of the ancestral land. So many years had passed that even the giant spirit god had lost all vitality and the Black Ink clan's aura was nowhere to be found. The ancestral strength was extremely peculiar and powerful. Moreover, it clearly had some restraining effects towards the Black Ink clan. If that was not the case, there would be remnants of the Black Ink clan even though so many years had passed and the giant spirit god had died completely. The Black Ink insect is extremely precious to the Black Ink clan, which is also why the Black Ink clan's actions are generally aimed only at high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. After all, converting a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm master is not worth the effort to them. Yuxiang Dai explained, speaking of this, I'm sure you've also heard of another rumor. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, anybody else who advances into the 7th order Open Heaven Realm and above would be pursued relentlessly. For that reason, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters even flee to the Shattered Heaven, hide their names and live in seclusion. Yang Kai asked pensively, so, the reason why the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters are being targeted by the cave heavens and paradises is that you are afraid they might come into contact with the Black Ink clan. She nodded, that's part of the reason. All the Open Heaven Realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises cultivate secret techniques to stabilize their small universes to prevent corrosion by external forces. Although the effects are not as great as the World Spring, these secret techniques will at least offer them some protection so that they are not completely powerless against the corrosion of the Black Ink insects. On the other hand, it is different for those who were not raised by the cave heavens and paradises. Despite being high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters, if they were targeted by the Black Ink insect, they would only end up corroded by them. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After listening to her explanation, the other question in his heart had been answered. Having been to the Shattered Heaven, he knew that there were indeed many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters hiding there. All the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters hiding there were afraid of being rounded up by the cave heavens and paradises. Xia Lin Lang once mentioned that in order for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain their dominance, any outsiders who advanced into the 7th order Open Heaven Realm would either be recruited into their ranks or vanish without a trace, suspected to have been killed. That was why, no matter how barren and dangerous it was in the Shattered Heaven, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters hiding there would not leave easily. That was also the reason why Xia Lin Lang would rather flee into the depths of the Shattered Heaven, where death was almost certain, than leave together with Yang Kai. I heard that many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters just vanish without a trace, never to be heard from again after being taken away. Yang Kai looked at Yuxiang Dai. Yuxiang Dai remained silent. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm master replied, they are not dead. The cave heavens and paradises have never abused them either. They were simply sent to a certain place. As for where that place is, that information cannot be disclosed for the time being. Yang Kai took out the wooden box with a flip of his hand. The cover of the wooden box opened and closed, revealing the black thing inside that was eager to leap out of the box. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm master looked melancholic. Am I being targeted? I'm definitely being targeted, right? Yuxiang Dai stepped in to smooth things between them. Yang Kai, please stop asking questions. You will understand when the time comes. There are many things that the cave heavens and paradises have no choice but to conceal. It is not because we wish to do so, but because the truth will cause panic and havoc. It is not beneficial to the peace of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. Putting the wooden box away, he grinned meaningfully. When the time comes. Are you referring to the moment when I advance into the seventh order open heaven realm? She said nothing once more, so it could only be taken as tacit acknowledgement. Yang Kai thus continued, I have another question. Lan Yu Rua is currently in retreat in Void Land and attempting to advance into the seventh order open heaven realm. What will you do if she succeeds? Yu Xiangdai answered, Lan Yu Rua used to be a first-in shopkeeper, and first-in is the private property of C2 Kong from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Hence, she can also be considered part of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. When she advances into the seventh order open heaven realm, Xianyuan Cave Heaven will take the appropriate measures. Besides, she herself knows about these things, so there is no need for you to worry. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although his questions had gone unanswered, he could not inquire any further seeing as Yu Xiangdai had already said so much. At this moment Yu Changdao spoke up, Friends, what we need to deal with right now is the matter related to Shi Zheng. Although he chose death, he had initially tried to corrupt Yang Kai with a black ink insect. That can only mean that he has even more black ink insects in his possession. This old master has reason to suspect that Shi Zheng is not the only person in Langya Paradise to be corrupted by the black ink. As soon as that statement came out, the expressions of all the high-rank open heaven realm masters became solemn. The fact that Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan was truly unexpected. Something like this had not happened in 70,000 years after all. The cave heavens and paradises might have taken some precautions, but too much time had passed and their guard had clearly become too relaxed as a result. If Shi Zheng had not tried to corrupt Yang Kai with the Black Ink insect today, his identity would not have been exposed either. In that case, how many more Shi Zhengs were there in Langya Paradise? More importantly, how many other Shi Zhengs were there among the rest of the cave heavens and paradises? Nobody knew for certain the answers to those questions, but the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse all of a sudden. Most importantly, where did the black ink insect come from? It was impossible for people corrupted by the black ink to produce the black ink insects themselves. The only ones who could produce the black ink insect were the true Black Ink clan clansmen. In other words, there was at least one pure Black Ink clan clansman hidden somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. Just thinking about the possibility was terrifying. Shi Zheng has set a precedent. Every one of us is a suspect. It isn't just us but all the high-rank open heaven masters in the star boundary too. That is why this old master has a suggestion. We will start with a voluntary examination to prove our innocence. While speaking, Yu Changdao looked at the rest of the high-rank open heaven masters. The high-rank open heaven masters hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement. This matter was an important one that might even affect the stability of the 3,000 worlds. All the people present here today were not ignorant of the bigger picture, so they would not object to the suggestion. In that case, let us begin. Yu Changdao, as the one to make the suggestion, took the lead, surging his world force and opening the portal to his small universe. Please take a look. Nobody held back out of politeness, and numerous divine senses poured into Yu Changdao's small universe in quick succession. Yang Kai also joined in the fun. The main reason was that he wanted to know the difference between his small universe and the small universe of an actual high-rank open heaven master. His divine sense poured into Yu Changdao's small universe. After some investigation and comparisons, he discovered that his small universe was still vastly inferior in terms of size and the richness of world force when compared to Yu Changdao's. With the gap in their cultivation, it was only normal to experience those differences. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was raising many living beings in his small universe in addition to the small stone race. Given time, he would certainly enjoy a brilliant future. After a while, everybody withdrew their divine senses once they confirmed that there were no issues with Yu Changdao's small universe. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master, so under normal circumstances, one would never allow others to investigate it. Doing so was equivalent to exposing all their secrets after all. It was just that this situation gave them no other choice. The best way to determine whether a person had been corrupted by the black ink was to take a look at their small universe. The small universe of an open heaven realm master corrupted by the black ink was vastly different from normal after all. With Yu Changdao serving as an example, the others quickly opened the portals to their respective small universes and allowed the crowd to investigate freely. Every one of them was tense and nervous, scared that another Shi Zheng might appear among them. Yang Kai finally realized why the ancestors had been so adamant about investigating his small universe when he first began repairing the universe temples. Their actions were clearly a precaution lest he turned out to be corrupted by the black ink. It was not until they confirmed he was clean that they allowed him to act with peace of mind. At the time, they also mentioned that the universe temples were related to the stability of the 3,000 worlds. That was something he had yet to understand so far. Although the universe temples were a convenient method of travel, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were related to the stability of the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, these words had come from the mouth of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was impossible not to wonder about their deeper meaning. After checking everybody, it was revealed that nobody else showed signs of being corrupted by the black ink, and the tense atmosphere finally dissipated a bit. However, thanks to this opportunity, Yang Kai learned about the wealth of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The foreign affairs envoys of the cave heavens and paradises had many amazing treasures in their small universes, some of which simply made one drool at the sight. Yu Changdao nodded and followed up, "We can now be certain that there is nothing wrong with any of us present, but we will still need to check those in the star boundary." Yu Xiangdai added, "This matter is related to the Black Ink clan. I'm sure they will take the overall situation into consideration. If anybody raises an objection, then there is no doubt that they have been corrupted by the Black Ink." The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master hesitated for a long time before he carefully opened his mouth. The star boundary's existence is critical, so this matter cannot be delayed. If there exist other people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, there is no saying whether they were communicating with Shizheng. Now that Shizheng is dead, they might target the other star boundary Great Emperors. With the current cultivation of the star boundary's Great Emperors, it will be difficult for them to defend themselves. While speaking, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time. He was scared that Yang Kai might suddenly bring out that wooden box again. When he saw that Yang Kai did not react, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and volunteered, "I will head back to the star boundary first to ensure its safety." Yu Changdao nodded, "Many thanks for your hard work. Nevertheless, it is better to bring more people back with you so as to avoid any unexpected accidents. In addition, you can ignore all the others for now, but the star boundary Great Emperors must be investigated carefully." Yang Kai's expression twitched slightly at those words, but he did not say anything. Yu Changdao's actions were understandable. Shizheng had tried to attack Yang Kai mainly because of the star boundary, therefore the other star boundary Great Emperors were also valid targets. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master left quickly with 7 or 8 other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in tow. Serene Soul Great Emperor and the others, who had come to help after realizing that Yang Kai was in trouble, soon encountered the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others coming towards them before they even arrived at their location. As they were only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, their cultivation was 1 order lower than the foreign affairs envoys, so it was only natural for their speed to be slower. That was why they failed to arrive in time even though the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Along the way here they also ran into Jianghu. Following a brief inquiry, they hurriedly rushed here as though there were coals burning under their feet. When both sides encountered each other and understood the situation, Serene Soul Great Emperor and the others immediately realized that the matter was urgent. Therefore they swiftly utilized the privileges of Star Boundary Great Emperors to bring the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others back directly. Meanwhile, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who remained in the Star Boundary immediately detected the return of the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others. Hence, they quickly came to ask about the situation. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others recounted everything that happened earlier, and everybody's expression turned grim. The Black Ink clan and the Black Ink insect. These were no trivial matters. If they did not handle this matter well, then all the cave heavens, paradises, and the 3,000 worlds would be dragged into this. It would surely lead to a huge catastrophe. That was why there was not much hesitation, and many high-rank Open Heaven Masters quickly agreed to submit to an examination. Chapter 47-49 You come along too. Many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the place where Shizheng died, their divine senses shuttling back and forth as they communicated with each other. A short while later they seemed to reach a consensus. Yu Changdao nodded and said, "Since everybody agrees, then let us head to Langya Paradise immediately. Not only will this trip be highly dangerous, but we might also face the risk of death. Please mentally prepare yourselves for that possibility." Shizheng might be dead, but there were bound to be other masters in Langya Paradise who were corrupted by the Black Ink. This matter could not be delayed in the slightest. Therefore they had to ferret out the rest of those dangerous existences as soon as possible. It was impossible to remain calm if those people remained in Langya Paradise. There was no saying how many others like Shi Zheng might appear in the future if nothing was done about them now. Most importantly, they had to find the Black Ink clansmen in order to avoid future troubles. They nodded in agreement, but did not pay much attention to the dangers that Yu Changdao mentioned earlier. They were all 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so who among them had not faced death head-on before? The cave heavens and paradises had always shared both weal and woe. That was why, even if Shi Zheng was the only one in Langya Paradise who had his identity exposed, the others could not sit idly by and do nothing. "We need you to come with us too, Sect Master," Yu Changdao said while turning to look in Yang Kai's direction. However, Yang Kai was no longer there. Yu Changdao couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. "Where is the Sect Master?" Yu Xiangdai helplessly pointed in a certain direction. He looked in that direction and felt the corners of his brow twitching slightly at the sight. At some point in time, Yang Kai had gone to the place where Shi Zheng had died. That place was swirling with the black ink smoke, but he was moving around in the smoke without the slightest hindrance. Even if he had the protection of the world spring in his small universe and was not afraid of being corroded by the black ink smoke, wasn't it too much for him to swim about inside it so fearlessly and unscrupulously? What is he doing? Yu Changdao was puzzled. Yu Xiangdai replied, "I think he is searching for the small universe Shi Zheng left behind." When the others were discussing matters seriously, she noticed Yang Kai sitting by the side looking bored. However, it didn't take long before he seemed to think of something. He quickly ran off with an excited look in his eyes and plunged straight into the black ink smoke. It would now seem that he was searching for Shi Zheng's small universe. Shi Zheng was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his small universe had already been transformed from immaterial to corporeal. If he were killed by an enemy, his small universe might have shattered and scattered throughout the void. Seeing as he died by suicide instead, his small universe should have remained intact. There was a high possibility that the small universe would be preserved. In reality, Shi Zheng's small universe had indeed been preserved. It was just that it was hidden somewhere within the void and enveloped by a thick layer of black ink smoke. Yang Kai searched around for a bit and soon detected a weak space principle fluctuation. Utilizing his own space principles in the direction of that energy fluctuation, he opened the portal to Shi Zheng's small universe and slipped inside. As soon as he stepped into this place, he couldn't help being a little startled. That was because Shi Zheng's small universe was different from any universe cave heaven or universe paradise that he had ever entered before. This entire world was dyed in black as though smeared in pitch-black ink. He immediately understood why the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had suggested investigating each other's small universes. The small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master corrupted by the black ink was certainly very different from the ordinary. Moreover, the difference was so obvious that it was impossible to conceal and could be seen at a glance. Relying on this method of investigating the small universe would accurately reveal whether a person had been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai quietly perceived his surroundings. The universe paradise that Shi Zheng left behind after his death contained a rich sword Dao essence, which was in line with the divine manifestation he displayed before. This sword Dao essence was useless to Yang Kai, but he would not have refined this Dao essence even if it proved otherwise. Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the black ink, so who knew whether there was anything wrong with his Dao essence? Yang Kai's purpose in coming here was to search for Shi Zheng's legacy. After investigating the small universes of the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters earlier, he saw various different treasures. Shi Zheng was also a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so he should also be fairly wealthy. There were no traces of living beings in the small universe, which indicated that Shi Zheng had not raised any living beings. Not everybody was as blessed as Yang Kai to meet the conditions to raise living beings after all. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like the tide and he soon found several buildings that resembled houses. Those buildings stood out conspicuously with no intention of concealment whatsoever. The small universe was the foundation of an Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so there was no need to worry about their treasures being stolen even if they left the treasures out in the open, unless they were dead. There were pronounced energy fluctuations within those buildings. Therefore, Yang Kai quickly rushed over with gleaming eyes and soon arrived. A quick search of the buildings immediately brought a smile to his face. The wealth of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was quite substantial indeed. Leaving aside the hundreds of millions of Open Heaven pills, there were also cultivation materials of various orders, including 6th Order and even 7th Order ones. Not to mention there were quite a large number of them. He even found some 6th Order and 7th Order Yin and Yang element materials, In addition, there were many artifacts that looked extremely extraordinary. Shi Zheng was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so there was no saying how long he had lived. In any case, all the treasures that he accumulated in his life and stored in his small universe were now taken away by Yang Kai. Yang Kai searched for a little while longer but found nothing else. Only then did he leave this place. Be that as it may, he used a space secret technique to completely suppress and seal the portal of this small universe. This place was within the boundaries of High Heaven territory, so if the world force from Shi Zheng's small universe leaked out into the void, it was bound to be absorbed by the star boundary world tree. The power of the Black Ink clan was far too bizarre. More importantly, Yang Kai was unable to determine the ramifications of the world tree devouring this evil energy. In that case, he might as well suppress and seal this place completely. With his current attainments in the Tao of space, there should not be anyone in the 3,000 worlds who could break through his space secret techniques. The only thing that continued to pose a problem was the black ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind. This thing could be said to have come from the same source as the black ink insect. Furthermore, it was extremely corrosive. Leaving it here was not very safe. If a curious passerby were to approach this place, they would most likely end up being corrupted by the black ink. Just as Yang Kai was trying to figure out a solution to the problem, he suddenly heard somebody calling him via transmission. Therefore, he returned to the deck of Yu Xiangdai's ship. "Have you finished your discussion?" Yang Kai asked. Yu Xiangdai nodded. "Yang Kai, we need to head to Langya Paradise as soon as possible. Seeing as Shi Zheng has been corrupted by the black ink, Langya Paradise might be in danger." Yang Kai simply nodded. "All right." She continued, "If you have nothing better to do, we would like you to come along with us." "No problem." Yang Kai agreed readily. Everybody couldn't help being a little taken aback by his answer. They had been thinking about all the ways to persuade him if he refused to join them, but who could have known that he would agree so readily? All the words that they prepared in advance subsequently became redundant. In their opinion, the biggest reason they wanted him to accompany them was that his small universe had the protection of the world spring. There was no need to worry about him becoming corrupted by the black ink. It could be said that any one of them might become infected and be turned, but Yang Kai would not face such issues. He was somebody whom they could put their absolute trust in. In such a treacherous battlefield, a person whom they could trust explicitly would oftentimes make a big difference. Otherwise, they would not have wanted to bring him along. This trip might be dangerous. Yu Xiangdai looked at Yang Kai seriously. Yang Kai laughed. "I faced danger too when Shi Zheng was trying to kill me earlier. The Black Ink clan affects the peace of the 3,000 worlds. This Yang Kai might have been on the safe side for some time, but I am also partially responsible for this matter." He then quickly advanced the conversation and asked, "Have you decided on your course of action? You don't expect all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise to open the portal of their small universe for you to check, right?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head and replied, "We don't need to check all the Open Heaven Realm Masters. As I told you before, the Black Ink insect is very rare and precious in the 3,000 worlds. The Black Ink clan will not bother to corrupt any cultivators below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. That is why we only need to investigate the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that time, we only need to investigate their small universe to discover any problems as soon as possible." After pondering in silence for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not enough. If there are more masters who have been corrupted by the black ink in Langya Paradise, then your actions will only force them to take drastic measures. There's no saying how much harm you will cause to Langya Paradise if that were to happen. You might also put yourselves in danger. What if those people choose suicide like Shi Zheng and the black ink smoke in their bodies permeates the air? How can any eggs be left unbroken when the nest has been disturbed? What's more, you are not looking for the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, but the actual black ink clansmen behind them. Investigating the small universe is the easiest way to alert them to the situation." Yu Xiangdai sighed. "How can we not know that? But investigating small universes is definitely the most convenient and effective method. Besides, we can't think of a better idea. The people who have been corrupted by the black ink look no different from ordinary people on the outside. As for the actual black ink clansmen, we might be able to capture a few people who had been corrupted by the black ink and interrogate them thoroughly." Yang Kai again shook his head. Shi Zheng clearly had the strength to fight still, but when he realized that you were approaching and that he no longer had hope of escaping, he resolutely ended his life. His actions go to show that the people who have been corrupted by the black ink have blind allegiance to them. Although you can find the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, judging by Shi Zheng's actions earlier, it is impossible to learn the whereabouts of the Black Ink clansmen from them. Everybody looked at each other in distress. They undoubtedly had a greater understanding of the Black Ink clan than Yang Kai. Even though it was their first time seeing somebody who had been corrupted by the Black Ink, there were some records in ancient books after all. Besides, they also witnessed the scene of Shi Zheng's suicide just now, so they knew that Yang Kai was speaking the truth. The people who had been corrupted by the Black Ink were literally loyal to the death, so it was extremely difficult to obtain any clues from them. Do you have any good ideas? Yu Xiangdai asked. Yang Kai rubbed his chin quietly, then he suddenly turned to look at the Black Ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind. An inexplicable light flickered in his eyes, and a short while later, he finally asked, "Do you know whether the people who are corrupted by the Black Ink can sense each other?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head. That has never been confirmed. After all, the 3,000 worlds has been stable for so many years, with the exception of the incident from 70,000 years ago. At the time, only one person had been corrupted by the Black Ink. Besides, very little information on the Black Ink clan has been recorded in the ancient books. Yang Kai thus said enthusiastically, "We should prepare for the worst-case scenario. Assume that there is a pure Black Ink clansman concealed within Langya Paradise. There are many masters who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, and these masters are able to sense each other." Yu Changdao looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. "Sect Master, why does it seem as though you are very excited?" "Nonsense." Yang Kai flatly denied, "I'm simply making assumptions. How can I possibly be excited?" Chapter 4750, I have a bold idea. Somebody asked puzzledly, "So, what if the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink can sense each other? And so what if they can't?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and replied, "I have a bold idea. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." While saying so, he suddenly turned around and charged into the Black Ink smoke. Everybody looked at each other, not having any idea what Yang Kai was doing. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ink smoke that was as dense as fog began to churn violently and recede at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Somebody exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he collecting the Black Ink smoke?" If that was not the case, then there was no other explanation for the scene in front of them. The expressions of Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai changed greatly at the sight, and they nervously paid close attention. After refining the world spring, Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and impermeable. External forces could not invade or harm his small universe. Even the Black Ink smoke and the Black Ink insect could hardly shake him in any way. However, those were only external forces. There was no saying what would happen if Yang Kai opened a portal into his small universe and collected the Black Ink smoke into his body. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them clearly indicated that he was doing exactly that. For a time, all of them were extremely nervous. They also secretly thought to themselves that Yang Kai was far too daring. Even high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters like them were terrified of the Black Ink smoke, but he was actually accepting it into his body. Yang Kai had indeed opened the portal to his small universe inside the Black Ink smoke and guided it into his body. He had been wondering about what to do with the Black Ink smoke just now. The Black Ink smoke did not look like it was about to disappear anytime soon, but he could not leave it be without doing anything either. The only solution was to set up a grand array that would cover this area and turn this region into a restricted area. Be that as it may, doing so would only draw more attention to this place. Who could say whether a random passerby with abundant curiosity would try to break the barrier to take a peek inside? Upon learning that Yu Changdao and the others planned to bring him to Langya Paradise with them, Yang Kai couldn't help but entertain the idea of taking the Black Ink smoke away with him to avoid future troubles. He had completely suppressed and sealed the portal to Shi Zheng's small universe with a secret technique, so without him, other people would never be able to open it even if they knew the location. If he could take the Black Ink smoke away with him, then he would truly have nothing to worry about anymore. At the same time, he had an idea that he wanted to verify. His understanding of the Black Ink clan and the people corrupted by the Black Ink was too lacking. The cave heavens and paradises did not know much about this topic either, so he might be able to use this opportunity to do some experiments. Naturally, Yang Kai was not foolish enough to gather all the Black Ink smoke into his small universe in one go. After all, it would be too late for regrets if something went wrong. He first tried to collect a small amount of the Black Ink smoke into his small universe. To his pleasant surprise, he soon discovered that the Black Ink smoke remained suppressed by the power of the world spring even when it was inside his small universe. It was unable to cause any disturbances, much less affect his heart or mind. In this way he confidently and boldly went ahead with his idea. The world spring is amazing. No wonder it is listed as one of the 4 universe pillars. When he first obtained the world spring in the shattered heaven, Yang Kai never imagined that it would have such a powerful suppression effect on the Black Ink clan. If that was true for the world spring, then the other 3 would surely be no different. The 4 universe pillars were pretty much the nemesis of the Black Ink clan. It didn't take longer than an incense for all the black ink smoke to be collected into Yang Kai's small universe. When he returned to the group, they stared at him extremely vigilantly. Several dozen auras were locked firmly on him, and they looked as though they would blast him to smithereens at the slightest sign of trouble. Yang Kai felt awkward for a moment before he quickly opened the portal to his small universe. Please calm down, everyone. I have not been corrupted by the black ink. Please take a good look. They did not hold back. At this time, it was better to err on the side of caution. Numerous divine senses poured into Yang Kai's small universe to investigate the situation. In one corner of his small universe, a large cloud of black ink smoke seethed as though it had a mind of its own. Fortunately, it was suppressed and sealed in place by an invisible force that made breaking through impossible. Apart from this spot where the black ink smoke existed, the rest of Yang Kai's small universe was business as usual. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until this moment that they knew the world spring had such a wonderful effect, and they couldn't help feeling envious for a time. One should not be fooled by the fact that their cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If they were to encounter the black ink insect or the black ink smoke, they would be powerless to resist. Yang Kai, please be very careful. If you notice anything strange about the black ink smoke, you must immediately split off and abandon the contaminated land. Even if you have to damage your small universe, you must never allow yourself to be corrupted by the black ink. Wuxia Dai warned. Splitting off and abandoning the contaminated land in one's small universe was the method recorded in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises to defend against the black ink smoke and black ink insects. Doing so would damage one's small universe and might even cause their cultivation to regress, but it was still better than being corrupted by the black ink. I understand. Sect Master Yang, those small stone creatures. One of them remained curious about the small stone race living in Yang Kai's small universe. Small stone creatures? I don't know what you're talking about. You must be mistaken. Brushed aside by Yang Kai, that person looked extremely speechless. I'm not blind. Those strange stone men were running around everywhere. How could I have seen wrongly? Good. Let's stop the idle chat here. Wuxia Dai looked around. We should set off for Langya Paradise as soon as possible. If there are no objections, then we should depart now. Everybody nodded in agreement. Thus, Wuxia Dai immediately steered the ship to head towards the territory gate. On the deck, Yang Kai said, "Seniors, I have a plan, but I don't know if it is feasible." Everybody immediately became curious and Wuxia Dai asked, "What plan do you have? Let's hear it." Yang Kai explained, "I'm sure your original plan is to head straight towards Langya Paradise to investigate the small universe of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, find those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, and follow the trail in search for the true Black Ink clansmen." She nodded. This plan is simple and straightforward indeed, but we have already mentioned the drawbacks earlier. We might also alert the enemies and make the Black Ink clansmen behind the scenes become vigilant. Besides, those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink might not reveal any useful information. If that's the case, then we will only capture some of the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink at most. That only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. The Black Ink clansmen hiding behind the scenes might use the Black Ink insect to corrupt others in the future if we cannot find them. At this point, Yang Kai suddenly proposed, "But what if I infiltrate them? As you know, I have not been corrupted by the Black Ink. However, the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink don't know that. When Shizheng attacked me this time, he believed that his success was a certainty. I'm sure the rest of the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink think so too. That's why, in their opinion, Shizheng would have succeeded. So, they will believe I am one of them." Everybody nodded when they heard those words. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not fools. Not to mention, Yang Kai had already made his meaning so simple and clear. It was not difficult for them to understand. So, my idea is, let me go to Langya Paradise first to figure out just who has been corrupted by the Black Ink. It will be even better if I can figure out the identity or location of the Black Ink clansmen. At that time, the enemy will be in the dark, but we are not. It won't be too late for you to take action then. Wuxia Dai pondered for a moment, then she nodded lightly. this is a good idea indeed. But, in doing so, you will face great danger if you are exposed. If this plan was implemented, then the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could not enter Langya Paradise with him. On the contrary, they would be required to lie in ambush and wait for news from him. They could only make a move once they received confirmation from Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai just smiled. Their strongest means are the black ink insects and the black ink smoke. Unfortunately, both these two things are ineffective against me. The hardest part is trying to get them to accept me. That is why I asked whether the people who have been corrupted by the black ink can sense each other and verify each other's identities as a result. Yu Changdao immediately understood. Sect Master, did you collect the black ink smoke into your small universe for this reason? Yang Kai nodded. It will be for the best if they are unable to sense each other. If that's the case, then they will have no way to judge whether I have been corrupted by the black ink. At that time, I only need to mention Shizheng and I'm sure they will not suspect me too much. But if they have the means to sense each other. While saying so, he suddenly lifted his hand and a wriggling ball of black ink smoke immediately appeared above his palm. The expressions of the masters around Yang Kai changed drastically at the sight, and they swiftly retreated. Yang Kai quickly stored the black ink smoke and chuckled. I'm sure this will be enough to reassure them. Yu Xiangdai glared at Yang Kai. Use your mouth to talk, don't frighten others. Yes, yes. Yang Kai quickly nodded in agreement. In any case, let me infiltrate them and figure out the truth. It will be better than attacking them head-on from the start. Yu Xiangdai nodded lightly before asking the crowd, what do you think? Their previous plan had been much simpler, but there was no real hope of capturing the real Black Ink clansmen with it. On the other hand, Yang Kai's methods might be a little convoluted, but were more likely to eradicate the Black Ink clan threat once and for all. Comparing the two, the answer was obvious. I agree with Sect Master Yang's proposal, somebody said. And I. Count me in. A short while later, everybody came to an agreement. Yu Xiangdai then declared, since nobody has any other opinions to express, we will act according to this new plan. She turned to look at Yang Kai. It's just that, doing this will not guarantee your safety. When you enter Langya Paradise you have to be very careful. We will try and figure out a way to sneak in and meet up with you. Yang Kai smiled, even if I am exposed I can flee if I can't win. I'm good at this kind of thing. At that time I will need your help to clean up the situation, seniors. That's easy enough, everybody nodded once more. Yang Kai did not know whether it was only his imagination, but he seemed to sense a trace of approval in the eyes of these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the past, even though he could stand on equal footing with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and negotiate with them in certain areas, he had never received their true recognition. For all this time, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had always looked at him like he was a young upstart. That was not difficult to understand though, as the Cave Heavens and Paradises had spent years to achieve the prosperity, heritage, and fame they enjoyed today. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had relied on the Star Boundaries World Tree and his status as a Star Boundary Great Emperor to obtain the right to speak to them on equal footing. Didn't that make him a nouveau riche in the eyes of aristocratic families with a long history of inheritance? Nevertheless, the situation was different now. Technically speaking, he could have ignored the matter related to Langya Paradise as he was not part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Although he held the title Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, he had yet to actually marry Chu Huashang. However, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to volunteer to infiltrate the enemy's base to gather intelligence. The courage to take on such a task was not something just anyone would possess. Chapter 4751, Langya Territory. Langya Territory was vast and boundless. It was also the great territory where Langya Paradise was headquartered. Even Void Land had its own great territory, so as one of the 72 paradises, it was only natural that Langya Paradise owned a great territory too. Aside from the central area in Langya Territory that was off-limits to outsiders, travelers were free to access all the other areas in the Great Territory. This was basically the case with all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. The reason was that the large-scale star cities under their control relied on traveling cultivators to gain popularity. Who would come and do business with them if the entire Great Territory was sealed off? Take Void Territory for example. Aside from Void Land itself, the other areas could be freely accessed by all cultivators. The group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters quietly sneaked into Langya Territory. After that, Yang Kai headed to Langya Star City alone while Yu Xiangdai and the others remained hiding outside. If such a large group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters entered Langya Star City all of a sudden, they would surely attract Langya Paradise's attention. It would be inconvenient for them to act freely if that happened. The current plan was for Yang Kai to infiltrate Langya Paradise, learn the identity and whereabouts of the people corrupted by the Black Ink, follow the trail in search of the pure Black Ink clansmen, and notify Yu Xiangdai and the others about his findings as soon as possible. It was an arduous task and much needed to be done in short order. Yang Kai came to the Star City's void dock and looking around, saw that it was crowded with people coming and going in an endless stream. Any star city under the control of the various cave heavens and paradises were first class and had high popularity. Cultivators from different great territories across the 3,000 worlds would gather in these star cities, bringing incalculable benefits to the cave heavens and paradises every year. If Void Star City had not attracted interest with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, it would never have become a first-class star city. However, in comparison to Langya Star City, Yang Kai discovered that, although Void Star City could be considered to be in the same tier, it was still quite inferior to Langya Star City in terms of heritage. That was understandable, though, as Langya Paradise had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was simply impossible for a newly emerging great force like Void Land to compete. There was a master overseeing the dock, and his aura was completely undisguised, revealing that he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed by Langya Paradise's impressive assets. Even the person in charge of the Void Dock was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It had to be said that the person overseeing Void Land's dock was Jin Yuan Lang, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai obediently stood at the end of the line, waiting for the Langya Paradise disciples to inspect him. Before it got to his turn, one of the Langya Paradise disciples seemed to receive some instructions and headed straight for him. The Langya Paradise disciple approached him and politely said, "Senior brother, Martial Uncle Zong invites you into the inner hall." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He did not know why he would be noticed by this Martial Uncle Zong, when he was simply standing in line quietly. Before he could understand the situation though, the Langya Paradise disciple headed to another person and repeated similar words. There was also a third person who received this treatment. Yang Kai looked at the other two and discovered that they were just like him, giving off the aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven. Only then did he realize something: he had not been targeted specifically. On the contrary, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters entering Langya Star City would receive similar invitations. It was probably for the stability of Langya Star City. Even if there were masters overseeing Langya Star City in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, if anybody with nefarious intentions were to infiltrate, it would create a huge loss if anything went wrong. After understanding this point, Yang Kai calmly walked towards the inner hall by the side of the dock. There was also a man and a woman following behind him, but he did not know their origins. Inside the inner hall was a middle-aged man sitting behind a long desk. His aura was extraordinary, and as soon as Yang Kai and the other two walked in, he observed them carefully without any reservations. It was not until the three of them had approached that he finally opened his mouth. "Please take a seat." Yang Kai and the other two exchanged a glance with each other before they took their respective seats. The middle-aged man showed no hospitality. According to his self-introduction, he was called Zong Yuquan and he was in charge of overseeing the dock at Langya Star City as well as inspecting the cultivators passing through. There was no particular reason for inviting these three over, he simply wanted to question them about their respective origins and backgrounds. That was part of the protocol at Langya Star City since ancient times. While they could ignore anybody below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, those in the Sixth Order and above would need to be inspected thoroughly to enter Langya Star City. The man and the woman reported their respective identities and origins, and Zong Yuquan verified them one by one. After confirming that there were no problems, he gave them each a special token before he released them. Before they departed, he also warned them not to cause any trouble in Langya Star City. Otherwise they would be killed without mercy. Both the man and the woman clearly knew the rules here. It was probably not their first time coming here, so they naturally responded in affirmation. After the two of them departed, Zong Yuquan finally turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where did you come from, Your Excellency? Why did you come to Langya Star City?" Although they were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Zong Yuquan had always maintained a slightly arrogant attitude when facing Yang Kai and the other two. Having been born in one of the 72 paradises, his heritage was not something that normal people could achieve. Therefore he was indeed superior compared to other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters who did not come from the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had been wondering whether he should conceal his identity or tell the truth. It was just that Zhong Yuquan clearly had a method to verify a person's identity, so concealing his name might be unrealistic. Besides, the main purpose of his visit was to search for the people who had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan, so it would not be convenient for him to act if he concealed his identity. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not reveal his identity directly. Taking out a token, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother Zhong, do you recognize this item?" Zhong Yuquan looked up and raised his brow in astonishment. "That is a token belonging to a Langya Paradise core disciple. Where did you get it?" That item was equivalent to a status symbol in Langya Paradise. Only core disciples were qualified to possess one. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain one. Be that as it may, one of these items had appeared in Yang Kai's hand. It was only natural for Zhong Yuquan to be surprised. He did not suspect that Yang Kai had obtained this token by killing the owner and stealing the other party's treasures. If that was truly the case, then Yang Kai would never have had the guts to come here. Hence, the only explanation was that he either picked it up from somewhere or it was given to him by one of Langya Paradise's core disciples. This token was indeed given to Yang Kai by Gu Pan. After returning from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, many of the cultivators who escaped with their lives thanks to Yang Kai's help had given their respective tokens to him before they went their separate ways. They had invited him to visit them at their respective sects whenever he had the time. Gu Pan had given him this token back then. Yang Kai had thought about visiting Langya Paradise whenever he had the time. After all, Zhang Ruoshi was staying in Langya Paradise and this token would allow him to visit her easily. It was just that he had been so busy running around for so many years that he only managed to visit Langya Paradise briefly, and upon discovering that Zhang Ruoshi was in retreat, he swiftly departed. If it was not for the Black Ink clan, he would not have come here again so soon. "This is something Gu Pan gave me," Yang Kai replied honestly. Zhong Yuquan exclaimed in surprise, "Your Excellency, are you acquainted with junior sister Gu?" "We are friends who faced life and death together," Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai's answer truly left Zhong Yuquan scratching his head in puzzlement. It stood to reason that he, as a disciple in Langya Paradise, was acquainted with Gu Pan. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had at least interacted with each other on a few occasions in the sect. As one of the few core disciples in the sect, Gu Pan was a rising star who had advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. That was something Zhong Yuquan could not compare with. Besides, for her to give her token to another person, it could be seen that the relationship between them was not superficial. He pondered in silence for a moment before he finally asked, "May I ask who this fellow brother is?" "Voidland's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Zhong Yuquan's eyes immediately brightened and he stood up. "Are you the same Yang Kai who is Voidland's Lord and the Star Boundary's Great Emperor, within High Heaven territory?" "I can't believe I have such prestige now. That feels really amazing for some reason." Yang Kai nodded reservedly. "It is this Yang." An inexplicable glint flashed across Zhong Yuquan's eyes, and he instantly became much more welcoming. "Oh my! I've long admired you. I've long heard about you but never had the chance to meet you. Now that I see you today, you definitely live up to your reputation." "You are too polite, senior brother Zhong." Yang Kai nodded his head with a smile. Zhong Yuquan did not doubt Yang Kai's identity. Seeing as the core disciple's token had been brought out, there was no benefit to be gained even if this person was an impersonator. That was why he was confident that the person in front of him was Yang Kai even though he had never met Yang Kai before. After that, they exchanged pleasantries for a little while longer before Zhong Yuquan finally shouted, "Come in." The Langya Paradise disciple who guided Yang Kai to this place earlier stepped into the room and cupped his fist. "Martial Uncle Zhong." Zhong Yuquan said, "Return to the sect and inform Elder Gu Pan that a friend of hers has arrived in the Star City. Please ask her to come here." The disciple glanced at Yang Kai curiously before he left to carry out his orders. Zhong Yuquan then asked for tea to be served. His attitude seemed to indicate that he regretted not meeting Yang Kai earlier. Even though Yang Kai was a little taken aback by Zhong Yuquan's enthusiasm, he had no choice except to make perfunctory conversation with the other party. Zhong Yuquan clearly had great curiosity towards the Star Boundaries World Tree and asked many questions regarding it. When he learned that the feedback of the World Tree was only effective for cultivators who had yet to condense their Dao seals and had no benefit towards those who had condensed their Dao seals and advanced into the Open Heaven realm, he sighed with regret. "I wish I had been born 3,000 years later." He smiled bitterly. I'll be honest with you, junior brother Yang. Even though I advanced into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm during my initial breakthrough into the Open Heaven Realm, I actually had the qualification to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. But, just to be on the safe side, I chose to advance into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. If I had something like the World Tree back then, this senior brother would have advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm with no problem. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm too, senior brother." Zhong Yuquan said, "That's different. The limit for the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm is the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but if I advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm back then, my limit would have been the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. The difference of one order is as vast as heaven and earth." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm might only have a difference of one order, but the gap in strength was like day and night. Just like how a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could easily kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master required little to no effort on their part. Back in the Shattered Heaven, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xia Lin Lang didn't even have the courage to face Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Furthermore, she had been chased to the brink of desperation. Now that we have the World Tree in the Star Boundary, even more rising stars will surely emerge in Langya Paradise. This is all thanks to you, junior brother Yang. It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. When he first planted the World Tree, he had simply wanted to stabilize the Star Boundary. Who would have thought that it would make the Star Boundary so famous? And now, the small and remote Star Boundary had become the center of attention of the entire 3,000 worlds. The name, Open Heaven Realm Cradle, was well-deserved indeed. Chapter 4752, Daring Probe. Elder Shizheng is a long-term resident of the Star Boundary. You can always visit him if you need anything in the future, junior brother Yang. Langya Paradise has a long history with you after all, so it's only natural that we help each other, Xing Yuqian said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. I met Elder Shizheng just before coming here. He took great care of me. Zhong Yuquan asked in concern, how is Elder Shi doing? Yang Kai smiled, he is doing just fine. After conversing for a bit more, Zhong Yuquan seemed to receive some sort of message. He then said apologetically, this Zhong needs to oversee the dock and verify the information of the people who come and go here. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat any longer, junior brother. Yang Kai tactfully stood up, please go ahead, senior brother. Zhong Yuquan nodded, junior sister Gu will be here soon. Why don't you take a stroll around Star City? There are many treasures that can be found in Langya Star City. If you find anything you like, feel free to let me know. I will. Yang Kai responded. When he turned around to leave, a strange idea suddenly came to him. He nodded lightly at Zhong Yuquan and murmured softly, Black Ink Eternal. That was what Shizheng mentioned before he died. Yang Kai had not understood what those words meant at the time, but he came to understand their meaning after listening to the explanation from Yuxiang Dai and the others. Those who had been corrupted by the black ink generally looked no different on the surface, but their hearts had already undergone a drastic change and they were only loyal towards the Black Ink clan. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Master like Shizheng had shouted those words just before his death. It could be seen just how dangerous the Black Ink clan's influence was. The truth was that Shizheng probably lost his sense of self a long time ago. Furthermore, these words were most likely a belief that they upheld or some kind of mantra they lived by. It was not as though Yang Kai had noticed anything out of the ordinary when he said these words at this time. He simply wanted to probe the waters and did not expect any response to his statement. Contrary to expectations, Zhong Yuquan stared at Yang Kai with a stunned expression for a moment before he reached out to touch his chest lightly and whispered, Black Ink Eternal. Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned to leave. Exiting the dock, he turned into a crowded street and quickly blended into the crowd with the help of the stream of people passing by. A short while later he came to a halt in front of a shop. Although his expression was normal on the surface, Yang Kai was cursing madly deep down in his heart. Didn't they say that the Black Ink insects were precious, so the Black Ink clan will only target high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? I can't believe Zhong Yuquan is one of those who were corrupted by the Black Ink. This discovery was so shocking that he could barely believe it. Yuxiang Dai and the others told him that the Black Ink insects were extremely precious to the Black Ink clan and converting a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was simply not worth the effort. That was why the Black Ink clan would only target high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. For so many years, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters who did not come from any cave heaven or paradise had either been recruited by the cave heavens and paradises or sent to some unknown place instead because the cave heavens and paradises were afraid that these people might be targeted by the Black Ink clan. At that time, it would only take one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch. However, a casual probe from Yang Kai had confirmed that Zhong Yuquan was corrupted by the Black Ink. Looking at the situation now, it would seem that Zhong Yuquan had been probing Yang Kai when he either intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Elder Shizheng earlier. In that case, he probably knew about the plan in the star boundary too. The fact that he responded without the slightest hesitation when Yang Kai said the words, Black Ink Eternal, clearly indicated that he believed Shizheng had succeeded. The truth was that Yang Kai would not have been able to escape unscathed during his encounter with the Black Ink insect if he had not coincidentally obtained the World Spring. Hence, in the eyes of a person corrupted by the Black Ink like Zhong Yuquan, Shizheng's success was only to be expected. Just how many people have been corrupted by the Black Ink in Langya Paradise? It would seem that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight sense of panic. He wandered around the Star City aimlessly for some time, but it didn't take long for a familiar divine sense to appear in the surroundings, seemingly searching for something in Star City. It was Gu Pan's divine sense. Yang Kai quickly responded to her probing. She quickly confirmed his location, and a petite figure descended from the sky a moment later. Many people stopped and looked around on the street, wondering who was so bold as to act so recklessly in Langya Star City. However, they quickly understood upon seeing the clothes she was wearing. Upon seeing that she was from Langya Paradise, they were not surprised by her actions. Senior brother Yang, Gu Pan landed in front of Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Junior sister Gu. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's been a few years since I last saw you, but your noble bearing remains the same. The last time he met her was during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. She replied, You seem to have gotten stronger, senior brother Yang. He chuckled, I was lucky and came across some opportunities. She asked curiously, Senior brother Yang, did you come here for something? He casually said, It's nothing important. I mainly came here to see you. Gu Pan studied him seriously for a moment before all of a sudden, she took out a jade slip and turned to face him while speaking calmly, Senior brother Yang, please repeat what you said just now. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked, somewhat bewildered. To which Gu Pan frankly stated, I'm collecting evidence. When senior sister Chu comes out from retreat, I'm going to inform her that you were busy picking flowers everywhere while she was in seclusion. Yang Kai's expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he protested, There's no such thing. Besides, even if I want to mess around, I wouldn't be interested in your small body. Gu Pan giggled, One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Who knows what kind of special interests you have, senior brother? Yang Kai looked a little crestfallen as he mused, Junior sister, you've changed. You were not like this before. You used to be so innocent, but you're so suspicious of everything now. Haha. Come have some dried fish. Yang Kai suddenly took out a large bag of dried fish from his space ring. Meanwhile, Gu Pan continued to point the jade slip at him and used a secret technique to record his current actions as she stated, Look at this, senior sister Chu. Senior brother Yang is deliberately catering to bribe me so I keep silent about his crimes. Yang Kai raised a fist and rapped his knuckles on her head. At the same time he stuffed a dried fish in his hand into her mouth. Stop fooling around. I came here for a reason. Although Gu Pan's mouth was stuffed to the brim, she did not forget to add another sentence. Senior brother is getting angry out of shame and being unreasonable. He glanced sideways at her. Fortunately, she quickly put the jade slip away and swallowed the dried fish in her mouth. This is not the place to talk. Follow me, senior brother. While saying so, she soared into the sky, after which he quickly followed behind her. They soon left Langya Star City and headed straight for the central area of Langya territory. That was where Langya Paradise's headquarters was located. Yang Kai traveled forward with Gu Pan. The space ahead was empty, but he could sense that there was an enormous array covering the entire area in front. Passerbys could not see the inside of Langya Paradise from the outside. When they arrived in front of the grand array, Gu Pan took out a token. After a flash of light, a magnificent scene immediately entered Yang Kai's eyes. Countless small spirit provinces dotted the void like stars, surrounding 3 large spirit provinces that formed a triangle in the middle. Even though they were separated by a distance, Yang Kai could clearly sense the abundant world energy and dense world force coming from those spirit provinces. It was not his first time entering a cave heaven or paradise. In the past, he had also seen the heritage of a top great force with a long history during his time in Inyang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not help feeling amazed by the sight of Langya Paradise at this moment. The cave heavens and paradises truly deserved their reputations. Void Land could not compare with them at all. It was not just a matter of the number of masters and disciples in the sect, but also the accumulation of time and inheritance. At present, what Void Land lacked the most was time. The area after entering the Grand Array could finally be considered the core of Langya Paradise. This place that was covered by the Grand Array was not a place where ordinary people could enter. They continued forward and soon arrived at a certain spirit province. This spirit province was not very big, but it had a beautiful environment. That was especially true for the huge lake in the middle. The lake even had large fish swimming about freely. Surprisingly, there was nobody on this spirit province. Gu Pan explained, "This is where I cultivate. Most of the time, other people will not come here." Yang Kai couldn't help gnashing his teeth in envy. A great force is a great force indeed. Even a core disciple can monopolize a spirit province without anybody's interference. "Why did you come here, senior brother?" Gu Pan led him to a bamboo building by the lake and poured him a glass of water. "The thing is, Elder Shizheng asked me to give you a message, junior sister." Yang Kai had given some thought to this matter on the way here. His initial plan was to visit Gu Pan as soon as he arrived here. With her identity as a core disciple, it would be easier for him to move around unnoticed. However, thanks to his experience with Zhong Yuquan, he could no longer decide whether even she was safe or not. A mere Zhong Yuquan had been corrupted by the black ink, so wouldn't a core disciple like Gu Pan be targeted too? She would definitely be more valuable to the black ink clan than Zhong Yuquan if she was corrupted. If possible, Yang Kai did not wish to suspect her. Unfortunately, this matter was related to the black ink clan. It was better to err on the side of caution. Otherwise, he might set off a turmoil in Langya Paradise if the truth was exposed. Many people would die if that happened. "Elder Shi has a message for me?" Gu Pan was a little taken aback. Although she was also a Langya Paradise elder, she had not interacted much with Shizheng in the past. That was why she couldn't help being surprised. Yang Kai nodded. Gu Pan sat opposite him and asked curiously, "What did Elder Shi want to tell me?" Yang Kai stared at her and spoke in a solemn manner. Elder Shi said, "Black ink eternal." Zhong Yuquan's reaction had convinced him that these words could help him distinguish between friend and foe. If Gu Pan responded with those words, then there was no doubt that she was also corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious as soon as the words left his mouth. On the opposite side, Gu Pan stared at him blankly before she nodded lightly, "Black ink eternal." Yang Kai's expression became a little melancholic, and he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Has this petite and adorable little girl also been corrupted by the black ink? Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A paintbrush appeared out of nowhere, and with a surge of sixth-order world force, the paintbrush danced in the air and struck Yang Kai a dozen times in a row. A chain suddenly wrapped around his body, and a powerful restraining force shackled him firmly in place. Immediately after that, Gu Pan grabbed hold of the paintbrush and made several smooth strokes. Another layer of restraint was instantly layered onto his figure. Everything happened so quickly, and Yang Kai had been distracted due to his distress at the time, so he had been caught completely off guard as a result. By the time he recovered from his shock, it felt as though there was an entire universe world bearing down on him. The pressure caused him to hunch over and become breathless. Chapter 4753 You're not senior brother Yang? Gu Pan moved extremely fast. After using a secret technique to shackle Yang Kai in place, she quickly soared into the sky without the slightest hesitation. Although both of them were in the sixth-order open heaven realm, she had witnessed his ability with her own eyes. During Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, Zhao Xing of Thousand Birds Paradise had also been in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Even so, he had been killed by Yang Kai almost immediately in their confrontation on the prison star. Not only was he a core disciple of Thousand Birds Paradise, but he had also advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm some decades earlier than them. Gu Pan was a core disciple of Langya Paradise. Nevertheless, she had to admit that she was not very different from Zhao Xing in terms of strength even after 100 or so years of accumulation. Seeing as Yang Kai had already been capable of killing Zhao Xing easily at that time, the current Yang Kai was definitely not somebody she could fight against. That was why she immediately tried to flee after using a secret technique to bind and imprison him. If it were anybody else in their generation, she would have taken the opportunity to try to deal a lethal blow. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yang Kai. She knew she wasn't capable enough, so she chose to escape instead. Suddenly, Gu Pan felt a large hand grab her ankle. When she turned around to look, her expression became shocked. That was because Yang Kai had broken free of the multiple layers of restraint that bound his body in an instant. He remained seated in his original position, but his outstretched hand gripped her as firmly as iron shackles. She was flooded with despair. Even though she knew that he was much stronger than her, she never expected him to be so powerful. "Get down!" Yang Kai shouted, and with a yank of his hand, Gu Pan was unceremoniously dragged downward and slammed into the table with a loud bang. The wooden table shattered and dust flew everywhere. World force fluctuated, and the paintbrush in Gu Pan's hand emitted a bright light, but before she could act, Yang Kai had already placed a palm on her forehead and a heavy power fluctuated out like a sharp weapon. Pursing her lips, she lay quietly in front of him. Her entire body was stiff, and her clear eyes glared at him fixedly. Yang Kai grinned. "Junior sister, why did you attack me so suddenly?" She calmly replied, "Don't you know why I attacked you? Please enlighten me, junior sister." Sorrow flashed across Gu Pan's eyes as she shook her head. "You are no longer the senior brother Yang I know. Who am I if not me?" Yang Kai bent down and stared at her intently with a sharp gaze, looking as though he was going to eat her. Gu Pan turned her head to the side and declared, "There's no point talking. Just kill me." He laughed. "Kill you? Won't that be going too easy on you?" While saying so, he suddenly reached out his hand and took out a wooden box from his space ring. He waved his hand and world force fluctuated. It was only after he placed a barrier in all directions that he opened the wooden box. The black ink insect immediately rushed out of the wooden box, only to be caught by him. Gu Pan had been indifferent even when facing death, but her expression immediately twitched at the sight of the black ink insect as she muttered, "I knew it. You've been corrupted by the black ink after all. To think that you even have something like the black ink insect." "Oh." Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "You can actually recognize the black ink insect, junior sister? In that case, this will be much easier to explain. Junior sister, why don't I show you the true path?" Closing her eyes, Gu Pan she spoke quietly, "I may not be your opponent, but it is not difficult for me to destroy my own small universe." Yang Kai simply nodded in appreciation. "I couldn't have known from your appearance. Unlike your stature, it turns out that your courage is not small, junior sister. But it doesn't matter. I like those with courage. It makes breaking your bones one by one all the more pleasant. You're not allowed to cry, junior sister." Widening her eyes, Gu Pan glared at him. "Go ahead and kill me. If you are planning to corrupt me with the black ink, I advise you to give up on the idea. I will kill myself immediately if you dare to release the black ink insect." Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his murderous intent surging. Nevertheless, she stared straight back at him without any fear. It was only a long while later that he suddenly released her and placed the black ink insect back into the wooden box. Gu Pan immediately leaped up in response and distanced herself from Yang Kai as much as possible, staring at him suspiciously. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood up calmly and cupped his fist. "I'm sorry, junior sister Gu, I had no choice but to test you just now. Please forgive my discourtesy." Gu Pan stared at him warily and asked, "What are you plotting here? If you don't kill me, I will expose your identity as somebody who has been corrupted by the black ink to the entire Langya paradise. At that time, you will have nowhere to escape." Yang Kai grinned. "If I die, won't senior sister Chu become a widow? Are you really willing to do that? Senior brother Yang is dead already. You are not him." Yang Kai knew that it was useless to explain, as no matter how hard he tried, anybody who had some understanding of the Black Ink clan would no doubt believe that he had already been corrupted when they saw him holding the Black Ink insect in his hand. Therefore, he simply pushed his world force to open the portal to his small universe and said, "You will understand the truth if you take a look for yourself, junior sister. I will explain everything to you once you have confirmed it for yourself." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. His expression looked very sincere, and he did not look like somebody who had been corrupted by the Black Ink. More importantly, if he had really been corrupted by the Black Ink, then his actions just now did not make sense. He could have released the black ink insect into her small universe so that she would also be corrupted as well. However, he had not done that. Bewildered, she poured her divine sense into his small universe and carefully examined the situation. To her surprise, she was greeted by the sight of tens of millions of living beings thriving in his small universe. She saw the ant-like small stone race, the world spring, and the billowing black ink smoke that had been suppressed and sealed in a certain corner of his small universe. A long while later, Gu Pan finally withdrew her divine sense. The hostility on her face had melted away and she looked at him in surprise. "Senior brother, you?" He smiled at her. "You believe me now, right? Senior brother, your small universe has already fully materialized?" Yang Kai's face twitched at those words and he snapped, "Is that all you saw? You're focusing on the wrong thing, junior sister." Gu Pan then asked, "Those billowing clouds that resemble thick black ink, is that the black ink smoke?" He nodded. She could not understand. "How did you suppress and seal the black ink smoke?" "As far as I know, that thing is extremely corrosive. If it invades the small universe of a cultivator, it will quickly spread out and contaminate them. Eventually, the owner of the small universe becomes corrupted by the black ink. The only solution to this problem is to sever the contaminated land in the small universe as soon as possible. The slightest hesitation will result in dire consequences." Yang Kai simply smiled and asked, "Did you see the spring?" Gu Pan nodded, and in the next moment realization suddenly struck her. One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring? She was not ignorant about the world spring. In truth, as a core disciple, she had already heard about some of the secrets in the 3,000 worlds that other people did not know from her honored master after she advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Among those secrets included the existence of the Black Ink clan. When her honored master told her about these matters, he also mentioned the 4 universe pillars. That was because the 4 universe pillars could be said to be the nemesis of the Black Ink clan. It was just that she had only heard of such things before and this was her first time seeing the actual thing in person, so it had taken her a while to react. After understanding this point, her entire body relaxed and she breathed out in relief. She spoke in a relieved voice, "In other words, you have not been corrupted by the black ink, senior brother." Yang Kai smiled, "How could I lie to you about something like that?" Gu Pan was bewildered however and asked, "If you're not corrupted by the black ink, senior brother, then why did you try to test me earlier?" The smile on his face gradually faded, and he looked at her solemnly. "Junior sister, the things that I'm going to tell you may be a little hard to accept. Please mentally prepare yourself." Those words made her stiffen in surprise for a moment, then she sighed, "Somebody in Langya Paradise has been corrupted by the black ink, right?" He nodded. "Is it Elder Shizheng?" Gu Pan asked. Yang Kai was surprised. "How did you know, junior sister?" She responded sadly, "After my advancement into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, my honored master told me about the Black Ink clan. At the time he also mentioned the black ink insect and the black ink smoke. Honored master said that these 2 things came from the same source. Moreover, the black ink smoke would only appear following the death of somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. Seeing as you have suppressed and sealed the black ink smoke in your small universe, that can only mean that you killed somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. In addition, you came all the way to Langya Paradise and deliberately tested me after meeting me. That can only mean that this matter is related to Langya Paradise. At present, the only person in Langya Paradise who is in contact with you, senior brother, is Elder Shizheng who was stationed at the star boundary. Junior sister is beautiful and intelligent indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "It was indeed Elder Shizheng who was corrupted by the black ink. If that were all, I would not have tried to test you as soon as I met you, but the truth is..." All of a sudden, Gu Pan raised a hand to interrupt him. "Senior brother, before that, please check my small universe and verify my identity." Yang Kai couldn't stifle his laughter as he waved his hand. "No need. I've seen your reaction just now, junior sister. To be honest, I already knew when I saw you trying to run away. The reason why I continued to test you after that was just to be on the safe side. Please forgive me, junior sister. Even so, you should check properly. The power of the Black Ink clan is extremely treacherous. Only by seeing with your own eyes can you be certain that you will be safe." While saying so, she proactively opened the portal to her small universe. Helpless, he could only probe her small universe with his divine sense. She was a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, but her situation was different from his. Her small universe had not transformed from immaterial to corporeal, so there was no actual substance in existence. Nevertheless, the inside was filled with abundant world force. A short while later, Yang Kai retrieved his divine sense and nodded his head at her. It's fine. Gu Pan closed the portal to her small universe and cleaned up the shattered table before she asked, Senior brother, just what is going on? Yang Kai sighed and told Gu Pan about how Shi Zheng had invited him for a private meeting previously. Gu Pan's expression became increasingly solemn as she listened. She never imagined that a foreign affairs envoy and inner elder of her sect would turn out to be somebody who was corrupted by the black ink. In fact, if Shi Zheng had not tried to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink, his identity would not have been exposed. The world spring was extremely rare. Therefore, Shi Zheng never planned for the possibility that Yang Kai had refined one. That was what prevented the invasion of the black ink insect and caused the attempt to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink to fail. In addition, Yang Kai had already become a grand dragon, so there was no way to silence the witness to the crime. Furthermore, as long as Yang Kai was in high heaven territory, he could borrow the might of the star boundary to immediately warn the others stationed there. Once the high-rank open heaven realm masters arrived at the battlefield, Shi Zheng was cornered. His only option was suicide. Even if he could have stayed and fought to the death, the final outcome would not have changed at all under those circumstances. He might even end up being captured alive. In that case, a swift death was the best option available to him. After discovering Shi Zheng's identity as somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink, we guessed that there might be more people who have been corrupted inside Langya Paradise. There might even be a pure black ink clansman hiding in this place. The seniors intended to come straight to Langya Paradise to investigate everyone one by one. However, I believed that we would only alert the enemy by doing so. That is why I volunteered to take the initiative and see if I could infiltrate the ranks of those who have been corrupted by the black ink. If I can figure out who is an enemy and who is a friend, then I might be able to uncover the hiding place of the true black ink clansman. That would be the ideal outcome. Chapter 4754 Langya Paradise's Sect Master, Li Yuan Wang. When I was at Langya Star City's Void Dock earlier, I was summoned by a senior brother named Zhong Yuquan. After chatting for a bit, I casually tried testing him just before we parted ways and confirmed that he had been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai quickly said. Gu Pan was shocked. Senior brother Zhong has been corrupted by the black ink? He nodded solemnly. Black ink? Eternal. That was what Shi Zheng mentioned before he killed himself. I don't know what those words meant, but it's most likely a firm belief held by the people who have been corrupted by black ink. Saying those words to Zhong Yuquan was nothing more than a whim at the time. I never imagined that Zhong Yuquan would respond to me in the same manner. Gu Pan understood. Is that why you used the same words to test me? That's right. I didn't expect you to be so decisive and imprison me immediately, junior sister. Gu Pan explained. Honored Master told me about the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, so I know about the existence of the black ink clan. However, information on the Black Ink clan has always been controlled within the cave heavens and paradises. Even the non-core disciples in the cave heavens and paradises will not know about these matters. On the contrary, you are not a disciple of any cave heaven or paradise. That's why I misunderstood you when you mentioned the Black Ink out of nowhere. So, that's how it is. Senior brother, this matter is very important. We need to report this to the sect master. Yang Kai frowned slightly at that suggestion and said, I've thought of doing that, but what if your sect master has been corrupted by the black ink? All the people who have been corrupted by the black ink are currently hiding in the dark. There is no way for us to figure out their identities. The only person I can trust right now is you. Gu Pan hesitated before saying, I don't think that's likely. If that was truly the case, then I would have been corrupted by the black ink a long time ago. You might not know this, senior brother, but Langya Paradise's sect master is my honored master. He is also the one who told me about the Black Ink clan. Zhong Yuquan's talent and future potential were certainly not comparable to Gu Pan's, who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, even he had been corrupted by the Black Ink, so there was no reason why Gu Pan wouldn't be targeted if that were possible. After listening to Gu Pan, Yang Kai also felt that it was unlikely for Langya Paradise's sect master to be related to the Black Ink clan. Zhong Yuquan has probably identified me as one of their own. If there exists communication between the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, then the news would surely have spread among them by now. If I go and visit the sect master at this time, still Yang Kai couldn't help hesitating. However, Gu Pan argued, Langya Paradise has a Tao temple in the star boundary, so it can also be considered as having a cooperative relationship with the star boundary. Not to mention you are a star boundary Great Emperor. It's only natural for you to pay a visit to the sect master after coming to Langya Paradise. Even if the people who have been corrupted by the black ink learn about this matter, it should not be a problem. This was true. As a junior and a star boundary Great Emperor, there was no reason for Yang Kai not to pay a visit to the sect master after coming to Langya Paradise, as that was just basic etiquette. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he nodded. Then I shall trouble you to make the arrangements, junior sister. Come with me, senior brother. Yang Kai walked out of the bamboo building with Gu Pan. Afterwards, they soared off and headed straight for the middle of the three huge spirit provinces. Along the way they passed by many people from Langya Paradise. Most of them would stop and bow politely from a distance when they saw Gu Pan. It could be seen that a core disciple like her enjoyed a very high status. All of a sudden, Gu Pan stopped and bowed to an elderly man who slowly approached them in the void. Martial Uncle Yuan. The elderly man with the surname Yuan glanced at Gu Pan with a smile and nodded in greeting. Martial niece, are you looking for the sect master? She replied, yes, martial uncle. Nodding lightly, he glanced at Yang Kai and asked curiously, martial niece, who is this? He doesn't look like a Langya Paradise disciple. She explained, replying to martial uncle, this is Voidland's Lord Yang Kai. Senior brother Yang is an old acquaintance of mine who came to visit me while passing through Langya Paradise. He was surprised. Oh? You are Voidland's Lord Yang Kai? Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Yuan. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. The elderly man with the surname Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. You're being too polite. This old master has heard your name often in recent days. From what I see, it's true that talented individuals are born every generation. You are praising me too much, senior. This junior is inferior to you in every way. It is impossible to compare with your prestige, senior. The elderly man with the surname Yuan immediately looked pleased at being flattered and laughed loudly. Boy, you have a keen way with words. Your future is promising indeed. He then smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner. If you're not in a hurry to leave, you should stop by my residence. I have lots of fine wines. It's a pity that I have nobody to share them with. Yang Kai nodded cheerfully. If there are fine wines, then I can't afford to miss this opportunity. I will definitely pay you a visit one day. The elderly man with the surname Yuan smiled in response and waved his hand. Go on then. The sect master is free right now. If you go any later, he might enter retreat. In that case, this junior will take his leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fist and continued forward with Gu Pan. A short while later, Gu Pan sent a divine sense transmission. Senior brother, do you plan to go and sound out martial Uncle Yuan? If that was not the case, he would not have answered so cheerfully. Yang Kai asked, do you think there is a chance that this senior Yuan might be corrupted by the black ink? Gu Pan pondered in silence for a moment before she shook her head. I don't know. Martial Uncle Yuan Du is one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. He is usually very kind and treats the disciples very well. His only weakness is that he likes listening to flattery a little too much. I hope he isn't one of those who have been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai felt a little speechless. No wonder his casual flattery had made Yuan Du so happy just now. It turned out that Yuan Du liked receiving such praise. As for whether he had been corrupted by the black ink or not, there was nobody who could say for sure. After all, if Yang Kai had not come here today, Gu Pan would never have believed that Elder Shizheng was also one of those who were corrupted by the black ink. The pair continued forward, and a short while later, they landed in front of a grand palace located in the central spirit province. Gu Pan walked inside with great familiarity and came directly to an inner hall. When she knocked lightly on the door, a stern voice soon came from within, Enter. The doors opened slowly. Beckoning towards Yang Kai, Gu Pan took the lead to enter. The hall was not that large, and when Yang Kai looked up, he immediately saw a middle-aged man standing in front of an easel. He was holding a paintbrush in his hand and seemed to be wholeheartedly drawing something. Honored master. Gu Pan called out softly. And? The middle-aged man responded without lifting his head or pausing the movements of his hands. Yang Kai took the opportunity to study the sect master of Langya Paradise. Along the way here he had asked many questions about this senior and learned that he was called Li Yuan Wang. Li Yuan Wang was at the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, just one step away from advancing into the 8th Order. Even among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the various cave heavens and paradises, he was ranked in the top tier. Seeing him at this moment, his aura was certainly extraordinary. The paintbrush in his hand seemed almost alive in his hands, drawing a beautiful scenery in a single motion. Moreover, the paper spread out in front of him radiated with a faint world force. This world force was not the world force that he mobilized, but rather it seemed as though the drawing itself had become an independent world. When Yang Kai met Gu Pan for the first time, he had found it strange that she used a paintbrush as her weapon. Such an artifact was very rare after all. Judging from the current situation though, it would seem that this was an influence from her master, Li Yuan Wang. Yang Kai waited quietly, observing Li Yuan Wang from time to time. Although Gu Pan could more or less confirm that Li Yuan Wang had not been corrupted by the black ink, nobody could say for sure. What if he had been corrupted by the black ink? A long while later, Li Yuan Wang finally stopped painting. He took 3 steps back to study his work before he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Without even lifting his head, he called out, "Kid, come here. Tell me, how is this king's painting?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard those words, but he responded quickly, "Yes." Gu Pan hurriedly grabbed him by his sleeve and subtly shook her head at him. "Don't go, senior brother." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in puzzlement. She said nothing and simply shook her head with a troubled expression on her face. Li Yuan Wang looked up at her and snapped unhappily, "What do you mean by that, little girl? This master worked hard to produce this painting. What's wrong with asking your friend to take a look? Hurry up and let go." Only then did Gu Pan release her grip on Yang Kai's sleeve in a helpless manner. She also turned her head to the side, unable to bring herself to watch what would surely happen next. Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "This little girl has always made such a fuss over nothing. As her master, I have failed to educate her well. Please do not take her words to heart." Yang Kai naturally denied those statements. Walking over to easel, which had been facing away from him the whole time, he finally saw the painting, and could only draw in a sharp breath of shock. "How is it?" Li Yuan Wang asked earnestly from the side. "Hasn't this king's painting technique simply reached beyond the mundane and ascended to the highest heights?" Yang Kai looked at the picture scroll in front of him as though it had picked up a dagger and stabbed him in the gut. The masterpiece looked like it had a cloud of ink in the east and a drop of ink in the west, all smeared together in what could only be described as a chaotic mess. For a while he didn't know what to think and could only say quickly, "Senior, this painting is more. It has not just ascended to the peak. It exceeds beyond and has reached the extraordinary. It shocks history and dazzles the present. There is a universe within this painting. My conscience, it hurts. It feels like I'm going to suffocate." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai with a shocked expression. Meanwhile, Li Yuan Wang became absolutely animated. "That's right. This king has cultivated his painting techniques for thousands of years. In this world, who would dare claim to be the best if this king claims to be second best?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said in a low voice, "I cannot speak about the future, but there are definitely no precedents to senior's painting skills." "And?" Li Yuan Wang nodded repeatedly while rubbing his chin and staring at his own painting. After a long time he suddenly asked, "You mentioned that there is a universe in this painting. Tell me more." "Tell you what? Even the constantly wriggling black ink smoke that is currently suppressed and sealed in my small universe looks better than this painting. No wonder Gu Pan tried to stop me from approaching earlier. She obviously knows her master well. This painting is truly an eyesore." "Go on. Why aren't you speaking?" On the contrary, Li Yuan Wang did not seem to have any self-awareness and continued urging Yang Kai to speak. Yang Kai's impression of Langya Paradise shattered immediately. Even the sect master has such behavior. It's no wonder Yuan Du, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master who serves as one of the vice sect masters, likes listening to flattery so much. This is a prime example of the saying, "If the foundation is crooked, the roof will be too." Yang Kai held his thoughts in for a long time, not knowing what to say in response. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Li Yuan Wang and blurted out, "Senior, black ink eternal." Gu Pan's exquisite ears twitched slightly when she heard those words. She stared at her honored master, watching for any changes in his demeanor while secretly drawing upon her world force. Li Yuan Wang stared at Yang Kai blankly. A long time passed before he asked curiously, "What did you say?" Yang Kai quickly waved his hand dismissively, "It's nothing. It's nothing." The words had just left his mouth when a majestic world force swirled and surged. The splattering like drawing on the picture scroll instantly came alive, and the scattered patterns in the painting wriggled incessantly. With a flash of light, the world itself flipped upside down. By the time Yang Kai and Gu Pan recovered their senses, they were no longer standing in the hall, but instead in some unknown world. Chapter 4755 This king has been defiled. The light in this world was bizarre and the scenery was distorted. Yang Kai looked around only to see that nothing in this world was normal. Li Yuanwang was sitting on something that resembled a throne, not far ahead. He leaned forward slightly with one hand under his chin, staring at Yang Kai calmly but with great hostility. Around him, terrifying bursts of energy emerged one after another to form sharp swords that hummed uncontrollably. Sword intent permeated the air with overpowering murderous intent. This is the world within that painting. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The painting really turned out to contain a universe inside. It was not until this moment that he realized he had underestimated Langya Paradise's sect master. The painting was not a random scribble. It was just that he didn't know how to appreciate it. Gu Pan stood nearby, feeling a little shocked. It was obvious that she had also realized the peculiarity of the world within the painting. She had always thought that her honored master's painting skills were terrible. Who could have known that he had such strange methods? Boy, what did you say just now? Can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear you clearly. Li Yuanwang stared at Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Naturally, he heard everything clearly and was simply seeking confirmation. Pretending not to know anything earlier was so that he could mislead Yang Kai in order to drag him into the world within the painting while the other party remained unguarded. Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. At this time it was useless for him to explain, so it was better for her to speak instead. Gu Pan understood and blurted out a shocking statement. Honored Master, Elder Shizheng has been corrupted by the black ink. Li Yuanwang's hostility froze abruptly. He could distrust Yang Kai, but he was willing to believe the words of his own disciple. Thus he asked with a grim expression, "Where did you receive this information? Can it be trusted?" She nodded heavily. Senior brother Yang witnessed it himself and came here from the star boundary for this very reason. Tell me more. He turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly repeated what he told Gu Pan earlier. Li Yuanwang's expression changed, becoming more and more solemn. It was not until Yang Kai finished explaining that Li Yuanwang finally asked, "You managed to test Zhong Yuquan with those words, so you tried to test this king too?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course he would never say that the main reason was that the terrible painting had rendered him speechless, so he randomly blurted out that phrase. Words have no proof. Open your small universe, this king wants to check for himself. Li Yuanwang stood up. He subconsciously believed that Yang Kai was not lying. Otherwise Yang Kai would not have come all this way from the star boundary for no apparent reason. However, this matter was related to the Black Ink clan, so it was better to err on the side of caution. Yang Kai felt helpless. His small universe had been checked too frequently recently. Unfortunately, this was the simplest and most effective method to determine whether the other party had been corrupted by the Black Ink. Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe and Li Yuanwang's divine sense immediately poured in. A short while later he looked at Yang Kai in shock. You sure are bold. I can't believe you dared to suppress and seal the Black Ink smoke in your small universe. Yang Kai laughed wryly. If not for the world spring, this junior would not have dared to act so rashly. Li Yuanwang nodded lightly, but just as he was about to speak he heard Yang Kai saying, "Senior, it's your turn now." His mouth fell open. Ha! Yang Kai stared at Li Yuanwang and said, "Senior, please open your small universe and allow this junior to inspect it." Li Yuanwang was so furious that he laughed. You want to check my small universe? Yang Kai replied seriously, that's the only way to confirm that you have not been corrupted by the Black Ink, senior. If this king had been corrupted by the Black Ink, you would be dead by now. That's not true. Who knows? Maybe you're just trying to misdirect us. Yang Kai shook his head. Li Yuanwang looked at Gu Pan and pointed a finger at his head. Is there something wrong with your friend's head? Gu Pan replied, Honored Master, I would also like to take a look. Li Yuanwang immediately looked heartbroken. Xiao Panner, why are you being like this? Is it true that girls will always side with outsiders when they grow up? Your honored master raised you up with such difficulty. Do you think it was easy? Yang Kai stepped forward and quickly interjected, Senior, this matter is too important to simply brush aside. If you insist on refusing to allow us to check your small universe, then this junior can only assume that you have been corrupted by the black ink and you do not dare to let others inspect you. If that is the case, please don't blame this junior for disrespecting you. Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai with a smile. What are you going to do if this king has been corrupted? Those who have been corrupted by the black ink consider me their comrade now. If you and I begin fighting, then this matter will remain unresolved. Those corrupted by the black ink will surely become vigilant as a result. If you have not been corrupted by the black ink, then you will not want something like that to happen. Senior, please cooperate. Li Yuan Wang couldn't help feeling a headache. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Yang Kai was right. Now that Yang Kai had given Zhong Yuquan the impression that they were comrades, the latter would definitely have passed the message to the others who were corrupted. Therefore, they would alert their enemies and create needless trouble if a fight were to break out between them now. Yang Kai could ignore these matters because he was not a member of Langya Paradise. However, as Langya Paradise's sect master, Li Yuan Wang could not disregard such concerns. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at the sky with a despairing expression. Good. Go on. While saying so, he opened the portal to his small universe. Yang Kai and Gu Pan's divine sense immediately poured into the portal. Li Yuan Wang's body shuddered as he woefully despaired. The humiliation. To have my own disciple inspect my small universe. Not to mention there's a man looking around inside my body. This king has been defiled. Yang Kai leaned close to Gu Pan and whispered in her ear, Has your honored master always been so dramatic? Gu Pan nodded with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sighed, It must have been hard for you while growing up. Brat! Li Yuan Wang roared in anger, This king can hear you. I'm not deaf. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded at Li Yuan Wang. There are no problems, senior. Li Yuan Wang looked extremely upset. With a wave of his hand, the distorted scenery in their surroundings vanished, and the three of them returned to the room from before. He then looked at Gu Pan and warned her earnestly with a serious expression. In the future, you should not interact so much with friends like this one. It is best if you cut off your friendship and never communicate with each other again so as not to be led down the wrong path. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Senior, I'm not deaf either. Li Yuan Wang snorted. So? Do you want to hit me? Go on then, come and hit me. Honored master. Gu Pan glared at Li Yuan Wang sternly. Please show some propriety. Li Yuan Wang coughed lightly and clasped his hands behind his back with the air of a senior expert. He then spoke in a low voice. At present, we know that Shi Zheng and Zhong Yuquan have been corrupted by the black ink. Shi Zheng is dead, and Zhong Yuquan is overseeing the Star City's void dock. I don't know how many more of their accomplices are in the sect. This will be troublesome. Yang Kai nodded and said, There is only one thing that we can be sure of right now. The people who have been corrupted by the black ink are unable to sense each other. Li Yuan Wang glanced at Yang Kai and nodded in agreement after a moment. If they could sense each other, then Zhong Yuquan would definitely have sensed that something was wrong with Yang Kai's identity. In that case, he would not have responded to the probe either. Needless to say, they did not rule out the possibility that he was simply playing along to lull them into a false sense of security, but his reaction had been very natural under those circumstances. He did not look like he was carrying out any nefarious plans. In this way, it seemed Yang Kai would be able to hide himself and infiltrate the enemy ranks successfully. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai and asked, Senior brother, do you have a plan? Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. The top priority is to invite the rest of the seniors over. They snuck into Langya territory with me, but exposing their presence would make things inconvenient, so they remained hidden. If they join us, it will be easier for us to deal with those who have been corrupted by the black ink. Li Yuan Wang nodded, I will handle this matter. Give me their location. Yang Kai immediately took out a jade slip. With a surge of his divine sense, he engraved the location of where Yuxiang Dai and the others were hiding in the jade slip. After that, he handed the jade slip to Li Yuan Wang. With the help of Lang Yen Paradise's sect master, it would be easy for Yuxiang Dai and the others to quietly enter the core of Langya territory. Then the only thing left to do is to identify those who have been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai looked at Li Yuan Wang. Senior, the Cave Heaven Paradises have some understanding of the Black Ink clan, so do they not have a method to distinguish between friend and enemy? Li Yuan Wang nodded. There is one. Yang Kai raised his brow. What is it? Li Yuan Wang pondered for a short while before he spoke. The power of the Black Ink clan is treacherous, but also extremely hidden, so it is very difficult to detect. That is why our ancestors developed a spirit array especially to identify those corrupted by the Black Ink clan. It is called the Revealing Black Ink Array. All the Cave Heaven paradises have this inheritance. As long as somebody who was corrupted by the Black Ink stands on the array, their identity will be revealed. That is how we can easily determine who has been infected. But, if we actually do that, we will also need to narrow down our inspection targets. You can't expect me to summon all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise and ask them to stand on top of the array for inspection. Yang Kai nodded. If they did that, it would be no different from inspecting the small universes of others. They would definitely alert their enemy to their movements. At the time, the identities of those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink would be exposed and a huge battle would break out among the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. The situation would surely go out of control. That is why you will still need to infiltrate the enemy and identify who has been corrupted by the Black Ink. Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai. In a sense, Langya Paradise is pretty lucky. You immediately figured out Zhong Yuquan's identity as soon as you arrived, so perhaps you can go from there. Yang Kai nodded. That's what I think too. I will need you to provide me with a list of names, Senior. What list of names? A list of the names of all the people who were on good terms and had close relationships with Shi Zheng and Zhong Yuquan, including both the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai said pensively, I think we don't need to inspect the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are corrupted by the Black Ink, their value isn't high. I don't think they will be targeted. Good. Li Yuan Wang agreed readily. I'll prepare a list of names and have it delivered to you soon. Just stay with Xiao Panner for now and act as the situation requires. Senior may rest assured I will handle this matter diligently. I'll leave everything to you. He suddenly cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai responded, You are too polite, Senior. I might not be part of a cave heaven or paradise, but I understand the dangers of the Black Ink clan. I may be helping Langya Paradise, but it is also for my own sake. Li Yuan Wang nodded. All of a sudden he turned around and warned Gu Pan, Xiao Panner, take care of yourself. Don't let any smelly man take advantage of you. If anybody dares to bully you, tell me immediately. I will beat him up on your behalf. While saying so, he glared at Yang Kai threateningly. Gu Pan stomped her feet. Honored master, just stop talking. Having a master like him is way too embarrassing. Chapter 4756 Boy Eat My Hammer. Yang Kai and Gu Pan returned to her private spirit province. An hour later, another person flew over. He was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and Gu Pan's senior brother with a brave and heroic figure. Moreover, he had an extraordinary bearing on him. Gu Pan introduced them to each other, and Yang Kai learned that the other party was called Dong Peng. Junior brother Yang, I'll leave this to you. Dong Peng handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and lowered his voice. Honored master asks that you be careful, junior brother. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks for your concern, senior brother. I will act prudently. Dong Peng nodded and patted Gu Pan's small head before he soared into the sky again. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the jade slip, but after studying the contents, he couldn't help scowling deeply. Gu Pan asked in concern, What is it? There's quite a lot of names. Take a look for yourself. He handed the jade slip to her. The names inside the jade slip were divided into 2 separate lists. One listed the people who had a close relationship and frequent contact with Shi Zheng, while the other was related to Zhong Yuquan. There were nearly 100 names in total. In addition, all of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and above. Even those in the 7th Order numbered as many as 8. It could be seen from these lists alone just how deep the heritage of the cave heavens and paradises was. The 2 lists covered only a portion of the masters in Langya Paradise, so just how many masters were there in Langya Paradise? Written next to each name was not just the information on their respective cultivation, but also the positions that they held in Langya Paradise. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were currently not in Langya Paradise. They were probably out on missions, so there was no need to consider these people for the time being. Even so, there were over 80 people left. Yang Kai alone couldn't check out all 80 of these people one at a time. Doing so would be stupid. The phrase Black Ink Eternal was a convenient method to sound out those who had been corrupted by the Black Ink. As long as the other party was corrupted by the Black Ink, they would surely respond to those words. However, if he simply went up to somebody and said these words, wouldn't it be awkward if the other party was not corrupted by the black ink? Therefore, this investigation method could not be used too frequently. On top of that, according to Li Yuan Wang, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters in the cave heavens and paradises knew about the Black Ink clan. They would definitely react in some manner if Yang Kai were to speak those words to them, regardless of whether they were corrupted by the Black Ink or not. Just like how Li Yuan Wang had taken him by surprise and detained him inside the world of the painting. If Yang Kai wanted to discover the identities of those who had been corrupted by the Black Ink, then he would need to come up with a different method. Zhong Yuquan was indeed a breakthrough point. Nevertheless, Yang Kai felt that he should not be in such a hurry to contact Zhong Yuquan. It would be inappropriate if he seemed too eager. Besides, from Zhong Yuquan's point of view, he had already recognized Yang Kai as his companion, so he was bound to contact Yang Kai even if the latter did not contact him first. Yang Kai would be able to obtain more information from him at that time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai settled down in Gu Pan's spirit province. There was nothing to do over the next few days, so he went around with Gu Pan and enjoyed the wonderful scenery in Langya Paradise. There were countless spirit provinces, each one with its own unique features. Such a scene where a man and a woman were inseparable from each other created many rumors. Many people secretly speculated that core disciple Gu Pan had some sort of relationship with Yang Kai. In the beginning, they did not know Yang Kai's identity. Very few people knew about his arrival here after all. It was just that Gu Pan's status was special, so he received quite a lot of attention for always being by her side. After making several inquiries, the general public learned that he was actually Void Land's lord. In other words, he was the one who won first place during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly, embarrassing many cave heavens and paradises in the process. That was too much. Although Gu Pan held a high status in Langya Paradise, due to her short cultivation time as well as her petite figure, she was considered a little sister who never grew up in the eyes of her many senior brothers and sisters. Therefore, her many senior brothers and sisters took great care of and doted on her. It would not have been an issue if Yang Kai and Gu Pan were in love with each other. However, the key point was that Yang Kai was a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. He was bound to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven one day. Why is he not standing guard for that seductress, Chu Huashang, and waiting for her to come out of retreat to complete their marriage ceremony? Why did he come to Langya Paradise to flirt with little junior sister? What's more, Gu Pan seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai. She spent all day alone with him, bringing him to this spirit province to check out the scenery or that spirit province to watch the sunrise and sunset. For that reason, many senior brothers were on the verge of despair. They felt as though the delicate flower that they nurtured and raised with extreme care was about to be devoured by a pig. By some strange circumstances, while there were no clues regarding those who were corrupted by the Black Ink, the undercurrents began moving beneath the surface of Langya Paradise. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again following Gu Pan to one of the various spirit provinces. He had heard that there was a shopping district for the inner disciples of Langya Paradise where many good things could be found. More importantly, the person overseeing this shopping district was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose name was on the list given to Yang Kai by Li Yuan Wang. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little distressed. He had been waiting around for more than 10 days now, but aside from confirming that Zhong Yuquan was one of those who were corrupted by the Black Ink, he did not have any other clues. The main reason for going to the shopping district was to see if there was anything wrong with the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing the area. However, halfway through their journey, a stream of light sped towards them from an off angle and blocked their path. This newcomer gave off the aura of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had a tough and sturdy build. As soon as he appeared, he rudely looked Yang Kai up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Senior brother Zhong Fan. Gu Pan glanced at the person who came and gave a bow before she asked, "Can I help you, senior brother?" Zhong Fan was born with a fierce face, so he did not look like a good person from his appearance alone. Be that as it may, he squeezed out a smile at Gu Pan that could make a child cry in his best attempt to appear gentle. "It's nothing. I heard that you had a guest junior sister, so I came over to have a look." When he turned to look at Yang Kai, his attitude was no longer courteous. He growled, "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai greets senior brother Zhong. Yang Kai bowed, feeling a bit curious. Why is this guy called Zhong Fan blocking our way? Not to mention his attitude does not seem friendly. Yang Kai quietly compared the name against the name list and discovered that Zhong Fan's name was not on it. Zhong Fan waved his hand and roared angrily, "Who are you calling senior brother?" Stop trying to get close to me. Boy, eat my hammer. Yang Kai was totally confused. What? Why is he taking out his hammer? He looked up only to see two large sledgehammers appearing in Zhong Fan's hands all of a sudden. These two sledgehammers resembled ordinary iron tools, but under the surging of Zhong Fan's world force, the sledgehammers abruptly swelled and became as big as mountains. Zhong Fan raised one of the sledgehammers high into the air and slammed it down towards Yang Kai in a ruthless move. A furious roar came from his throat. This king hates unfaithful men the most. If you want to play with Junior Sister Gu's feelings, then you will have to get through me first. The blow was so heavy that even if there was a mountain in front of them, it would surely shatter into pieces. Gu Pan's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "Senior brother Zhong, stop." Before the words could leave her mouth though, a gentle force pushed out at her. Yang Kai had stretched out a hand to send her out of harm's way. Meanwhile he dodged to the side. Zhong Fan's attack subsequently struck nothing. When he turned around to look, he saw that Yang Kai had already appeared at another spot without him noticing. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Fan helplessly. "Senior brother Zhong, is there some sort of misunderstanding between us?" Zhong Fan shook his head and raised his sledgehammer to attack Yang Kai again. "Misunderstanding or not, we'll talk after I teach you to show proper manners." Yang Kai dodged again. The techniques that Zhong Fan cultivated were simple and straightforward. His personality was probably similar in that aspect. The two sledgehammers that were as large as mountains contained great power, but he held them effortlessly in his hands. Even though the power behind his attacks was great, that only mattered if he could hit his target. If it were ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters, they might not come out unscathed in the face of Zhou Fan's vicious barrage, but if Yang Kai, who was a master of the Tao of space, could not dodge these attacks, then he would have cultivated all his years in vain. After missing repeatedly, Zhong Fan was livid. "Brat, you're as cowardly as a mouse. How could a person like you even think to deceive little Junior Sister Gu? Junior Sister, you better open your eyes wide. You should never go after a man with so little courage." Gu Pan's face flushed beet red as she stomped her foot and shouted, "What are you saying, Senior brother Zhong? You're blushing? You are blushing." Zhong Fan's rage burned even greater at the sight of the red hue on Gu Pan's cheeks. His aura as a sixth-order open heaven realm master rose steadily, erupting out of him like a volcano as a roar came out of his mouth. "Ah! I'll fight you to the death, you bastard." "Senior brother Zhong, the relationship between Junior Sister Gu and I is not what you think," Yang Kai tried to explain. He had to investigate the Black Ink clan at the moment, so how could he be in the mood to fight with others? Much less a fight as meaningless as this one. Not to mention this place was Langya Paradise. So, what if he won against Zhong Fan? Things would end badly for him if he made an enemy out of all the masters in Langya Paradise. Zhong Fan was even more enraged. "How dare you eat then refuse to pay? I'm going to crush you to death with my hammer, you brat." The blush on Gu Pan's face had already spread to her neck. "Senior brother Zhong, please stop talking." His voice was so loud that half of Langya Paradise would have heard him by now. If rumors spread about this, she would never be able to prove her innocence. Yang Kai sighed. This isn't getting anywhere. This guy is so obstinate. How did he manage to cultivate until the sixth order open heaven realm? Seeing as he could not get through the other party with words, Yang Kai decided not to explain with words. One of the sledgehammers was smashing down on him again, so he dodged and came to Gu Pan's side. Reaching out to grab her by the waist, he manipulated space principles and instantly vanished out of sight. Where'd he go? Zhong Fan looked around wildly, but there were no signs of Yang Kai anywhere. After searching for some time, he confirmed that Yang Kai had escaped and roared at the sky, "You heartless thief! Come quickly and fight me to the death." In a remote spirit province, the figures of Yang Kai and Gu Pan reappeared. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai apologetically. "I apologize, Senior Brother Yang. Senior Brother Zhong has always been like this. I'm afraid he misunderstood after listening to some strange rumor. He does not have any malicious intentions." Yang Kai smiled. "I know. If not for that, I would not have held back just now." Gu Pan suddenly turned to the side. "Why are you here, Senior Brother Lin?" Not far away, under a towering tree, a young man dressed in snow-white robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His back was facing them and his head was slightly raised towards the sky. His posture was suave, but an air of melancholy lingered around him. They heard him sigh softly. The trees may prefer the quiet, but the wind refuses to stop. Yang Kai and Gu Pan exchanged glances with each other in confusion. Senior brother Lin continued, I had no plans to participate, but since we encountered each other, it would be inappropriate to feign ignorance. In that case, draw your sword, young man. After saying that, he stretched out his arm and a branch fell into his hand. In an instant, sword intent soared into the sky and the leaves of the towering ancient tree rustled noisily. Chapter 4757 Heartless Thief. Countless fallen leaves rained down from above, and every leaf transformed into a sharp sword that swirled around the young man. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Then, the young man raised the branch in his hand and pointed at Yang Kai with a burning fighting spirit. Yang Kai's expression naturally darkened. Zhong Fan, whom he met earlier, had attacked him with a sledgehammer almost on sight, and now, this senior brother Lin whom he just met was asking him to draw his sword without any reason. Is there something wrong in the head with these Langya Paradise disciples? Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Li Yuan Wang's eccentric personality and sighed in amazement. If the foundation is crooked, the roof will be too. Senior brother Lin's sword intent burst into flames as he stared at Yang Kai with sharp eyes. Sword masters are killers. This senior brother's murderous intent is too strong. That is why I don't wish to attack you, much less bully the small and weak. For little junior sister's sake, I will give you a chance to answer my question. If your answer can satisfy me, then I may be willing to show mercy to you. Yang Kai asked helplessly, What do you want to ask, senior brother? Senior brother Lin glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Gu Pan. Then he questioned, Can you be faithful to junior sister? I advise you to answer with a yes. If you answer with a no, then you will suffer some physical pain. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior brother Lin, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Junior sister Gu and I are not. Senior brother Lin gave a long sigh. Sure enough, you are a heartless thief who eats then refuses to pay. Pay with your life. The branch in his hand trembled slightly and thousands of fallen leaves transformed into sword dragons. His figure followed his sword, thrusting towards Yang Kai. Everywhere he passed, space was sliced open in his wake. Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. Immediately manipulating space principles, he grabbed Gu Pan and left with a flash. Where is he? Senior brother Lin's attack struck nothing but air, and when he looked around he couldn't find Yang Kai anywhere. Thus, he frowned and pondered silently for some time before he let out a long sigh. Who can be my opponent in this world? Life is as lonely as snow. After that, he went back to stand under the towering tree with his hands clasped behind his back and his head raised slightly to look up at the sky. A fiery red figure sped over from a distance and landed beside senior brother Lin a moment later. This person was a woman with a curvaceous figure and a stunning appearance. It was just that she was enveloped in a malevolent aura right now, and her entire body gave off the feeling that she could not be approached. It was a feeling that made others shudder in fright. She landed nearby and looked around, her beautiful brow furrowing tightly. Turning to look at the only other person present, she shouted, Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around, but his eyes remained slightly raised towards the sky. He looked down his nose at the woman. Oh, it's you, senior sister Zhou. Can I help you? Senior sister Zhou quickly said, I heard that some bastard abandoned little junior sister Gu after thoughtlessly sleeping with her. Who is it? Lin Xian replied, I think it was a guy called Yang Kai. He was here just a moment ago, but he ran away after getting beaten by me. He couldn't even take a single blow. Senior sister Zhou roared in fury, somebody actually did that to junior sister Gu? Damn it, where did he go? Lin Xian casually pointed in a certain direction. I think he went that way. She nodded and soared into the sky, clearly intending to give pursuit. However, she soon turned around and came back. Standing in front of Lin Xian, she studied him with a suspicious gaze. He was confused. Do you need something else, senior sister Zhou? Why won't you look at me directly? Are you looking down on me? She asked coldly. His head remained slightly raised, looking up at the sky as he explained, Of course not. It's just that I made some mistakes while cultivating, so my meridians are blocked and I cannot lower my head. So, that's how it is. She immediately understood. After staring at him for a short while, she suddenly reached out her hands. She placed one hand on his head and the other hand gripped his lower jaw. Lin Xian did not understand and thus asked, Senior sister Zhou, what? Gah. A strong force came out. Following a loud crack, his head turned half a circle. His head, which was originally lifted slightly to the left, was now lifted slightly to the right. Senior Sister Zhou took 3 steps back and stared at him for a short while before she nodded in satisfaction. "This is much better. I'm going to teach that heartless thief a lesson." After declaring so, she took to the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained standing there. His appearance was disheveled, and he was in so much pain that tears threatened to leak out of his eyes. There's something wrong. As Yang Kai and Gu Pan rushed through the void, numerous auras seemed to appear and disappear in their surroundings, giving Yang Kai the illusion that he was caught in enemy territory and powerful foes were lying in ambush all around him. Gu Pan looked apologetic as she whispered, "Senior brother Yang, I apologize. My senior brothers seem to have misunderstood something. It'll be fine once I explain the situation to them later." Yang Kai just shook his head lightly. "There's nothing for you to apologize for. I know I am innocent. Besides, those 2 senior brothers of yours are merely concerned about you. It's not a problem." While speaking, he suddenly came to a halt. 2 figures were coming towards them. It was a man and a woman traveling side by side. The man was handsome and arrogant while the woman was beautiful and refined. Both of their movements were perfectly in sync, almost as if they came from the same mold. Even their breathing was the same. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that these 2 seemed rather similar in appearance. They were most likely a pair of twins. Those 2 approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan with a smile, showing no intention of stopping at all. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of Yang Kai, but before he could speak, the 2 newcomers abruptly began weaving around each other in a circular manner at lightning speed. They soon became a blur of figures that surrounded Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Gu Pan exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother Ri Hua, senior sister Yu Hua, what are you doing?" The pair did not answer, but giggling sounds soon entered Yang Kai and Gu Pan's ears from their surroundings. The laughter that filled their ears sounded both enchanting and demonic and had the effect of disrupting their consciousness. For a time Yang Kai felt dizzy and groggy. Using all his strength to shake his head, he managed to suppress and dispel the effects of the noise, but when he looked up again he saw that the pair of twins had already disappeared into the distance at a high speed. Their voices came from afar. "Hee haha." The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he muttered, "What is with those 2?" There was no answer though. Surprised, he took a careful look around, but Gu Pan was nowhere to be seen. She had clearly been kidnapped by the man and woman pair at some point. Watching the man and woman taking Gu Pan away, Yang Kai stood on the spot and rubbed his chin in contemplation. Something strange is clearly going on. Are they worried that they might accidentally injure Gu Pan in a fight? Is that why they tried to take her away? Now that she is gone, will there be a mad torrent of attacks raining down on me soon? Yang Kai felt a terrible headache. His main purpose in coming to Langya Paradise was to investigate the Black Ink clan, so he was supposed to maintain a low profile. Why would he want to have any conflict with the Langya Paradise disciples? It was just that the current situation was very troublesome indeed. Not daring to remain in one place for too long, Yang Kai turned and sped in a certain direction. This matter had to be resolved with Li Yuan Wang's help. Unfortunately, before he could get far, the sturdy figure of a man appeared in front of him. That man stood there quietly with a long sword in his hands, surrounded by an extraordinary bearing and majestic aura. More importantly, he seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai. When he sensed Yang Kai's arrival, he opened his eyes and a flash of light seemed to cross their depths. He grinned at Yang Kai and declared, "I'm lucky indeed." Yang Kai frowned slightly and cupped his fist. "Voidland Yang Kai greets the senior brother. How should I address you, senior brother?" The man answered dismissively, "Wang Gao Yang." "So it is senior brother Wang Gao Yang." Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Senior brother Wang, how did you know I would be coming here? Why are you waiting for me here on purpose?" Wang Gao Yang shook his head, "I didn't, but if you ran in another direction you would find senior brother Lu, senior brother Zhang, and senior brother Zhao waiting for you. That's why I said that my luck is good indeed." "So, that's how it is." Yang Kai immediately understood. He had been surrounded on all sides like a dumpling. There were people stationed in all directions, so he was bound to encounter one of them no matter where he ran. He then frowned and said, "Senior brother Wang, I'm afraid that there's a misunderstanding. There is nothing going on between junior sister Gu and I." "I know." Wang Gao Yang nodded lightly. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "So you knew, senior brother Wang. I finally met a normal person. Yang Kai was filled with a sense of gratitude. All the Langya Paradise disciples are completely influenced by Li Yuan Wang. None of them can communicate properly. I'm so glad this Wang Gao Yang seems to be quite reasonable. Since you know the truth, Senior Brother Wang, then. It doesn't matter whether or not it is a misunderstanding, Wang Gao Yang interjected before Yang Kai could finish speaking. Raising his sword, he pointed at Yang Kai and said, I heard that you're strong. Zhao Xing of Thousand Birds Paradise died at your hands. Yang Kai replied grimly, that was also a misunderstanding. The main reason for that incident was that Yang Kai had used too much strength and killed Zhao Xing by accident. Wang Gao Yang grinned, I like guys who can fight. Enough nonsense. Fight me. After saying that, he swung his sword downward. World force surged and a sword light sliced through the void towards Yang Kai like a whip. Yang Kai pursed his lips with a speechless expression. He originally thought that he had encountered a normal person who could be reasoned with, but in the end, this person was still looking for a fight. Space principles fluctuated, but Yang Kai quickly noticed that something was wrong. Thus, he swiftly moved to dodge the sword light. Wang Gao Yang moved forward with his sword, and with every step he took, he slashed out wildly. His fighting spirit burned brightly and he roared with laughter, How can we be unprepared when we know you are proficient in the Tao of space? We only allowed you to escape earlier to get you to lower your guard. This whole region has been sealed with a grand array. Let's see where you can run now. Are all Langya Paradise disciples insane? Just to force me into taking action, they even went so far as to seal this space with a grand array? While avoiding Wang Gao Yang's attacks, Yang Kai earnestly tried to persuade the other party, Senior Brother Wang, weapons have no eyes. You and I have no bad blood between us. Why must we fight such a meaningless battle? Wang Gao Yang turned a deaf ear. However, the sword light became more and more violent. In the end, his attacks turned into a raging storm that rained down on Yang Kai as he finally said, The likes of Zhao Xing would not have survived more than 10 attacks at the hands of this Wang. More than 2,000 years have passed since this Wang advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and I am only one step away from the 7th Order. The strength of my heritage is incomparable to that of Zhao Xing Jr. Brother Yang. If you dare to look down on me, then you will be the only one who suffers instead. Yang Kai's brow twitched at those words. This was his first time meeting a person who praised themselves during a battle. Be that as it may, what Wang Gao Yang said was true. It was impossible for Zhao Xing to be his opponent. Zhao Xing had only advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm 1 or 200 years ago, so he could only be considered a newly advanced 6th Order master. On the other hand, Wang Gao Yang was a veteran 6th Order master. He was not inferior to Mao Zhou and the others. In fact, he might even be superior to them. Yang Kai sighed, Senior Brother Wang, let's stop here. I don't wish to hurt you. The movement of Wang Gao Yang's hands froze. Immediately after that, he roared with fury, How dare you humiliate me? I only plan to punish you lightly on account of your relationship with Junior Sister Gu, but since you have the gall to say that, I'll deal with you properly. Chapter 4758, next. While speaking, Wang Gao Yang charged towards Yang Kai as the world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master fluctuated violently. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Judging by the current circumstances, it was impossible to avoid this fight. The Langya Paradise disciples even went so far as to use a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. If he continued to avoid the situation, he would only become more and more passive. Compared to that outcome, he might as well go wild and reveal his true strength. That might make them back down instead. He took a deep breath and reached his hand out. The azure dragon spear appeared in the palm of his hand and he quickly said, Senior Brother Wang, if you insist on fighting, then please excuse my discourtesy. When the words left his mouth, the spear stabbed forward. Wang Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Good. Sword light surged and covered the entire sky. However, the excitement in Wang Gao Yang's eyes quickly turned solemn before it was replaced by shock. That was because the sword light that filled the sky abruptly disappeared into nothing when it stabbed towards his opponent. On the other hand, an extremely majestic world force came from the front. This force caused him to feel an involuntary sense of suffocation. Hong hong hong. Following the sound of explosions, a violent force erupted and a brilliant light spread out. Wang Gao Yang's figure was steadily pushed back. I'm not his opponent at all. There was an incredulous expression on Wang Gao Yang's face. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, he was only one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It was not as though there were no other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were stronger than him in Langya Paradise, but there were definitely not many of them. He originally believed that he could defeat Yang Kai easily. Who could have expected this outcome instead? Is this really the strength that a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master can exert? Every single collision shook his small universe to the core. Moreover, the next wave of attacks slammed into him before he even had the time to catch his breath. When Yang Kai first advanced into the Sixth-Order Open Heaven realm outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, even an existence like Maozha was no match for him. Since then, how much stronger had he become compared to the past? It was true that Wang Gaoyang was strong. Unfortunately, his strength could only be said to be on par with Maozha, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Beneath the high-rank Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai could be said to be invincible. He even stood a fighting chance against a Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master if he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. Otherwise, he could not have lasted for so long during his battle with Shizheng. Thanks to the protection of the World Spring in his small universe, there was no need for him to worry about it being shaken by the impacts from opponents in the same order. In contrast, Wang Gaoyang soon began to falter under the brutal collision of powers. His small universe became unstable, and the flow of his world force became obstructed. Consequently, the power that he could exert was affected too. Therefore he looked extremely vexed. He had never encountered an opponent like Yang Kai before. Under the never-ending attacks, he retreated steadily and hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Get down!" Yang Kai ignored Wang Gaoyang and the Azure Dragon Spear slammed down wildly with the force of a falling mountain. Wang Gaoyang raised his sword in defense. There was a loud explosion, then his entire figure plummeted like a falling meteor as he crashed downward. As Wang Gaoyang was blown away, he didn't forget to shout at the top of his lungs, "Yang Kai! How dare you abandon junior sister Gu after thoughtlessly sleeping with her? I will never forgive you even if I die." The thunderous voice resounded across the void as Yang Kai's expression instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "This guy. Even after losing the battle, he does not forget to disgust me one last time." He felt a slight twinge of regret. I held back too much. I should have beat him up so badly that he can never speak another word again. "Bastard, I finally found you." A coquettish shout rang out at that moment, accompanied by a fiery red figure who charged straight at Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai any time to react, a pair of tender fists smashed down on his head with an incomparably violent force. This person was none other than senior sister Zhou, who met up with Lin Xian earlier. Rushing over from Lin Xian's place, she arrived just in time to see Yang Kai defeating Wang Gaoyang. She initially wanted to question Yang Kai thoroughly about the situation. After all, it would have been a happy and beautiful matter if Yang Kai and Gu Pan were in love with each other. However, thanks to Wang Gaoyang's remark, she immediately believed that Yang Kai had done something indecent, so how could she be in the mood for careful questioning? They could talk after she beat him up first. Hence, a vicious wave of fist chi swept towards Yang Kai. He immediately held his spear horizontally across his chest in defense. Following 2 consecutive explosions, he was sent flying backwards. An indescribably terrifying force ran rampant inside his body, causing the vitality in his chest to churn fiercely. Meanwhile, senior sister Zhou was unforgiving. She stuck so close to him that it was almost as though she was his shadow. Her fists transformed into fist shadows that covered the entire sky, bombarding him indiscriminately with a series of attacks. For a time he was beaten so badly that he could barely react out of shock. This woman who came out of nowhere was much stronger than Wang Gaoyang. Furthermore, her fighting style was simple but brutal. Her punches were not only fast, but each one was also packed with an intense intent and the world force of a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Any ordinary Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be defeated quickly against this kind of opponent. Having lost the initiative, Yang Kai could only defend desperately. Hundreds of punches struck his body in the short span of a few breaths, and he suffered so much pain that he grimaced. Fortunately, her attacks did not seem to carry any killing intent. It would seem that she came with the intention of punishing him. A short while later, senior sister Zhou stopped attacking and stood there looking at Yang Kai as she said coldly, "Follow me to go and meet junior sister Gu. You will obediently apologize to her and reflect on your mistakes, then you will write a letter to Yinyang Cave Heaven to cancel your marriage with Chu Huashang. If you do that, then this incident will end here." Yang Kai shook his head hard, causing a series of cracking sounds to come from his entire body. Looking up at her, he grinned widely, You are the first woman to ever punch me like this. The corners of her mouth lifted. If you refuse to comply, then I'll punch you even harder. In that case, I'll be looking forward to your performance. A sense of aggression surged in Yang Kai's heart. Senior Sister Zhou's expression became colder upon hearing those words as she asked, "Is Chu Huashang that great? You would rather take a beating than dissolve your marriage to her?" Yang Kai shook his head in response and declared, "There is nothing going on between Junior Sister Gu and I. You are the ones who have misunderstood something." She gritted her teeth. It might have been a misunderstanding if only one person had this misconception, but are you saying that so many people have misunderstood you? You really are a heartless thief after all. Little Junior Sister is too naive. Why did she fall for somebody like you? Good. I'm going to beat you half to death. Let's see if you will reflect on your mistakes when you're lying bloody on the ground. As soon as the words left her mouth, she charged towards him once more. Contrary to her expectations though, Yang Kai did not avoid her charge. He even put away the azure dragon spear in his hands and raised his fists to meet her attacks. In an instant, the two became locked in a brutal melee, their respective world forces exploding out wantonly. They've begun fighting. In front of a grand hall, Li Yuanwang stood with his hands behind his back as he looked out into the distance. His gaze seemed capable of breaking the barriers of space to clearly see what was happening far away. Next to him stood Gao Ting, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. Gao Ting was also looking in the direction of the battlefield, and upon hearing those words she turned to look at Li Yuanwang and asked, "Is this really okay? Yang Kai killed a 7th Order Open Heaven realm in the past. The children in the sect won't be his opponents." Li Yuanwang chuckled, "Of course they're not his opponents." Gao Ting frowned, "Be careful or you might break their confidence." "I want to break their confidence a little, lest they mistakenly believe that they are amazing just because they come from one of the cave heavens and paradises. The 3,000 worlds has been at peace for so long that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises are lacking in real training. They all believe that they stand above the others, refusing to look at those who did not come from a cave heaven or a paradise. If turmoil breaks out one day, they are bound to suffer badly at this rate." Gao Ting's scowl grew deeper. "Is the situation that serious?" Li Yuanwang shook his head. "It's hard to say. Everything is murky right now, but it's always better to prepare just in case." Gao Ting fell silent for some time and did not say anything else. She had initially wanted to stop this whole farce, but there was no reason to stop them if Li Yuanwang, who was the sect master himself, planned to use Yang Kai for training purposes. Besides, facing some setbacks while growing up might not be a bad thing. How did the ancestor respond? Li Yuanwang suddenly asked via divine sense. Gao Ting replied, "The ancestor said that you should go ahead with your plans. He will bear the responsibility." Li Yuanwang nodded lightly, but his gaze was filled with pain. Who knows how many people will die in Langya Paradise? I hope not too many must be killed. In the void, the battle was in full swing. All of a sudden, the 2 intertwined figures broke apart. An unusual flush spread across Senior Sister Zhou's face. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "I'm a woman. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you." Then, she lunged at Yang Kai with even greater ferocity. However, it didn't take more than a few breaths for her to be sent flying through the void. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood alone with the air of a person who could hold himself against thousands of men with his strength alone and coldly snorted, "Next." A figure flew over and grabbed Senior Sister Zhou by the waist. He looked at her with a warm gaze and asked, "Are you okay?" She turned away, refusing to let this person see the black eye she was sporting. In fact, she seemed rather bashful as she muttered, "I can't beat him. This bastard might have a lousy character, but he is indeed very strong." The person who came exclaimed, "I'm going to take care of him." "Be careful, Senior Brother Zhao," she reminded him. Senior Brother Zhao nodded and released his grip around her. With every step he took, the world force aura around him became thicker as his momentum rose higher and higher. Yang Kai turned to look at this person with a solemn expression. Senior Brother Zhao stood 10 paces in front of Yang Kai. His majestic world force surging madly, pressing down on Yang Kai as though trying to put pressure on him. Yang Kai remained motionless, simply standing there quietly as he stared at Senior Brother Zhao in return. A short while later, Senior Brother Zhao frowned. "Why did you hit a woman?" He initially wanted to use his rich world force to intimidate Yang Kai, but who could have known that the other party would be so resilient in the face of his strength? It was only then that he realized his opponent was not an easy target. It made sense when he thought about it. If Yang Kai was such an easy target, junior sister Zhou would not have been defeated. Sorry? Yang Kai suddenly muttered with resignation in his voice. Senior brother Zhao nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can reflect on your mistakes. But you shouldn't be saying these words to me. You should say them to junior sister Zhou and junior sister Gu instead. Yang Kai said, I'm saying it to you. Senior brother Zhao was surprised. Why? Yang Kai suddenly stretched out a hand. Mid-motion, his hand turned into a fist and he punched it out lightly as he shouted, Cow punch. Senior brother Zhao instantly widened his eyes, reacting as though he had been struck by lightning. Opening his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and at the same time, his body staggered backwards. Yang Kai sighed in a sorrowful manner, activating your world force so recklessly will only reveal all your flaws to me. I couldn't help myself. Sorry, senior brother. Yang Kai could only use his cow punch if he could trace back his opponent's aura to its source. In other words, he had to track the other party's world force to their small universe in order to attack the latter directly. In the midst of a fierce battle where world force was molded into attacks that were swiftly thrown at each other, it might have taken Yang Kai some effort to prepare. However, senior brother Zhao had recklessly and unscrupulously mobilized his world force in front of Yang Kai. That was equivalent to pointing Yang Kai in the direction of the answer without the slightest concealment. With one punch, senior brother Zhao was defeated. Chapter 4759 No One Dares to Fight. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watching this battle from the shadows were horrified. They had witnessed Yang Kai's battles against Wang Gao Yang and senior sister Zhou just now, hence there was no denying Yang Kai's strength. Even veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Wang Gao Yang and senior sister Zhou were not his opponents. Nevertheless, the strength Yang Kai displayed had still been within the range of their cognition. On the contrary, this most recent scene was simply too unbelievable. Senior brother Zhao, who was significantly stronger than Wang Gao Yang and senior sister Zhou, was defeated by a single punch from the enemy and suffered severe injuries on the spot. Is he really in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm? Isn't he a Seventh Order master hiding his cultivation? Be that as it may, the energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body clearly indicated that he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Bystanders might not know why senior brother Zhao became injured all of a sudden, but senior brother Zhao himself understood clearly. Although that punch seemed almost powerless, a ferocious force had exploded within his small universe in that moment. It caused his small universe to shake and tumble, leading his world force to almost go berserk as a result. Next. In the void, Yang Kai looked around with a majestic and imposing air. Many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were eager to make a move earlier, had gone quiet now. Wang Gao Yang, senior sister Zhou and senior brother Zhao had all been defeated, therefore Yang Kai's strength caused them to feel despair. How could a cultivator who was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises be so powerful? As far as they knew, the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had always been stronger than ordinary cultivators. That was because their heritage was different. Within the same order, unless there was a huge gap in accumulation, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would always be stronger. Therefore all the onlookers felt extremely vexed inside their hearts. Not only had Yang Kai toyed with the feelings of their adorable little junior sister Gu Pan, but after thoughtlessly sleeping with her, he had the gall to abandon her. What's more, he was unscrupulously and defiantly flaunting his strength in front of them now. Even though they wanted to help seek justice for Gu Pan, they could not defeat Yang Kai. Going up against him would only bring more humiliation upon themselves. It was to the point where they had already disgraced Langya Paradise completely at this point. A figure stood on one of the spirit provinces, watching the scene from afar. He could not help frowning slightly at the sight. A short while later he gave a small sigh. Taking a step forward, his figure instantly blurred in place. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, but his speed was extremely fast. By the time he took his second step, he was already standing in the void. On his third step, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. His black hair was disheveled from the wind, but his figure was stalwart and upright. More importantly, his world force surged fiercely around him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at this person and grinned. The heritage of the cave heavens and paradises is indeed extraordinary. The people who came to challenge him were each stronger than the last. It started off with Wang Gao Yang, followed by senior sister Zhou, and then senior brother Zhao. And now this person's aura was even more powerful than the previous three. Senior brother Lemang. It's senior brother Lemang. Somebody exclaimed from the shadows. Senior brother Lemang finally showed up. That bastard is going to get his just desserts. Another person exclaimed in delight. How dare he bully the people of Langya Paradise? That brat is too arrogant. He must be beaten so badly that he vomits 3 liters of blood. Can senior brother Lemang win against him? I just hope he doesn't lose. That will really cause Langya Paradise to lose all face. Bah. Sect Master once said that senior brother Lemang is the strongest person beneath the 7th Order Open Heaven realm in Langya Paradise. How could he possibly fail to defeat that brat? Not to mention, senior brother Lemang effortlessly took first place in the sect's martial arts meeting 300 years ago. True. Don't hold back against him, senior brother Lemang. Beat him up until his face is black and blue. When this 6th Order Open Heaven realm master called Lemang appeared, many divine senses surged and interweaved in the surrounding void as the others chatted passionately with each other. Yang Kai glanced at Lemang. Looks like you're quite popular in Langya Paradise. Lemang chuckled. As the eldest senior brother, I have to act like the eldest senior brother. Yang Kai suddenly recalled the memory of his training in the divine armament world and nodded lightly. I was also an eldest senior brother for a time. Lemang's eyes brightened slightly. I'm sure we will have many common topics to talk about. For example? Yang Kai looked at Lemang with a smile. Lemang replied, for example, enmity should be resolved rather than settled. In my opinion, this dispute is unnecessary. Why don't you just apologize to junior sister Gu or something, junior brother? Then we can exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk instead. What do you think? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I had no intention of starting a fight in Langya Paradise. It's just that your fellow brothers refused to listen to my explanation. Lemang said, but you have to admit to your mistakes if you made a mistake. In this world, it is normal for a man and a woman to love each other. If you can remain faithful to junior sister Gu, the junior brothers and junior sisters will not make things difficult for you. Junior sister Gu is young and it has not been long since she started cultivating. In the eyes of us senior brothers and senior sisters, she is no more than a little girl. Nobody is willing to let her suffer any grievances. If anybody were to wrong her, then that person will be our enemy, Ga. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly raised a hand to clutch at his eyes. He stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Junior brother, why did you hit me? I was still speaking. Yang Kai raised his fist, which was as large as a pot, and pondered in silence for a moment. I apologize, I couldn't hold back. Please continue. Lemang glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before he continued. I've heard about you and Chu Huashang, but it doesn't matter. You have not completed your marriage ceremony yet, so you can just write a letter to Yinyang Cave Heaven to call off this marriage. The reputation of the Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples is not very good. How can Chu Huashang compare to little junior sister? Why did you hit me again? He clutched at his other eye and complained a little unhappily. Are you planning to hear me out? Yang Kai was already lunging forward like a tiger rushing down the mountain as he grinned. You can continue speaking, I'll just start attacking. Lemang was furious. Won't I suffer a huge loss then? While speaking he charged forward to meet Yang Kai's attack. Their world forces collided with each other, and their figures became entangled like spinning tops. For a time they soared up, down, left and right, their battle spreading out in all directions across the void. The rumbling sounds of their battle rang out incessantly, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out across the world. The two figures moved so fast that most people could not see how the battle was going. There was no telling who was winning and who was losing. In just a few dozen breaths of time though, the two figures suddenly separated. One person stood proudly while the other collapsed in a miserable state. The spectators anxiously turned to look in that direction, but the sight that entered their eyes made their blood run cold. The person standing tall in the void was none other than Yang Kai. On the other hand, the person who had been knocked down was the strongest master beneath the high-rank open heaven realm in Langya Paradise, Lemang. Lemang's pitiful voice came from afar. I might not be able to win against you, but my words are logical and reasonable. Will you admit your mistakes? Yang Kai ignored Lemang and looked around his surroundings like an eagle staring at a pack of wolves as he asked in a grim voice, who else? Silence reigned as not a single open heaven realm master hiding in the shadows answered. Even senior brother Lemang was no match for Yang Kai, so who else among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise could defeat him? Thinking about it again during the battle between Yang Kai and senior brother Lemang earlier, the winner was decided in no more than a few dozen breaths of time. In other words, the gap between their strength was immense. It would have been impossible for the battle to end so quickly otherwise. It was difficult to believe that an outsider could be so arrogant in their home. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was outrageously strong. The Langya Paradise disciples were filled with rage, grief, and indignation. In the battle today, Langya Paradise had been thoroughly disgraced. Is there no one who dares to fight amongst you? Yang Kai declared arrogantly. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise hiding in the shadows felt their faces twitch upon hearing those words. They were already filled with rage and indignation in the first place, but they had no choice but to admit that the opponent was truly powerful. After all, he openly won against the person who was deemed the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the sect. That was why they could only hold back their rage no matter how humiliated they felt. Nevertheless, on the martial Dao, one generally grew braver after suffering humiliation. Not to mention this brat just had to add fuel to the fire. He was being far too disrespectful towards Langya Paradise. How could they bear such humiliation? Everybody attacked together. Go. A furious roar came from the void and a figure emerged and charged straight towards Yang Kai. His expression was filled with a malevolent aura. Immediately after that, the second figure emerged, followed by the third and then a fourth. Yang Kai looked up and saw countless Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charging towards him. There were people coming from all directions and they surrounded him tightly in the blink of an eye. He immediately broke out in cold sweat at the sight. Everywhere he looked, there were Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him with savage expressions. Some were threateningly pounding their fists against their palm with loud thudding sounds. Others were grinning at him ferociously while sliding their fingers across their necks in an extremely vivid and threatening gesture. Forcing himself to calm down, Yang Kai shouted righteously, "Ganging up against me when you can't win alone. Have you no shame?" Despite their anger, they were still Langya Paradise disciples after all, so when Yang Kai questioned them in that manner, many of them looked embarrassed. That was indeed the case. Since they could not defeat him alone, then they could only use numbers. It would be bad for their reputation if word got out about this incident. He is a person who has no care for dignity and abandons a woman after thoughtlessly defiling her. He is worthy of public punishment. Somebody roared furiously. Right. That's right. All have the right to punish such an evildoer. Somebody else quickly nodded in agreement. Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. Attack together. As soon as those words rang out, countless Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charged forward at the same time and buried Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. A chaotic mess of world forces fluctuated as the sound of punches and kicks rang out incessantly. Although many people were sent flying backwards, the openings this created were quickly filled by others. Somebody who could not squeeze their way in from the outside became so anxious that they hopped from side to side. Whilst trying to squeeze their way in, they even shouted, "Senior brothers, please move aside. Let me punch him once or twice to vent my anger." Yang Kai, who was being kicked and punched by the mob surrounding him, felt as though his lungs were about to burst from fury when he heard that statement. If this were a life-or-death fight, he might have suffered a disastrous ending after being surrounded by so many people. However, he also might have been able to kill his way out of this encirclement. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely end up heavily injured while Langya Paradise suffered countless casualties. Unfortunately, this was not a real life-or-death fight. The Langya Paradise disciples might be using a dishonorable method, but they held back in terms of their strength. One should not be fooled by how eager they seemed at the thought of slashing Yang Kai to a million pieces in order to relieve the hatred in their hearts. When they actually made a move against him, none of them dealt a serious or fatal blow. The force behind those punches and kicks could only cause him to suffer some flesh wounds at the most. Nevertheless, it was enough to teach him a lesson. The kicking and punching continued, and there was no saying how many blows Yang Kai suffered with each passing moment. Fortunately, it did not matter too much since he had his dragon scale armor to protect himself. These clothes were the manifestation of his dragon scales, so their defensive properties were extraordinary. It was just that he could not protect his face. Some of the less scrupulous ones would specifically aim for this obvious opening, and the punches that struck him there left stars spinning around in his eyes. Chapter 4760 Public Outrage. Ho! When a dragon roar rang out, A violent coercive force that was nearly tangible swept out in all directions. Numerous figures were sent flying, revealing Yang Kai, who stood in the center of the crowd that was besieging him. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was bruised, and his eyes were so swollen that they were no more than slits on his face. His entire appearance was a disheveled mess. Glaring at the people around him angrily, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You're all too much. Do you take this Yang as somebody who is weak and easy to bully? If anybody else dares to take a step forward, then don't blame this Yang for retaliating mercilessly." The countless open heaven realm masters who were pushed back earlier stared at him for a moment. Then, all of them charged forward again without saying a single word. Shameless. Yang Kai cursed. His figure dropped downward all of a sudden. When he had fallen by several thousand meters, he abruptly turned around and fled in a certain direction to break out of their encirclement. Numerous streams of lights followed closely behind him, sticking to him like shadows. Various divine abilities and secret techniques blasted in his direction as somebody even yelled, "Don't let that bastard escape." He dodged their attacks desperately. It felt as though he had fallen into a sea of Langya Paradise disciples, and there was no way for him to outrun the people chasing behind him. After suffering the defeat earlier, Yang Kai no longer dared to remain in one place for long. He would only be mobbed by the crowd again if he was surrounded once more. No matter how powerful he was, he could not fight against so many of Langya Paradise's elite disciples. More importantly, there was no life or death hatred between them, so the methods he could use were severely restricted. Langya Paradise boasted an inheritance that lasted for countless years and had been listed as one of the 72 paradises since ancient times. Be that as it may, there had never been a day when it was as lively as today in recent history. On one of the spirit provinces, a group of weaker Langya Paradise disciples were listening to the teachings of an open heaven realm master. These disciples were in the Emperor realm and below. Although their cultivation was low, they were the future of Langya Paradise. The martial uncle instructing them was in the fifth order open heaven realm. His teachings were generally explained using simple terms so that the disciples could benefit from his lecture. Just as he reached an interesting point in the story he was teaching, a stream of light rushed past above their heads at the speed of lightning. All the students looked up in confusion, but the one teaching shouted sternly, "The greatest obstacle in the path of cultivation is being distracted. You should remain focused at all times." "Yes." The disciples replied respectfully and quickly returned to their seats to listen intently. Shwa shwa shwa, countless streams of light flew overhead after, during which someone could be heard shouted, "Quick! Hurry up! Senior brother is restraining that brat up ahead. The bastard dared to toy with little junior sister Gu's feelings and refuses to pay after eating." "What?" The martial uncle instructing the disciples below became livid upon hearing those words. He stood up and yelled, "How dare somebody toy with junior sister Gu's feelings? Which shameless man dares to do that?" After saying that, he too rushed into the sky. The disciples sitting below looked at each other. What happened to the words he said earlier about how the largest obstacle in the path of cultivation was distraction and that they should remain focused at all times? The martial uncle instructing the disciples abruptly turned back and looked at the group of disciples. "This is the end of today's lesson. Go back and cultivate on your own. This martial uncle has something important to do right now. I will resume the lecture tomorrow." He left again after saying that. The disciples immediately exploded in discussion with someone saying, "Did you hear that?" One of the martial uncles claimed that somebody toyed with Martial Aunt Gu's feelings. "Who is this Martial Aunt Gu?" "I know." A female disciple said, "It's that martial aunt who advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm and is expected to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. She has a very high status in the sect. Just who is so daring as to do something like that? I'm afraid that person will suffer a disastrous end. If I meet that guy, I will definitely teach him a lesson. I hate heartless thieves who abandon a woman after thoughtless sex the most. If I can get a lover, I will definitely cherish her for the rest of my life." "Who abandoned whom after thoughtless sex? Tell me. Who abandoned whom?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind the disciples. The crowd looked over in surprise only to see a young man standing behind them. His face was so bruised and swollen that his eyes were no more than slits on his face. Still, it was clear he was currently glaring furiously at the person who spoke just now. "You are..." That person who spoke earlier looked suspicious. "I've never met this person before. Who is he?" In the midst of his confusion, The swollen-faced newcomer raised a palm and slapped the one who spoke. A powerful force descended from the skies, and the person who spoke earlier was slammed to the ground with his limbs spread out around him. An open heaven realm master. The disciples were horrified. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I hate people like you who chatter away so confidently when you know nothing. Junior sister Gu and I are innocent. What do you mean by abandoning her after thoughtlessly sleeping with her? This is the person all those martial uncles and martial aunts are chasing. Why is he here? Then who is the person they were chasing?" One of the female disciples swiftly used a secret technique and screamed loudly without the slightest hesitation, "Martial uncles, save us! That heartless thief is here." Although she was not particularly powerful, she was still in the Emperor realm, so how could the open heaven realm masters nearby fail to hear her shout? The crowd had been chasing Yang Kai when they suddenly lost sight of him, so they were currently searching for his whereabouts. Upon hearing that scream, they immediately came rushing over. Countless streams of light instantly entered Yang Kai's field of vision once more. Yang Kai felt his entire body ache at the sight. Glaring at the female disciple, he was astonished to see that the other party actually returned the glare without showing any weaknesses. Good, very good. You are all too excellent for words." He gritted his teeth and quickly turned to flee. Needless to say, he did not cause trouble for the disciples in the Emperor realm and the Tao Source realm. That would be too unreasonable. Seeing as he was proficient in the Tao of Sais, Yang Kai could easily escape his pursuers with his instantaneous movements once he fled out of the area covered by the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. However, it didn't take long for them to discover his whereabouts again. It was not that Yang Kai's ability was poor, but rather that he was at an extreme disadvantage due to the overwhelming number of enemies. No matter where he escaped, he would soon be found once more. Then, it would only take a shout for the many hunting open heaven realm masters to come rushing after him again. This is a mess. Yang Kai was feeling a little speechless. He only came to Langya Paradise to investigate the presence of those corrupted by the Black Ink clan. Not only did he have no clues regarding those corrupted though, but now he was running around like a rat in the streets with all of Langya Paradise trying to hunt him down. The attention on him was too great at the moment, so he had to lay low for a few days. It would not be too late to reveal himself again once the commotion had died down. Needless to say, Yang Kai could not return to Gu Pan's place. She would surely have many open heaven realm masters monitoring her, so if he showed up, he would simply be forced to run again. It would only lead to an endless cycle. But the most dangerous place is also often the safest place. After thinking for some time, Yang Kai quickly came up with a brilliant idea. A short while later, Yang Kai sank to the bottom of the enormous lake in the spirit province where Gu Pan resided. He concealed his aura and pretended to be one of the rocks. Nobody will find me if I hide here, right? Thinking back on everything that happened today, Yang Kai felt extremely vexed. He came here for the safety of Langya Paradise only to be hunted to the ends of the earth by them instead. Not to mention he was beaten up by a large group of open heaven realm masters. His face was still bruised and swollen from the encounter. I will definitely have a talk with Li Yuan Wang about this matter. I'm going to make him compensate me dearly for my losses. From time to time, Yang Kai would sense the movements of several open heaven realm masters passing by overheard. It was obvious that the masters of Langya Paradise were searching for his whereabouts. In the beginning, the frequency of the open heaven realm masters passing by overhead was very high. However, with the passage of time, the frequency slowly reduced. It could be seen that the open heaven realm masters were slowly calming down, so they stopped trying so hard to find him. After a few days, Yang Kai finally stopped detecting the traces of open heaven realm masters passing by overhead. Thus, his worries were gradually laid to rest. Senior Sister Zhou landed on top of a certain spirit province. There were several people waiting for her below who cupped their fists in greeting as soon as they saw her. "Senior Sister Zhou. How is it? Did you find any clues?" she asked. They shook their heads in response. "We can't find him. That brat is too good at hiding. We can't detect his aura at all." She gnashed her teeth at those words. "I heard from Junior Sister Gu that he is very skilled at the Tao of Space, and excelled at escaping." It would now seem that those words were true. "Senior Sister Zhou, let's just forget it. He is a guest after all. Besides, it's a fact that we can't defeat him. Having so many fellow brothers bullying him together is simply unreasonable." She glared at the person who spoke. "Bully him? Just who bullied whom? That bastard doesn't even put Langya Paradise in his eyes." Did you forget who claimed that he was invincible in Langya Paradise? The others lowered their heads at those words. It had truly been a humiliating experience whenever they recalled that scene. They had to acknowledge Yang Kai's strength, but it was too much for him to claim that there was not a single person who could fight him in Langya Paradise. If that was not the case, they would not have ganged up on him in the first place. But even if we find him, there is no guarantee that we can do anything to him with our strengths, somebody said. We each have our own respective duties to complete. Despite searching for the past several days, our efforts have been futile and we only managed to accumulate a bunch of unfinished tasks as a result. That's the reason why many of us have already given up the search. Senior Sister Zhou's brow furrowed tightly. What was said was true. She had fought Yang Kai herself, so she knew just how strong he was. With their current numbers alone, they might not be his opponent at all, but she simply couldn't bear this rage and indignity. At that moment, the disciple token hanging at her waist suddenly flashed a burst of light. It was not just her, the same was also true for the other disciples. She was stunned as she muttered, "An announcement from the master sect." The disciple token was not just a symbol of their identity, it could also be used to pass messages and information between each other. If only her token had reacted, then it might have been somebody sending her a private message. However, everybody's tokens reacted at the same time, which could only mean that it was an announcement from Langya Paradise. Holding up their tokens, they all poured their divine senses into them. A short while later, their expressions became strange. Senior Sister Zhou couldn't help bursting into laughter. "That bastard surnamed Yang, let's see if you don't die now." The others also looked excited. It looks like his actions have enraged the sect master. That's why the sect master is mobilizing all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise to deal with him. Won't that be bad? Somebody hesitated. It is the sect master's orders. What's so bad about it? What's more, if we can capture him, then we will have the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training. Don't you want to go? Of course I do. How can I not want that? The last time Senior Brother Zhao entered the Five Lights world for training, his cultivation rose significantly. It's a pity that too many people are waiting in line. Even if I could join the line now, it would be hundreds of years before my turn. If you want that opportunity, then don't hesitate. Let's form a team. The sect master said that there is no limit to the means or the number of people who can act. As long as those who work together succeed at capturing Yang Kai, then they will all be given priority to enter the Five Lights world for training. Senior Sister Zhou clenched her tender fists with a cracking sound. We will follow Senior Sister Zhou. Several people quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 4761. What are his intentions? Inside the grand hall, Li Yuan Wang held a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Blowing on his tea, he took a sip and swallowed with a gulp. It was a blissful feeling. One of the three vice sect masters, Gao Ting, glanced sideways at Li Yuan Wang. "Sect master, doing this? Aren't you going overboard?" Li Yuan Wang had sent a message to all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Gao Ting herself had also received the message, in which the contents were written as clear as day. Void Land's Lord Yang Kai displayed extremely defiant and arrogant behavior recently. Not only did he come to Langya Paradise and cause trouble, but his actions also greatly disgraced the main sect. Therefore, I order all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise to capture him quickly. There are no limits on the means or number of people involved. Moreover, anybody who has a hand in capturing Yang Kai will be rewarded with an opportunity to train in the Five Lights world. Gao Ting had been stunned upon seeing this message. This entire farce started out as a small misunderstanding between the disciples. In addition, Yang Kai had remained hidden somewhere to avoid the limelight over the past few days. The Open Heaven Realm Masters pursuing him earlier were beginning to return to their positions and resume their duties, so it seemed that this farce was about to come to an end. Who could have known that Li Yuan Wang would make a move at such a critical moment? How could the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise ignore the sect master's orders? What's more, the prize at the end was the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world. At this rate, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise would participate. Even the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might get involved. How is it going overboard? It's perfect. Li Yuan Wang continued drinking his tea without even raising his head. Gao Ting sighed. "Sect master, the situation is getting out of hand. I'm afraid it won't end well." "It will be fine." Li Yuan Wang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. In fact, it would be best if things got out of hand. We can take advantage of the ruckus to catch a bigger fish. Upon hearing this, Gao Ting looked pensive and nodded after a moment. I understand your intentions now, Sect Master. Pausing slightly, he continued with a question. But, Sect Master, are you sure you are not using official matters to exact your personal revenge? You should know that the rumors are just a misunderstanding, right? Li Yuanwang chuckled. Of course I know. Don't you think I understand what kind of person Panner is? Gao Ting looked at Li Yuanwang speechlessly. If you didn't grit your teeth and look like you were about to tear someone apart when you were saying those words, I might have believed you. You're clearly using this opportunity to get your revenge. It was true that the sect master knew that the rumors were just a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, such rumors were damaging to Gu Pan's reputation. It was only natural that he wanted to teach that brat a lesson. Li Yuanwang suddenly became serious. I did this for 2 reasons. The first reason is that I want to muddy the waters further so that boy can work easily. The second reason is that I want the Langya Paradise disciples to know what it means to always have somebody better than them out there. Gao Ting spoke against his conscience. Sect Master is indeed wise. In that case, let us wait for good news. Beneath the huge lake, Yang Kai calmly lurked in his hiding place. He could no longer sense the auras of the open heaven realm masters passing overhead recently, so the storm was probably over. Even so, he did not reveal himself so quickly just to be on the safe side. He planned to remain in hiding for a few more days. However, all of a sudden, a large group of people radiating tyrannical energy fluctuations suddenly passed by overhead. Their divine senses were spread out into the surroundings, searching every corner of the area. Yang Kai's brow furrowed at the sight as these people were clearly searching for him. Why are they so persistent? This is so annoying. He was secretly glad that he did not reveal himself so rashly, or he would have faced another round of trouble. Hence, he continued to wait in hiding. Yang Kai soon realized that something was wrong though. Logically speaking, he had remained in hiding for so many days now that the Langya Paradise disciples should have given up on their efforts by now. There were no life or death grudges between them after all. Even if he beat up a few people, they had returned just as many hits, therefore they could be considered even. Those who could cultivate to the 6th order open heaven realm were not petty and small-minded people who would go around recklessly forming blood feuds. In fact, there was a chance that they might become friends after exchanging blows. Who could have known that Langya Paradise would be so persistent? That was not all. The storm that had gradually subsided suddenly took a turn for the worse, and even more people began to search for traces of his whereabouts. Above the lake, various powerful auras would pass by from time to time. Moreover, they traveled in groups ranging from 2 to 5 people. Most importantly, every single one of them was in the 6th order open heaven realm. What is going on? Yang Kai was absolutely confused. After giving some thought to the situation, he took out a communication bead to ask Gu Pan about the current situation. He had the means to communicate with Gu Pan thanks to their interactions over the past few days, so his divine sense surged and he sent the message out. Inside the bamboo building, Gu Pan looked at the siblings Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua and begged, Senior brother Rihua, senior sister Yuhua, please let me go. Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua shook their heads in unison. Gongsun Yuhua said, We can't, junior sister. Our duty is to watch over you carefully and stop you from meeting that brat, lest you suffer losses again. Ever since Gu Pan was kidnapped by these siblings, the 2 of them had remained beside her without taking a single step away all this time. At present, she couldn't even take a step out of this bamboo building, much less inquire about Yang Kai's news. Therefore, she was completely clueless as to what was happening to Yang Kai these days. It was just that there had been powerful energy fluctuations recently, but these energy fluctuations soon disappeared. After that, large groups of senior brothers and senior sisters had formed teams to search the area. In particular, the area around her spirit province was carefully searched. Many senior brothers and senior sisters would come to investigate from time to time. Hearing Gongsun Yuhua say this, Gu Pan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior sister Yuhua, there really is nothing going on between senior brother Yang and I. Won't you just trust me this once? Gongsun Yuhua replied, It's not that I don't trust you, but that boy has provoked public outrage and humiliated our fellow brothers and sister. We need to find him and take revenge to regain our honor. Besides, the sect master. Gongsun Rihua suddenly coughed lightly, and Gongsun Yuhua hurriedly fell silent. Gu Pan looked from one to the other and suddenly felt an ominous feeling. What happened with honored master? It's nothing. Haha. Junior sister, don't worry. Gongsun Rihua waved his hand hastily. At that moment, Gu Pan's expression changed. Senior brother, senior sister, I want to take a bath. Why don't you stand down for a bit? The siblings exchanged a glance with each other before Gongsun Yuhua said, Then we'll be outside. If you behave well, I'll make something delicious for you later. If Gu Pan wanted to take a bath, then there was no reason for them to stay in the same room. Gu Pan nodded. When the siblings departed though, she closed the room door and set up a barrier. Only then did she take out a communication bead. Unfortunately for her, before she could immerse her divine sense to investigate the message, a slender, jade-white hand suddenly reached out from the side to snatch the communication bead from her. Startled, she looked up only to see Gongsun Yuhua smiling at her. Gongsun Yuhua reached out a hand and rapped her knuckles on Gu Pan's head. Junior sister Gu, I can't believe you've learned to lie to this senior sister now. Gu Pan was stunned. Senior sister, didn't you leave the room? Gongsun Yuhua smiled and held up the communication bead. Is this the communication bead to contact Yang Kai? No, senior sister. Please return it to me. Gongsun Yuhua shook her head. If it's a communication bead to contact him, then I can't return it to you. I'm sorry, junior sister Gu. While they were speaking, Gongsun Rihua entered the room. The siblings seemed to be connected in mind. She tossed the communication bead to her big brother and stopped Gu Pan from acting out. Then, Gongsun Rihua sat down and poured his divine sense into the communication bead to probe the message contained inside. A short while later, he raised his head and said, It's him. Gongsun Yuhua asked, What did he say? He replied, He is asking junior sister Gu about the situation in Langya Paradise. It seems that he is hiding very deeply, so he doesn't know what has been happening outside recently. Ask him where he is. He nodded lightly. With a surge of his divine sense, he sent out a message. Beneath the lake, Yang Kai waited quietly for a moment. When he sensed a return message from Gu Pan, he quickly checked it. However, his expression immediately became strange. After pondering in silence for a bit, he replied to the message with one of his own. Inside the bamboo building, the communication bead fluctuated slightly. Gongsun Rihua hurriedly checked the message, but he soon scratched his head in confusion. What is he saying? What's wrong? Gongsun Yuhua looked over suspiciously. Gu Pan also looked nervous. She was worried that Yang Kai might expose his whereabouts because he was unaware of the situation. With an affectionate look on his face, Gongsun Rihua slowly recited, The mountains are picturesque, but they cannot compare to the small mole between your brow. It doesn't matter even if the world is overturned, after all, it's nothing but transient prosperity compared to you. Gongsun Yuhua snapped with a dark expression, I am your little sister. Who do you think you are talking to? He quickly explained, That's what he said. Gu Pan was extremely surprised. Senior brother Yang said that? That's right. Gongsun Ri nodded repeatedly. Gongsun Yuhua glanced teasingly at Gu Pan. And you said that there's nothing between the two of you when he is spewing such cringeworthy words? Although this brat's character isn't anything good, it seems he has a sweet tongue. Junior sister, you're too naive. No wonder you were deceived by him. Gu Pan only wore an odd look on her face as she asked, Senior brother Rihua, what did you say to Yang Kai earlier? Gongsun Rihua replied casually, Nothing much. I just asked how he was doing. I didn't dare to ask where he was for fear of alerting him. What were your exact words? Gu Pan demanded. He scratched his face apologetically, That's the gist of what I meant. The exact words. Gongsun Yuhua also pressed for an answer with a curious look. Gongsun Rihua cleared his throat. Are you okay, senior brother Yang? Did you get hurt? Gu Pan breathed a sigh of relief. Gongsun Yuhua nodded and said, That's nothing. Gongsun Rihua continued, Xiao Panner, who deeply misses you. Gu Pan's face instantly turned beet red, and she stomped her feet angrily. Senior brother Rihua, I'm going to ignore you in the future. What did I do wrong? Gongsun Rihua didn't seem to understand. Gongsun Yuhua pondered for a moment and shook her head. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Oh, there's another message. Gongsun Rihua exclaimed and hurriedly checked the message. What did he say this time? Gongsun Yuhua asked quickly. He said, Enter my heart, Xiangxi sect, to understand the bitterness of my lovesickness, Xiangxi. In the long term, my lovesickness, Xiangxi, is forever. In the short term, my lovesickness, Xiangxi, is infinite. Which sect is this Xiangxi sect? Gongsun Rihua looked confused. Moron. Gongsun Yuhua smacked her big brother mercilessly. Those are flirtatious words. TSK, TSK, TSK. This brat's mouth is as sweet as honey. Junior sister Gu, be careful of men like him. Men with honeyed words cannot be trusted. Gu Pan sat on the edge of the bed, too exhausted and exasperated to explain anything. Nevertheless, she felt a little at ease. Seeing as senior brother Yang was answering in such a manner, then he must have noticed something was off. Otherwise, he would never be so frivolous. Chapter 4762. Don't ever lower your head. How should we reply to him? Gongsun Rihua asked. I'll do it. Gongsun Yuhua volunteered and took the communication bead from the hands of her big brother. After pondering in silence for a while, she sent out a message with a surge of her divine sense. Deep beneath the lake, Yang Kai held the communication bead between his fingers. He raised his brow at the message and murmured softly to himself, compared to a night of lovesickness, even the ends of the world are not vast enough to convey this loneliness. Who is this? He could be certain that Gu Pan's communication bead was no longer in her possession. Otherwise, she would never have spoken in such a manner. Nevertheless, he was not worried for her safety. She was a Langya Paradise core disciple. Even if she had been kidnapped by a pair of twins previously, Langya Paradise's main purpose was to separate him from her. They had no intention of harming her. To think they even tried to contact me by imitating Gu Pan. Whilst he was feeling speechless, the communication bead received another message. Senior brother, where are you? I'll come and find you. Yang Kai smacked his lips. I guess they couldn't resist asking about my whereabouts. After briefly considering his answer, he replied to the message. Inside the bamboo building, Gongsun Yuhua announced excitedly, found him. Gongsun Rihua quickly asked, where is he? She shook her head. He doesn't know his exact location either. There are countless spirit provinces in Langya Paradise, so he does not know the name of the one where he is hiding. Even so, he gave us some clues. Gongsun Rihua grinned. It'll be easy with clues. Pass the information to our fellow brothers and sisters and ask them to split up to search for him. I'm sure we'll find him soon. Nodding in agreement, Gongsun Yuhua quickly passed the message on to the others. Inside Langya Paradise, the Open Heaven Realm Masters who formed teams to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts suddenly received a communication from the Gongsun siblings. They immediately became overjoyed after reading this message. Although the clues provided were not comprehensive, it was still better than how they were forced to wander around like headless flies right now. As long as they focused their search around the clues, they would eventually discover Yang Kai's hiding place. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly began searching with all their might. In just half a day they found a spirit province that was very similar to what was described in the clues. The first team to discover the place was led by senior brother Zhao, who was previously severely injured by a single cow punch from Yang Kai. Senior brother Zhao stared at the spirit province in front of him with some hesitation. It can't be, right? Is he hiding here? Another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the team spoke through gritted teeth. That brat is treacherous indeed. I can't believe he was hiding here. It's no wonder we failed to find him even after all this time. At this time, several other teams also arrived here in their search. It was obvious that they had been following the clues. Everybody looked at each other with slightly speechless expressions. That couldn't be helped. The spirit province in front of them belonged to the sect master. The sect master had an extremely hectic schedule, so he spent most of his time at the main conference hall located on the central spirit province. Although he rarely returned to his residence, there was no doubt that this spirit province belonged to him. Under normal circumstances, nobody would dare to come here for no reason. Should we inform the sect master? Somebody asked tentatively. That brat is as cunning as a fox. I'm sure he noticed the commotion when we rushed over. If we take the time to inform the sect master, he will surely escape. Let's take action first and talk later. Once we capture the thief, the sect master will not blame us. That's true. In that case, let's begin. Senior brother Zhao shouted and took the lead to charge towards the spirit province. Everybody else quickly followed closely. More than a dozen 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters swarmed into the spirit province in an instant as their divine senses spread out unscrupulously, searching for traces of anything suspicious. A short while later, even more Open Heaven Realm Masters who received the information rushed over. It was not just the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but also the 5th Order and even 4th Order Masters who had joined in. Even though Li Yuanwang only sent the message to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, this matter was a raging topic in Langya Paradise, so it was only natural for the news to spread quickly. Upon learning that capturing Yang Kai would give them the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training, even the 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to try their luck. They could not dismiss the chance that they might be lucky enough to obtain that opportunity despite knowing that it was impossible for them to compete against Yang Kai. It was the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training. Normally, only 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had the qualifications to obtain the rights to entry. In less than an hour, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in the Spirit Province. Li Yuanwang's Spirit Province was not considered a restricted area in Langya Paradise, but few people generally came here. Therefore it was an unprecedented sight for over 1,000 people to gather in this place. Not to mention that every one of them was in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm and above. In the beginning they could be considered restrained and only used their divine senses to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. However, their methods became increasingly forceful after some time, so much so that they practically dug up the entire Spirit Province. When Sect Master Li Yuanwang received the news and rushed over, he saw that the once prosperous and picturesque Spirit Province had become a complete mess. The entire Spirit Province was broken and ruined. Looking down at the scenery below, his brow twitched violently. When they noticed the arrival of the Sect Master, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Sect Master." "What are you all doing?" Li Yuanwang asked grimly. Senior Brother Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fist, reporting to Sect Master, "We are searching for Yang Kai." Li Yuanwang felt his chest tighten as he asked in a slightly higher-pitched tone, "If you are searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts, then why are you searching my residence?" Senior Brother Zhao replied, "We received solid information saying that Yang Kai is hiding here." "Huh?" Li Yuanwang was surprised. "Where did you get this information?" "It was sent by Junior Brother Gongsun Rihua and Junior Sister Gongsun Yuhua. They seem to have discovered the information from the communication between Junior Sister Gu Pan and Yang Kai." Li Yuanwang mulled over this news and vaguely understood how the entire situation came about. He then asked with a stern expression, "Then, have you found him?" Senior Brother Zhao shook his head, "Not yet." "Idiots, the lot of you!" Li Yuanwang roared furious. "How can you not realize that you're being led by the nose by the enemy? How did my Langya Paradise raise such fools?" Senior Brother Zhao was extremely stunned. "Sect Master, do you mean to say that Yang Kai is not hiding here?" Li Yuanwang was absolutely devastated as he shouted, "If he was hiding here, how could he possibly escape this king's perception? Even this king does not detect him anywhere, so how are you expecting to find him here?" Senior Brother Zhao bowed his head in contemplation. After a while, he suddenly seemed to come to a realization. "Disciple understands now." Li Yuanwang looked at Senior Brother Zhao. "What do you understand?" "The siblings, Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua, have defected to the other side. In order to act as decorative thugs, they have deliberately spread fake news to confuse us," Senior Brother Zhao quickly and enthusiastically declared. Li Yuanwang felt something hot and sweet rising up in his throat and nearly coughed up blood as a result. He then looked at Senior Brother Zhao in despair and earnestly gave a warning, "In the future, don't lower your head when you walk." Senior Brother Zhao was confused. "This disciple does not understand. Please enlighten me, Sect Master." Li Yuanwang sighed. "This king is worried that the water in your head will accidentally spill out." Turning his head to the side, he waved his hand dismissively. "Scram, scram. All of you get lost." When the disciples saw that the Sect Master was in a terrible mood, they quickly ran away in fear. However, Senior Brother Zhao continued to mull over the Sect Master's words. Whilst walking, he shook his head and turned to the junior brother beside him with a puzzled look. "Do I have water in my head?" The junior brother glanced at Senior Brother Zhao and answered cautiously, "Everybody has water in their head, right?" "Oh." Understanding seemed to strike Senior Brother Zhao. Thus, he hurriedly raised his head so that his nose pointed towards the sky. A figure suddenly appeared beside Li Yuanwang. Observing the messy ground below, he smiled lightly. "Sect Master, about that stone you dropped before, does your foot hurt?" Li Yuanwang sighed. "That's quite enough gloating. This is that brat's first time here, so he couldn't have known that this spirit province belonged to this king. Xiao Pan'er probably just told him about it when she took him on a tour around Langya Paradise. Gao Ting nodded. Now that he is being chased and surrounded by countless Langya Paradise disciples, he is undoubtedly annoyed that you, the sect master, are not stopping their movements. That's why he deliberately invited them here to annoy you. I swear I'm going to get even with him. Li Yuan Wang was livid. Gao Ting revealed a look of admiration. That boy sure is stubborn. Despite being in quite a bind, he refuses to come to you. Honestly, he could have talked to you about the situation and asked you to step forward to put an end to everything. Li Yuan Wang coldly snorted. It's not like he knows about the order this king issued. Gao Ting nodded lightly. That's true. Meanwhile, many streams of light raced through the sky above the spirit province where Gu Pan lived. A very large group of open heaven realm masters then landed in front of the bamboo building. Noticing the commotion, Gong Sun Rihua and Gong Sun Yuhua quickly walked out to investigate the situation, but both of them were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. Senior Brother Zhao, have you caught the thief? Gong Sun Rihua asked. Senior Brother Zhao turned his nose up and squinted at Gong Sun Rihua. Traitor! Gong Sun Rihua was stunned. Huh? Why did I suddenly become a traitor? Before Gong Sun Rihua could make sense of the situation, Senior Brother Zhao gestured with his large hand. Beat him up. A large number of open heaven realm masters sprang out from behind and buried Gong Sun Rihua under them in the blink of an eye. The sound of kicking and punching came out, mixed with the sound of Gong Sun Rihua's cries of agony. Gong Sun Yuhua watched helplessly as her big brother was surrounded and beaten by so many people. She couldn't help shuddering at the sight. Although she did not understand the situation, she didn't dare to stop them either. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed. Gong Sun Rihua was beaten black and blue and left lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Let's go. Senior Brother Zhao waved his large hand and flew away arrogantly with a group of people following behind him. Just what is going on? Gong Sun Rihua shouted furiously from where he lay on the ground with a badly swollen face. His fellow brothers suddenly came to beat him up and left just as abruptly as they came. These actions left him completely confused. What happened to Yang Kai? Did they manage to capture him? Gong Sun Yuhua watched from the side in trepidation. It was fortunate that she was a woman, which made it difficult for their fellow brothers to hit her. Otherwise, there would have been one more person lying on the ground right now. Gu Pan hid behind Gong Sun Yuhua, looking apologetic. She had a vague guess about the situation, but she was in no position to explain. Therefore, she could only silently apologize in her heart. Above the lake, a team of 3 people suddenly turned back after leaving earlier. One of those 3 people was Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Zhao held his head high and glanced at the lake below him out of the corner of his eye. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he asked, "Has anybody checked the bottom of this lake?" The 2 junior brothers beside him shook their heads in unison. The one that looked slightly younger answered, "Although nobody checked the bottom of the lake, many fellow brothers have passed by from above over the past few days. Their divine sense perception did not detect any abnormalities." Senior Brother Zhao shook his head and said, "We can't be careless. Yang Kai is a 6th order open heaven realm master. Not to mention he is extremely strong. I'm certain he has some secret techniques to conceal his aura so that he can escape divine sense perception. It might not mean that he is not hiding here. Don't people always say that the most dangerous place is the safest one to hide in? Junior Sister Gu is being placed under heavy watch here. For all we know, maybe that brat likes taking risks." The junior brother nodded repeatedly. "Your words make sense, Senior Brother Zhao. I'll go down and take a look." "You can't." Senior Brother Zhao raised a hand to stop his junior brother. "You might be in the 6th order open heaven realm, but you are definitely not his opponent. If he really is hiding underwater, then you will suffer a tragic fate if you go alone." Chapter 4763, A Sudden Turn of Events. Beneath the lake, Yang Kai held his breath and concentrated with a frown. The auras of the 3 open heaven realm masters above him were like bright lights in the dark night, so how could he not perceive them? Have my whereabouts been exposed? That shouldn't be. I have not revealed any flaws. These 3 are probably hanging around for some other reason. Under the current circumstances, he did not dare to move about rashly. He was unfamiliar with the land and the people in Langya Paradise, so finding a new hiding place would not be easy. If he was discovered here, then he would need to continue escaping. A world force that seemed rather familiar suddenly surged violently from above. Immediately after that, Yang Kai was astonished to discover that the water in the lake was seething fiercely. The water ascended all at once, as though there was an invisible force pulling it upward. In the blink of an eye, all the water in the lake became suspended in midair and the scenery at the depths became unobstructed. High up in the sky, Senior Brother Zhao's world force fluctuated vigorously. He was holding his hands above his head in a lofty manner. It was obvious that the anomaly in the lake was caused by a secret technique that he used. The lake might be large, but such a feat was not difficult for a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him. The two junior brothers by the side praised Senior Brother Zhao greatly. "Senior Brother Zhao, you are amazing. Your skills are truly strong and powerful, Senior Brother Zhao." This junior brother is impressed. Senior Brother Zhao stood with his nose in the air as usual but humbly replied, "It's nothing. These are just some paltry tricks." Before he could finish speaking, he glanced at the bottom of the lake out of the corner of his eye and noticed something. There was a familiar figure standing there, silently gawking at him. The other two junior brothers also noticed Yang Kai at this moment. They were both surprised and delighted as they shouted, "Your genius truly knows no bounds, Senior Brother Zhao. That bastard really was hiding here." At the bottom of the lake, Yang Kai was feeling speechless. "How did you find me when I hid myself so thoroughly? They are not giving me the chance to have a peaceful and quiet life at all. I only came to Langya Paradise for the Black Ink clan and the people corrupted by the Black Ink. Just what sin did I commit for this calamity to befall me?" Looking at the instigator known as Senior Brother Zhao, Yang Kai was filled with resentment. Senior Brother Zhao suddenly had an ominous feeling, but before he could react, he saw Yang Kai slowly throwing a punch in his general direction. Cow punch. Boom. His small universe was shaken by the impact. Consequently, fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura slumped instantly. The whole scenario seemed strangely familiar. Senior Brother Zhao. The two junior brothers nearby were shocked by the sight. Before their voices could even carry far, all the lake water that was being suspended in midair by Senior Brother Zhao's secret technique came crashing down. This was the result of his small universe being bombarded by Yang Kai's cow punch. His small universe had been shaken so badly that his world force could not flow properly. When the huge amount of lake water came crashing down, the entire spirit province seemed to tremble from the impact. Yang Kai's figure penetrated the falling lake water and charged towards Senior Brother Zhao with an air of cold hostility. Senior Brother Zhao's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out!" He struggled to mobilize his world force and swung his fist at Yang Kai. Unfortunately, due to the severe shock to his small universe, he couldn't even muster up enough strength to rival a fifth-order open heaven realm master's power with this blow. Yang Kai raised his hand and parried the attack easily. At the same time, he punched out and hit Senior Brother Zhao directly in the face. A violent force erupted and stars burst out in Senior Brother Zhao's vision as he plummeted to the ground like a meteorite falling out of the sky. The reaction of the two junior brothers in the sixth-order open heaven realm were not slow. When Senior Brother Zhao took the hit, they simultaneously attacked from both sides, using the best secret techniques and divine abilities they could in that short time, throwing everything they had at Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to look at the person on his left and grinned savagely. Under the disbelieving stare of the other party, he took the attack head-on just to close in on him. The sixth-order open heaven realm master was instantly shocked to the core. There were no life-or-death grudges between them, so he had held back in his attack. Nevertheless, even if he held back his strength, he was still a sixth-order open heaven realm master. No ordinary master could have taken his attack so lightly. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had taken the attack head-on without flinching. The expression on his face barely even changed. Therefore, the sixth-order open heaven realm master wondered whether he had held back too much. The power of his secret technique might have failed to come through as a result. Before the thought could finish forming in his head though, a fist slammed into his lower abdomen. An indescribably terrifying force burst out and he immediately doubled over in pain, his complexion going pale. "Get down?" Yang Kai flipped around and kicked his victim to the ground. That man crashed down beside the unconscious Senior Brother Zhao. Having witnessed his two senior brothers suffering such a brutal fate, how could the remaining sixth-order open heaven realm master remain ignorant of Yang Kai's strength? In his desperation, he didn't even dare to hold back his strength and fiercely urged the power of his small universe. His palms transformed into palm shadows that covered the entire sky, looming down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored the attacks and lunged towards the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Charging straight at the man, he easily countered the attack under the other party's horrified gaze. The two of them became entangled in battle, and their world forces collided viciously. As soon as they exchanged blows with each other though, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately felt an ominous sensation. The heritage of his small universe was significantly weaker than the other parties. Such a reckless fight would definitely end in a loss for him. Unfortunately, he was stuck riding a tiger and could not get down. It was impossible for him to get away from Yang Kai now. 3 moves later, his complexion turned deathly pale and his figure became unsteady. 5 moves later he was seeing stars. His small universe was shaking uncontrollably like an ancient building that had just experienced an earthquake. Accordingly, his fighting ability decreased steadily. "You get down too," Yang Kai shouted and his palm came smashing down. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master screamed in agony and dropped straight to the ground. His fall created a large crater. Lying in the middle of the depression, he couldn't find the strength to move at all. Looking up at the young man descending from the sky, all 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise lying side by side on the ground experienced a mixture of extremely complicated emotions. They were all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but the other party had defeated all 3 of them on his own in such a short span of time. Not to mention, it was an overwhelmingly one-sided victory. All parties had held back since they were not fighting a life-or-death battle, but even if it had been a real battle, these 3 were certain that they would not have fared any better. Is he really a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Is there such a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? How is this possible? Yang Kai landed in front of those 3 and clasped his hands behind his back. Looking down at them from above, he smacked his lips and asked, "Why did you have to do this, senior brothers? Would it kill you to leave me hiding safely below? Why did you have to force me to reveal myself?" 2 of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters looked ashamed, but senior brother Zhao remained resolute. Even though he was lying on the ground, his head remained raised slightly. He didn't even look straight at Yang Kai and only glanced at him out of the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai noticed senior brother Zhao's posture and wondered, is he really that stubborn? Thinking about it again, this person had fought Yang Kai twice. On both occasions he had been injured by the cowpunch secret technique before he could even do anything. It was only natural that he felt resentful inside. After all, it was understandable for disciples of the cave heavens and paradises to be somewhat prideful of their respective strengths. At this moment, the disciple tokens hanging around the trio's waists suddenly fluctuated with a weak pulse of energy in unison. They quickly checked the message and a few moments later senior brother Zhao sighed and said, "It's our defeat, so we will withdraw now. In the future we won't cause any more trouble for you." "Quit what?" Yang Kai scowled deeply. Senior brother Zhao replied, "The sect master issued an order." Senior brother Zhao, one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nearby, quickly interrupted. The people who successfully captured Yang Kai would obtain the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training. That was the order issued directly by the sect master himself. However, it would seem that Yang Kai was ignorant of the situation. Since he did not know, then it would be better to continue keeping him in the dark. After all, if the news were to spread that all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had mobilized against a single person in their own territory, Langya Paradise would undoubtedly lose a lot of face. Yang Kai glanced at the one who spoke earlier before he turned to look at senior brother Zhao pensively. "Are you hiding something from me?" The person who spoke earlier quickly denied, No, it's nothing. Junior brother Yang, you've misunderstood me." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned savagely. Then he formed a fist with one hand and an open palm with the other. Palming his fist, the thudding sound of flesh against flesh echoed as he approached them slowly. "We've already lost. What else are you going to do to us?" All 3 of them turned pale with fright. A short while later Yang Kai stood in front of the 3 people whose faces were swollen and bruised and snarled through gritted teeth. "Li Yuan Wang, I'll get you back for this." He never imagined that Li Yuan Wang would use him as a sharpening stone to train the Langya Paradise disciples. Li Yuan Wang had even gone so far as to issue an order saying that the person who managed to capture Yang Kai would obtain the right to enter the Five Lights world for training as a reward. This was something that had been puzzling Yang Kai recently. After hiding for a few days, it seemed like this incident was going to blow over and things were about to end peacefully. Contrary to his expectations, however, the storm suddenly kicked up again for some reason. The number of people searching for him increased dramatically. Moreover, they were much more enthusiastic than before. It turned out Li Yuanwang was pulling the strings all along. The chance to train inside a small source world was an extremely precious opportunity even in the cave heavens and paradises. How could the open heaven realm masters not go all out with such a reward being offered? However, there was one thing Yang Kai could not understand. Li Yuanwang knows the real reason I came to Langya Paradise. Since he knows, why is he doing this? Isn't it better to investigate quietly? Unless he is trying to muddy the waters? It'll be easier to blind the fish and catch them all in one fell swoop that way. All of a sudden Yang Kai understood Li Yuanwang's ideas and intentions. Even so, would it kill you to inform me beforehand? You issued the order without even telling me anything. If not for my strength, the person lying on the ground with a swollen and bruised face would have been me instead. Li Yuanwang's order could not be concealed. Yang Kai was bound to learn the truth sooner or later. It was only out of this consideration that senior brother Zhao and the two others had revealed this matter to Yang Kai lest they suffer at his hands again. Be that as it may, Li Yuanwang had issued another order just now. Those who were defeated by Yang Kai would have to withdraw and could no longer participate in this training. There was no doubt that this order was beneficial to Yang Kai. He could not kill the Langya Paradise disciples after all, so even if he defeated them they could simply recover and make a comeback. If that were the case, it would only form an endless cycle. Is he planning to make me fight all of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise? There was no saying whether Yang Kai might be able to discover something in the process of fighting, but that was undoubtedly what Li Yuanwang was aiming for. It was not to say that this was not a valid method, but Yang Kai could not help feeling very displeased. For some reason he felt as though he had been used. Anybody else in his shoes would not have been comfortable with the idea either. Fixing his gaze upon senior brother Zhao and the other two, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and grinned. The three of them had been beaten so badly by Yang Kai that they were now traumatized. Thus, they subconsciously shuddered in fear under his seemingly predatory gaze. Senior brother Zhao, as the group's leader, plucked up his courage and asked warily, "What do you want?" Yang Kai responded with a straight face, "Don't be nervous. You're senior brother Zhao, right? Your space ring looks very exquisite. I like it very much. Can I have a look?" Senior brother Zhao couldn't help widening his eyes at those words. Isn't this daylight robbery? Most of his wealth was contained inside his space ring. If he were robbed of everything, then how was he supposed to survive in the future? Therefore, he immediately clutched at his space ring and yelled, "Don't even think about it." Chapter 4764 This is robbery. Since Li Yuanwang wants to muddy the waters, then I am going to do exactly what he wants. However, I refuse to be used for nothing. Seeing as he made the first move, then he can only blame himself if I retaliate in kind. Nevertheless, robbing the Open Heaven Realm Masters of their space rings was a little too much. Even Yang Kai could not bring himself to do something like that. He only said that just to frighten senior brother Zhao and the others so that he could advance by retreating. A short while later Yang Kai came to an agreement with those three. Senior brother Zhao glared at Yang Kai furiously and snarled, "You're deranged." Yang Kai snapped impatiently, "Stop complaining. Everybody hand over a set of Sixth Order materials or items of the same value. If you refuse, then I will hang you up like an offering to the heavens on that spirit province over there." While speaking he took out a bare tree trunk from somewhere and held it in front of him as though he was holding a flagpole. Moreover, the spirit province he was talking about was none other than the place where all the weaker Langya Paradise disciples lived. Senior brother Zhao and the others couldn't help feeling a bitter aftertaste in their mouths, almost as though they had bitten into a sour gourd. Unfortunately, they were helpless to fight back when faced with such an invincible enemy. If they were tied to the tree trunk on the spirit province in the distance, they would be seen by countless lower Langya Paradise disciples. How could they hold their heads high in the future? A set of Sixth Order materials was certainly worth a lot. If these materials were converted into Open Heaven pills, they would be worth at least 100 million Open Heaven pills each. Be that as it may, this price was something that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Langya Paradise could afford to pay. Comparing one's dignity to one's wealth, there was no doubt that the former was much more important. What's more, Yang Kai had previously planned to rob them of their space rings entirely. If he were to do that, then their losses would only become greater. Hence, his price was not unacceptable to these three even though it was undeniably high. Looking at each other, the three of them each took out some materials to hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned from ear to ear. Senior brothers, you are so magnanimous. This junior brother is overwhelmed by your favor. All three of them had cold expressions on their faces. None of them said a word as they sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Yang Kai took several steps forward before seeming to recall something. Digging around in his space ring for a while, he suddenly tossed a spirit pill to each of them. This is a healing pill refined by Void Land. The effects are pretty good. You should give it a try, senior brothers. Will this cost us money? One of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked warily, clearly still traumatized by the banditry he had just experienced. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. I can name a price if you'd like. That Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's expression darkened, and he looked like he wanted to slap himself on the mouth. Yang Kai burst out laughing. I was joking. Senior brothers, please rest assured. This Yang is also reasonable. Since I have received proper payment already, I won't trouble you any further. After saying that, he manipulated space principles and his figure vanished out of sight. Once they confirmed that Yang Kai was gone, senior brother Zhao and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief in unison. All three of them could not understand how the situation ended up like this. It was the sect master's orders to use Yang Kai as the goal of their training exercise, but in the end not only were they completely defeated, but they also had a set of Sixth Order materials stolen from them in a twisted manner. It was absolutely heartbreaking. The trio looked at the healing pill in their hands as though they were looking at a piece of stale chicken. Langya Paradise had their own alchemists, and the quality of the spirit pills refined by these alchemists was naturally quite impressive. For that reason they had no interest in the products of outsiders. Nevertheless, there was no denying that this spirit pill was something they obtained at a huge cost. Just throwing it away seemed like a massive waste. Senior brother Zhao hesitated for a while, but in the end he gritted his teeth and tossed the spirit pill into his mouth. A moment later he exclaimed in surprise, the quality of this spirit pill is surprisingly good. The two other junior brothers were a little surprised to hear his observation. Therefore they quickly ate the spirit pill only to discover that it was just as senior brother Zhao said. The effects of this spirit pill were certainly no inferior to the spirit pills refined by Langya Paradise. Senior brother Zhao looked thoughtful. It seems that Void Land has alchemists with impressive skills. Unbeknownst to him, the alchemy skills of both the wondrous pill Great Emperor and Xia Ningchang had improved by leaps and bounds after they advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The two of them had condensed their Dao seals through the alchemic Dao in the first place, so they naturally had a unique advantage in alchemy. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of a certain bamboo building. He had no other intentions in coming here. His main reason was only to inform Gu Pan that he was safe. There had been no communication between them since she was kidnapped by the twins a few days ago. Even the messages in the communication bead had been clearly sent by somebody who was impersonating her. Inside the bamboo building, Gongsun Rihua sat there with his swollen and bruised face. Gongsun Yuhua was helping him to apply medicine, but every touch made him yelp in pain. He screamed and cursed, "Those bastards are too hateful. I kindly sent them the information, so why did they come and beat me up?" That group of people had come without saying anything or asking any questions and left immediately after beating him up. After suffering this grievance for nothing, his lungs were about to explode from rage. Likewise, Gongsun Yuhua was angry. Next time we'll teach them a lesson one by one. Meanwhile, Gu Pan sat quietly by the side. Although she had a vague understanding of the situation, she was not in the position to speak up. At that moment, a familiar aura suddenly appeared outside the bamboo building. She immediately stood up, pushed open the door and asked in concern, "Senior brother Yang, are you all right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine. Junior sister, don't worry." Upon hearing his voice, Gongsun Rihua rushed out from behind Gu Pan and glared at Yang Kai furiously. "Boy, how dare you show up here?" Yang Kai glanced at Gongsun Rihua's swollen and bruised appearance. Blinking in surprise, he suddenly took out a spirit pill and held it between his fingers. He waved the spirit pill about and asked, "Senior brother, I have some good healing pills with me. I guarantee that they will cure all your ailments. Would you like one?" Gongsun Rihua was taken aback for a moment. Unable to understand the reason behind Yang Kai's actions, he shook his head in confusion. No. No. You do need it, senior brother." Yang Kai insisted. "I told you I don't need it." Gongsun Rihua replied impatiently. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Hong hong hong. Following a loud commotion, Gongsun Rihua found himself lying on the ground. His condition was even worse than before. On the other hand, Yang Kai was still holding the healing pill between his fingers. Crouching down, he looked at Gongsun Rihua and said with a sincere and happy smile, "Senior brother, I'll only ask once. Do you want this healing pill? Or do you want this healing pill?" Gongsun Rihua was on the verge of tears. It all started when a group of his fellow brothers came over and indiscriminately beat him up. He had only just applied some medicine and the swelling on his face had not even subsided, yet Yang Kai had suddenly come over and beat him up again. "I'm a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. I can't believe I was beaten up twice in the short span of less than an hour. There is no justice left in this world." At this moment he felt as though he was the most pitiful 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world. Yes, yes. He nodded repeatedly, for fear that his situation would turn bleaker if he dared to say the word no again. It made no sense. Why would somebody in this world forcibly give him a healing pill? Just what kind of mentality was that? Yang Kai's smile widened even further as he stretched out his hand. "Please pay with a set of 6th Order materials or items of equal value." Gongsun Rihua turned pale from the shock. "This is robbery." Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment, and then he nodded in agreement. "You're right. This is robbery." He admitted it. I can't believe he admitted it. Gongsun Rihua was immediately overwhelmed by Yang Kai's audacity. Even Gongsun Yuhua couldn't help covering her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle," Yang Kai urged. Gongsun Rihua hesitated for a while, then he recalled the horrifying and overwhelming strength that Yang Kai had displayed just now. He had to admit that even with his little sister's cooperation, the two of them would be no match for Yang Kai. It was bad enough that he had been beaten up so badly. However, if his little sister was also beaten in the same manner, she would not be able to lift her head high in public again. She was a woman after all. Sighing heavily, he admitted defeat. "It's my loss. Brat, don't get too arrogant. There are so many talented people in Langya Paradise. Somebody will definitely defeat you one day." Yang Kai grinned at Gongsun Rihua. "I'll be waiting." Gongsun Rihua coldly snorted. Taking out a bunch of materials from his space ring, he handed them over to Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai tossed the healing pill directly into Gongsun Rihua's mouth. He stood up and turned to look at Gongsun Yuhua, who was standing behind Gu Pan all this time. He grinned and revealed a set of pearly white fangs that flashed with a cold light. Gongsun Yuhua turned pale. "Junior brother, do you still have more healing pills? I'd like to buy one too." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I like how you are so reasonable and easy to communicate with, senior sister. I have more than enough healing pills, so I'm sure I can satisfy your needs. How many do you need, senior sister?" "Ha!" She forced a laugh. "One is enough." A short while later, both goods and money exchanged hands. Yang Kai smiled happily and made his last sales pitch. "Senior sister, if you need more healing pills in the future, please come to me." Of course," she quickly responded. Then, he turned to look at Gu Pan. "Junior sister Gu, I'll come and visit you when I have finished my business here." Gu Pan replied earnestly, "Senior brother, please take care." Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua looked at Gu Pan speechlessly. "At this time, the one you should be worried about is not that bastard surnamed Yang. You should be more concerned about your senior brothers and senior sisters, right? Can you not be so obvious about siding with the outsiders? Who knows how many other fellow brothers will suffer losses after this?" Although they could send out a message to inform the others about the situation, according to Li Yuan Wang's previous orders, the two of them had already been eliminated from this training exercise. Besides, they would only be suspected of cheating if they sent out a message at this time. Even though they were extremely unhappy with what Yang Kai had done, they had their pride as 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise. Therefore, be it senior brother Zhao and his two followers or the Gongsun siblings, they quietly accepted the reality that they had been eliminated from the game and did not interfere further. Yang Kai lurked quietly on top of a triangular-shaped spirit province. This entire Langya Paradise training had unfolded without his knowledge. As the ultimate goal of this training, he had to face all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise with his power alone. He might possess extraordinary strength, but he did not dare to claim that he would have the last laugh in this incident. Nevertheless, it was possible for him to obtain some benefits in the meantime. At present, he controlled 2 large-scale star cities in Void Territory and High Heaven Territory, as well as several Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens in the Shattered Heaven. In addition, he also had the support of the resources in the New Great Territory. Be that as it may, nobody would ever complain about having too many resources. A set of 6th-order materials each, with there being hundreds of 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. If every one of them bought a healing pill from him, the benefits he would receive were bound to be rather considerable. More importantly, the Good Fortune Divine Furnace required large amounts of materials. It was a bottomless pit that would never be filled no matter how many resources were thrown into it. That was why Yang Kai was bursting with motivation at this moment. Chapter 4765, Deranged. After a short wait, several figures passed by overhead. Their divine senses surged as they searched for any suspicious traces. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Why are there 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters mixed among this team? Aren't they looking down on me a little too much? How can I tolerate this? Thus, he rose straight into the sky and sped towards the group of 4. Among those 4 people, 2 were 6th-order and 2 were 5th-order. They were spread out in an all formation to search their surroundings. All of a sudden, a violent aura swept towards them from below like a tsunami, and they immediately turned pale from shock. Before they could get a clear grasp of the situation, Yang Kai had already charged straight into their ranks like an arrow released from the string. An overwhelming world force swept outward at the same time. The 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly slammed by the impact. Their figures swayed and staggered unsteadily like small boats caught in the middle of a storm. When they hastily stabilized their figures and looked over, they saw that one of their senior brothers in the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm had been punched in the chest. The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately coughed up fresh blood, and his complexion turned pale. Isn't that too harsh? Although they could tell that this punch would not endanger the life of their senior brother, injuries were inevitable. The senior brother who was punched in the chest tried to fight back, but the attacker punched him again and again. After that, he dropped out of the sky like a broken paper kite. The world force lingering around his body also became incredibly chaotic. That was a clear sign that his small universe had been shaken violently. A powerful 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master instantaneously lost all combat capability. It could be seen that the attacker's strength was horrifying indeed. The reaction of the other 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master was not slow. He quickly blasted various divine abilities and secret techniques at the enemy, but he was not in time to change the fate of his comrade. Watching his fellow brother collapsing to the ground immediately flooded him with a mixture of fear and rage. Hence, he did not dare to hold back his strength whatsoever. Be that as it may, his efforts were in vain. In less than 10 breaths, he too screamed in agony and followed in the footsteps of his comrade. Standing in the void alone, Yang Kai looked absolutely dominant. All of a sudden, he turned around to look at the 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both of these two immediately turned pale as they felt like the abyss itself was staring at them. "Run!" one of them shouted. Then they immediately split up to the left and the right as if they had discussed it in advance. Even their 2 senior brothers in the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm were not Yang Kai's opponents, so how could 2 5th-order masters like them possibly resist? At this point, their only option was to escape. Nevertheless, how could they manage that? Yang Kai raised a hand and slapped his palm towards the 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters as though he was swatting at mosquitoes. A short while later, Yang Kai happily stood in front of the 4 battered people and said with deep concern, "Your injuries are terrible." The 4 of them were speechless. "Why are you mentioning the obvious? Besides, who gave us these injuries? I can't believe he is shedding crocodile tears and pretending to be concerned. What a jerk." Even though their hearts were filled with grief and resentment, their strength was certainly incomparable to the other party. Therefore, there was nothing they could say in return. They never imagined that a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master could have such terrifying strength. It could be said that today they witnessed an eye-opening sight indeed. One of the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who seemed to be the group's leader, coughed lightly and spoke, "Junior Brother Yang, your skills are amazing and your heritage is extraordinary. We admit defeat." Admitting defeat meant that they would be eliminated from this training event, and the chance to enter the 5 Lights world for training would have nothing to do with them anymore. Although it was a pity, there was no helping it since they were weak. As Langya Paradise disciples, they had their own pride, therefore they admired masters like Yang Kai to a certain extent. "My respects. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Then, with a flip of his palm, a jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand and he smiled and said, "This Yang has some good healing pills. Please give them a try." While speaking, he gave a flick of his wrist and 4 spirit pills flew out, stopping in front of these 4. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who spoke earlier nodded lightly, "Many thanks." He thought that Yang Kai took out these healing pills due to a sense of guilt for hurting them, so he did not think too much about the other party's intentions. They each stuffed 1 spirit pill into their mouths without a second thought. This healing pill is pretty good. He raised his brow in surprise. One of the other 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters added, "The taste is also quite nice." Yang Kai suddenly reached out his hand. "That will be 1 set of 6th Order materials or items of equal value." The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was taken aback. Yang Kai's expression became grim. "What's wrong? Are you refusing to pay after buying something from me? Senior brother, are you planning to rob me? This Yang might be alone, but I am not easy to bully." The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was confused. "What did I buy from you? Besides, who bullied who? It's obvious that the 4 of us were bullied by you." The other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and asked hesitantly, "Junior brother Yang, you can't be referring to the healing pill, right? What else could it be?" Yang Kai responded matter-of-factly. The group of 4 were rendered speechless for a time, but in the end the first 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master eventually asked, "Junior brother, were these healing pills not a gift?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "When did I ever say I'm giving them to you? This item is extremely valuable. I was planning to sell it from the start." A single healing pill is extremely valuable? There should be a limit to acting shameless. Hurry up now. Even Senior Brother Zhao and the others bought this healing pill at this price, so you are no exception. This Yang has always been reasonable and fair when doing business. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was stunned. Even Senior Brother Zhao bought this spirit pill? Yang Kai nodded, and the Gongsun siblings also bought a healing pill each from this Yang. If you don't believe me, you can contact them and ask. I'm sure you have each other's contact information, right? Judging by his expression, he did not seem to be lying. The 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters questioned in their hearts. Could it be that Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Gongsun, and Senior Sister Gongsun really bought these healing pills? How can the Senior Brothers and Senior Sister tolerate something like that? Ahem, wait a moment please. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who started speaking first took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he tried to contact the other party. Senior Brother Zhao, this Junior Brother has a question. Oh, Junior Brother you? What is it? Yang Kai claimed that you bought a healing pill from him. Is that true? There was no reply from Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Zhao? Senior Brother Zhao, are you still there? I'm here. Is this true? Oh, that's the gist of it. What does he mean by, that's by the gist of it? Junior Brother, you could not understand the meaning behind Senior Brother Zhao's words. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Senior Brother Zhao sent another message. You should just buy the healing pill, Junior Brother you. Exchanging money to avoid disaster is better than being hung on a tree and put on display for all the junior disciples to see. You can earn more wealth if it is lost, but you can never pick up your face if you lose it. Hung on a tree. In the midst of his confusion, he saw that Yang Kai had taken out a bare tree trunk that was a couple dozen meters tall at some point in time. Moreover, Yang Kai would occasionally glance over at them while fiddling with some rope, as though trying to figure out the most convenient way to hang them from the tree. He couldn't help shuddering in fear and quickly replied to the message, Many thanks, Senior Brother Zhao. Please recuperate well, Senior Brother Zhao. This Junior Brother will visit you later. You should recover from your injuries first. Putting the communication bead away, Junior Brother you looked at Yang Kai speechlessly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Junior Brother Yang, you sure are good at doing business. Yang Kai looked proud. Of course. How else could I have provided for my family if I was not? Have you understood the situation, Senior Brother? Junior Brother you nodded. Even Senior Brother Zhao had admitted defeat, so what else could he do? Helpless, he could only bring out resources that were worth a set of 6th Order materials and give them to Yang Kai. Seeing this, the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could only do the same. Yang Kai happily received the resources, Then he turned around to look at the two fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Those two nearly burst into tears. One of the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters that looked older said, "Senior Brother Yang, even if I gather all of my wealth, I don't have that much. I haven't swallowed the spirit pill. Why don't I return it to you?" After saying so, he spat out the spirit pill onto his palm and tremblingly handed it back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression darkened. "It's all covered in your spit now. Who would want this? This Yang does not have a policy of accepting returns for goods I have sold." The fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master wailed, "But, Senior Brother Yang, I really don't have that much wealth. This healing pill of yours. I simply can't afford it." Ordinary fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be considered extremely wealthy if they had resources worth a few tens of millions of Open Heaven pills in reserve. After all, they needed to cultivate constantly, so it was hard to retain any balance after buying cultivation resources. Although a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master from a cave heaven or paradise would be in better condition and have more wealth than average, it was still impossible for them to have over 100 million Open Heaven pills worth of resources just lying around. That was the wealth that belonged only to sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. "That's right, Senior Brother Yang. We are not trying to deceive you." The other fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master joined in. Yang Kai sighed, "I know you are not lying to me, and I also believe that you don't have that much wealth. But if you don't have enough yourself, I'm sure you can borrow some." While speaking, he shot a sharp glance to the two people standing beside the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All four of them were shocked. "Can you really do that? Isn't that a little too much?" "I don't have much time. If you're not willing to pay up, then I won't force you either. However, I can't say what kind of consequences you will face as a result." Yang Kai quickly said when he saw that those two fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were hesitating. The younger fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master asked weakly, "Dare I ask, Senior Brother Yang, what are the consequences?" Yang Kai grinned, "Have a guess." Although Yang Kai did not say anything specific, both of them had an extremely ominous feeling. If they did not buy this healing pill, something very bad would be waiting for them. The older fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master said, "Senior Brother Yang, our cultivation is not as high as our senior brothers. We are only in the fifth-order Open Heaven Realm. Can you lower the price of this healing pill? You get what you pay for, no? What does this have to do with your cultivation?" Yang Kai glared. "Don't you feel embarrassed saying, 'You get what you pay for'? Where in this world would you find such an expensive healing pill?" Despite the retorts in their hearts, they did not dare to say a word. The two fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters glanced towards the two sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters hesitantly. "Senior brothers, these junior brothers are in trouble. Please help us, senior brothers." The two sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were having a headache. Unfortunately, things had already reached this point. In order to settle this matter, they could only provide a loan to their junior brothers. They could not watch without doing anything as Yang Kai hung their two junior brothers up on the tree like an offering to the heavens, right? "Many thanks for the generosity." Yang Kai kept his things and smiled brilliantly. "Please focus on your recovery. I won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, he turned and left. Not long after Yang Kai departed, Senior Sister Zhou, who was dressed in fiery red robes, rushed over with a group of people. She was shocked to see the four of them with bruised and swollen faces. Not to mention, they looked as depressed as grieving widows. "What happened to you?" The older fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master wept bitterly. "Senior Sister Zhou, why did you only come now?" "What happened?" she asked with a frown. "Junior Brother Yu sighed. Yang Kai wounded us, then forcibly sold us a healing pill each." Senior Sister Zhou was livid. How dare he do something like that? However, thinking about it again, it seemed plausible. When she went to cause trouble for him previously, he had not held back either. If that was the case for a woman like her, it only went to show Yang Kai's brutal nature. Chapter 4766 Senior Brothers, it's time for some medicine. Senior Sister Zhou glanced at Junior Brother Yu again. "Did you say that Yang Kai sold you some healing pills?" Junior Brother Yu nodded. She was puzzled. Why would he sell you healing pills? Is he that kind-hearted? Junior Brother Yu replied in a distressed tone. "It's not out of kindness. Senior Sister Zhou, you don't understand. That healing pill of his cost each of us a set of sixth-order materials." What? She was absolutely taken aback. What kind of healing pill is worth a set of sixth-order materials? That's over a 100 million open heaven pills per pill. Only then did she understand the situation. He's selling by compulsion? That's right. That's right. Junior brother Yu and the others nodded repeatedly. It's not just us. Even senior brother Zhao and senior brother and sister Gongsun have been forced to buy those healing pills. Damn. Senior sister Zhou gnashed her teeth furiously. It's bad enough that he came to Langya Paradise and bullied our disciples. I can't believe he even uses such a despicable method to make money. Does he think that there is nobody in Langya Paradise that can defeat him? The older Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master added, Senior Sister Zhou, please take revenge for us. She snorted, rest assured he better not let me find him. If I meet him, I will definitely beat him up so badly that even Junior Sister Gu cannot recognize him. At that time, you should sell some healing pills to him. He was overjoyed to hear those words. We'll be relying on you, Senior Sister Zhou. She glanced at them and waved her hand dismissively. Since you have been defeated by Yang Kai, you should focus on your recovery. Don't interfere in this exercise anymore. Yes. They responded politely. Afterwards, Senior Sister Zhou led her team into the sky and soon vanished out of sight. A young man in her team spoke up all of a sudden. Senior Sister Zhou, is Yang Kai really that strong? There were 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Junior Brother Yu's team. How could they fail to be his opponent when they are fighting 2 against 1? Senior Sister Zhou frowned in contemplation for a moment before she answered, that guy is definitely the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master that I've ever met in my life. Even Senior Brother Lemang is not his opponent. Don't you dare let down your guard. Everybody was shocked by what they heard. Although they heard the rumors that Senior Brother Lemang had been defeated by Yang Kai, they had not witnessed the situation with their own eyes and were not aware of what transpired at the time. They even assumed that the rumors were exaggerated and misrepresented. They knew Senior Brother Lemang's strength after all. How could he be defeated by somebody in the same order? It was not until they received confirmation from Senior Sister Zhou that they realized the rumors were true. The person who spoke earlier said, if that's the case, then even if we encountered Yang Kai, we might not be able to defeat him. They had 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in their team. Nevertheless, based on Yang Kai's previous performances, they would suffer a miserable fate even if they ran into him with such a force. Kai. Senior Sister Zhou replied, it doesn't matter. If we encounter him, then we only need to delay him. I'm sure our fellow brothers and sisters will quickly come to our aid. At that time, he will have nowhere to escape. They nodded at her words. Where should we go now, Senior Sister Zhou? She said, Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space and excels at escaping. He just defeated Junior Brother Yu and the others not long ago, so he definitely escaped towards the other side of Langya Paradise. Let's go and search for him there. Senior Sister Zhou, your plan is brilliant. I'm sure we'll be able to locate Yang Kai now. At the place where Junior Brother Yu and the others were recovering, the 4 of them sat down cross-legged and meditated on the spot. Yang Kai's attacks earlier were quite heavy. Although they still retained some mobility, it was not easy for them to move around at the moment. Therefore, they planned to recuperate for a while before heading back to their respective homes. Not long after Senior Sister Zhou departed though, 2 others passed by in the sky overhead. They quickly landed after seeing the 4 people below. When they saw the miserable condition of Junior Brother Yu and the others, both of them were completely shocked. One of them asked, Junior Brother Yu, what happened to you? Junior Brother Yu opened his eyes with a sheepish expression on his face. Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Yi, my apologies for showing you such an embarrassing sight. Senior Brother Wang looked pensive. Don't tell me, did you Junior Brothers encounter Yang Kai? If not for that case, there was no other explanation for the situation in front of them. The 2 of them quietly observed the situation and were shocked. It turned out that Yang Kai had attacked quite ruthlessly. Junior Brother Yu nodded in embarrassment, but just as he was about to describe what happened, he suddenly looked behind the 2 newcomers with an expression of fear and terror. They also noticed that something was wrong at the same time and hastily surged the power of their small universes to defend themselves. However, they felt a violent force coming towards them from behind before they could even turn around and were instantly swept up by it. Despite fighting back desperately, they were no match for this force and their small universes were instantly shaken, causing them to see stars spinning around in their vision. A short while later, Yang Kai crouched down in front of his 2 latest clients, took out a jade bottle and said, Senior brothers, these are the healing pills that Void Land produces. Would you like to try them? What do you mean? Senior brother, Yi did not understand. Junior brother, you gave an awkward cough from the side and explained the situation clearly. Both senior brother Wang and senior brother Yi were completely taken aback. Can you even do that? Even junior brother Yu was stunned. He never imagined that Yang Kai had been hanging around in the vicinity instead of leaving. Yang Kai had not revealed himself when senior sister Zhou and the others came by earlier. It was not until senior brother Wang and senior brother Yi arrived that he suddenly revealed himself and caused trouble for them. Senior brother Wang was actually rather carefree about the whole situation. Spitting out some blood, he laughed and said, "Junior brother Yang, your strength is extraordinary indeed. This Wang is inferior, so there's nothing much to say. The healing pills. I'll take one of them." Yang Kai turned to look at senior brother Yi. "What about you, senior brother?" Senior brother Yi felt as though he was suffering from a toothache, but he still said, "Give me one too." "Senior brothers, you are too generous." Yang Kai was absolutely delighted. Yang Kai received a large number of materials and gave out 2 healing pills in return. Only then did he say, "You should stay here and focus on recovering. I'll be taking my leave now." After saying that, he stepped forward and vanished out of sight. Junior brother Yu looked around suspiciously. Yang Kai had done the same thing previously, but it turned out that he had not left far. There was no saying whether he was hiding nearby again. Therefore, junior brother Yu had a sneaking suspicion that the same situation was repeating itself. Soon after, several streams of light rushed over from a distance and quickly arrived above their heads. The person leading this group was a large-bodied man. He looked down in puzzlement and asked, "Senior brothers, why are you gathered here? Was there a fight here just now?" This junior brother detected some energy fluctuations coming from here. Junior brother Yu and the others looked up and desperately tried to signal to their comrades to leave as quickly as possible. Having been eliminated from the training, they were not in a position to aid others, so they could only hope that the junior brothers who came here would understand their kind intentions. The person who came blinked his eyes before flying down and landing in front of them. "Senior brothers, do you have something to say to me?" Junior brother Yu and the others slapped their palms against their faces before closing their eyes, unable to bring themselves to watch. In the next moment, Yang Kai's aura emerged again, seemingly out of nowhere. A violent burst of energy swept out, accompanied by a series of agitated screams. Shockingly, everything became calm again in the short span of several breaths. Yang Kai stood in front of the Langya Paradise disciples, collapsed on the ground with a huge smile on his face. "Senior brothers, you sure are enthusiastic. This Yang is ashamed." Junior brother Yu looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh. Which senior brother or senior sister in Langya Paradise can come and teach this guy a lesson? If this continues on, it won't be long before Langya Paradise loses all face. The new group that just arrived were dazed. There were 6 of them, with 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even 2 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Be that as it may, they had been completely defeated in a short span of time. It was simply unimaginable. Come. Senior brothers and junior brothers, it's time for some medicine." Yang Kai enthusiastically took out some healing pills. "Everyone, please recuperate here with peace of mind. This Yang will be leaving first." After receiving another batch of materials, Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile and stepped into the void. Junior brother Yu glared at Yang Kai resentfully. "You said those words 3 times now." The 6 people who were forced to buy the healing pills a moment ago remained in a daze. In particular, the 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 2 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were feeling indescribably heartbroken. Losing a set of 6th-order materials was a heavy blow for any 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master in Langya Paradise, but such a loss was still within the acceptable range if they remained strong-hearted. In contrast, this kind of loss was practically a lethal blow to the 5th-order and 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not to mention they could not even take out so much wealth at once and were forced to borrow from others to make up for what they lacked. Junior brother Yu suddenly stood up. "We cannot stay here any longer. This guy is obviously using us as bait to lure in the fish." His words immediately awakened everybody to the situation. Senior brother Wang and senior brother Yi nodded in agreement. "You're right. If we are gathered in this place, our fellow brothers will surely stop to investigate the situation if they pass by. At that time they will also be implicated in this mess." The large-bodied Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at them with an aggrieved look. That was how his team had been lured down previously. He asked sorrowfully, "Why didn't you leave earlier, senior brothers?" If they had left earlier, then he would not have come over to investigate out of curiosity. He even specially flew over for this purpose. In the end, he had been struck by Yang Kai, who had been hiding in the dark. "Junior brother," you replied awkwardly, "I only just understood this myself." Senior brother Wang glanced at the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters crying desolately over their losses. Then he made a suggestion: send out a message to inform the others that those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm should not participate in this training. Although the sect master did not disallow the participation of those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, only those in the Sixth Order were informed of it. The only reason there were Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in this training was that they were hoping to reap some benefits. In the end, they not only failed to gain any benefits but suffered great losses instead. They would not be able to recover from such a blow for the next few hundred years. Junior brother, you hesitated. We have already been eliminated, so this training no longer has anything to do with us. I don't think it is appropriate for us to send out a message. Senior brother Wang shook his head. I'm not saying we should inform our fellow brothers about his whereabouts. It's enough if we tell them about the healing pills. The junior brothers in the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm will understand. This doesn't count as interference. The words had just left his mouth when Yang Kai's figure appeared out of nowhere. Yang Kai stared at senior brother Wang blankly and asked, "Senior brother, your injuries don't seem to have gotten better. I still have over 100 healing pills with me. Would you like some?" Senior brother Wang shuddered at the thought. The corners of his mouth twitched as he replied, "No need, no need. I'm grateful for your kindness, junior brother Yang. My injuries will heal just fine if I go back and rest for a short while. Well, goodbye." After saying that, he soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned to look at the others. They didn't even bother to be courteous and escaped out of sight in the blink of an eye. Looking at their vanishing backs, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in annoyance. There goes my bait. Needless to say, he was not going to allow them to ruin his chances of making a fortune. If the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to participate in this training, then they should be prepared to be injured by him and forced to buy a healing pill. However, he knew that it was meaningless to stop them from warning the others. The news was bound to spread soon enough. Accordingly, the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would automatically withdraw from the training. If that happened, then his sources of income would be greatly reduced. I can't remain passive. I have to take the initiative to attack. That's the only way I can rob, or recoup my losses to the greatest extent. Chapter 4767, Appearing and Disappearing Mysteriously. Many years had passed since the last time Langya territory was so lively. The figures of countless Open Heaven Realm Masters patrolling above each of the spirit provinces could be seen. These Open Heaven Realm Masters moved about in teams, spreading their divine senses into their surroundings as though they were searching for something. Even though they were patrolling, they remained vigilant at all times. Their world force lingered around their bodies, always on guard against sneak attacks. The weaker disciples who did not know what was happening looked up in curiosity. What are the martial uncles and aunts doing? Has there been an enemy invasion in Langya territory? Somebody asked. A well-informed person sighed and explained, it's not an enemy invasion. We simply have a special guest. A guest? What kind of guest could make so many Open Heaven Realm Masters be dispatched together? I even saw Martial Aunt Zhou and Martial Uncle Lu Meng flying around earlier. They were rushing about with very serious expressions. Voidland's Lord Yang Kai. Have you heard of him? Sounds familiar. I think I've heard of him before. Of course he sounds familiar. He comes from the Star Boundary, which currently has the World Tree. Didn't Langya Paradise select a group of disciples with low cultivation and high aptitude to send to nurture in the Star Boundary several years ago? So it's him. This guest is not simple. He seems to have defeated many of our martial uncles and martial aunts in the Open Heaven Realm. The sect master issued a command to mobilize all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise for a training exercise, with this person as the target. Anybody who can capture him will be rewarded. Isn't that to say that Yang Kai will have to face all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise by himself? That's right. In that case, he must have suffered a disastrous fate by now. That's why I said this person isn't simple. The training has gone on for more than 10 days now, but Void Land's Lord continues to roam about freely. On the contrary, no less than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise have been defeated by him. Wow. Are you serious? I wish it were fake, but it's the truth. It's Martial Ant Gu. The disciple who was speaking earlier suddenly looked up into the sky and stared at the leading figure flying overhead with an obsessive gaze. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Martial Ant Gu." Many other disciples shouted along, immediately setting off a deafening chorus of the name Martial Ant Gu. Above them, a beautiful woman leading several Open Heaven Realm Masters behind her happened to be passing by swiftly. When she heard the voices, she looked down and smiled warmly. The disciples below instantly went crazy. Martial Ant Gu smiled at me. Ah! Martial Ant Gu smiled at me. I'll have no regrets even if I died today. Bullshit. Martial Ant Gu was smiling at me. Junior brother, you must be blind. You're the blind one, senior brother. The disciples were burning with passion. It could be seen that this Martial Ant Gu was very popular in Langya Paradise. It was not surprising. After all, this martial ant by the name of Gu Linger was not only extremely beautiful, but also incredibly gentle and helpful to others. Many of the weaker disciples also received her support before. Therefore, her popularity was high among both the weaker disciples and the Open Heaven Realm Masters. Countless fellow brothers secretly had feelings for her, but did not dare to express them, lest they offended her. While the weaker disciples were going crazy, the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were also going crazy. 5 days ago, Yang Kai suddenly changed his behavior. He no longer remained in hiding and instead took the initiative to attack. Following that, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters who were eliminated from this training soared. Nobody could figure out what he was thinking, but at present, almost the entire Langya territory had become his hunting grounds. Their status as the hunter and the prey constantly switched back and forth between Yang Kai and Sixth Order Masters in Langya Paradise. There were traces of battle everywhere one went. After eliminating more than a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai's various actions finally spread to the public. Everybody learned that he would forcibly sell a healing pill produced by Void Land to his victims after he defeated them. Moreover, the price of each healing pill was a set of Sixth Order materials. What's more, nothing good would come from refusing to buy the healing pill. There was once a junior brother in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm who refused to buy the healing pill. In the end, he was hung up on a tree trunk like an offering to the heavens and placed on the spirit province where the lower disciples lived to be publicly witnessed by all. It was said that the incident terribly traumatized him, and he was too ashamed to show his face in public again. That was why eldest senior brother Lemang issued an order. Anybody who was defeated by Yang Kai should choose to exchange money to avoid disaster rather than to humiliate themselves just to save on a set of cultivation resources. After all, the face that they lost could never be recovered. In this way, all the 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who originally participated in this training hoping to pick up some benefits quickly withdrew in horror. There was no helping it. A set of 6th Order materials was simply too expensive for them. Even if they came from Langya Paradise, they could not afford such a price. Not to mention, judging by the experiences of their comrades who encountered Yang Kai previously, it would seem that Yang Kai would not look the other way even if they were 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Out of all the 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were defeated by him before, who had not bought a spirit pill from him, Yang Kai's behavior roused the rage and indignation of all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Not only did he abandon junior sister Gu Pan after thoughtlessly deflowering her, but he was also earning a fortune from this training. It was simply intolerable. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he was extremely strong. Even if 2 or 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces together, things would not end well for them if they encountered him. As the eldest senior brother, Lemang immediately shouldered the responsibility of coordinating the troops. At this moment, the identity tokens of many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise would occasionally flash. Numerous divine senses poured into their respective identity tokens, and communications flowed endlessly between them. Senior Brother Ning's team has been defeated. They were located in the Purple Cloud Spirit Province. Judging by the traces of the battle, it probably lasted for no more than a quarter hour. I repeat, Senior Brother Ning's team has been defeated. They were located in the Purple Cloud Spirit Province. All the fellow brothers in the vicinity should increase their vigilance. There were 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Senior Brother Ning's team. I can't believe they were eliminated. How are the injuries of those senior brothers? They did not suffer any life-threatening wounds, but their injuries are not light either. It will take 10 to 15 days for them to recover. The complexions of Senior Brother Ning and his team aren't very good. Senior Brother asked us to work hard to avenge them. Isn't that bastard being a bit too ruthless? He seriously injures all the fellow brothers who encounter him just so he can sell that healing pill of his. Hateful. You should be careful too, Senior Brother Li. That bastard surnamed Yang likes to turn around and attack the same spot. Several teams have already suffered losses from his tactics. We located Yang Kai at Tiger Roar Spirit Province. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Junior Brother Zhou. Junior Brother Zhou. There was no reply. After a short pause, somebody spoke up. I'm afraid Junior Brother Zhou's team may have already encountered misfortune. Don't panic, fellow brothers. Be sure to persevere until the end. We have the advantage in numbers. Victory belongs to us. After a moment of silence, someone said, Junior Brother Zhou's team may have already encountered misfortune. Don't panic, fellow brothers, be sure to hold on. We are numerous and powerful, and victory will surely belong to us. That bastard is too elusive. Purple Cloud Spirit Province is in the northeast while Tiger Roar Spirit Province is in the southwest. How did he get there so quickly? The Tao of space is truly unparalleled and mysterious. Amazing. All of a sudden, a divine sense fluctuated in all of their identity tokens. They investigated the phenomenon and discovered that it was a message from Senior Brother Lemang. All teams are to merge together with others in the vicinity. Make sure that there are no less than 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each team. Every team will be responsible for the areas in their vicinity, and they are not allowed to leave their designated areas without authorization. Those who discover Yang Kai's whereabouts must report their findings immediately, and the teams nearby are to provide support. We will obey your orders, eldest Senior Brother. Everyone responded quickly. Over the past 10 days or so, many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lanya Paradise came to deeply understand Yang Kai's strength. 2 or 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together were not enough to match him in battle at all. 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were barely enough to fight back, so only 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had enough combat force to face him. It was precisely because of this consideration that Lemang made this adjustment to their formation. Every team had 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together, and each team was in charge of an area. In this way it was enough to prevent Yang Kai from moving around undetected. As soon as he revealed his whereabouts, Lanya Paradise would be able to take the initiative in the battle. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lanya Paradise had been mobilized. If they were still unable to defeat Yang Kai, they would not have any face left to show. In front of the Grand Hall on the main Spirit Province, Li Yuan Wang's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gao Ting stood by the side and glanced at him from time to time. If you have something to say, then spit it out. Why are you holding back? Li Yuan Wang's brow twitched. Gao Ting smacked his lips. That brat has caused such a huge commotion. How are we supposed to end things now? The truth was that there was nothing wrong with Li Yuan Wang's decision. Using this training to muddy the waters would certainly make things more convenient for Yang Kai to act. In fact, they might even make some unexpected discoveries along the way. However, the current situation had vastly exceeded the expectations of both Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting. Yang Kai had eliminated over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the span of 10 days. Be that as it may, he remained high-spirited and full of energy. That was not all. He was also making a killing by selling his healing pills by compulsion. He had obtained a large number of cultivation resources from the Lanya Paradise disciples already. Li Yuan Wang had known about Yang Kai's strength. After all, Yang Kai had killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. How could the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lanya Paradise be his opponents? Nevertheless, even if 1 or 2 people were not his opponents, 8 or 10 of them should have no trouble defeating him, right? Li Yuan Wang believed that Yang Kai would eventually be captured by the Lanya Paradise disciples during the training, which would have provided a satisfactory ending to this debacle. Unfortunately, the current situation seemed to be going horribly wrong. Leaving aside everything else, just the loss of the cultivation resources by the Lanya Paradise disciples was enough to break Li Yuan Wang's heart. He couldn't help cursing to himself. Did you come to Langya Paradise to search for the Black Ink clan or carry out robbery? Gao Ting had previously ridiculed him for lifting a stone only to smash his own foot with it, and looking at the current circumstances, it would seem to be true. The changes occurring throughout Langya Paradise were also felt by Yang Kai. The teams he encountered before only had 3 or 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to cope with such numbers. Now, however, every team had at least 5 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Some teams even had 7 or 8. He couldn't help feeling troubled. There were so many sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters that it was tough for him to eliminate them all at once without transforming into his Grand Dragon form. If he did not eliminate all of them together, then he could not sell his wares with peace of mind. Of course, the current situation was within his expectations. The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise might be a little crooked because of Li Yuan Wang's unrighteousness, but they were still sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not fools who had never seen the world or cultivated before. After suffering so many losses, even they had learned their lesson. That was why Yang Kai believed that it was time for him to change his strategy. If there was no way to defeat an entire team in one go, then he simply needed to attack them twice or thrice instead. In the worst case, I can put them on credit. I'll just go door to door to collect my debts from them after the training ends. Yes. What a great idea. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling proud of his wit. Chapter 4768, Half Price for the Second Pill. The thought had only just crossed Yang Kai's mind when he suddenly detected a stream of light speeding by over where he was hiding. The aura coming from the stream of light belonged to a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. His eyes immediately lit up at the sight. That's another set of sixth-order materials. With a flicker of his figure, Yang Kai immediately blocked the path of the other party. Startled, the passing sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly came to a halt and turned pale with shock when he caught a clear glimpse of Yang Kai's face, as senior brother Yang. Before he could even finish his sentence, the sight of a fist rapidly growing larger filled his entire vision. He hastily pushed his world force to retaliate, but it was already too late. Even though they were both in the sixth-order Open Heaven realm, meeting Yang Kai alone was no different from a fish lying on a chopping block. In just 3 breaths, the passing sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was knocked to the ground by Yang Kai and crashed hard into a forest below. Yang Kai quickly descended and looked at the other party with a smile. "Junior brother, your courage isn't small." When he first saw that this person was acting alone, he thought that Langya Paradise was using him as bait to lure him into a trap. However, there were no traces of any other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Langya Paradise up until now. It could be certain that this person was indeed acting alone. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't help praising him. In this situation where all the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were in danger, which one of them did not move about in a large team? There was no denying that this person was bold indeed. All of a sudden Yang Kai frowned. "Junior brother, why do you look so familiar? Moreover, your injuries." The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master looked like he was about to cry as he said, "Senior brother Yang, we met each other just 3 days ago. You gave me these injuries." Huh? Yang Kai's expression became strange. "Is that to say that you've been eliminated?" "That's right." The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded aggrievedly. Just why was his luck so terrible? He had already been eliminated from the training 3 days ago. Today he was simply heading towards another spirit province for an errand. He was not participating in the training, so who could have expected that he would be captured by Yang Kai again? How did this make sense? Likewise, Yang Kai was a little speechless. The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master cautiously said, "Senior brother Yang, if there's nothing else, then this junior brother will be leaving first." Wait. Yang Kai suddenly raised a hand to stop the other party. The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master felt his heart clench at those words, and an ominous feeling suddenly flooded him. "How may I help you, senior brother Yang?" Yang Kai observed the other party seriously. "I'm sorry, junior brother. It seems that my attack was a little heavy-handed. The main reason is that I'm fighting alone, so I have to act a bit forceful in order to persist." "It's okay. They are only flesh wounds, it's nothing serious. I'll be fine after recuperating for a few days." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Changing the subject abruptly, he asked with concern, "Would you like another healing pill?" The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master clutched at his space ring in panic. "Senior brother Yang, I already bought one earlier." Yang Kai considered for a moment and generously replied, "I'll make it half price for the second pill." The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was rendered speechless. A short while later, Yang Kai patted the shoulder of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him and earnestly advised the other party, "It's not safe outside these days, so don't run around for no reason. You should stay at home and focus on your recovery." The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked absolutely depressed and answered weakly, "Many thanks for your concern, Senior Brother Yang. I'll be leaving now." The wealth that he accumulated with great difficulty over the years had all been lost after encountering Yang Kai twice in just 3 days. Thus, he vowed that he would not reveal himself again until the training was over. If he met Yang Kai again, he wouldn't be able to afford another healing pill even if it was at half price. He rushed into the sky after saying goodbye to Yang Kai, his tears scattering in the wind. An hour later, in the sky above menacing Earth Spirit Province, a group of 6 people swept past at a high speed while on patrol. All 6 of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The person leading the team was Gu Linger, who held high popularity among all Langya Paradise disciples. Her team originally consisted of 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters, but they merged with a nearby team after receiving Senior Brother Lu Meng's order. That was why they currently had a total of 6 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters. The 6 of them were in charge of monitoring menacing Earth Spirit Province and the void surrounding it. They hardly made any stops, their powerful divine senses spreading across every bit of ground. The slightest rustling of the wind could not escape their perception. All of a sudden, the 6 of them turned to look in a certain direction at the same time. In that direction, a layer of ripples spread out in space, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Immediately after that, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Somebody in the team exclaimed in shock, "It's Yang Kai. Yang Kai has appeared. Hurry up and notify the others. We found Yang Kai at menacing Earth Spirit Province. Fellow brothers in the vicinity, please send aid as soon as possible." The message was sent out instantly. Then, under Gu Linger's leadership, the 6 of them swiftly charged towards Yang Kai. Their world force surged violently, giving him no chance to escape. They initially thought that Yang Kai would flee, but who could have known that Yang Kai was only taken aback for a moment but chose to stand his ground. In fact, he even charged towards them with a look of joy, as though he was meeting a friend he had not seen in years. Therefore, they were rather stunned by the situation. There were less than 3 kilometers between them, and their various secret techniques and divine abilities had long been prepared. As long as Yang Kai closed the distance a little more, then they could show him what a one-way trip with no return meant. Yang Kai suddenly raised a hand, and his deep voice reverberated in the void, near distant horizon. The distance between them suddenly stretched out infinitely. At the same time, Gu Linger noticed that something was wrong and shouted, "Attack!" Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques burst out with blinding light, accompanied by a horrifying power that blasted towards Yang Kai. But in the next instant, they all witnessed an incomprehensible scene. The divine abilities and secret techniques they blasted outward became as slow as a turtle's movements, pressing forward little by little as though the void had solidified at this moment. It would not have been shocking if that were all though. What astonished them even more, was that Junior Brother Lu, who stood to the right of Gu Linger, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai for some reason. On the other hand, the others got further and further away from Yang Kai. Space had suddenly become chaotic, and they could not distinguish the difference between each other as a result. Nevertheless, this disorder only lasted for a short moment before it was destroyed by the divine abilities they exploded together. The void soon returned to normal, but when they looked up again, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be seen. He had appeared without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like an elusive ghost. Junior Brother Lu is gone. Somebody noticed an anomaly and exclaimed in shock. Their team initially consisted of 6 people, but there were only 5 left now. Moreover, they saw Junior Brother Lu appearing in front of Yang Kai for some inexplicable reason only to be punched in the gut by the latter. Their expressions were ugly. Junior Brother Lu must have been kidnapped. In the spirit province where Gu Pan lived, the figures of Yang Kai and Junior Brother Lu emerged. Gong Sun Ri Hua, who had been recuperating from his wounds, came out to investigate the situation when he sensed the commotion, but upon recognizing the people who just arrived, he immediately turned around and closed the door behind him with a resolute bang. He avoided Yang Kai as though he was avoiding a great disaster. Junior Brother Lu screamed, "Senior Brother Gong Sun, save me." Yang Kai looked at junior brother Lu quietly. Senior brother Gongsun was eliminated a long time ago. I'm afraid he can't save you. Junior brother Lu had a look of despair on his face and reluctantly said, "Give me a healing pill." Yang Kai patted junior brother Lu on the shoulder. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. The two teams in the vicinity of menacing Earth Spirit Province hurriedly rushed over to provide support when they received the message, but by the time they arrived, they saw that Yang Kai had vanished out of sight. Junior brother Lu had also vanished along with him. There was no need to wonder what was happening. The bastard surnamed Yang was undoubtedly hiding somewhere and coercing junior brother Lu into buying a healing pill at this moment. Hence, they all paid silent tribute to junior brother Lu. A message of distress suddenly came from their identity tokens again. It was full of panic. He's here. He's here at Wuhan Spirit Province. We have engaged in battle with him. Fellow brothers in the vicinity, please come and provide aid as soon as possible. Senior brother Hua is gone. Once again they paid silent tribute to senior brother Hua. Junior brother Lu was still reeling from the shock of suffering such a huge loss when a figure abruptly appeared beside him. This was followed by Yang Kai's reappearance. Senior brother Hua, who had been kidnapped and brought to this place, resisted and struggled violently. Catching sight of junior brother Lu nearby, he became overjoyed and shouted, "Junior brother Lu, please help me capture this thief." Junior brother Lu looked extremely awkward as he said, "Senior brother Hua, I've already been eliminated." Senior brother Hua's mouth fell open in shock and he stood there blankly. Looking around, he saw that not a single teammate was around him. Yang Kai cracked his fists and walked towards senior brother Hua with a savage grin. "Senior brother Hua, is it? Who did you just say you wanted to capture?" Senior brother Hua quickly dispelled the world force around him and did his best to squeeze out a harmless-looking smile. "Junior brother Yang, you must have misheard. I have no intention to capture anybody. Rather, I've always wanted to obtain a healing pill from Void Land." Inside the building, the Gongsun siblings rolled their eyes in unison. Meanwhile, Gu Pan stifled her laughter. When senior brother Hua finished buying the healing pill, Yang Kai vanished once more. Senior brother Hua and junior brother Lu looked at each other and choked on their tears. Back at menacing Earth Spirit Province, the two teams that came to provide support soon left. They had their own sites to monitor so they could not remain for long. However, Gu Linger's team sent out another distress signal as soon as the reinforcements left. By the time they arrived at the scene again, there was already one less person on Gu Linger's team. For the next half-day the entire Langya paradise was thrown into chaos. Yang Kai's figure was extremely elusive, and somebody would suffer a tragic fate every time he appeared. The plan that eldest senior brother Lemang came up with previously could not be said to be wrong. Since Yang Kai was so strong that 3 or 4 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces could not be his opponents, it was only natural that they had to merge their teams together. The truth was this plan had already shown some effect. At the very least, Yang Kai was not as bold as before. Furthermore, the teams that encountered him were no longer completely wiped out all at once. Be that as it may, Yang Kai simply became more cunning. He did not confront them directly and turned extremely elusive instead. It was almost as though he had countless soul clones. One moment he was there, the next moment he was somewhere else. What's more, every time he appeared, he would not leave empty-handed. One after another, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were captured. When the news spread, all the teams were filled with a sense of terror. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise never imagined that a single person could toy with them so easily. They had always heard about the mysteriousness and unpredictability of the Tao of Space, but it was not until today that they witnessed it for themselves. Therefore, they couldn't help but admire Yang Kai's ability to utilize space principles so freely. Gu Linger led the remaining 2 people in her team and hurriedly escaped in the direction of the nearest spirit province. When Yang Kai reappeared at menacing Earth Spirit Province just before, he had captured another of their team members. With only the 3 of them left, how could they be Yang Kai's opponents? Chapter 4769. Are you still human? The morale in the team was low. Gu Linger and her 2 comrades rushed towards the nearest spirit province as fast as they could. Only 3 people remained in her team, so it was impossible for them to be Yang Kai's opponents. It was urgent that they sought protection from another team. She had already sent a message to the senior brother who was leading the team at the nearby spirit province. That senior brother was also leading his team here in a hurry to meet up with them, lest Gu Linger and her comrades suffered a tragic accident before they arrived. Why is that bastard targeting us so persistently? A sixth order open heaven realm master in the team with the surname Sun looked distraught. Ever since eldest senior brother Lemang issued the order to change their strategy, their team was the first to encounter Yang Kai and lose their members. In less than half a day, the members of their team had gone missing one by one. The rest of the teams had also lost some members, but the situation of those teams was by no means as serious as their situation. Yang Kai had targeted them over and over again, causing their original team of 6 to dwindle down to 3. The situation was becoming increasingly terrible. There was a high possibility that they would be the first team to be wiped out completely since they changed their strategy. Did we offend him in some manner? The other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly raised the question. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Sun wailed, "I didn't offend him. Did you offend him?" "I didn't either." Both of them turned to look at Gu Linger at the same time. If nobody had offended Yang Kai, then the biggest possible reason could only be junior sister Gu Linger. That bastard surnamed Yang was a notorious sexual predator after all. It was bad enough that he abandoned junior sister Gu Pan after thoughtless sleeping with her, but could it be that he was now interested in junior sister Gu Linger as well? As soon as that thought crossed their minds, both Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were filled with infinite anger. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Sun quickly said, "Junior sister Gu, if that bastard appears again, you must escape quickly. Junior brother Qian and I will do our best to hold him back. You must not fall into his evil clutches." Junior sister Gu Linger was such a kind and gentle woman. They did not dare to imagine the consequences if she were to fall into that deviant's hands. Gu Linger's voice was gentle as she shook her head. "How can I let my 2 senior brothers take such a risk? We are a team, so we should advance and retreat together." The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Sun was extremely touched, and the corners of his eyes became moist. Just as he was about to speak, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Qian suddenly shouted, "He's here!" Ripples spread across the void once more. That was the sign of space principles being manipulated. Besides, Yang Kai's previous appearances had always been accompanied by these movements. Sure enough, Yang Kai abruptly appeared a moment later and blocked their path. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he grinned from ear to ear. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Sun gritted his teeth. Taking a sudden step forward, he stood in front of Gu Linger protectively and shouted, "Run, junior sister Gu." At the same time, he charged towards Yang Kai boldly and without hesitation or looking back. Then, there was nothing else. Looking at the spot where Yang Kai and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Sun had vanished together, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Qian anxiously said, "Junior sister Gu, let's go quickly. We can't let senior brother Sun's sacrifice be in vain." Knowing that she had no way to avenge senior brother Sun, Gu Linger could only nod in agreement. "Good." However, Yang Kai reappeared less than 10 breaths later and took senior brother Qian away with him. At this point, Gu Linger was the only survivor of her team. She gritted her teeth. Shouldering the hope and future of her fallen teammates, she rushed towards the nearest spirit province with all the speed she could muster. In the distance, many streams of light entered her field of vision. It was the senior brothers from the nearby spirit province who had rushed over to meet her. Thus, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief at the sight. The senior brother in the lead who was coming from the front had clearly noticed her and enthusiastically called out, "Junior sister Gu, come quickly." Gu Linger nodded. At that moment though, a sudden anomaly occurred. The void in front of her suddenly collapsed, and a pitch-black hole formed out of nowhere. The black hole was connected to an unknown location and the insides were filled with nihility, causing one to feel dread at the sight. Gu Linger's expression immediately changed. She rapidly came to a halt and just barely managed to stop before the anomaly. Unfortunately, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a large hand emerged from the black hole and dragged her into it. All that was left behind was her startled scream. "Junior sister Gu." Senior brother Dui, who came to meet Gu Linger, roared with grief and indignation. He rushed forward in a few steps, but she was no longer anywhere to be found. Even the black hole that appeared out of nowhere had disappeared. All those who remained felt a little lost seeing this result. On the other hand, senior brother Dui's expression was extremely ugly. After he received the message from Gu Linger, he immediately rushed out to meet her. He never imagined that Yang Kai's efficiency would be so high as to defeat the remaining 3 people in Gu Linger's team in such a short time. At the end, he even watched as Gu Linger was captured right in front of his eyes. Send a message, Senior Brother Dui looked extremely solemn. The team led by Junior Sister Gu has been completely wiped out. Menacing Earth Spirit Province has fallen. Somebody in the team quickly sent out the message. The identity tokens that had been flashing incessantly suddenly fell silent. A short while later, the energy in the identity tokens carried by all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fluctuated violently and urgently as messages streamed into the identity tokens quickly. Avenge Junior Sister Gu. If we fail to capture Yang Kai, this Wu will never call himself human again. He is crazy. How can he bring himself to harm somebody as gentle as Junior Sister Gu? That bastard surnamed Yang isn't human. Has anybody seen him? I'm going to fight him to the death. Gu Linger was not only popular among the lower disciples, but also the Open Heaven Realm Masters. In fact, her popularity among the Open Heaven Realm Masters might even be higher. After all, the lower disciples rarely had the chance to meet her due to the difference in status. In comparison, the Open Heaven Realm Masters were different. As long as she was not in retreat for cultivation, she would often interact with them. The spirit province where she lived regularly had fellow brothers hanging around eagerly just to catch a glimpse of her face. Some would also pretend to pass by and greet her along the way. They were satisfied just to see her smiling back at them. Sect Master Li Yuan Wang once tried to find a Dao partner for her within the sect, but his efforts failed to come to fruition. There was a rumor that she wanted to focus on her cultivation and ascend to the peak of the martial Dao, so she had not given much consideration to her future partner. That rumor gave many fellow brothers in the sect great despair and hope all at once. And now, this woman, who was regarded by many senior brothers as somebody to protect with their lives, had been taken away by an outsider like Yang Kai. Not to mention, it was the same bastard who had previously abandoned Junior Sister Gu Pan after thoughtlessly deflowering her. How could they feel at ease with such a disaster looming over them? Many of the fellow brothers were about to go crazy. They anxiously searched for Yang Kai's whereabouts, lest an unwanted accident occur when Yang Kai and Gu Linger were alone together. However, Yang Kai's location was a mystery. He was so elusive that there were no clues no matter how hard they searched. On top of a small spirit province, Yang Kai quietly stood in front of Gu Linger, who had a wary expression on her face. Meanwhile, his brow was furrowed tightly together with a very troubled look. Gu Linger was also observing him at this moment. Although the entire Langya paradise had been thrown into chaos thanks to the trouble Yang Kai caused, it was actually her first time meeting him in person. At first glance, there was nothing special about him. His appearance was extraordinary and his aura was impressive. Nevertheless, there was no lack of Open Heaven Realm Masters with similar appearances and auras. There was nothing about him that made him stand out of the crowd. He did not look like somebody who could defeat so many fellow brothers so easily. Unlike the descriptions provided by her fellow brothers, Yang Kai looked conflicted. It seemed as though he was making a difficult decision. Despite observing her for some time, he said nothing. In the end, Gu Linger spoke first. I'm older than you and I've cultivated for longer than you. Can I call you junior brother? Her voice was as soft and gentle as water, which greatly aroused the protective instincts of a man. That's no problem. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. Strictly speaking, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were his senior brothers and senior sisters. The only exception was the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Gu Pan. What are you planning to do to me, junior brother? She tilted her head to the side, looking pure and innocent. When she smiled, her eyes formed crescents on her face. She did not look scared in the slightest. On the contrary, she smiled and asked, Are you going to sell your healing pill to me? I heard that all the fellow brothers who were defeated by you had to buy a healing pill from you. Yang Kai nodded. The healing pill will definitely be sold. Then I'll buy one. She blinked her large eyes at him. It costs one set of Sixth Order materials, right? He laughed. You sure know the market well. She pursed her lips and replied, So many fellow brothers have bought healing pills already, it's only natural that the news has spread. If you don't want people to know about something, then you have to do it yourself. Isn't that right, junior brother Yang? His eyebrows furrowed together slightly. Are you trying to hint at something, senior sister? She shook her head. Nope, I was just saying. After a pause, she continued, Junior brother, I'll buy a healing pill from you. I'm no match for you anyway, so I might as well withdraw from the training. Who could have imagined that Yang Kai would shake his head? She was puzzled. What do you mean, junior brother? Is he planning to let me off easy? That was not impossible. She knew what kind of impression she had on men, therefore it made sense if he turned a blind eye to her for that reason. Just as she was about to thank him, she heard him speak. You are not injured, senior sister, so you don't need a healing pill. He plans to let me off after all? She smiled brightly. Although she knew that her charm was not always a useful or even wanted trait, it could be considered a good thing if she could save on a set of sixth-order materials because of it. However, Yang Kai clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked. Why don't I hit you first, senior sister, then you will need a healing pill. Gulinger was absolutely speechless. Are you still human? You're a demon, aren't you? Are you joking, junior brother? The smile on her face stiffened. Yang Kai shook his head and approached her with a serious expression. This junior brother has always been fair in business. Come. Bear with me, senior sister. I promise not to hit your face. Her complexion immediately turned deathly pale, and she staggered backwards weakly. All of a sudden, he froze and looked extremely conflicted. But it's not good to hit a woman. I'm such a kind-hearted man who is afraid of harming the innocent after all. He raised his head to the sky and sighed with a sorrowful expression. Gulinger breathed a sigh of relief and said, Junior brother, there's no need to blame yourself. I'll just buy the healing pill. He suddenly looked at her. Senior sister, why don't you do it yourself? I fear that I might use too much strength if I raise my hand against you. It would be bad if I failed to control my strength properly and accidentally injure you seriously. Chapter 4770, One of Your Own? Gulinger weakly asked, Junior brother, are you serious? Her appearance was so pitiful that any man who saw her would surely feel compassion for her. However, this matter was related to a set of sixth-order materials, so how could Yang Kai back down? Senior sister, I don't have much time. Somebody might come and investigate this place at any moment. If somebody were to come, then please don't blame me for being forceful with you, senior sister. She stared at him with her pretty eyes, thinking that the man in front of her was quite unreasonable. I've already said that I'll buy a healing pill from him, so why does he still want to injure me? Hey. Yang Kai sighed, it looks like you're somebody who cherishes your honor. If that's the case, then please don't blame this Yang for being cruel. Without wasting any more time, he surged the world force and reached out a hand towards her. His palm rapidly grew larger and larger in the field of her vision, instantly covering the entire sky. Although she instinctively struggled to resist, she was horrified to discover that her sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation was ridiculously weak in the face of Yang Kai's strength. His palm that came slamming down towards her contained the aura of death, and she couldn't help wondering whether he actually planned to kill her. Junior brother, I'm one of your own. She suddenly shouted at the top of her voice. His hand stopped right above her head and he stared at her with a deep scowl. What do you mean? Not only was she drenched in cold sweat, but her complexion was also extremely pale. She took some time to calm her emotions before she finally looked at him and lowered her voice to a whisper, Black ink eternal. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly at those words and he asked, Senior brother Zhong Yu Quan? She nodded. Senior brother Zhong sent me a message earlier to inform me about this matter. So, that's how it is. Yang Kai quickly understood the situation, and then the power in his hand surged slightly and landed on the top of her head. Her delicate body flew backwards like a paper kite as a result. She slumped to the ground and looked at him in disbelief, blood trickling out the corners of her mouth. Why? I've already mentioned that I'm one of his own, so why did he hit me? He slowly walked over and said in a low voice, Senior sister, please don't be mad. Everybody has been injured by me so far and there are no exceptions. If you were to come out unscathed, then you might arouse suspicions. It works out well now. Here is a healing pill, senior sister. Gulinger stared at him speechlessly. Is there something wrong with this guy? I'm a woman. So what if you make an exception? In any case, he had not attacked her ruthlessly. His strike only gave her some light wounds that she would recover completely from after recuperating for a few days. Taking the healing pill from him, she swallowed the healing pill without another word. She couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him. Senior sister, you forgot something. Yang Kai reached out his hand towards her. The meaning behind his gesture was glaringly obvious. Gulinger was tempted to stab him to death with her sword. Resources worth a set of sixth-order materials were not hard for her to bring out though. therefore she quickly gathered the necessary resources and handed them to him. Yang Kai wore a big grin on his face. Nobody will suspect anything now. By the way, senior sister, who else is on our side in Langya Paradise? She glared at him, flames of fury erupting from her beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha. He gave a dry laugh. I won't disturb you while you're recovering from your wounds, senior sister. After saying that, he turned around and left. Inside the void, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. This training, in which he was the ultimate goal, involved all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. It was something that Li Yuan Wang organized seemingly on a whim. Although he had not interacted with Li Yuan Wang much, Yang Kai could roughly guess his intentions. Nevertheless, Yang Kai never imagined that he would receive such an unexpected harvest. He originally thought that Zhong Yuquan was an exception. After all, corrupting the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with the Black Ink was not very worthwhile for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink insects were so rare and precious that it was a given they would choose to corrupt the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if possible. The capability and role that people like Shi Zheng could play was much greater than that of Zhong Yuquan or Gu Linger. Be that as it may, it turned out that Zhong Yuquan was not the only one in Langya Paradise. There was also Gu Linger and maybe even more. Just now, Gu Linger had been annoyed by Yang Kai's actions and refused to answer his questions. However, her refusal to respond was already a response in and of itself. It meant that Zhong Yuquan and Gu Linger were not the only ones corrupted by the Black Ink among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. There were more of them out there. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had been ruthless against the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the training to conserve time and strength. Consequently, he was now known for his brutality. Gu Linger would not have automatically revealed herself otherwise. She had assumed that revealing her identity would make him more merciful towards her. Unbeknownst to her, he had another important task at hand and she overplayed her hand as a result. Yang Kai had been wondering whether he should hold back against the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, but it would not seem that he actually needed to do the opposite now. Following the annihilation of the six-man team led by Gu Linger at menacing Earth Spirit Province, everybody in Langya Paradise felt a sense of danger. Yang Kai's elusive movements left them feeling helpless while his immense strength left them in despair. In the past, they used to hold great pride in the fact that they came from Langya Paradise. They believed that all the other Open Heaven Realm Masters outside of Langya Paradise were nothing special. Even the sect masters of the second-class Great Forces, who were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, were not put in their eyes. However, Yang Kai's arrival taught them that there were people beyond people. Looking back at their pride and arrogance, they couldn't help feeling ridiculous. They had been frogs at the bottom of the well, staring up at the narrow sky and thinking how vast it was while knowing nothing. Half a day later, another seven-man team was wiped out. What happened to them was similar to what happened to Gu Linger's team. Yang Kai would grab one person and leave immediately every time he showed up. By the time they reacted, he had already disappeared. Therefore, great hatred and grievances grew in their hearts. To this day, out of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise who participated in the training, almost 200 of them had been defeated by Yang Kai. The remaining people were filled with apprehension and terror. Their divine senses swept out across their surroundings at all times, out of fear that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere to abduct them. They knew that Yang Kai relied on the mysteriousness of the Tao of Space, so as long as they could limit this ability, it would be easy to overpower him with so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. As the eldest senior brother, Lu Meng shouldered the heavy responsibility of avenging his junior brothers and junior sisters who were eliminated from the training and redeeming Langya Paradise's reputation. He was the one who had been presiding over the coordination of the teams previously. Thus, he had always paid attention to the changes that took place during the training. For some reason, he had been silent for the past few days though. Nobody but his teammates knew what he was doing. One day, everybody suddenly received a message from Lu Meng. Everybody please head towards Void Flower Spirit Province. I worked with many junior brothers to set up a grand array there. If Yang Kai dares to show up, we can form a heaven-sealing earth-locking cage and he will not be able to leave unscathed. Senior brother Lu Meng is amazing. This is great. We can finally teach that bastard a lesson. Quick. Let's gather at Void Flower Spirit Province. Don't linger outside for too long, lest you give him a chance to attack. Before this training began, many fellow brothers had tried to pick a fight with Yang Kai. At that time they also used heaven-sealing earth-locking methods to stop his movements, but those arrays or secret technique had been activated in a hurry, so the seal was not strong and the barrier was easily destroyed by Yang Kai as a result. Having learned from that experience, Lemang specifically gathered several junior brothers who were proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays to jointly arrange a grand array. The spirit array that was completed recently was enough to turn Yang Kai into a turtle that was hiding in its shell. He did not know how long the grand array could trap Yang Kai once activated, but even so, just 3 breaths would be enough. A 3-breath delay was enough for all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise to surround Yang Kai. If everybody gathered at Void Flower Spirit Province, then Yang Kai was certain to head there despite knowing that it was a trap. This was the simplest method to carry out an offense by defending. Needless to say, Lemang had already considered the possibility that Yang Kai would not appear. The main goal of this training was to capture Yang Kai, so if he did not show up, then there would be no game to play. Unfortunately, the current situation was so dire that Lemang had no other option but to put his hope in this gamble. In an instant, the Open Heaven Realm Masters wandering in the sky above the many spirit provinces throughout Langya Paradise began rushing towards Void Flower Spirit Province. They summoned their comrades along the way, so it was a very lively scene. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark, could not help frowning at this scene. He could vaguely sense that some sort of conspiracy was waiting for him. Over the past few days, he had eliminated another 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Langya Paradise. A rough count indicated that nearly 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters had been eliminated during this training already. Aside from the several dozen 5th Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the beginning, the rest were 6th Order. The strength of Langya Paradise's heritage was evident from this fact alone. Void Land could also be considered to have a mighty army with the finest arms, with not many second-class great forces capable of comparing to them in the entire 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, the difference was practically night and day when compared to Langya Paradise. Just in terms of the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alone, Langya Paradise had over 10 times more than Void Land. That was not hard to understand though, as Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally long-lived. As long as they could advance directly into the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm, they could slowly take their time to grow until they reached the 6th Order. Langya Paradise had an extremely long inheritance, so after so many generations of disciples, it was only natural to have countless 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Be that as it may, that was only a narrow glimpse of the overall situation. If this was the case for Langya Paradise, then how could the other cave heavens and paradises be inferior? It was not until this moment that Yang Kai fully understood the horrifying heritage of these behemoths. After the incident with Gu Linger, Yang Kai became more and more ruthless in his attacks against the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters whom he captured. Almost everybody was beaten up so badly that they coughed up blood, hence the number of complaints grew proportionally. Yang Kai was secretly glad that nobody said the words, "Black Ink Eternal," to him again, aside from Gu Linger. Although he could not completely rule out that there were more people corrupted by the black ink hidden among those who were eliminated from the training, the possibility was not high. It was certain that the people in Langya Paradise who were corrupted by the black ink were in contact with each other. Seeing as Zhong Yuquan had sent a message to Gu Linger, he was bound to have sent the same message to the others corrupted by the black ink. That was why there was no doubt that those corrupted by the black ink already considered Yang Kai to be one of their companions. Under the threat of being severely injured, if they were truly corrupted by the black ink, they would definitely reveal their identities in hopes of escaping their fate. At this moment, however, when Yang Kai saw so many people gathering in a certain direction, he couldn't shake off an ominous feeling. If so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise gathered together, he might not get the chance to attack. I have to find out what they're doing. As soon as that thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he resolutely made a move to intercept a team of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nearby. Upon noticing movement nearby, the team of 5 turned to look in his direction and were shocked. Yang Kai. Despite their surprise, they did not wait around for their defeat. They reacted almost simultaneously and hurriedly drew out the power of their small universe. Countless secret techniques and divine abilities immediately blasted towards Yang Kai. Chapter 4771 Why Did You Come Back? This team of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters originally had 7 people. It was just that Yang Kai had kidnapped 2 of them previously, so there were only 5 of them left. The leader was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name Deng Qi. His cultivation was extraordinary and the heritage of his small universe was impressive. When the five of them blasted out with their various divine abilities and secret techniques, they quickly retreated at the same time, in hopes of escaping Yang Kai's pursuit. However, Yang Kai's figure merely shifted from side to side before he swiftly escaped the barrage enveloping him. In the next moment he charged towards them. They immediately turned pale with shock. Deng Qi gritted his teeth and roared, "Junior brothers, go quickly. I will stop him." After saying that, boldly and without hesitation or looking back, he charged at Yang Kai. He knew that he could not stop Yang Kai with his strength. After all, so many other senior brothers and senior sisters who were stronger than him had been defeated by Yang Kai, how could he be an exception? Therefore he did not hope to actually stop or defeat Yang Kai. He simply wanted to buy some time for the four people in his team. Only then would they have hope of fleeing the situation and preventing a complete annihilation of their team. Deng Qi's determination and resolve touched the others. One of them shouted in grief and indignation, "Senior brother Deng! Go!" Deng Qi yelled, "Don't let my sacrifice go to waste." The person who spoke earlier had originally intended to turn around to help Deng Qi, but when he heard what his senior brother said, he had no choice but to turn around and flee into the distance with the other three. Meanwhile, Deng Qi stood proudly. He reached out to grab at something, summoning a long spear into his hand. Staring solemnly at Yang Kai who was approaching him quickly, he grinned savagely, "I split this mountain and chop this tree if you want to." "Wait. I'm not done speaking. Take this." Hong hong hong. Deng Qi felt his vitality churning violently every time their world forces collided, and his small universe shuddered unsteadily. He had been immersed in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm for many years, so the heritage of his small universe was by no means weak. There were not many Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters in Lenya Paradise who could surpass him in terms of strength. Prior to this, he had heard the messages from his identity token. Many of his fellow brothers had been captured, defeated, and eliminated by Yang Kai. In front of this person named Yang Kai, many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters in Lenya Paradise resembled nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were completely powerless to resist. Therefore he had been wondering whether Yang Kai was actually that strong. They were both Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters after all. No matter how powerful Yang Kai was, there had to be a limit, right? He also considered what he should do if he ran into Yang Kai. It was impossible for him to flee as the other party was proficient in the Tao of space. How could he escape when the other party could ignore the barriers of space? This was something that had been proven through the defeat and the blood of his countless fellow brothers who were eliminated previously. Since he could not run, then he could only choose to fight. He might not be Yang Kai's opponent, but it should be possible for him to cause a little trouble for Yang Kai if he went all out. At least, that was what he previously thought. It was not until he actually encountered Yang Kai himself that Deng Qi realized one thing: he had been far too naive. The terrifying power of his opponent gave him the illusion that he was facing a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master instead of one in the Sixth Order. Nevertheless, the energy fluctuations coming from the other party undoubtedly belonged to a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master. How can a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master be this strong? Even after being struck to the ground by Yang Kai, Deng Qi could not understand what had just happened. He even began to doubt whether something had gone wrong during his cultivation in the past. No wonder so many other senior brothers and senior sisters who were stronger than me were defeated by him. No wonder even eldest senior brother Lemang is not his opponent. What Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters could be this monster's opponent? "Senior brother," Yang Kai crouched in front of Deng Qi, "can I ask you something?" Deng Qi coughed up blood while looking at Yang Kai. "What is it?" The two of them had just been fighting fiercely against each other, but they were now talking to each other calmly. Not to mention that Deng Qi was still coughing up blood. No matter how one looked at this situation, there was no denying that it was strange. It had to be said that the Open Heaven realm masters in Lenya Paradise had straightforward and righteous personalities. Despite being injured and defeated by Yang Kai, none of them held any real resentment against him. Most of them simply admired his strength. Their strength was inferior to their enemy, so there was no point in being resentful. Although their journey of growth was a little crooked, their temperament was impressive. The defeat they suffered today would only fuel their motivation to get stronger so they could one day get back at him. I noticed many senior brothers and sisters heading in a certain direction. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked while handing a healing pill to Deng Qi. Deng Qi glanced at the healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing with a loud crunch, he swallowed and shook his head. "I can't say. He had been defeated by Yang Kai and eliminated from the training. Nonetheless, he was not willing to reveal eldest senior brother Lu Meng's plans. He, too, wanted to see Yang Kai being surrounded and captured by his fellow brothers. Then they would drive Yang Kai to the depths of despair. Only then could he avenge this defeat. While speaking, Deng Qi took out some items that were worth a set of sixth-order materials and handed them to Yang Kai. From the start to the end, neither of them mentioned the healing pill or the materials. It was their first meeting, but their actions seemed to indicate a tacit agreement to keep silent about that matter. Eldest senior brother Lu Meng had already passed the word around. If they were defeated by Yang Kai, they should exchange money to avoid disaster. There was no need to struggle because their efforts would be pointless. Yang Kai asked in a friendly manner, "Senior brother, if you tell me, I will give you a 20% discount. What do you say?" Deng Qi's expression twisted. This Deng is not such a materialistic person. Don't even think of trying to bribe information out of me. Yang Kai nodded. Senior brother, your character is noble indeed. This junior brother admires you. Deng Qi grinned and wanted to laugh, but the movements pulled at his wound. Thus, he just smiled with great difficulty. I'm a Langya Paradise disciple after all. While laughing, he suddenly burst into tears. He looked behind Yang Kai and lost his cool. Why did you return? Just why did you have to come back? The 4 people in his team who escaped earlier had turned back and returned. All 4 of them had expressions of helplessness on their faces. The junior brother who wanted to turn back to help Deng Qi earlier answered sadly, we didn't want to come back either. It's just that the sect master issued an order saying that we are already ganging up on Yang Kai by forming teams. If all of us were to gather together and even set up a grand array in advance, it would be a total disgrace even if we won. After such a shameless action, he would be too embarrassed to show his face again. That was why he issued the order for us to return to our positions and stop using such underhanded methods. He wants us to defeat junior brother Yang with our own strength. Deng Qi was stunned. The sect master issued such an order? He quickly checked his identity token. While he was speaking to Yang Kai earlier, a message had indeed entered his identity token. It was just that he had no time to check it. When he glanced at the contents, what his junior brother said turned out to be true. Thus, he raised his head speechlessly to stare at Yang Kai. Is Langya Paradise's sect master your father or something? Why does he favor you so much? It was not easy for eldest senior brother Lu Meng to arrange that grand array and even come up with such an infallible solution. Unfortunately, just as the light of victory was about to shine on them, an order from the sect master instantly obscured it with a dense fog. Defeat Yang Kai with our own strength. If we had the strength to do that, eldest senior brother Lu Meng would not have done this in the first place. Regardless, Deng Qi had to admit that the sect master was not wrong. So many sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise had been eliminated by Yang Kai, so if the remaining people could not turn this situation around through fair means, then there was no meaning to this training. Relying on the remaining sixth-order open heaven realm masters to lie in wait to defeat a single person was certainly a meaningless victory. Your intentions are sinister indeed. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up from the side. He had not known the reason why so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters were gathering in one place. Although he had a vague guess, he had not dared to confirm his speculations. After listening to the conversation between Deng Qi and the others though, how could he remain ignorant? It was obvious that somebody had set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array somewhere and gathered all the remaining sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise there. If Yang Kai wanted to gain any benefits, then he would have to walk into the trap himself. At that time he would no longer have the support of the Tao of Space. No matter how powerful he was, what could he do against them? Deng Qi laughed in embarrassment. We had no choice. Thank goodness Senior Li is righteous. Yang Kai cupped his fist in the direction of the main spirit province and bowed in a gratifying manner. Deng Qi took the opportunity to signal his 4 companions. In the next moment, World Force surged. The 4 of them took action and summoned their respective artifacts. Using the light of their secret techniques and divine abilities as a cover, they charged towards Yang Kai. Now that they had met their greatest enemy, their only option was to fight to the end. When the light subsided and the energy fluctuations died down, they looked over only to see that the spot where Yang Kai originally stood was empty. He had vanished at some point in time without their realizing. Junior brother Ding has been captured. Somebody exclaimed in shock. The other two looked around and saw that junior brother Ding was indeed nowhere to be found. They originally had 4 members left, but only 3 remained at this moment. Deng Qi sighed, junior brother Ding has been eliminated. Nothing good would come from being captured by Yang Kai. It simply meant that they would be beaten up, forced to buy a healing pill, and disqualified from participating in the training. Everybody suffered the same fate. Even the delicate senior sisters and junior sisters were no exception. When Deng Qi and the others heard that even junior sister Gu Linger had been injured by Yang Kai, they could barely believe their ears. How could Yang Kai call himself a man? How could he hit somebody like junior sister Gu Linger? Did he not have the slightest sense of chivalry towards women? On the other hand, the senior sisters and junior sisters had maintained a fairly enthusiastic mentality before the incident where Gu Linger was injured by Yang Kai. They believed that they would have an advantage as women. Even if they fell into Yang Kai's clutches, they would not suffer too badly. In the worst case, they could simply exchange money to avoid disaster. It was not until the incident with Gu Linger that they began to lose confidence. How could they bear to hold their heads high in society again if their beautiful faces were beaten black and blue by Yang Kai? What consoled them was that Yang Kai never aimed for the face whenever he fought against a woman, even though he regarded both men and women as equals and did not hold back in his attacks. Thanks to that, none of them lost their beauty despite being beaten up. It was a stroke of fortune among all the misfortune. However, at this moment there was something that confused and puzzled Deng Qi and the others. Out of the 3 people who had yet to be eliminated, the slightly older one asked, "Didn't they say Yang Kai can easily fight against 3 or 4 enemies on his own? If that's the case, then why did he run?" Chapter 4772, Awe-Inspiring Momentum. The 4 of them attacked with such determination earlier because Yang Kai had a record of fighting in a 1-against-4 battle and completely annihilating the other party in the process. Logically speaking, he could have gone all out and disqualified all of them from the training just now. However, he had not done that. All he did was flee after capturing junior brother Ding. One person's eyes lit up. Could it be that he is running out of strength? Another person nodded in agreement after hearing those words. There is such a possibility. Many days had gone by since the training began. So much time had passed and Yang Kai had been constantly fighting alone. Even if he was very powerful and the heritage of his small universe heritage was incredibly impressive, it was only natural for his abilities to decline after enduring such a long period of consumption. It might be that he no longer had the ability to fight against 4 enemies at once. We must spread this information to the others. The first person who spoke earlier looked excited. All this time they had felt extremely hopeless during this training. Although the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had an advantage in numbers, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, which allowed him to excel at both ambushing and escaping. Therefore, he would periodically strike out of nowhere and flee immediately as soon as he captured somebody. They were having a hard time guarding against his attacks as a result. However, there was finally a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. It turned out that he was not invincible. Even Yang Kai could not maintain his terrifying combat strength forever. Everything was thanks to the fellow brothers who had been eliminated previously. This outcome was obtained in exchange for countless resources and their own blood. Fortunately, their sacrifice would not be in vain. Victory would eventually belong to Langya Paradise. This information was soon spread to every single surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, all of whom instantly became motivated. There was nothing wrong with their conjecture per se. For an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to endure such an extended and high-intensity battle, even if they were facing a group of enemies who were significantly weaker than themselves, they were bound to expend great amounts of energy. As such, they would eventually be defeated after exhausting all their strength. It was true that they could recover some strength by refining Open Heaven pills during this time, but how much could they truly recover? Besides, how could the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise give Yang Kai any time to recover from his fatigue? However, Yang Kai was not ordinary and he was now fully realizing the benefits of rearing living beings in his small universe. The living beings that he relocated from Pear Flower Cave Heaven numbered in the tens of millions now and constantly provided him with a large amount of world force that enhanced the heritage of his small universe. Furthermore, there was a large number of the small stone race in his small universe. The population of the small stone race had multiplied rapidly. Under the premise of equal numbers, the benefits brought to Yang Kai by the small stone race were 10 times that of ordinary humans. The flow of time in his small universe was also different from the outside world. There was almost twice the difference between them. Although Yang Kai had been unable to find any time to rest during this past month or so, he did not show the slightest sign of fatigue even though he had been fighting tirelessly this whole time. On the contrary, he remained lively and high-spirited. The rate of his consumption was simply incomparable to the growth of his small universe. At this rate, he could continue fighting in such a high-intensity battle until the end of time. Of course, there was a reason why Yang Kai did not challenge all 4 opponents to annihilate Deng Qi's team in one go and instead chose to capture them one by one. The reason was consideration for those corrupted by the Black Ink. Even if there was anybody corrupted by the Black Ink among the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, they would not reveal anything to him with so many eyes watching. Similar to the case of Gu Linger, it was only possible for him to discover some clues or uncover the identities of those who had been corrupted by the Black Ink if he remained alone with them. In the following stick of incense's worth of time, Deng Qi, who had been meditating on the spot to heal his wounds, watched helplessly as Yang Kai continuously went back and forth to capture his junior brothers one after another. The junior brothers were on the verge of going crazy. If not for Li Yuanwang's orders, they could have fled to another spirit province to seek refuge. But, for some reason, the sect master had issued the order for them to return to their respective positions. No matter how they escaped, they could only escape within the confines of their respective spirit provinces. They couldn't even ask for reinforcements from the other teams like before. That was because those teams could not defy their orders and leave their spirit provinces to provide aid. The sect master was clearly giving Yang Kai the opportunity to take them down one by one. Nobody knew the reason behind his actions. All they could guess was that the sect master was unhappy with their failure. Despite so many people being in a team, they could not defeat Yang Kai. It would be an even greater shame if they went so far as to request aid from the other teams. With just one order from Li Yuanwang, the situation had turned in favor of Yang Kai. Meanwhile, as the only person who understood Li Yuanwang's intentions, Yang Kai was working hard to cooperate. The flames of battle spread across the spirit provinces in Langya Paradise. Everywhere Yang Kai went, the team of Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding that particular spirit province were obliterated. Every single person kidnapped by Yang Kai was beaten up badly, but not a single Open Heaven Realm Master in Langya Paradise conceded defeat. After Deng Qi's team spread the message to the others, their resistance became more intense. Every single person who was eliminated from the training fought Yang Kai with all their strength to the point of exhaustion. Needless to say, these people suffered a harsher beating compared to those who were eliminated before. Nevertheless, they were happy. That was because their elimination was not meaningless. Only by shaving off Yang Kai's strength could they help their remaining fellow brothers obtain a greater chance for success. They were looking forward to the time when somebody could eventually stand up and defeat Yang Kai, and victory would then belong to Langya Paradise. Be that as it may, with the passage of time, this anticipation slowly turned into despair once more. Although the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were eliminated could no longer communicate any information to the fellow brothers who were still participating in the training, they were allowed to continue communicating with each other in general. At this moment, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who had been eliminated were chatting endlessly through their identity tokens. We received exact information. Senior Sister Zhou's team was targeted by that bastard an hour ago. How is the situation? 4 people have been eliminated so far. Only Senior Sister Zhou and Junior Brother Jia are left in the team. I hope Senior Sister Zhou and Junior Brother Jia achieve success. Kill that bastard surnamed Yang. Ahem. I've also been eliminated. Greetings, Senior Brothers. Junior Brother Jia informed via message. Everybody fell silent. A short while later, somebody responded with another message. Senior Sister Zhou is in trouble. Senior Sister Zhou had been defeated by Yang Kai once before. That incident had taken place before the training began, so everybody knew that she was no match for him. Now that he had so many wins under his belt, Yang Kai was at the peak of his momentum, so how could she be his opponent? As soon as that message came out, another message was delivered from another source. Senior Sister Zhou has also been eliminated. How fast? What is wrong with that bastard? Why does it feel as though his strength is inexhaustible? Could it be that our fellow brothers lied to us? Senior Sister Zhou? Are you there, Senior Sister Zhou? Get lost. Don't bother me. I don't want to talk. Okay. Please focus on your recovery, Senior Sister Zhou. This junior brother apologizes for disturbing you. At the same time, on the spirit province that Senior Sister Zhou's team was overseeing, Yang Kai stood next to the dispirited senior sister Zhou and stared into the distance. There were traces of fresh blood at the corners of senior sister Zhou's mouth. She coughed lightly and studied the man next to her with a complicated gaze. Compared to the last time she was defeated, there was not much difference in his strength. Nonetheless, she could clearly feel that there was an additional aura lingering around him. It was the aura of invincibility. Even though it could neither be seen nor touched, she could feel it clearly. This aura was something he gradually accumulated after winning against hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. It was as brilliant as the great sun and as dazzling as the stars. Moreover, she couldn't shake off the illusion that he could even win against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in his current condition. There were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, so there was no lack of talent. That was especially true for the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who ranked at the top. Who among them was not a dazzling genius in the outside world? However, they instantly became bleak and dull when compared to the man in front of her. I've never met such a man before. There aren't many left, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Nevertheless, senior sister Zhou understood his question. She pondered in silence for a moment before she responded, only eldest senior brother Lu Mang's team is left. If you can defeat them, then this training will end. He nodded lightly. Lu Mang is pretty good. Having exchanged blows with Lu Mang before, Yang Kai knew that the strength of this person known as the eldest senior brother among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise was quite extraordinary. Senior sister Zhou couldn't help rolling her eyes at his reply. Only someone like Yang Kai could comment on senior brother Lu Mang's strength so casually, but there was nothing she could refute either. Can you fight seriously for once? Stop using such nefarious means. She snapped in annoyance. Yang Kai burst out laughing. Your teams range from 5 to 8 people. With so many people in the same order gathering together in one place, how am I supposed to fight them all at once? Besides, I am using my abilities to capture those people. How can you claim that I am using nefarious means? Senior sister Zhou flushed slightly in embarrassment because there was nothing she could refute in his statement. To a certain extent, it could be said that he obtained every victory through serious means. There was no trickery or underhanded means to his actions. That was something she herself had experienced before. Nonetheless, she was reluctant to accept her loss because she had been defeated before she could even bring out her full strength. Failure to bring out her full strength in time was equivalent to having no chance to exert her strength at all. The battle had ended too quickly. In other words, the gap in their strengths was too vast. She had no choice but to admit the truth even if she was not willing to accept her defeat. Good. It's time for this training to end. Senior sister, please focus on your recovery. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Yang Kai stepped forward and his figure rapidly faded out of sight. Senior sister Zhou turned to look in the direction of Void Flower Spirit Province where senior brother Lu Mang's team was stationed. Nobody could say for certain whether this battle would allow Langya Paradise to narrowly retain its pride or whether Yang Kai would have the last laugh. Messages began to fly rapidly between the identity tokens of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Quick. Yang Kai is heading towards Void Flower Spirit Province. This is the last battle. Let's go and watch. We have to cheer for eldest senior brother. Senior brother Lu Mang will win. Langya Paradise will win. Following the fluctuations of the world force, numerous streams of light took to the skies and sped towards Void Flower Spirit Province in unison. Many had been and still were recuperating from their injuries, but seeing as this was the last battle, they could not bring themselves to miss out on the show and quickly began moving. By the time Yang Kai arrived at Void Flower Spirit Province, hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters had already gathered above it. Most of these Open Heaven Realm Masters were wounded. The bloody bruises on their faces had yet to subside, causing them to look extremely menacing. Chapter 4773 Cannot retreat anymore. Yang Kai traveled through the void and arrived calmly. Hundreds of gazes immediately turned towards him. Everywhere he passed, the crowd automatically split apart and opened a path for him. These bruised Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise might look like a mess, but they still gazed at him with admiration. Throughout this training, Yang Kai acted alone. He fought all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise by himself. It didn't matter what methods he used or whether the sect master's orders had favored him. For him to reach this point was enough to garner the respect of all those gathered here. Yang Kai nodded lightly at the people around him. Passing through the crowd, he arrived directly at Void Flower Spirit Province. Meng stood at the front with a solemn expression, giving off an air of dignity. Behind him stood 4 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lined up. His team could not be considered large. Including him there were only 5. Nevertheless, each one of them stood at the top of all the other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had been immersed in this realm for many years, and for that reason, despite their small numbers, they could be considered the team with the highest combat capabilities in Langya Paradise below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. The 4 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watched Yang Kai intently. So much time had passed since the training began, but this was their first time seeing Yang Kai in person. Hence, they could not help being extremely curious towards the young man who caused such a ruckus in Langya Paradise. When their eyes met, Meng lowered his head slightly. "My apologies, junior brother Yang." If possible, he did not wish to join forces with his junior brothers to face a lone opponent, but he knew that he was no match for Yang Kai by himself. This battle was related to Langya Paradise's face, so even if he was unwilling to use such methods, he had no choice. "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Start the array." Meng gestured with his hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 people behind him swiftly used various hand seals at the same time. Numerous bursts of light scattered in all directions. Following that, the entire Void Flower Spirit Province rumbled and shook as though the world itself was shaking. In an instant, the space around the entire Spirit Province was sealed off. This place had been transformed into a cage. From the outside, there were no obvious changes to Void Flower Spirit Province. Not even the entry and exit to this place had been affected. Nonetheless, countless invisible barriers had undoubtedly been imposed upon the Void. As long as Yang Kai was within Void Flower Spirit Province, he could not perform his instantaneous movement. There was no doubt that this battle would decide the outcome of this entire event. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise and the surroundings watched with great excitement, and their divine senses interweaved madly as they communicated with each other. "Senior brothers, what are the prospects for this battle? Do you think senior brother Meng and the others have any chances to win? That brat surnamed Yang might be immensely powerful, but his greatest support is his space secret techniques. Now that Void Flower Spirit Province has been sealed off by the Grand Array, his wings have been clipped. Without the ability to move about freely, it will be difficult for him to fight against 5 opponents." "You're right, senior brother. Langya Paradise is sure to win this battle." "Hey, that's nothing to be proud of. Even if we win this battle, we only did so by overwhelming our opponent with superior numbers. It's not an honorable victory. This training has really taught me that there are always heavens beyond the heavens. After this, I will have to go back and cultivate hard in retreat." There was no doubt that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were not optimistic about Yang Kai's prospects. His biggest reliance had been limited by the Grand Array. In spite of that, he had to face 5 opponents alone in battle. Not to mention, the 5 people led by eldest senior brother Meng were veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with profound experience and cultivation. If they lost despite such a lineup, then it would be far too unreasonable. While the others were conversing wildly among themselves, Yang Kai took a shallow breath and focused his gaze on Meng and the others. "Are you ready, senior brothers? If you're ready, then I will begin." His figure, which was enveloped in an indescribably terrifying aura, slammed directly towards Meng and the others even before he finished his sentence. When he pushed his immense world force, even the people watching from afar could sense the suffocating aura blowing towards them. On the other hand, the expressions of the ones actually involved in the situation changed greatly. Meng and the others simultaneously scattered in all directions without hesitation. Yang Kai's momentum, which came from winning hundreds of battles without suffering a single loss, was simply too horrifying. Faced with this pressure, even someone as strong as Meng couldn't help feeling intimidated. There was a thunderous rumble that sounded as though the world was about to collapse, and Void Flower Spirit Province shook violently. When the dust finally settled, the sounds of world forces colliding with each other could be heard. Everybody scanned the scene anxiously with widened eyes. In the midst of the thick dust cloud, figures could be seen weaving back and forth like fish swimming in the sea. A short while later, 2 figures soared into the sky. Everybody looked in that direction and immediately gasped in surprise. Yang Kai had summoned a spear at some point in time and was raining down strikes like a waterfall, his world force surging rampantly. Standing opposite Yang Kai was one of their senior brothers. This senior brother was pale-faced and retreating in a fluster. At the same time, he constantly defended against the thrust of the spear with the artifact in his hand. Every collision between their weapons was a confrontation between the power of their small universes. Yang Kai's murderous intent had practically materialized. Moreover, his attacks were so frenzied that everyone couldn't help wondering whether he planned to kill their senior brother with his spear. Under this wanton offensive, the senior brother did not dare to waver in the slightest. He was forced to retreat continuously by Yang Kai. Thus, the figures of those two sliced through the sky like two streams of light. Shocked and enraged, Lemang and the others hurriedly gave chase. Their divine abilities and secret techniques bombarded Yang Kai's back before they even drew near. However, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to their attacks. In the next moment, countless divine abilities and secret techniques accurately struck Yang Kai, causing Lemang and the others to break out in cold sweat at the sight. This was not a life-or-death battle after all. They had always held back to a certain extent and prevented themselves from using their full strength, as things would not end well if they accidentally killed Yang Kai. Be that as it may, with the four of them working together, the power of their divine abilities and secret techniques was not to be underestimated. If Yang Kai took those attacks head-on, he would most likely suffer a tragic fate. Why didn't he dodge? With his skills and abilities, he is perfectly capable of avoiding those attacks. Nobody could understand his actions. What happened next shocked all the onlookers to the core. Despite being hit by so many divine abilities and secret techniques, Yang Kai seemed totally unaffected. He ignored all the movements coming from behind him and simply focused on attacking the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was constantly being forced backwards. The clothes Yang Kai was wearing were his transformed Grand Dragon scales, and the defensive properties of a Grand Dragon's dragon scales were extraordinary. To a certain extent, his dragon scales were capable of blocking the attacks of even Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. During his previous battle against Shi Zheng, Yang Kai had used his dragon scale armor to block some of Shi Zheng's divine abilities. If he could even block the divine ability of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then what need be said about the attacks of a few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were holding back? Yang Kai might not be able to withstand such a bombardment over a longer period, but it was not a problem for a short time. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of Yang Kai was on the verge of tears. He did not know how he had provoked Yang Kai, but the other party had persistently targeted him from the beginning. Yang Kai's ruthless posture left him reeling in discomfort. In the face of Yang Kai's frenzied offensive, he only had the strength to parry while being steadily forced backwards. Lemang's expression suddenly changed drastically and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Junior Brother Feng, you can't retreat any further." The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Junior Brother Feng stiffened at those words, but before he could understand the situation, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him all of a sudden. Yang Kai's large hand reached out towards him immediately after that, and under the fluctuations of space principles, the entire world spun dizzily. Lemang and the three others hurried over, but Yang Kai and Junior Brother Feng were no longer anywhere to be found. Only a slight fluctuation of space principles remained in place. Lemang was furious. Similarly, the Open Heaven Realm Masters watching in the surroundings were in an uproar. Yang Kai's sudden attack just now and his ruthless behavior, as though he wanted to kill Junior Brother Feng, had left them extremely anxious. They were afraid that an accident might occur in this training. Therefore, nobody noticed that the battlefield had been guided to the outside of Void Flower Spirit Province when Junior Brother Feng was forced to retreat by Yang Kai. The heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array only covered Void Flower Spirit Province, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to perform instantaneous movement within its boundaries. However, those restrictions no longer took effect outside the Spirit Province. From the very beginning, Yang Kai's plan was to control the battlefield on which they fought. That was the only method for him to defeat them one by one. What is he doing? Somebody was puzzled. Judging by Yang Kai's fierce momentum and the strength he displayed just now, he stood a fighting chance in a 5-against-1 battle even if he did not escape. Although nobody could guess the outcome of the battle, it would be an unmistakably exciting and thrilling battle. Be that as it may, he had fled. Just like he had done with the previous teams, he quickly escaped as soon as he captured Junior Brother Feng. All the people who had been looking forward to the battle were absolutely devastated by the sight, feeling as though they were left hanging, half satiated by the meal before them. That guy. Could it be that he is planning to coerce Junior Brother Feng into buying a healing pill and acted in that manner because it was inconvenient if other people were to disturb him? Somebody guessed. Many people had the same conjecture. That was because recently Yang Kai had done the same even when only 2 people were left in a team. In any case, it was just a conjecture and they could not verify the truth, but the scene playing out in front of them made things clear that Yang Kai was planning exactly that. Just how greedy is that guy? The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were speechless. This is the last battle. Can't he fight properly for once so that we feel better even if we lose? Why does he have to be so miserly? Having said that, a set of 6th order materials was indeed valuable, so Yang Kai's actions were understandable. If they had such an opportunity, it was possible that they would have made the same choice. Lu Meng remained frozen in place, his expression extremely ugly. Less than 10 breaths later, a series of ripples appeared in the void. It was not until that moment that he reacted as though waking up from a dream. His expression changed drastically and he yelled, "Fall back! Quickly!" Having given chase earlier, they had unknowingly followed Yang Kai out of Void Flower Spirit Province. They only realized what a dangerous situation they were in at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yang Kai's figure appeared out of nowhere. He glanced around and immediately became delighted. "Senior brothers, were you waiting for me?" While speaking, he waved his hand and space principles surged as his near-distant horizon secret technique spread out into the surroundings. All of a sudden, space seemed to stretch out infinitely. Everybody felt as though they experienced a momentary illusion. Even though they clearly saw their 4 senior brothers led by Lu Meng struggling to escape towards Void Flower Spirit Province, they seemed to freeze in place for some strange reason. Yang Kai took a step forward and came to stand beside one of them. Grabbing that person, he quickly turned around and left. Lu Meng howled miserably, "Junior brother Yun." Junior brother Yun had also been captured. It was not until the figures of Yang Kai and junior brother Yun vanished out of sight that the space principles calmed down again. Accordingly, Lu Meng and the others regained their freedom. Those 3 did not dare to remain outside for a moment longer and quickly fled back into Void Flower Spirit Province with humiliated and disgraced expressions. Chapter 4774, Go Easy on Him. In the short span of time taken to boil a cup of tea, 2 out of the 5-man team had been captured. Only 3 of them remained. Such a situation was something they never expected. They believed that preparing the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array in advance would prevent Yang Kai from using his instantaneous movement secret technique, thereby allowing them to attack him together. It was supposed to be the final blow that determined their victory. Who could have known that Yang Kai would retaliate so fiercely? Lu Meng said solemnly, "Junior brothers, Yang Kai is bound to return. We only have 3 people left, but we still stand a fighting chance. If he appears again, don't leave Void Flower Spirit Province no matter what." Both of them nodded heavily. "Rest assured, eldest senior brother." They had only just finished responding when they detected the fluctuations of space principles. Sure enough, Yang Kai had appeared again. Yang Kai approached Lu Meng and the 2 others in a few quick steps. Lu Meng quickly asked, "How are junior brother Feng and junior brother Yun?" Yang Kai smiled, "They are fine, but shouldn't you be worrying about yourselves?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng summoned a long sword into his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. "No matter what happens, I will never let you succeed again. That will depend on whether or not you have the ability." When Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure launched towards the 3 of them like an arrow that was released from its string. At the same time, his world force burst out like a tsunami and caused a pressure wave that was visible to the naked eye to spread out into the surroundings. Lu Meng and his 2 junior brothers roared in defiance. Activating the power of their small universes, they struggled desperately to block their enemy's advance. However, their efforts were in vain. 3 figures were sent flying in 3 separate directions following the initial clash. Lu Meng finally stabilized his body with some difficulty. Looking over, he immediately felt as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Yang Kai had set his sights on one of his 2 junior brothers and was indiscriminately bombarding him with attacks. Accordingly, this junior brother was steadily being forced back. It was the exact situation that junior brother Feng had experienced earlier. Lu Meng shouted, "Hold on, junior brother Peng." His figure shifted as he hurriedly pursued Yang Kai. At this moment, junior brother Peng was filled with a deep sense of bitterness. When he previously saw Yang Kai forcing junior brother Feng out of Void Flower Spirit Province with ease, he believed that junior brother Feng had been too careless. It was not until he actually faced Yang Kai that he understood. Junior brother Feng was not being careless. The gap between their strength was simply too large. Yang Kai bore down on him from the front with crushing momentum, and no matter how he tried to resist, he could not fight back. He felt as though his small universe was about to collapse with every single collision of their world forces. Under this violent offensive, he had no choice but to retreat even if he was unwilling. He distinctly saw senior brother Lu Meng's figure transforming into a stream of light and chasing after him. Nevertheless, it was obvious that it was too late. Under the tremendous pressure from Yang Kai, he was quickly forced out of Void Flower Spirit Province like a duckweed caught in the rapids. It's over. His heart thumped hard in his chest. Staring helplessly at Yang Kai's large hand stretching out to fill his vision, he was unable to resist at all. His previous confrontation with Yang Kai had caused his small universe to be greatly shaken, so his power could not flow smoothly. In the next moment, everybody watched as Yang Kai grabbed junior brother Peng by the neck and dragged the latter away like he was picking up a common chicken to be slaughtered. Lu Meng and the other junior brother stood at the edge of Void Flower Spirit Province, watching everything unfolding before them but being helpless to do anything. Their expressions were filled with despair. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise, who had been communicating unceasingly via their divine senses, all this while suddenly sank into silence at this moment. They initially thought that the outcome of this battle would be difficult to predict, but judging by the current circumstances, things were not looking optimistic for Langya Paradise. Be that as it may, this outcome was very difficult for them to accept. Yang Kai had defeated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise with his strength alone. Junior brother die. Lu Meng took a deep breath. There's only the two of us left, but we still have a chance. Yang Kai will definitely come again. Don't let your guard down. Junior brother Dai was sorrowful. Eldest senior brother, that's what you said earlier. Then junior brother Peng was kidnapped. Even when we had 3 people, we were not his opponents. What can we do now that there are only the 2 of us left? It was not that his mental strength was lacking, it was just that he could not muster the strength when faced with an opponent like Yang Kai. Lu Meng shouted, Junior brother Dai, the honor or disgrace of Langya Paradise lies in our hands. You need to get yourself together. Realization suddenly struck junior brother Dai. His eyes instantly filled with fighting spirit, and he nodded repeatedly, got it, eldest senior brother. Half an incense stick's time later, Lu Meng stared into the void with a blank gaze. There was nobody next to him. Junior brother Feng, junior brother Yun, junior brother Peng, and even junior brother Dai had all been captured. Such desolate loneliness. But so what if that was the case? Even if he had to fight alone, he would never be discouraged. With so many junior brothers and junior sisters watching him, as the eldest senior brother, Lu Meng had to set a good example for the others. Reaching this enlightenment, Lu Meng's aura abruptly began to swell. The wind and the clouds in Void Flower Spirit Province swirled, and all the world energy in the Spirit Province became agitated and flooded towards him. The illusory phantom of a universe world suddenly appeared behind him, but the universe world was extremely distorted and ever-changing. Following the rise of his aura, the ethereal universe world showed signs of becoming solid. That is, somebody among the crowd suddenly exclaimed, what is happening to eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother is advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Look at his small universe. It's showing signs of materializing. Ah, that bastard is dead meat now. No matter how powerful he is, how can he be the opponent of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm is not that simple. Eldest senior brother probably just grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough and is showing signs of advancement. He needs to enter retreat immediately. Only when his small universe fully materializes can he be considered to have truly advanced into the next order. An Open Heaven Realm Master of Langya Paradise who had some understanding of how to advance from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm explained. Even so, eldest senior brother will now possess some heritage of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The power he can wield is definitely above that of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if Yang Kai is powerful, he might not be eldest senior brother's opponent. That's right. It will now depend on how much strength eldest senior brother can exert. Sect Master has arrived. Somebody shouted all of a sudden. The advancement of a disciple from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was not a trivial matter, especially for somebody like Lu Meng. Furthermore, Li Yuan Wang had always been monitoring this training, so he knew about everything that was taking place here. Following the emergence of Li Yuan Wang's figure, the hundreds of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters bowed in unison, Greetings, Sect Master, Vice Sect Master. Li Yuanwang did not come alone. He was accompanied by Gao Ting. Nodding lightly in acknowledgement, he gestured for them to be at ease. Only then did he turn to look at Lu Meng below. Upon sensing Li Yuanwang's gaze, Lu Meng looked up and cupped his fist. Disciple greets Sect Master, Vice Sect Master. Li Yuanwang asked in concern, how confident are you? Comprehending the opportunity to advance into the next order did not mean that one could successfully complete the breakthrough. There was no saying whether an unexpected accident might occur during the process. The transformation of one's small universe from immaterial to material was no different from stepping over the threshold. Only by overcoming this threshold could a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, many Open Heaven Realm Masters failed to cross this chasm. Lu Meng replied, Disciple is confident. Good. Li Yuanwang nodded, but before that you should end this training. Lu Meng nodded and quickly said, I will not disappoint you, Sect Master. Turning his head to look at somebody among the crowd, he pointed with his long sword, Junior brother Yang, this senior brother is in a hurry to enter retreat. Let's get this over with quickly. Unbeknownst to the others, Yang Kai had appeared in that direction at some point in time. Most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the surroundings had been focused on Lu Meng, so they had failed to notice Yang Kai's presence, and it was not until this moment that they saw him. On the other hand, Lu Meng had comprehended the opportunity for advancement. At this moment, his strength could no longer be judged simply by the standards of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. His strength was already beyond the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, though still below the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. His words and attitude conveyed great self-confidence. His confidence infected the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise, causing them to become extremely excited. Yang Kai abruptly turned to look at Li Yuanwang. Sect Master Li, with senior brother Lu Meng's current condition, will there be any aftereffects if he were injured? Li Yuanwang pondered in silence for a moment. Go easy on him. Many of the disciples turned pale. Why do the Sect Master's words sound so much like he is favoring the outsider instead? Before they could understand the situation, Yang Kai broke out into a grin. Since you are in a hurry, senior brother, I will do as you request. He shifted his body and charged towards Lu Meng. Immediately after that, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise witnessed an incredible scene. Lu Meng, who now wielded strength beyond the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, suffered a fate no different from the rest of his comrades. He was overwhelmed and suppressed by the storm of attacks from Yang Kai, which gave him no time to catch his breath. In fact, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even Lu Meng himself looked like he had seen a ghost. He knew about the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai. After all, he had been defeated once in the past already. It was just that he was different from before. He had already comprehended the opportunity to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so his strength was much greater than before. I can't believe nothing has changed. It was not until this moment that he realized something. He had always underestimated Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not something that could be judged using common sense. As the saying went, there are always people beyond people out there. In front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai continuously advanced while Lu Meng steadily fell back. The moment the two of them left Void Flower Spirit Province, they disappeared out of sight together. In the void where many Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise gathered, a blanket of dead silence filled the air. Such an outcome was very difficult to accept. An energy fluctuation from the collision of world forces seemed to come from afar before it was quickly extinguished. A short while later, Lu Meng flew over from that direction with a bruised and swollen face. He cupped his fist and said, Sect Master, disciple will enter retreat now. Li Yuanwang nodded, Go on, but don't be impatient. You only need to allow nature to take its course. Yes. Lu Meng nodded. Meanwhile, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Langya Paradise were so stunned that they were in a daze. At this point, the situation was clear. Senior brother Lu Meng had lost, and Voidland's Lord Yang Kai had single-handedly defeated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Hence, their faces burned with shame. They looked towards Li Yuanwang only to see that his expression was calm and collected. He didn't seem to care that his disciples had failed so miserably, which only made them feel even more ashamed. It was just, this training was over, so why was the sect master not announcing the results? Based on his appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be waiting for something. The same seemed to be true even for Vice Sect Master Gao Ting, who was standing by the side. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were confused and puzzled. However, as long as the Sect Master and Vice Sect Master said nothing, they did not dare to say anything either. As such, they could only stand there quietly. Chapter 4775 In a Panic. In front of a lake in a certain spirit province, Gu Pan rested her cheeks on her hands. There was a fishing rod in front of her, and the fish bait had been thrown into the water. Nevertheless, she didn't even notice when the fish got caught on the hook. Her eyes were fixed blankly on the surface of the water, and she was clearly absent-minded. When Yang Kai came to Langya Paradise, he brought news of people corrupted by the black ink. She could not deny being extremely shocked at the time. There was no saying how many fellow brothers corrupted by the black ink were lurking in Langya Paradise. Furthermore, there would likely be people whom she was familiar with among them. Once these people were identified, they were bound to suffer a tragic fate. She did not wish to see such a scene, but there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared behind her. Although the aura only appeared briefly before disappearing in a flash, it gave her an extreme feeling of disgust. A sense of vigilance bloomed in her heart. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, she spun around and slammed her palm out. The world force of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master surged violently. However, she immediately showed a look of astonishment and quickly retracted most of her strength. Nevertheless, her palm still landed lightly upon Yang Kai, who had appeared behind her without warning. As if struck by lightning, his figure was blown backwards. He coughed up fresh blood in midair and crashed to the ground weakly. Gu Pan turned pale in shock. Senior brother Yang. Having withdrawn most of her strength when she recognized him, the power of that attack should not have been capable of threatening him. That was why she couldn't quite understand how she managed to injure him. Also, what was that repulsive aura earlier? Yang Kai climbed to his feet and clutched at his chest with an agonized expression. He quickly said, "Junior sister, you're amazing indeed. This senior brother admits defeat." Gu Pan stiffened in surprise but quickly came back to her senses. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she protested, "Senior brother, there's no need for that. Senior brother Yang is clearly giving me an opportunity. In this training, the person who could defeat him would receive the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world. Yang Kai had deliberately made a trip here, allowed her to strike him, and admitted defeat so readily. The motive behind his actions could not be more evident. Moreover, he looked as though he had been severely injured. It was obvious that he had forced himself to cough up blood. Gu Pan was certain that her palm strike could not have actually harmed him in any way. With his abilities, he could have resolved her attacks with ease. "Junior sister, you have great skills. This senior brother is impressed." Yang Kai continued to spout nonsense without batting an eyelid. Seeing how insistent he was acting, Gu Pan could only play along with him. Thus, she elegantly bowed, "You have my respects, senior brother." He nodded lightly. In this training, Langya Paradise had to win. This was something Yang Kai understood clearly. If he won in the end, Langya Paradise would lose all face. He came here for the people corrupted by the Black Ink clan, not to turn the entire place upside down. What's more, he had gained quite a lot from this training, so he was quite satisfied. Seeing as the person who defeated him could enter the Five Lights world for training, it would not be bad to give Gu Pan this opportunity. "It's about time for the training to end. Junior sister, come with me to meet Sect Master Li," Yang Kai said. "Good." Gu Pan nodded and continued seriously, "Senior brother Yang, thank you." A few years after she advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, she received the opportunity to enter Langya Paradise's small source world for training. Unfortunately, even if she was a core disciple who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, she could not enter the small source world twice in such a short time. There were so many Open Heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise who were waiting for their turn after all. The elders of the sect could not favor her too much. If she could enter the small source world again for training now, it would be greatly beneficial for her growth. In the sky above Void Flower Spirit Province, everybody continued to wait quietly for something. A short while later, two streams of light sped over from afar. Upon noticing the movement, the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise turned to look in that direction. "That bastard is back." The person beside him. "It's junior sister Gu." Why does the bastard look so pale? Moreover, his aura is so weak. He looks like he has been heavily injured. Was he beaten up by eldest senior brother Lemang? Lemang had returned covered in bruises earlier, so it was obvious that he had been defeated by Yang Kai. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could not have gotten away unscathed after fighting with their eldest senior brother. It would be understandable if he had suffered injuries against Lu Meng. Somebody's eyes lit up. Could it be that the bastard was heavily injured after a tough battle against eldest senior brother Lu Meng, and then junior sister Gu took advantage of the circumstances to defeat him? Upon hearing those words, all their expressions became very animated. For a time, the image of junior sister Gu Pan teaching this heartless thief a painful lesson out of hatred born from love came to the minds of many people. They all felt that she had done a good job. Looking at Yang Kai's pale complexion made their hearts feel so much better. Yang Kai greets seniors. Coming to stand in front of Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting, Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Greetings, honored master. Greetings, martial uncle Gao. Gu Pan bowed. Gao Ting looked at Gu Pan warmly. Li Yuan Wang asked, who won and who lost? Yang Kai grinned and laughed. This junior lost to junior sister Gu. Li Yuan Wang lifted his hand and stroked his beard, looking at Yang Kai as though he was looking at a promising young man. Although he had already understood everything, Yang Kai's actions made him very satisfied nevertheless. Yang Kai had been causing so many troubles in Langya Paradise during this period that many complaints had been flooding in as a result. If not because of his status, Li Yuan Wang would have been tempted to teach Yang Kai a lesson himself. Luckily, Yang Kai had enough tact to leave Langya Paradise with a fig leaf. Their pride had not been ruined completely thanks to that. After pondering in silence for some time, Li Yuan Wang announced loudly, Langya Paradise disciple Gu Pan has gone through many hardships and defeated Yang Kai. Therefore, I will reward her with the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world. The rest of the disciples should guard against arrogance and impatience. Work hard in your cultivation. When you enter the 3,000 worlds in the future, you should remain proud but humble. Don't disgrace the name Langya Paradise. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise shouted in unison, we will obey your orders, Sect Master. Gu Pan blushed slightly. What hardships? I can't believe, honored master. All I did was randomly strike out with my palm and senior brother Yang spat up blood all on his own. I'm sure honored master knows this fact. I can't believe he is lying through his teeth. Good. This training ends here. Gu Pan, come with me. Yes. Gu Pan responded. Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting turned and left, but Li Yuan Wang suddenly gestured with his large hand before departing. Following the swirl of the wind and the clouds, an invisible light barrier covered the entire Void Flower Spirit province like an upside-down bowl. The light barrier flashed. It was obvious that it was a sealing-type array. Seeing as he was the Langya Paradise Sect Master, it was only natural that Li Yuan Wang had the authority to activate all kinds of arrays in the sect. Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened as he shouted, Senior, what is the meaning of this? Li Yuan Wang pretended to have heard nothing. Walking out of Void Flower Spirit Province in a few quick steps, he transformed into a stream of light and left quickly. In the beginning, the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise didn't understand why the Sect Master had suddenly activated the sealing array on Void Flower Spirit Province. However, they quickly understood and turned to look at Yang Kai in unison. Standing alone, in the middle of the crowd, Yang Kai felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead in droves. Numerous figures slowly approached Yang Kai from all directions and soon surrounded him so tightly that not a single drop of water could slip through. All of those gazes contained malice, and there were as many as several hundreds of them. Some even cracked their knuckles eagerly. His face twitching violently, Yang Kai glanced at his surroundings with bright eyes and forced out a dry laugh. Senior brothers, senior sisters, victory and defeat is a common thing in life. Revenge will only breed revenge. When will there ever be an end? The current Void Flower Spirit Province had truly turned into a cage. Without destroying the sealing array, it was impossible for Yang Kai to even think of escaping. His instantaneous movement was completely useless under the power of the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array. Faced with the aggressive looks of hundreds of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai panicked. Senior Sister Zhou glared at him and gritted her teeth. You bastard, I bet you never imagined that you'd experience such a day. You were so happy to beat us up earlier. Now you'll know what it feels like when the tables turn on you. Yang Kai protested with an ashen face. Senior sister, you must have misunderstood me. It was only because of the training before that this junior brother had no choice but to act so ruthlessly. It was not my intention. Was selling your healing pills by force also something you had no control over? Somebody questioned. Oh, senior brothers and senior sisters, it's okay if you want to understand it in that way. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. We can talk after we give him a beating. Somebody shouted furiously. During this period of time, the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been nursing a grudge in their hearts. So many fellow brothers and fellow sisters had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai after all. However, he was as slippery as an eel and nobody could do anything to him. Thanks to the sect master's help though, he was now trapped like a turtle hiding in his shell. What else was there to hesitate about? Senior brothers, senior sisters and junior sisters. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Somebody roared. Immediately after that, a large number of people instantly swarmed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to retaliate only to realize that his efforts were useless. Thus, he could only cover his head, not the face. Curling up his body, he silently endured the storm of attacks raining down on him. Move aside. Move aside. Let me kick him too. This punch is for junior sister Gu Linger. How can you be willing to attack a person as gentle as junior sister Gu Linger? This is driving me crazy. Which bastard just touched my butt? You even dared to touch a man like me? Ah, senior brother, I apologize. I touched the wrong person. Ah, who were you planning to touch? I wasn't trying to touch anybody. There's another senior brother here who is trying to take advantage of the situation to get handsy. Senior sisters, junior sisters, beat him up too. Don't hit my face. My face is important. It was a sea of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai himself didn't know how many punches and kicks he suffered. It just felt as though his entire being was about to fall apart. When the people in the inner ring got tired, they would be replaced by people from the outer ring. It was truly a scramble as an endless stream of people fought for their turn. For a time, the scene was extremely tragic. After a whole incense stick's worth of time, Senior Sister Zhou finally gave a commanding shout. Enough! That's enough. Stop hitting him. He'll break if we hit him anymore. That will only break Junior Sister Gu Pan's heart. She was quite a prestigious figure in the sect. Therefore, the chaotic scene finally became contained once she spoke up. Yang Kai's clothes were in tatters, and his entire body was covered in footprints. There was no describing just how disheveled he looked. It was fortunate that he had protected his face in time, so he was not too embarrassed to meet others. At this moment, he lay spread eagle on the ground with an expression that looked like he was lucky to have survived. Senior Sister Zhou came to stand in front of him and looked down at him from above. She snorted softly, "Luckily, you have enough conscience in you to hand the opportunity to Junior Sister Gu at the end." They were not fools. In the end, Yang Kai defeated Limang only to be defeated by Gu Pan. It was easy to figure out the real situation as long as anybody had some brains. It was obvious that he had given the opportunity to train in the Five Lights world to Gu Pan. Chapter 4776, Rustle the Grass to Lure Out the Snakes. They were defeated by Yang Kai during the training because they were weaker. There was no reason to be resentful. Besides, Yang Kai had left a fig leaf for Langya Paradise at the last moment. Although they were very grateful to him for that, that was not enough to stop them from wanting to beat him up. Somebody abruptly took out a jade bottle and pushed it in front of Yang Kai's face. He happily said, "Junior brother Yang, this is Langya Paradise's special healing pill. Would you like to give it a try?" Shwa shwa shwa. Countless jade bottles were taken out and shoved at Yang Kai. The entire space became densely packed with jade bottles. Yang Kai yelled in grief and indignation, "Don't you dare go too far." Senior Sister Zhou sneered coldly, "The tables have turned. We are simply returning to you what you gave us in the first place. Hurry up and stop wasting time. Each healing pill is worth a set of 6th Order materials. Don't even think about it." He clutched at his space ring. How could he possibly cough up the food he had already swallowed? His biggest gains from the training were these resources. In total, everything was worth tens of billions of open heaven pills. Senior Sister Zhou's pretty face darkened. "It looks like you don't quite understand the situation that you're in, junior brother." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in frustration before roaring, "You are the ones who forced my hand. Dragon transformation." Many weaker Langya Paradise disciples witnessed an extremely bizarre scene today. A 10,000 meters long grand dragon that shone brilliantly with a golden light rose into the sky above Void Flower Spirit Province. Shaking its head and flicking its tail, the dragon headed in some unknown direction. A dragon clan member. Moreover, a grand dragon. This was a scene that many people would never witness in their lives. Who could have imagined that such a sight would appear in Langya Paradise? The weaker disciples did not understand the situation or the reason why a golden grand dragon appeared in Langya Paradise out of nowhere. Could it be that the master sect had raised a grand dragon in secret all this time? In the end, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise failed to retrieve the resources they lost. When Yang Kai transformed into a grand dragon, they were momentarily stunned by the terrifying dragon pressure that spread outward. Thus, he had taken the opportunity to break free of the sealing array on Void Flower Spirit Province and escaped. Looking at the departing golden grand dragon, they finally understood the reason why their strength was so insignificant compared to Yang Kai, even though they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Even eldest senior brother Lu Mang, who had already comprehended the opportunity to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, was not his opponent. That bastard might seem like a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the surface, but he was actually a Grand Dragon. That was an existence that could rival a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. Hence, the Sixth Order Masters in Langya Paradise suddenly felt that their loss was not undeserved. Inside the main hall, a bruised Yang Kai glared at Li Yuan Wang furiously. On the other hand, the latter acted as though nothing was wrong as he sipped on his tea. After a while, Li Yuan Wang finally spoke. Know your limits. You gained a lot from this trip. Besides, this king does not expect you to return those resources. You only had to suffer a beating in return. It's not like it's a big deal. Yang Kai sneered coldly, Sect Masterly, it's easy for you to say. Why don't you go and get beaten up as well? Li Yuan Wang's neck stiffened. Who would dare? Yang Kai coldly snorted, I don't care. In any case, Langya Paradise has to pay me compensation for my losses. Li Yuan Wang was so angry that he laughed. You want compensation for your losses? You robbed my people of resources worth several billions of open heaven pills. What losses did you suffer? Yang Kai tapped his fingers hard against the armrest of the chair and solemnly said, Sect Master Li, I am contributing blood and tears to Langya Paradise, risking my life in the process. It's bad enough that you didn't help me, but how could you stab me in the back at the last moment? Is that something a person should do? Li Yuan Wang pondered seriously for a moment, then he suddenly came to stand in front of Yang Kai. What is it? Yang Kai watched Li Yuan Wang warily. Li Yuan Wang bowed deeply. This king failed to consider matters carefully. Forgive me, martial nephew. Please accept the apologies of this Li. Yang Kai's mouth fell open in shock. This guy, sure is shameless. He is a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the Sect Master of Langya Paradise. How can he just apologize so easily? Nevertheless, how could Yang Kai continue to pursue the matter when a senior like Li Yuan Wang had already gone so far as to bow and apologize? He had no choice but to swallow this loss. Li Yuan Wang resumed his seat and asked with a much more solemn expression, Did you gain anything else from this training, martial nephew? Needless to say, Yang Kai knew exactly what Li Yuan Wang was asking. He mulled over the question before he answered gravely, Gu Ling'er Chang'an Yi, Liang Qiuhong and Jiang Yan. Li Yuan Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had hoped that Yang Kai could discover further information from this training, he couldn't help feeling saddened when he actually heard the results. These four were among the elite of all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Are you sure? He asked grimly. Yang Kai nodded in response, I'm sure. These four had said the words, Black Ink Eternal, to him. Only those corrupted by the Black Ink would do that. Although Yang Kai did not sense the slightest hint of the Black Ink's power from them, there was nothing abnormal about Shi Zheng before his identity was exposed either. The Black Ink's power was extremely hidden and strange after all. Unless they checked the small universe of each individual or the people corrupted by the Black Ink proactively exposed themselves, it was very difficult for others to detect any anomalies. At present, I can confirm the identities of these four. I don't know whether there are others who have been corrupted by the Black Ink hiding among the rest. Besides, not all the people corrupted by the Black Ink would say that phrase to him in the face of danger. Yang Kai had no means to confirm if there were others who remained in hiding. Li Yuan Wang raised his head and looked at Gao Ting. Gao Ting looked pensive. Gu Ling'er is a gentle and kind-hearted disciple with a beautiful appearance. She is very popular among all the disciples and even the elders in Langya Paradise. Zhong Yuquan oversees the Star City Void Dock. so it can be said that he holds a high-ranking position. Chang Yi is one of the elders in charge of the outer disciples' cultivation. His position is unique and allows him to come into contact with many of the lower disciples. Liang Qiuhong oversees one of the restricted areas in Langya Paradise, which also gives him an outstanding status. Lastly, Jiang Yin is in charge of Langya Paradise's business affairs and holds great authority. Li Yuan Wang's eyes flashed as he asked, "Do you mean to say?" He continued, "The hidden Black Ink clansman is targeting certain demographics of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. The people they choose are those who hold important positions. There were many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, and based on their seniority and strength, they were considered to be outer elders. However, most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise did not hold any specific post in the sect. Outer Elder was nothing more than an honorific title, one that did not actually hold any power. It was not that Langya Paradise treated them differently, it was just that most Open Heaven Realm Masters did not wish to be involved in such mundane matters. They only wanted to focus on pursuing the martial Tao. This was the case for all the cave heavens and paradises. Be that as it may, the people named by Yang Kai were those who held important positions in Langya Paradise. Gao Ting added, "Moreover, they all share something in common." Li Yuan Wang nodded, "They are all expected to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm within the next 200 years. That explains everything." A look of realization appeared on Gao Ting's face. All this time they had been wondering why the Black Ink clan chose to corrupt the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. According to the ancient books in the sect, the Black Ink clan generally chose to corrupt Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as they were the most valuable targets. It would now seem that these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters corrupted by the Black Ink were expected to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm within the next 200 years. Comparing between corrupting a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was only natural that the former was much easier to accomplish. Not to mention they were expected to advance into the next order soon. If they were the Black Ink clansmen, they would have done the same. With this information in hand, it would be much easier to proceed with the investigation. They only needed to identify the disciples who were expected to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm in the near future and also held important positions in Langya Paradise. Those who were corrupted by the Black Ink, but remained in hiding would have nowhere else to run. Gao Ting sighed, "The training was only aimed at Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so we still don't know who among the Seventh Order Masters have been corrupted by the Black Ink. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who have been corrupted are the greatest hidden dangers to Langya Paradise. Every single Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an inner elder that held great power. Take Shizheng for example. Shizheng was the foreign affairs envoy of Langya Paradise, so losing him to the Black Ink was a huge loss to Langya Paradise." Yang Kai smiled, "There's a chance that the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters corrupted by the Black Ink will soon expose their whereabouts." Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting turned to look at Yang Kai in unison. The former asked, "Do you have any clues?" Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't have any clues, but there's a certain saying that applies here. Rustle the grass to lure out the snakes. Now that we have rustled the grass, the snakes won't stay quiet for much longer." Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting first showed puzzled expressions, then they showed understanding. Gao Ting asked, "Is that why you transformed into your dragon form?" Yang Kai replied, "It was just how things turned out. Under those circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape the siege of hundreds of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters without transforming into his Grand Dragon form. The Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits. Furthermore, the divine spirits had a natural resistance towards the Black Ink. If not for that, the Dragon and Phoenix clan would not have chosen to sacrifice half the ancestral strength in the ancestral land in ancient times to suppress and seal the Black Ink giant spirit god. Under the erosion of the ancestral strength over countless eons, even the giant spirit god corrupted by the Black Ink had been killed. That only served to showcase the tyrannical power of the divine spirits. Yang Kai's transformation into his Grand Dragon form had been witnessed by hundreds of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the weaker disciples on the nearby spirit provinces had witnessed this scene. This information was bound to reach the ears of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters corrupted by the Black Ink. That being the case, they would surely become suspicious. If Yang Kai was a Grand Dragon, then was he actually corrupted by the Black Ink? It was possible for divine spirits to become corrupted by the Black Ink, but it was much harder to accomplish. Nevertheless, as long as this suspicion existed, the people hiding behind the scenes would surely do their best to verify the truth. Li Yuanwang suddenly spoke up, "Check what Jiang Yan is doing right now." Gao Ting understood and quickly sent out a message. A short while later he looked up. Jiang Yan just led some people out of the sect in the name of conducting business. He also brought many resources with him, claiming that he wanted to deliver them to the star boundary for the disciples there. Li Yuanwang's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, they can't stay quiet any longer. The training had only just ended, but not only was Jiang Yan traveling even though he had yet to recover from injuries, but he was also heading towards the star boundary. It was obvious that he wanted to ask Shi Zheng for confirmation regarding Yang Kai's true identity. Gao Ting asked, "Should we stop him?" Li Yuanwang waved his hand, "No need. Traveling to and back from the star boundary will take at least several months. If we stop Jiang Yan now, Yang Kai's identity will be revealed immediately. If we let him go, we will at least have a buffer of several months." Gao Ting frowned, "Then what should we do?" Li Yuanwang lightly tapped his fingers against the table. "We wait. If somebody sent Jiang Yan to inquire for more information from Shi Zheng, then they might not be able to wait patiently. There's a possibility that they might reveal something soon." Turning to look at Yang Kai, he added, "Nephew Yang, this Li thanks you in advance for everything you've done for Langya Paradise." Yang Kai waved his hand casually. "Matters regarding the Black Ink clan involve more than just Langya Paradise." Li Yuanwang sounded emotional. "You are righteous indeed, nephew Yang. But you will face some dangers after this. If you think it's dangerous, you can leave now. We will do something about Langya Paradise ourselves." Yang Kai laughed. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Chapter 4777, Gu Linger's Invitation. The training among the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been extremely eventful. The final result might have been somewhat imperfect, but the outcome was acceptable to a certain extent. Yang Kai had shone brightly during this training. As the target of this training, he had practically beaten up all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. It was true that many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been resentful towards him during the training, but his immense strength had won the admiration of many as well. With Langya Paradise's training, the disciples were not people who would lose their tempers after losing just once. Even if they lost this round, they would simply work harder and strive for victory next time. It was only natural for those walking the path of the martial Tao to strive for improvement after experiencing setbacks. That was why Yang Kai received many invitations after the training. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise scrambled to invite him to their respective secluded homes in order to exchange cultivation experiences among each other. Such things were very commonplace. On the martial Tao, it was easy to go down the wrong path if one only cultivated behind closed doors. On the contrary, they might experience a flash of inspiration or an epiphany while conversing with their peers. There were at least dozens of these invitations and they were all sent to Gu Pan's residence. Yang Kai had initially worried about how he could come into contact with those who had been corrupted by the black ink through natural means. Therefore, the existence of these invitations was akin to receiving a pillow just as he was about to doze off. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise who invited him over would also invite their friends. Only when everybody shared knowledge with each other could the meeting truly be considered an exchange. For the next half-month, Yang Kai's schedule was extremely hectic. He went around to all the spirit provinces in Langya Paradise to visit the secluded homes of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who sent him invitations. It could be said that there was a small feast every single day and a banquet every 3 days. The smallest gatherings consisted of 3 to 5 people, while larger gatherings might consist of 8 to 10 people. They would either gather together to express their respective opinions or compare their knowledge with each other. Both parties gained quite a lot from each other, and Yang Kai also witnessed the impressive heritage of Langya Paradise. During the training, he had attacked viciously in order to sound out the identities of those corrupted by the black ink. That was why almost every single Open Heaven Realm Master who encountered him would be defeated within a very short period of time. However, that was not to say that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were merely embroidered pillows. As part of the 72 paradises, Langya Paradise boasted an inheritance of countless years and established a solid position for itself in the 3,000 worlds. That would have been impossible to achieve if they were nothing more than embroidered pillows. Despite having the same cultivation, Yang Kai could clearly sense that the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were significantly stronger than the Open Heaven Realm Masters outside. If somebody like Maozha was thrown into the midst of Langya paradise, he might not even rank in the top 100 among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Many of Langya Paradise's secret techniques broadened Yang Kai's horizons and expanded his knowledge. Some of this new knowledge also benefited him greatly. Hence, he would happily attend these meetings and leave with satisfaction every single day. One early morning half a month later, Yang Kai held up an elegant-looking invitation. The writing on the invitation was very beautiful, and a faint but pleasant fragrance wafted from it. He could tell that the invitation was written by a woman at first glance. More importantly, the invitation was signed off with the name, Gu Linger. Gu Linger's invitation had been sent several days ago, and the appointment that he was attending today was none other than her invitation. Would there be any discoveries or gains from this meeting? Yang Kai did not know. However, he had the vague feeling that he was not far from unearthing the core of those who had been corrupted by the black ink. As long as he could find the core of the black ink, then he would have the chance to uncover the hidden black ink clansmen. He heard the sound of something slicing through the air. It was the sound of somebody flying towards him from the outside. A moment later, a figure landed in front of the building and Gu Linger's gentle voice rang out, "Junior brother Yang." Putting the invitation away, Yang Kai pushed open the door only to see Gu Linger standing gracefully outside. She smiled at him when their eyes met, and all the colors in the world seemed to fade for a moment. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "Senior Sister Gu, why did you come here in person? I was just about to head over." Gu Linger pursed her lips into a smile. "Aren't you unfamiliar with Langya Paradise, Junior brother? I heard that you even took the wrong path on the way to visit Junior brother Wang several days ago. In the end, they waited a long time for you to arrive." "Ha," Yang Kai looked embarrassed. "That was an accident. There are too many spirit provinces in Langya Paradise, so I got a little confused." She teased in a meaningful manner, "You must be feeling down because Junior Sister Gu entered the Five Lights world for training, Junior brother." After the training, Gu Pan immediately entered the Five Lights world for training under Li Yuan Wang's orders. For that reason, Yang Kai had been living alone on Gu Pan's spirit province recently. The reason for Li Yuan Wang's actions was clearly out of consideration for Gu Pan's safety. There was a supreme elder guarding the Five Lights world. Even if a disturbance broke out in Langya Paradise, the effects would not spread that far. It was a foolproof plan. "Don't be ridiculous, senior sister," Yang Kai replied seriously. "There is nothing going on between Junior Sister Gu and I." She covered her mouth. "Say that to the other fellow brothers and see if they believe you." Those words gave him a toothache. Langya Paradise had concluded that the relationship between Gu Pan and him was ambiguous, and all the explaining in the world could not change their perception. Just where did things go wrong? Even though Yang Kai agonized over the question, he could not figure out how the misunderstanding started in the first place. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to argue with them. His innocence would be proven with time. "Senior sister, shall we go?" Yang Kai asked. Gu Linger nodded. "Please follow me, junior brother." After saying that, she took the lead and showed the way. His figure flashed in response. Coming to stand beside Gu Linger, he proceeded to walk side by side with her. Their flying speed was not very fast and they chatted casually as they moved. Her voice was as gentle as water, sounding very pleasant and comfortable to the ear. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in his heart. "I can't believe such a person has been corrupted by the black ink. I can only say that fate is truly toying with us." In the past, he once asked Li Yuan Wang whether there was hope of returning to normal after being corrupted by the black ink, but his answer contained only one word: impossible. In other words, the other party would completely turn into their enemy once corrupted by the black ink. Regardless of how normal they looked on the outside or how normal they behaved in public, somebody that had been corrupted by the black ink could not be saved. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The root cause of a cultivator becoming corrupted by the black ink was their small universe being contaminated by the power of the black ink. Yang Kai could not think of a solution to remove the power of the black ink from someone's small universe. That power was simply too strange. When Gu Linger drew nearer to the spirit province where she lived, she suddenly spoke up. "Junior brother, there will be an extremely important guest later. Please refrain from being disrespectful." Her expression was unnaturally solemn when she said that. It made her seem almost like another person altogether compared to her usual gentle demeanor. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Are they finally going to reveal themselves? He answered, "Rest assured, senior sister. I will be mindful. In the eyes of the people corrupted by the black ink in Langya Paradise, he had already been recognized as a companion. Therefore he did not need to worry about being exposed when talking to people like Gu Linger and Zhong Yuquan. Nonetheless, how should he act after meeting this so-called, extremely important guest? More importantly, was this guest the true Black Ink clansman or was it just someone corrupted by the Black Ink? A spirit province in the distance entered his field of view. It was neither too big nor too small. There were hundreds of similar spirit provinces scattered across the entire Langya Paradise. Furthermore, there was a certain palace on the spirit province that stood out conspicuously. Gu Linger guided Yang Kai to land directly on the spirit province and spoke with a smile. "This is where I live." Yang Kai nodded. "It's a beautiful place with wonderful scenery. No wonder an excellent person like you was produced, senior sister." She gave him a meaningful look and smiled slightly. With a wave of her hand, she activated the grand array around her spirit province and isolated the inside from the outside. Afterwards, she took the lead to walk towards the palace. He quickly followed closely behind. A short while later, they entered the palace and came to a courtyard after some twists and turns. For others were already waiting in the courtyard. Yang Kai had previously given Li Yuan Wang the names of 4 people. These 4 were Gu Linger, Chang Yi, Liang Qiuhong and Jiang Yan. They were also the ones who said the words, "Black Ink Eternal," to him during the training and were subsequently identified as people corrupted by the Black Ink. Among the people present in this place, aside from Jiang Yan who left on an errand, the other 2 were here. Zhong Yuquan was also here. On the other hand, the remaining person was not on his name list. However, this person looked very familiar to him. It could be certain that he had seen the other party during the training, but he did not know the other party's name. Looks like I missed a few when trying to sound them out during the training. When Gu Linger and Yang Kai arrived, all 4 of those people turned to look in unison. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward in greeting. "Yang Kai greets senior brothers." Zhong Yuquan burst out laughing. "You are too polite, junior brother Yang. During the training your performance was absolutely brilliant. We certainly admired your skill." Yang Kai looked slightly embarrassed. "It's enough as long as you don't blame me for being ruthless." The people present here had been horribly beaten up by him and subsequently forced to buy a healing pill. Even Zhong Yuquan was no exception. Chang Yi waved his hand. "Things were out of your control during the training. There's no reason for us to blame you for anything." "That's great," Gu Linger said. "Junior brother Yang, I'm sure you already know senior brother Zhong, senior brother Chang and senior brother Liang. This person is senior brother Gong Wenshan. You probably met him during the training." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course. It's just I never imagined senior brother Gong to be one of us too." Gong Wenshan laughed. "I've never revealed myself, so it's only natural that you didn't know junior brother Yang. On the contrary, we knew about you as soon as you arrived at Langya Paradise." Zhong Yuquan exclaimed, "Now that we have somebody like junior brother Yang among the Black Ink disciples, our future is bright." Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai memorized those words. Whenever he spoke to Li Yuan Wang and the others, they called these people, those corrupted by the Black Ink. Conversely, the people corrupted by the Black Ink seemed to call themselves, Black Ink disciples. "You praise me too highly, senior brother." He responded humbly. "If not for Elder Shizheng's guidance to the right path, this junior brother would still be lost and unable to extricate myself. I am extremely grateful to Elder Shizheng." After that, his expression turned serious. He placed one hand over his heart and quickly said, "Black Ink Eternal." The rest of them were taken aback for a moment, but they quickly lowered their voices and responded in unison, "Black Ink Eternal." Yang Kai once again confirmed that this phrase seemed to hold some sort of irresistible power over the Black Ink disciples. As long as this phrase was mentioned in front of them, they would surely respond. He couldn't help wondering whether doing so would bring about any effects in the middle of battle. Unfortunately, the possibility was not very high. The Black Ink disciples might have been corrupted by the Black Ink, but their reasoning was no different from usual. It was just that their deepest beliefs had been completely changed, almost making them into another person altogether. What's more, they would consider the Black Ink to be supreme over everything. That was the most dangerous aspect of the Black Ink. Not only could the Black Ink clan make one bend to their will with it, but they could also instill unwavering faith and force them to give up everything for their sake. Nothing else in the world could compare with the Black Ink. Chapter 4778 Black Ink Strength's Wondrous Powers. Let's sit down and talk. As the owner of this place, Gu Linger beckoned to the others. Everybody sat down around a stone table. There were spirit fruits and wine laid out on the table so that anybody could help themselves to the refreshments. Yang Kai originally thought that the Black Ink disciples would surely discuss various shady topics when they gathered together, but the reality could not be further from the truth. Similar to the banquets that he attended recently, these people gathered together to discuss various topics regarding their cultivation and other common anecdotes. It was an extremely harmonious scene. He couldn't help feeling strange at the sight. Looking at such a scene, if he had not known that these people were Black Ink disciples, he would not have suspected them of anything even if he came across this scene. They were no different from ordinary people in any aspect. Zhong Yuquan and Chang and Yi were arguing over the methods of activating one of the secret techniques in Langya Paradise. Both of them were fervently expressing their opinions. All of a sudden, Gu Linger approached Yang Kai and whispered quietly, "Junior brother Yang, it has not been long since you became a Black Ink disciple. Have you had any trouble adjusting?" She was sitting next to Yang Kai, and now that she took the initiative to lean over, the air was suddenly filled with the scent of orchids. Her attitude was incredibly intimate. Gong Wenshan and Liang Qiuhong looked in this direction, and then they both smiled slightly. They realized that Yang Kai's performance during the training must have caught Gu Linger's attention. It was obvious that she was planning to snatch Yang Kai from Gu Pan. Even after so many years, Gu Linger had yet to choose her Dao partner. The first reason was that she had extremely high standards. Very few Open Heaven Realm masters in the same order could catch her attention. The other reason was her identity as a Black Ink disciple. If she were to enter a long-term relationship with somebody else, there was a high possibility that her identity would be exposed. Yang Kai was different, however. His strength could practically be said to be the best among all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Moreover, he was a Black Ink disciple himself, so there was nothing for her to worry about. The path of cultivation could be extremely dull and dreary. In addition, Open Heaven Realm masters generally had exceptionally long lifespans. It was a good thing to have the company of an excellent person. Yang Kai naturally inhaled Gu Linger's fragrance, but his attitude remained calm. He nodded in response to the question, "There is something I wanted to ask." Even Chang and Yi and Zhong Yuquan, who had been arguing fiercely, stopped speaking and turned to look at him. Gu Linger smiled sweetly, "Please feel free to speak, junior brother Yang. We are all Black Ink disciples. You can consider us family now, so there's no need to hide anything." Yang Kai asked, "As Black Ink disciples, our small universe has been enlightened by the Black Ink. But will there be any effects on our cultivation in the future?" They exchanged a glance with each other, and Zhong Yuquan laughed. "So that's what you're worried about, junior brother Yang? If you're talking about effects, then there are definitely some. But they are good effects." "Oh." Yang Kai was surprised. "Please enlighten me, senior brother Zhong." Zhong Yuquan replied solemnly, "The Black Ink strength is mysterious and unparalleled in this world. The biggest advantage we experience is in terms of our advancement. Senior brother Lemang received insight recently and will soon advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. You probably saw that too, junior brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Yuquan continued, "However, even if senior brother Lemang comprehends the opportunity to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, it will not be easy for him to succeed in his breakthrough. Advancing from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm will require overcoming a steep threshold. If you succeed in overcoming this challenge, then your horizons will be widened infinitely. On the other hand, if you fail, the best outcome is that you will be stuck in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm forever. If your luck is poor, then there's a possibility that your small universe will become unstable and your cultivation will regress. In the worst case, you might even lose your life. Conversely, Black Ink disciples like us have no need to worry about such matters. Our small universe is protected by the Black Ink strength, so there won't be any problems for us when we advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm." Yang Kai was absolutely amazed. The Black Ink strength is so amazing. If that was the case, then the Black Ink strength truly had astonishing properties. Gu Linger smiled and followed up, "That's just one aspect. The biggest benefit that we enjoy as Black Ink disciples is that we have broken free from the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked humbly. Zhong Yuquan explained, "I heard that you only broke through to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm when you initially advanced. Is that true, junior brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Yuquan gestured around him with his finger. I'll be straight with you, junior brother. The same was true for us. Logically speaking, the limit of those who advance into the fifth order open heaven realm is the seventh order open heaven realm, no matter how abundant one's cultivation resources are. However, that is only true for other open heaven realm masters. For black ink disciples like us, heh. Yang Kai suddenly revealed a look of excitement. Even his breathing became a little disordered. Senior brother Zong, are you implying that black ink disciples like us are not bound by such limitations? Zong Yuquan nodded lightly. That's right. As long as we work hard in our cultivation and as long as we do not lose our lives during the journey, we can even reach the supreme ninth order open heaven realm. Is that true? Yang Kai hastily asked. His animated expression was mixed with disbelief and a degree of worry. Zong Yuquan nodded sincerely. It's true. Have you ever met such a master, senior brother Zong? Zong Yuquan laughed in embarrassment. Of course not. Ninth order open heaven realm masters are not people we minor characters can meet whenever we want. Nevertheless, this is the truth. He could not produce any evidence, but he was absolutely convinced of this matter. Yang Kai understood that this information was probably told to them by a black ink disciple in the seventh order open heaven realm like Shizheng. Be that as it may, he could not determine the truth of the matter. If this was the truth though, then the black ink strength was far too tempting. For an open heaven realm master, one of their greatest concerns was their innate limitations. The world fruit was capable of breaking this limitation to an extent, but it could only be used once. What's more, how precious were world fruits? How could ordinary people ever get their hands on one? On the other hand, if the black ink strength surpassed or even ignored this limitation, then Yang Kai could not imagine what would happen in the future. Would people proactively seek out the black ink strength simply for the sake of making further progress in their cultivation? There was no doubt they would. Who would not wish to become stronger? Who would not wish to stand at the top in the future so that they would never have to be at the mercy of others again? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. All the elders in the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the Black Ink clan, and the core disciples would also be informed by their honored masters after they advanced into the open heaven realm. Aside from them, most others, even the ordinary disciples in the cave heavens and paradises, had never even heard of such matters before. Since ancient times, the cave heavens and paradises had censored all information regarding the Black Ink clan. This information was only limited to circulation among the elders. Consequently, even the high-rank open heaven realm masters in the shattered heaven were unaware of the reason why they were being targeted by the cave heavens and paradises. In the past, Yang Kai had not understood the reason for this behavior either. If the Black Ink strength was really as corrosive and invasive as he imagined, then logically it would be better for everybody to know about the dangers so that they could take the appropriate precautions. However, if the Black Ink strength could also break the limitations of the open heaven realm, then Yang Kai could understand why the cave heavens and paradises had concealed all information regarding the Black Ink clan. They were afraid that people might not be able to resist the allure of the Black Ink strength. These were the preventive measures taken by the cave heavens and paradises. With such considerations in mind, Yang Kai was slightly more convinced that the Black Ink strength could actually break the limitations of the open heaven realm. But, how could this be? Yang Kai remained puzzled. How could people like us possibly understand the Black Ink strength? Zong Yuquan sounded inscrutable. It was most likely that he himself didn't understand it either. Yang Kai lowered his head, his black hair casting a dark shadow over his forehead. At the same time, soft laughter suddenly came out of his mouth. Gu Linger exclaimed in astonishment, "What's wrong, junior brother Yang?" Ha 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 ha. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally with a wild expression on his face. The heavens have taken pity on me. The others exchanged puzzled glances with each other, not understanding why Yang Kai was going crazy. Fortunately, Gu Linger was as intelligent as she was beautiful. After pondering for a while, she explained, "In the past, junior brother Yang used to have the ability to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, several cave heavens and paradises spearheaded by myriad demons cave heaven were afraid of his potential and greatly suppressed him as a result. I heard that junior brother Yang was forced to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm in the shattered heaven under helpless circumstances. Roughly 100 years ago, there was a huge uproar over Yang Kai. Therefore, many disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had heard about what happened. Gu Linger had inquired about Yang Kai's, so it was only natural that she had some understanding on the matter. Besides, the fact that Yang Kai had advanced into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm outside Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven was not a secret. Many people had witnessed the incident at the time. Upon hearing her explanation, everybody immediately understood the situation. Yang Kai originally had the ability to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but he was ultimately forced to advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. It was a difference of 2 whole orders, which was undoubtedly an unbridgeable gap. What's more, the limitation of the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, while the limitation of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm was only the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. It was no surprise for Yang Kai to be filled with frustration and rage for all these years. His bright future had been destroyed just like that. Anybody would have a difficult time accepting such a situation. After learning that the black ink strength could break the shackles of this limitation, it was only natural for him to feel as though he could finally see light in the vast darkness. Therefore, they more or less understood the reason for his strange reaction. Zhong Yuquan patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You have a long journey ahead of you, junior brother Yang. Let us take things slowly. The Black Ink disciples will surely stand at the top of the 3,000 worlds one day, and all the others will be dogs beneath our feet." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and nodded. "When that time comes, I will definitely raise those cave heavens and paradises to the ground, starting with Myriad Demons Heaven. Only then will I be able to quell the hatred burning in my heart." Zhong Yuquan's mouth fell open in surprise. "You really are ambitious, junior brother?" Yang Kai asked. "Will it be all right for me to do so though? Will it ruin the plans of the higher-ups?" He pointed to the sky while speaking. Zhong Yuquan was not in the position to answer that question. After all, he had no clue what the higher-ups were planning. At that moment, a voice sounded without warning, "If that time comes, this king will accompany you." Everybody hurriedly stood up. Likewise, Yang Kai also stood up and looked in the direction where the voice was coming from. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Yuan." The others called out in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Yuan." Yang Kai cupped his fist with a calm expression. "Yuan Du, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise." When Yang Kai first arrived at Langya Paradise, Gu Pan had brought him to meet Li Yuan Wang. It was during that particular time that he encountered this person along the way. Gu Pan mentioned that vice sect master Yuan Du was extremely fond of receiving flattery from others. At the time, Yang Kai thought that this senior expert in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm had been very friendly. He never imagined that Yuan Du would also be a Black Ink disciple. At this moment, Yuan Du had a gentle smile on his face as usual. He was looking at Yang Kai with an approving look, almost like how an elder would look at the juniors in the sect. Be that as it may, Yang Kai felt a chill running down his back. Even though he had speculated that there were other Black Ink disciples among the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise, this person was actually one of the 3 vice sect masters. Just what has Langya Paradise been doing? I can't believe that one of their pillars has been corrupted by the Black Ink strength. Upon further consideration though, he recalled the name list that Li Yuan Wang had previously given him. The list had the names of all the Open Heaven realm masters who were on friendly terms with Shi Zhang and Zhong Yuquan, and Yuan Du had been listed among them. Chapter 4779, Yuan Du's Suspicions. Yuan Du and Gu Linger had a master and disciple relationship between them. Having stood out from among the lower disciples, Gu Linger had been taken under Yuan Du's wing and became his only legacy disciple. That would explain how Gu Linger had been corrupted by the Black Ink. The honored master himself was in this state. What more was there to say about the disciple? On this occasion, Yuan Du had used his status as her honored master to travel to the spirit province where Gu Linger lived. Even if his movements were noticed by Li Yuan Wang and the others, they would not suspect him of anything. At this moment, he looked at Yang Kai warmly and smiled. "You shone very brightly in the recent training, martial nephew. This king was amazed by your performance." Yang Kai bowed. "You praise me too highly, senior. I was simply lucky. Unfortunately, I was forced to harm my senior brothers and sisters. I feel very bad about that." Yuan Du chuckled. "The circumstances were unavoidable and you had no other choice. Don't take it to heart. Besides, it's not as if you didn't know how to hold back." Turning to the side, he looked at Gu Linger and asked, "How are the preparations?" Gu Linger nodded. "Please don't worry, honored master. Everything is in order." He nodded. "In that case, let us begin." Zhong Yuquan suddenly winked at Yang Kai. "Thanks to you, junior brother Yang, we will also receive some enlightenment." The other black ink disciples also looked very excited. Their faces were filled with anticipation, as though something good was about to happen. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do you mean, senior brother? Zhong Yuquan smiled mysteriously but did not explain himself. At this moment, a ferocious world force surged violently. Yang Kai was startled and quickly glanced at Yuan Du. Yuan Du's robes flapped noisily even though there was no wind in the air. The illusory phantom of a vast small universe emerged behind him before expanding outward all of a sudden. Yang Kai was slightly startled. Yuan Du was clearly trying to manifest his small universe around them. However, Zhong Yuquan and the others showed no response. They seemed to have expected this scenario, so he did not dare to make any rash actions. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai simply waited quietly. In the next moment, Yuan Du's small universe came crashing down and swept everyone up into it. This was not Yang Kai's first time encountering such a situation. Back when he was pursuing Zuoquan Hui in the New Great Territory, Zuoquan Hui had manifested his small universe in a last-ditch effort to fight to the death. In the end, Yang Kai had done the same and manifested his small universe to confront Zuoquan Hui. Although Void Land ultimately won that day, the battle caused Yang Kai's small universe to become mixed with a lot of impurities derived from Zuoquan Hui's small universe, which the latter intentionally collapsed as a final act of defiance. Afterwards, Yang Kai spent great effort to remove the hidden dangers in his small universe, causing his heritage to weaken significantly in the process. Having experienced such a battle once, it could be said that Yang Kai was traversing a familiar path when faced with the current situation. Under normal circumstances, the power of the black ink would leak out if Yuan Du spread out his small universe in this manner, and that would have alerted the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lanya Paradise. However, this place was Gu Linger's private spirit province, and there were many barriers and restrictions set up over this land to isolate the inside from the outside. When Yuan Du asked Gu Linger whether the preparations were in order, he was probably asking about this matter. In an instant, Yuan Du's small universe spread outward with everybody being pulled inside. Yang Kai looked around only to see that Yuan Du's small universe was identical to the universe paradise that Shi Zheng left behind after his death. Everything was dyed pitch black, as though the entire world had been smeared with a thick layer of ink. The scenery in Yuan Du's small universe gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yuan Du's heritage as a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master was very impressive. The Tao essence was extremely abundant in his small universe, though Yang Kai could not determine what type of Tao essence it was. Everybody looked around after they appeared on the black-colored land. Zhong Yuquan and the others looked confused, but Yang Kai did not know what was puzzling them. As the owner of this small universe, Yuan Du simply looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked in a pleasant voice, "Martial nephew, I suddenly thought of something. May I ask you a question?" Yang Kai was looking around his surroundings when he heard the question, and he nodded in response. "Please ask, Senior Yuan. This junior will surely answer to the best of my abilities." Yuan Du asked, "You were enlightened by Elder Shi Zheng, right, Martial nephew?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "How did Elder Shi Zheng enlighten you?" Yuan Du inquired further. "Is he suspecting me? He would not have asked me this question otherwise." Yang Kai's heart was as bright and clear as a mirror. Besides, he had already prepared himself for such questions. It was just as he had mentioned to Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting earlier. The grass had already been rustled, so there was no way the snakes would remain quiet after that. It was precisely because of these considerations that Li Yuan Wang warned Yang Kai that staying here would be dangerous and asked him to consider his next course of action carefully. In any case, Yang Kai came here for the Black Ink disciples and the true Black Ink clansmen. If he wanted to remain safe, he would not have taken the initiative to propose going out to the front lines to gather information in the first place. As such, he answered calmly and respectfully, "Elder Shi Zheng used a Black Ink insect. When this junior felt the wonders of the Black Ink strength, I suddenly experienced an epiphany. Therefore I boldly embraced the Black Ink. It is all thanks to Elder Shi Zheng that junior is here today." Yuan Du gently nodded and asked meaningfully, "Did Elder Shi Zheng tell you anything else?" Yang Kai mulled over the question. "He told me some things but not everything. What may you be referring to, Senior Yuan?" Yuan Du laughed. "To be honest, this king has known about your identity as a Black Ink disciple since the day you stepped into Lanya Paradise and met Zhong Yuquan. This king has also been waiting for you to visit me on your own recently. It's a pity that you never came. If not, this king would not have taken the risk to come and meet you here." Yang Kai bowed. Please forgive me, Senior. Yuan Du continued. Furthermore, your various actions during this time have led this king to believe that you didn't know the identity of any other Black Ink disciples aside from Zhong Yuquan. What's wrong? Didn't Elder Shizheng tell you these things after enlightening you? At first, Gu Linger and the others were confused as to why Yuan Du was mentioning these topics to Yang Kai. It was not until this moment that the realization struck them. Yuan Du was clearly suspicious of Yang Kai's identity. If Yang Kai had been enlightened by Elder Shizheng, then Elder Shizheng should have informed him about the situation in Langya Paradise to a certain extent. Yet he had seemed ignorant of their identities during the training. Rather, they were the ones who took the initiative to reveal their identities to him. Naturally, that did not prove anything. It might be that Yang Kai was simply being cautious, so he was reluctant to reveal his identity first. However, since Yuan Du was suspicious, it was only proper for them to show the corresponding attitude. With a shift of their bodies, Gu Linger and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai in unison. At the same time, they silently mobilized their world force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai remained calm, not the slightest hint of nervousness in his countenance as he replied, "Please forgive me, Senior. After Elder Shizheng enlightened this junior, he only told this junior to head to Langya Paradise. As for what this junior was supposed to do or who to meet, Elder Shizheng did not explain anything. It was only after repeated inquiries that Elder Shizheng finally told this junior about Senior Brother Zhong's identity. He told me that I only needed to reveal my identity to Senior Brother Zhong, who oversaw the Void Dock when I arrived at Langya Paradise. He also mentioned that there was no need to worry about anything else because someone would approach me when I arrived." Yuan Du frowned slightly upon hearing those words. If it had to be said, Yang Kai's words were reasonable and worth considering. There was nothing wrong with his explanation, and thinking about Elder Shizheng's personality, it was not impossible for him to come up with this arrangement. Even so, Yuan Du could not shake off his feelings of suspicion towards Yang Kai, one that seemed almost instinctive. Despite calmly observing Yang Kai for a while, he did not detect anything unusual from the latter's expression. Only after some time did Yuan Du speak again. "The Black Ink strength is mysterious but not omnipotent. Divine spirits have a certain degree of resistance towards the Black Ink strength. I believe you are a Grand Dragon, martial nephew. Have you truly been enlightened by the Black Ink strength?" Yang Kai glanced at Yuan Du. "So, you're suspecting my identity, Senior?" Yuan Du replied grimly, "This is an important matter. This king has no choice but to proceed with caution." Yang Kai nodded with an expression of understanding. "This junior understands. I am a new Black Ink disciple after all. It is only natural for you to doubt my words, Senior. In that case, please take a look at this." While saying so, he stretched out his hand. A ball of black energy immediately appeared in the palm of his hand. The energy wriggled on the palm of his hand like a living creature. "Black Ink strength," Gu Linger exclaimed softly. They had similar energy within their bodies. Moreover, this energy came from the same source as the Black Ink strength that flooded the entirety of Yuan Du's small universe. It was only natural that they were familiar with the energy. As soon as the Black Ink strength appeared, the vigilance of Gu Linger and the others immediately vanished. Even Yuan Du's expression became much kinder again. The ability to mobilize the Black Ink strength undoubtedly proved that Yang Kai had been corrupted by the Black Ink. That was not something just anybody could touch. "In this way, have your worries been assuaged, Senior?" Yang Kai asked. Yuan Du nodded lightly. "Since you can mobilize the Black Ink strength, this king is willing to recognize you as our comrade." Before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief though, he heard Yuan Du's voice again. "However, just to be on the safe side, I ask that you open your small universe for this king to inspect, martial nephew. That's the only way to truly confirm your identity." Yang Kai was speechless. He would be exposed if his small universe was investigated. It was true that there was some Black Ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe, but that was all thanks to the World Spring. The World Spring had strengthened his small universe to the point of impregnability, so the Black Ink strength could not corrupt his foundation. That was why he was not taken over by the Black Ink. Unfortunately, his identity would be exposed immediately if he were investigated by Yuan Du. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai revealed a troubled expression. "What's wrong? Are you still unwilling to believe me, Senior?" Yuan Du answered calmly, "Martial nephew, it is not that this king is unwilling to trust you. Nevertheless, investigating your small universe is the safest and easiest way to confirm your identity. Open your small universe and let this king take a look." Whether you are an enemy or an ally, everything will become clear at a glance. You have nothing to lose in doing so. Yang Kai quickly asked, "What if I refuse?" Yuan Du's gaze immediately sharpened once more. He glared intently at Yang Kai. "Why would you refuse?" His initial doubts had been assuaged for the most part. Yang Kai had activated the black ink strength after all, which was enough to prove his identity as a black ink disciple. However, Yang Kai's reaction made Yuan Du suspicious again. If he has nothing to hide, then why would he refuse? It's just an investigation of his small universe. It's not as if I was planning to do anything to him. Could it be that the power of a grand dragon is enough to resist the erosion of the black ink strength even if one is affected by it? Yuan Du's heart moved with his will. All of a sudden, the wind swirled about in his small universe world and his murderous intent surged. Chapter 4780. What are you hiding? Yuan Du's attitude made Gu Linger and the others who calmed down earlier become nervous again. Crowding around Yang Kai, they mobilized their world force and prepared to attack at any moment. There was bound to be some trouble if they killed Yang Kai here, but compared to their identities as black ink disciples being exposed, they had no other choice. Besides, they only needed to come up with a random excuse. They could claim that Yang Kai became lustful and made unwanted advances towards Gu Linger. In this situation, those claims would be enough to conceal the truth. After all, his image as a heartless thief had been deeply engraved into the hearts of the people. Having abandoned Gu Pan after thoughtless sleeping with her, it would not be strange for him to set his eyes on Gu Linger's beauty. Yang Kai looked around him flatly. His ice-cold gaze frightened Gu Linger and the others. They couldn't help remembering the scene of their battle against him during the training. With the strength he previously displayed, it was extremely easy for him to defeat them. That was why they hoped from the bottom of their hearts that this battle would never break out, regardless of Yuan Du's intentions. "Senior," Yang Kai's head drooped low and his voice was low, "one's small universe is one's greatest privacy. It is not something that can be investigated so casually. This junior understands that you have doubts about my identity. However, this junior has already provided proof earlier. Why are you being so insistent, senior?" Yuan Du quickly said, "I have to be absolutely sure." Yang Kai raised his head, looked Yuan Du straight in the eyes and grinned fiercely, "Senior, since you know that I am a grand dragon, you should also know that it won't be easy for you to kill me even if we are inside your small universe. If it comes down to a fight, I will definitely suffer, but it won't end well for you either, senior." Yuan Du's expression changed slightly. "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling you about the current situation, senior." Yang Kai smiled in a carefree manner. Gu Linger and the others were stunned. Yang Kai had always been polite and courteous. He was also unusually humble in front of an elder like Yuan Du. For him to become so intimidating all of a sudden made him seem like a different person altogether, so it was rather difficult for them to adjust to the change. Thinking about it again though, it was true that he had the qualifications to speak to Yuan Du as equals on account of his identity as a grand dragon. It was just that his identity as a sixth-order open heaven realm master caused everybody to subconsciously forget about his terrifying combat prowess when he transformed into a grand dragon. Showing Yuan Du due respect as a junior was nothing more than a courtesy. If any of them thought of him as nothing more than an ordinary junior because of his behavior, then they were greatly mistaken. It's bad enough if that's all that will happen. But, if the aftermath of our battle leaks to the outside, our identities as black ink disciples will also be revealed to Langya Paradise. The consequences of that will be disastrous. Yang Kai took a light breath. Yuan Du's expression was unfriendly and his voice was frigid. "This king is well aware of that, but if you are not a black ink disciple, our identities will also be exposed to the world. Therefore, no matter what happens, I must check your small universe today." Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows tightly. "Why must you do this, senior? What are you hiding?" Yuan Du shouted. The more Yang Kai refused, the more uneasy he felt. "I just want to check his small universe." Is there a need for him to react so strongly? Unless he is not a real black ink disciple. But I clearly saw him mobilizing the black ink strength just now. I just don't understand. Yang Kai fell into silent contemplation for some time. A long while passed before he gave a long sigh. "You're right, senior. I am hiding some secrets, but they have nothing to do with my identity as a black ink disciple. Forget it, even if it comes down to a fight, it won't end well for anybody. Since you are so persistent, senior, this junior will do as you wish." While saying so, he activated his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe appeared behind him. However, he did not show them his entire small universe. He only showed them the part where he had suppressed and sealed the black ink strength. At this moment he was secretly glad that he collected all the black ink strength left behind after Shi Zhang's death into his small universe to suppress and seal. Otherwise he would have had no means to overcome the situation he faced today. In that situation, the end result would undoubtedly have triggered an intense battle. Inside Yuan Du's small universe, things would not end well for him even if he transformed into his grand dragon form. In the eyes of Yuan Du and the others, the illusory phantom of the small universe behind Yang Kai churned chaotically with an energy that resembled black ink. They immediately felt relieved at the sight, but in the next moment, they were flooded with astonishment, puzzlement, and shock. Retracting the illusory phantom of his small universe, Yang Kai looked at Yuan Du. "Senior, does that prove my identity?" Yuan Du's expression clouded slightly at those words. He nodded after some thought. This king was overly suspicious. "Please forgive me, martial nephew." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "You were simply being cautious, senior. I can understand that." Both of them spoke warmly, almost as if their aggressive argument earlier had been nothing more than an illusion. Gu Linger parted her red lips. "Junior brother Yang? Your small universe has already fully materialized?" Similarly, Zhong Yuquan and the others also had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. They immediately realized the moment they saw Yang Kai's small universe. His small universe was extremely solid, unlike their own. But Yang Kai was clearly only in the sixth order open heaven realm. How could his small universe transform from immaterial to material? Wasn't that a privilege that belonged only to seventh order open heaven realm masters? No wonder he was against letting anybody investigate his small universe. This was the secret he was trying to hide. That was truly an unbelievable secret. Since ancient times, the small universe of open heaven realm masters would only materialize when they advanced into the high-rank open heaven realm. That was the path forged by countless predecessors over innumerable years. There had been no exceptions recorded in history. On the other hand, Yang Kai had crushed the common sense that everybody knew. No wonder junior brother Yang's heritage is so much more magnificent even though we are all in the sixth order open heaven realm. Zhong Yuquan revealed a look of understanding. Before this, they assumed that Yang Kai was invincible among those in the same order because of his Dragon Clan bloodline. Even so, he had not used the power of the Dragon Clan during the training. It was only at the last moment when he was being besieged by hundreds of open heaven realm masters that he transformed into his Grand Dragon form to escape. What he relied on the whole time was the heritage of his small universe. With a small universe that had transformed from immaterial to material, it was only natural that his heritage was beyond what ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters could compare to. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment before he casually explained, "To be honest, I don't know the reason why my small universe is so different from others either. It was already like this when I first advanced into the fifth-order open heaven realm. Over the years, I've speculated that this difference is related to my proficiency in the Tao of Space." Zhong Yuquan and the others gasped in surprise. For one's small universe to transform into a substantial existence after advancing into the fifth-order open heaven realm was beyond their comprehension. In any case, they had no reason to suspect Yang Kai's explanation. They were not knowledgeable in the Tao of Space after all. Who could know whether one's proficiency in the Tao of Space could cause such changes in the small universe? "This is my biggest secret. Please do not leak this information to the others," Yang Kai urged. Yuan Du nodded. "Don't worry, martial nephew. This secret will only be limited to the few of us. Nobody else will learn of it." Yang Kai turned to look at Yuan Du after hesitating for a while. He finally said, "Senior, although divine spirits can resist the black ink strength to a certain extent, it doesn't mean that divine spirits cannot be corrupted by the black ink." Yuan Du smiled. "You are a black ink disciple. That's something I fully understand now." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not talking about myself. Rather, there are others." Yuan Du looked stunned. "Martial nephew, have you seen other divine spirits who were corrupted by the black ink?" Gu Linger and the others also looked over in curiosity. The black ink disciples had always known everything about each other, and there were no divine spirits among the black ink disciples. Yang Kai shook his head again. "It's not a divine spirit, but an existence far greater than the divine spirits." Yuan Du was slightly shocked. What existence could be far greater than the divine spirits? Yang Kai stared straight into Yuan Du's eyes, a giant spirit god. The sound of people gasping rang out across the room. Even Yuan Du had a look of disbelief on his face. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. How powerful is a giant spirit god? A black ink insect would have absolutely no effect against one." Yang Kai pointed at his eyes. "Everything is possible. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Yuan Du felt his heart pounding in his chest and his lips going dry. Where? 4 black ink disciples like himself? It would be like adding wings to a tiger if they had a giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink on their side. After all, a giant spirit god was such a powerful existence that even the cave heavens and paradises could only look up to them. If there truly was a giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink, the strength of the black ink disciple would soar in an instant. Even if they accidentally revealed their true identities, they could rely on the strength of the giant spirit god to deal with the cave heavens and paradises. They would no longer need to act so carefully and secretively. Contrary to expectations, Yang Kai abruptly changed his tune and shook his head regretfully. "It's a pity that the giant spirit god is dead." Dead? The enormous wave of disappointment after hearing those words was so at odds with his initial feelings of excitement and anticipation that Yuan Du nearly coughed up blood as a result. "Even a giant spirit god can die?" Zhong Yuquan asked incredulously. The giant spirit god clan stood at the top of all the other races in the vast universe. Who could kill one? Yuan Du was depressed for some time, then he suddenly collected his emotions and opened his mouth. "Even if the giant spirit god is dead, his corpse will not rot or decay. The black ink strength inside his body will not disappear either. Martial nephew, where did you see this giant spirit god?" Yang Kai asked. "Senior, have you ever heard of the divine spirit's ancestral land?" Yuan Du pondered for a moment and exclaimed in realization. This king has heard rumors about the so-called ancestral land of all the divine spirits said to be located in the depths of the shattered heaven, but I've never seen that place for myself. Nobody has ever confirmed the rumors before either. Could it be that the rumors are real? Yang Kai nodded. "It's true. I saw the giant spirit god in the divine spirit's ancestral land." Yang Kai had his own reasons to reveal the information about the black ink giant spirit god. The first reason was to remove Yuan Du's doubts. The other reason was that the giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink would be an extremely important existence to the black ink disciples. Even the black ink clansmen hidden in the shadows could not ignore this matter. As long as this information was delivered to the black ink clan, Yang Kai could use the chance to approach the real ringleaders and learn the hiding place of the true black ink clansmen. Several decades ago, I entered the shattered heaven for training. During that time, I ran into some trouble and offended some people. More importantly, I was relentlessly pursued by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Bright Sun Divine Monarch. With no other choice, I could only flee deeper and deeper into the shattered heaven. Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Yuan Du raised his eyebrows at the name. "I've heard of this person before. He is indeed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Meanwhile, Gu Linger had a mixture of shock and admiration on her face. While they were cultivating peacefully in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai had gone to the shattered heaven and even been hunted by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That must have been a thrilling and terrifying experience. Chapter 4781 Sacrificial Offering. The higher one's order in the Open Heaven Realm, the stronger one became, and there was a huge disparity in strength between each order. Take 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves for example. With their strength alone, they were completely powerless against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, let alone an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In the eyes of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was probably no different from an ant. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had been pursued by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With him standing here unscathed, there was no need to further elaborate on what happened at the end. It was obvious that he had successfully escaped the pursuit of that 8th Order Master. Such a feat was even more shocking and admirable compared to how he challenged and defeated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise by himself. It was during that incident that I had the opportunity to enter the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. As you know, Senior, I have a Dragon Clan bloodline. Entering the ancestral land is like a fish diving into water for me, Yang Kai continued. This junior saw a black ink giant spirit god who was suppressed and sealed in the ancestral land since ancient times. A black ink giant spirit god. Yuan Du's expression became excited. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of which, I didn't understand why the giant spirit god had that appearance at the time, much less why a giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit's ancestral land in the first place. After all, the giant spirit god clan has a gentle, almost childlike temperament. As long as one does not provoke them, they will not provoke others. For a long time, this junior had wondered why the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in ancient times. Just what kind of conflict took place between that giant spirit god and the divine spirits in the ancestral land? It was not until later when this junior was enlightened by Elder Shizheng that I understood. The giant spirit god had embraced the black ink. That was probably the reason why the divine spirits in the ancestral land were in conflict with him back then. Yuandu's eyes were shining so brightly that he looked terrifying. That must be the reason. Looks like the giant spirit god had indeed been enlightened. Pacing back and forth with an excited and agitated expression, he suddenly stopped moving and asked, "Martial nephew, are you sure the giant spirit god is dead?" Yang Kai revealed a look of remembrance. Although countless years have passed, the giant spirit god's corpse remains perfectly intact. The divine spirits in the ancestral land claimed that he was dead, but I'm not sure about the specific circumstances. I've never observed the giant spirit god from up close after all. In any case, the divine spirits in the ancestral land have designated that area as a restricted area, so nobody dares to approach carelessly. Those words were peppered with half-truths. He could be certain that the giant spirit god was dead. After all, many divine spirits headed by the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had risked danger and ventured deep into the giant spirit god's body to investigate. Their investigation did not reveal the slightest hint of vitality. If that's the case, then there's a possibility that he's not dead. Yuandu's expression became even more excited. How powerful is a giant spirit god? How could he possibly be killed so easily? Even the divine spirits can't achieve something like that. He's simply suppressed and sealed in that place. I'm sure he is accumulating strength and waiting for the chance to rise again. Having said that, Yuandu laughed heartily and reached out to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Martial nephew, you are the lucky charm of the Black Ink disciples. You brought such great news as soon as you arrived." "Honored master," Gu Linger called out from the side, "are we going to figure out a method to rescue the giant spirit god?" Yuandu quickly said, "Of course. We definitely need to rescue such a powerful helping hand. Nevertheless, we need to confirm whether he is still alive first. If he is still alive, then we must rescue him. But if he is dead, then there's no point. Besides, that place is the divine spirit's ancestral land. With our strength alone, I'm afraid our hope of success is slim to none." Judging from his words, he could not confirm whether the giant spirit god was alive or dead, even though he seemed pretty confident that the giant spirit god was still alive earlier. He turned to look at Yang Kai. "I'm afraid we will have to rely on you for this matter, martial nephew. It is the divine spirit's ancestral land after all, so only you can freely access that place." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I will do whatever it takes." Yuandu nodded in satisfaction. "But before that, we should ask the Divine Lord for advice. Come with me." After saying that, he beckoned to them and led them in a certain direction. Zhong Yu Quan and the others immediately followed with excited expressions, as though something good was going to happen. On the other hand, Yang Kai's heart raced slightly. The Divine Lord, that Yuandu mentioned just now, forcefully reminded him of the Black Ink clansmen. If he was not mistaken, then the Divine Lord that Yuandu mentioned was most likely the Black Ink clansman hiding in the shadows. Will I face my greatest trial so quickly? There was no denying that Yang Kai came to Langya Paradise for this purpose. What's more, he had been working hard in this direction. It was just that the opportunity to approach his target came so quickly that he was mentally unprepared. In front of Yuandu and the others, he could simply use the Black Ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe to conceal the truth and deceive them. However, could he keep his identity hidden in front of a true Black Ink clan member? Would the Black Ink clan have some sort of special method to distinguish between friend and foe? He did not know. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to proceed forward at this point. His only option was to take things one step at a time. In the worst case, he could transform into a grand dragon and fight to the death. At this moment, there was something else that puzzled him even more. Could it be that the Black Ink clansman is hidden in Yuandu's small universe world? Otherwise, there is no explanation for his current behavior. A short while later, they arrived at an empty space where an altar in the shape of a 9-layer pagoda stood on the ground ahead. It was several tens of meters tall and made from an unknown substance. More importantly, there was an eerie and sinister aura pervading it. Yang Kai had been guarding against the Black Ink clan and contemplating how he should react when faced with a true Black Ink clan member. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling confused when he suddenly caught sight of the altar. What the hell is that for? On the contrary, the Black Ink clan that he had been guarding against was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Yuquan, Gu Linger, and the others clearly knew what was going to happen in advance. It might not even be their first time here, so their expressions were calm. Nonetheless, their gazes were extremely feverish when they looked in the direction of the altar, almost as though filled with reverence. Yuan Du stepped forward with a solemn expression. Standing below the altar, he reached his hand out and grabbed at something. A short sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Then he slashed the sword down his wrist. The short sword was extremely sharp. Not to mention, he had dispelled his defensive powers, so as soon as the sword came slashing down, his flesh churned and fresh blood spurted out violently. He raised his hand and scattered his blood across the altar while chanting something. Nobody knew what he was muttering, but following his actions, his entire small universe began to vibrate. The Black Ink strength churned and wriggled as though it had a life of its own. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuquan and the others watched and waited with fiery gazes. Yang Kai turned his head to the side, leaned close to Gu Linger's ear and whispered, "Senior Sister Gu, what is Senior Yuan Du doing?" Gu Linger blushed slightly but patiently explained nevertheless, "Honored Master is trying to communicate with the Divine Lord." Communicate, he suddenly understood. The Black Ink clansman was not in this small universe. Why else would they need to go through such tedious procedures? Although Yang Kai did not know where the Black Ink clan member was hiding, was it really possible for Yuan Du to communicate with them just by doing this? He couldn't help being extremely skeptical. After waiting for a long while, the altar remained unresponsive. On the contrary, Yuan Du's complexion became pale due to excessive blood loss. Even if he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was impossible for him to last long when his blood was spilling freely from his wrist like a fountain. Yang Kai leaned towards Gu Linger again and whispered, "Senior Sister, there's no response." Gu Linger continued to blush. "It's like that sometimes. Not every attempt to communicate will succeed." Why? Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Black Ink clansman should be very responsive to the Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, her words indicated that the success rate of this communication method was rather inconsistent. Despite not understanding the reason for everything that was happening at the moment, Yang Kai carefully recorded this scene in his heart. He would need to report his findings to Li Yuan Wang and the others later. As elders from the cave heavens and paradises, they might know something. "I don't know either," she slowly shook her head. After a whole hour had passed, Yuan Du's complexion became as white as paper. Just as his figure was about to collapse, the altar suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That was because he sensed a mighty will resembling the heavens descending from the sky without any warning. Compared to that will, all the living beings in the world seemed like nothing more than ants. Is the Black Ink clansman really this powerful? His heart thumped wildly in his chest. Following the advent of that will, a look of excitement appeared on Yuan Du's pale face. His voice also became louder at the same time. Yang Kai could not understand what Yuan Du was saying at all, but he vaguely guessed that it was some kind of mantra to summon the advent of the Black Ink clansman's will. All of a sudden, pitch-black Black Ink strength spread out from the pagoda-like altar and flowed outward in all directions like water. It was extremely pure Black Ink strength. Zhong Yuquan and the others immediately knelt on the ground with their hands stretched out in front of them and their bodies lowered to the ground. They constantly prayed in the direction of the altar. Yang Kai was stuck in a daze when he felt Gu Linger tugging sharply on the corner of his clothes. Hesitating slightly for a moment, he imitated their actions and prostrated himself on the ground. The Black Ink strength that resembled real Black Ink flowed out of the altar and slowly came close. Zhong Yuquan and the others then absorbed and collected the Black Ink strength into their small universes. Upon receiving the nourishment of the Black Ink strength, their expressions became even more enlivened. Even Yuan Du, who suffered from excessive blood loss, seemed to become as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger at this moment. Under these circumstances, Yang Kai did not dare to do anything suspicious. He simply allowed the Black Ink strength to pour into his small universe, then activated his strength to suppress and seal it. The will that descended without warning earlier had left him feeling extremely on edge, for fear that his identity would be revealed. However, he soon discovered that the majestic will was not paying any attention to him. In fact, the will seemed a little strange. It was strong one moment and weak the next, erratically fluctuating in an endless cycle. After boldly perceiving the energy for a moment, Yang Kai vaguely discovered that the will was rather simple. There was not the slightest hint of subjectivity. In other words, the will gave off the feeling of a person with a blank mind. If there were no thoughts, then how could it communicate? How could it respond to Yuan Du's summons and descend here? Everything was extremely odd. The entire ritual did not last for long. From the beginning to the end, only an hour or so passed. Once the ritual ended, the will that descended slowly vanished into nothingness. Only then did Yuan Du get to his feet and stand there with his brow wrinkled tightly. Everybody else also followed suit and stood up. All of them were flushed and glowing as though they had just received great nourishment. Yang Kai looked around. Oh no, I can't be the exception. Thus, he secretly activated his strength and forced his complexion to become as red as fire, turning his skin a radiant shade. Chapter 4782 Vital Information. The will that descended from the altar just now had subsided, but Yuan Du continued to stand there with a deep frown on his face. The others did not dare to disturb him carelessly, so they could only wait quietly. After a while, he finally blew out a breath softly and raised his hand. Let's go out first before we talk. When the words left his mouth, his small universe that was spread outward closed swiftly. Yang Kai felt his vision blurring for a moment, and by the time it returned to normal, he was already standing in the room from before. He anxiously asked, "Senior, what were the instructions of the Divine Lord?" Yuan Du shook his head and said nothing. Yang Kai was extremely anxious, but did not dare to ask questions rashly lest he roused Yuan Du's suspicion again. It had taken a lot of effort for him to infiltrate the Black Ink Disciples organization and obtain Yuan Du's recognition. Therefore, things would not end well if he roused Yuan Du's suspicions again. A long time passed before Yuan Du finally looked up at Yang Kai. "Martial nephew, can I trouble you to make another trip to the Divine Spirit's ancestral land? Please figure out a way to determine the life or death of the giant spirit god." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, that's not a problem. I've already received the recognition of the divine spirits in the ancestral land during my last trip there. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter that place at will, but as a grand dragon I can freely enter and leave that place without obstruction." "That's good. This matter is not urgent though, so you can go when you are free, martial nephew." Yang Kai then asked, "Senior, it's one thing if the giant spirit god is dead. But what if he is still alive? Do I need to think of a way to rescue him?" Yuan Du asked, "Can you do that?" Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. "It will be difficult. Senior, you might not know this, but the divine spirits all gather in the ancestral land. There are many divine spirits with strength comparable to 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. My strength is very insignificant there. But if the giant spirit god is still alive and I can figure out a way to rescue him, then no matter how many divine spirits are in the ancestral land, they will not be his opponents." Yuan Du nodded. "A giant spirit god is powerful indeed, but he has been suppressed and sealed for so many years. Even if he is alive and receives help from you, it will be difficult for him to wield his full strength for some time." The gears in Yang Kai's head spun. "Maybe I can figure out a method to bring all of you into the divine spirit's ancestral land. That way we can cooperate from both the inside and the outside. Senior, how many Black Ink disciples do we have? How powerful are they?" Yuan Du replied, "All of them are already gathered here. By the way, there's also Jiang Yan. He left on a mission and has yet to return. The last one would be Elder Shi Zheng, who oversees the star boundary." Yang Kai's mouth fell open. "Are there only so few Black Ink disciples?" Yuan Du laughed. "Did you think enlightening a Black Ink disciple is easy?" Yang Kai answered, "I only know that you need the Black Ink insect." "That's right. The enlightenment of each Black Ink disciple requires the use of a Black Ink insect. The Black Ink insects are bestowed by the Divine Lord and are extremely rare. It took me several thousand years to get just a few, and I gave the last one to Elder Shi Zheng to use on you." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed an expression of realization, his heart calming down considerably. "This is great. I'm glad there are only so few Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise." Although he could not rule out the possibility that Yuan Du was lying to him, Yuan Du had already accepted his identity, so there should be no need for him to conceal anything anymore. What's more, this matter was related to the giant spirit god. If there were many Black Ink disciples, Yuan Du would definitely have shown some greater ambitions. Unfortunately, with so few black ink disciples, it was practically impossible for them to rescue the giant spirit god, who was suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit's ancestral land. More importantly, Yuandu no longer had any black ink insect in his possession. For most of the open heaven realm masters, the black ink insect was the most troublesome aspect. Without this threat hanging over their heads, they would have much less scruples when taking action in the future. Looks like we have to work hard to gather more companions. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, looking as though he was thinking hard about the future. This king would like that too, but the instances when the Divine Lord bestows the black ink insects are simply too unpredictable. Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. If that was the case, you should have enlightened more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Senior. After saying that, he seemed to realize something and turned to give Gu Linger and the others an apologetic look. Please don't take offense. This junior brother is not looking down on you. It's just that the gap in power between a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely large. Of course, you will also advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soon. Gu Linger and the others looked indifferent and turned a deaf ear to him. Yuandu smiled slightly and said, "It's not that simple. The black ink insect might be able to convert others into black ink disciples, but the black ink insect itself is actually extremely fragile. Even a First Order Open Heaven Realm Master can effortlessly kill a black ink insect if they are prepared. That is why I have to catch others off guard in order to enlighten them. Elder Shizheng and I are very close friends, so he was always unguarded around me and became enlightened as a result. That would not work for the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Moreover, if I failed in my attempt to convert them, this king's identity would not be secret anymore." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. "Senior, have you ever thought of enlightening Sect Master Li? We can bring him back to the right path." Everybody was shocked by his words. In their opinions, Yang Kai was far too daring. They could not believe that he had set his sights on the Sect Master. However, upon further consideration, they realized that although the risk was very high if they succeeded, the benefits that they would enjoy were also correspondingly terrifying. If the Sect Master were to convert others in turn, the strength of the black ink disciples would surely expand like a snowball rolling down a hill. The entire Langya Paradise would become the black ink disciples' base of operations if that were to happen. It can't be done. Yuandu waved his hand forcefully in a dismissive action. The Sect Master's cultivation is at the point where he can break through his shackles and advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at any time. There is no chance of success at all unless we can get very close to him. Even if we manage to approach him, it would be hopeless as long as he does not lower his defenses. Yang Kai smiled. It will naturally be impossible if we take action ourselves, but what if Gu Pan were to do it instead? Yuandu stiffened slightly in surprise, but he immediately came back to his senses. "Martial nephew, are you saying? The reason you didn't convert Gu Pan earlier was that she had yet to advance into the Open Heaven Realm, isn't that right? Now that she has advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, there is hope for her to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. She has more than enough qualifications for you to use a black ink insect on her now. Once she becomes a black ink disciple, she can then enlighten the Sect Master. Our chances are very high." Yang Kai earnestly enticed Yuandu. Yuandu rubbed his chin in contemplation, looking rather interested in the idea. Just as Yang Kai mentioned, the reason he had not converted Gu Pan earlier was that her cultivation had been too low and there was no guarantee whether she could successfully advance into the Open Heaven Realm. By the time he made plans to enlighten Gu Pan, the news about the Star Boundaries World Tree came out. Comparatively speaking, he had greater interest in Yang Kai. That was why he used the last black ink insect on Yang Kai in hopes of using his strength to control the Star Boundary. In that way, all the rising stars produced in the Star Boundary would become the reserve force of the black ink disciples. When they had gathered enough power, the black ink disciples could set off a storm in the 3,000 worlds. What you've said holds true, Martial nephew. Unfortunately, we lack the black ink insect right now. Yuandu nodded lightly. Leave this matter to me. I will do my best to ask the Divine Lord to bestow more black ink insects. On the other hand, I will have to trouble you over the matter regarding the giant spirit god in the ancestral land. Yang Kai agreed readily. No problem. Let's stop here for today. Yuandu started to climb to his feet as he spoke. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior, this junior has a question to ask you. Yuandu looked at Yang Kai. Go ahead. Yang Kai asked, Where is the Divine Lord? Is the ritual we performed just now the only method to communicate with him? Wouldn't it be better to meet him in person? Yuan Du smiled bitterly. How could I not have thought of meeting the Divine Lord in person? I'll be honest with you, Martial Nephew. In all these years, although the Divine Lord has occasionally responded to my requests, he has never communicated directly with me before. Moreover, I have the feeling that the Divine Lord is trapped somewhere. I don't know where that place is located, but the Divine Lord is probably on the verge of breaking out soon. Yang Kai was shocked, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. How do you know, Senior? Yuan Du laughed. That's because the Divine Lord very rarely responded to the sacrificial offering ritual at the beginning. 9 out of 10 times the ritual would be unsuccessful. Otherwise I would not have had so few black ink insects through so many years. But the situation began to change about 100 years ago. The frequency of the Divine Lord's response became higher and higher, especially in the past decade. There have been almost no failures at all. Yang Kai immediately cheered up. In that case it must be as you say, Senior. The Black Ink clan's response towards Yuan Du's sacrificial offering ritual was becoming more and more frequent. There could only be one explanation for that. Just as Yuan Du mentioned earlier, the Black Ink clansman was about to break free of whatever prison they were trapped in. That was why the communication between both parties had been greatly enhanced. Who was the Black Ink clansman trapped by? Where are they trapped? Yang Kai did not know, but Yuan Du was no more informed either. Yang Kai had countless other questions that he wanted to ask. For example, how did Yuan Du come into contact with the Black Ink clansman in the first place, or how did Yuan Du become corrupted? Unfortunately, he could not ask any more questions at this time. In any case, the information he learned so far was enough. The situation at hand was clear, and it was time to take action. Besides, he was simply grateful that his efforts in Langya Paradise were not in vain. Black Ink Eternal. Yuan Du whispered solemnly before he took his leave. The rest responded in unison, Black Ink Eternal. Afterwards, Zhongyu Quan and the others left quickly. It was not appropriate for them to remain gathered here after all. If not for the pretext of inviting Yang Kai over for an exchange, it would have been difficult for them to gather together under normal circumstances. Junior brother Yang. Gu Linger called out in a gentle voice. Junior sister Gu Pan has already entered the Five Lights world, right? Yang Kai nodded. That's right. Sect Master Li sent her there as soon as the training ended. She then smiled. To be able to receive kindness from you, junior brother Yang, junior sister sure is blessed. If Yang Kai had not conceded defeat at the last moment, how could Gu Pan have obtained victory? All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were well aware of that fact. I couldn't just defeat everybody after all. Sect Master Li might have beaten me up himself otherwise. Gu Linger complained resentfully. You didn't hold back against me at all, junior brother. During the training, Yang Kai not only injured her but also forced her to buy his healing pill by compulsion without discrimination. Every time she recalled that incident, she couldn't help feeling resentful. Ha! Yang Kai gave a dry laugh, not knowing what to say in this situation. Junior sister Gu Pan is currently inside the Five Lights world. You've been involved in the training all this while, junior brother. I'm sure you have not taken a good look at the scenery in Langya Paradise. Why don't I show you around? There are many fun places in Langya Paradise. Chapter 4783, People's Hearts Are Unpredictable. Faced with the request of such a gentle woman like Gu Linger, especially under the ardent gaze of her watery eyes, there was probably no man in the world who would refuse her. However, Yang Kai shook his head and said, maybe next time. I wish to go to the ancestral land as soon as possible to confirm the life or death of the giant spirit god. This matter is related to the rise of the Black Ink clan, so it cannot be delayed. Since he brought up the Black Ink as an excuse, she could not refute anything he said. Thus, she could only nod in response. I hope you have a smooth journey, junior brother. Senior sister, take care. I'll be taking my leave now. He cupped his fist, then soared into the air and departed in the blink of an eye. An hour later, many people witnessed the sect master's legacy disciple Dong Ping giving Yang Kai a send-off from Langya Paradise. Inside a secret room, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered together. There were at least 50 or 60 of them altogether. It was conceivable how 50 or 60 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together would be an extremely terrifying force. Aside from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, there were no other great forces that could bring out such a lineup. Nevertheless, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered here were not from the same Cave Heaven or Paradise. They each represented one of the great forces that stood at the top of the 3,000 worlds. More than a month had passed since they arrived at Langya territory, but they had remained hidden inside this secret room throughout this period. With the exception of Sect Master Li Yuanwang, Vice Sect Master Gao Ting, several Supreme Elders, Gu Pan and Dong Peng, no one else in Langya Paradise was aware of their arrival. At this moment they were all waiting for something. Although there were so many of them, the secret room was totally silent. 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, such patience was nothing. Only Li Yuanwang, who sat in the highest seat, seemed very uneasy and subconsciously rubbed his fingers together lightly. All of a sudden, a weak energy fluctuation appeared, followed by the sound of footsteps. Everybody became alert and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A short while later, Yang Kai stepped into the secret room under Dong Peng's guidance. Although he had departed Langya Paradise earlier, his actions were only to fool the Black Ink disciples. He later secretly returned to Langya Paradise with the help of Dong Peng. It was thanks to his proficiency in the Tao of Space that his quick trip was unknown to all the other people in Langya Paradise, apart from Dong Peng whom he had made arrangements with in advance. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Sit. Li Yuanwang gestured with his hand. Yang Kai murmured his thanks and took a seat. Several dozen pairs of eyes stared fixedly at him as Li Yuanwang asked, "What did you learn?" Gu Linger previously gathered Zhong Yuquan and the others under the pretext of inviting Yang Kai over for an exchange of pointers. As the sect master, he was naturally aware of the circumstances. In particular, those people had already been identified as Black Ink disciples by Yang Kai. That alone was a great cause of concern for him. Yang Kai had immediately taken his leave after departing from Gu Linger's place, so Li Yuanwang had not had the time to ask anything. There's good news and bad news. Sect Master Li, which would you like to hear first? Yang Kai asked while looking at Li Yuanwang. Li Yuanwang reluctantly replied, "Let's hear the good news first." Yang Kai said, "The good news is that, apart from the few people who have already identified as Black Ink disciples, there are only 2 other fish who slipped through the net. One of them is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Gong Wenshan." Gong Wenshan. When Li Yuanwang heard the name, he turned to look at Gao Ting. Gao Ting looked sad. Wenshan has also been corrupted by the Black Ink. Judging by his tone and expression, he probably had high hopes for Gong Wenshan. Unfortunately, it was meaningless no matter how much he favored him now that he had been corrupted by the Black Ink. Although the appearance of a person corrupted by the Black Ink would not look any different from usual, they were no longer the same person as before inside. Li Yuanwang murmured, "When that child Wenshan first advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, it had only been to the 4th Order. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm was his limit. It was only thanks to many years of intense cultivation that he was able to obtain his current achievements. Therefore, it was inevitable for him to succumb to the temptations of the Black Ink strength. I'm afraid that's probably one of the reasons the mastermind chose him." Yang Kai exclaimed, "As expected, you know about some of the mysteries of the Black Ink strength." Judging from the meaning behind Li Yuanwang's words, it could be seen that he knew about the ability of the Black Ink disciples corrupted by the Black Ink to break the shackles of the Open Heaven Realm and advance without limitations. "It looks like you've heard of it too." Li Yuanwang glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "As long as those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink have enough resources, they can continue to advance in their cultivation without limitations. That is indeed a huge temptation. It's no wonder that the cave heavens and paradises have always kept the information regarding the Black Ink a secret since ancient times." That's right. People's hearts are unpredictable. If this information were spread to the public, who can guarantee that those with ulterior motives or misanthropy will not take the initiative to seek out the Black Ink strength? Although it is basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to exist in the 3,000 worlds, there is always an exception to everything. Langya Paradise's current situation is that exception. Li Yuanwang sighed deeply. Gao Ting looked at Yang Kai and asked, "You mentioned that there are 2 fish who slipped through the net. If one of them is Gong Wenshan, then who is the other one?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "That's related to the bad news I have for you. The last person is Yuan Du." "What?" Li Yuanwang was shocked, and even Gao Ting had a look of disbelief on his face. That was Yuan Du, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. It was obvious that the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present in the room were also aware of Yuan Du's identity, so their expressions at this moment were extremely serious. One of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise turned out to be corrupted by the black ink. If this news were spread to the public, they would be subjected to endless ridicule. Li Yuan Wang could barely believe what he heard. "Martial nephew, are you certain that person is Yuan Du?" Yang Kai replied, "I saw him myself. How can it be anything but the truth?" "Are you acquainted with Yuan Du?" Li Yuan Wang asked persistently. It was not that he did not believe in Yang Kai's words, it was just that the truth was simply too difficult for him to accept. "When I first came to Langya Paradise and went to visit you with Junior Sister Gu, I met Yuan Du along the way. Junior Sister Gu explained his identity to me at the time," Yang Kai explained. Li Yuan Wang thought back for a moment before he nodded in response. "That's right. Before you arrived, I was discussing some matters with Yuan Du. You arrived right after he departed." In that case, it could be confirmed that Yang Kai was speaking the truth. The identity of the final person corrupted by the black ink could also be confirmed. It turned out to be one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. Even if Li Yuan Wang had strong mental fortitude, he was shocked by the news and lost his composure. The news that Yang Kai brought certainly consisted of good news and bad news. The good news was that Langya Paradise's situation was not as dire as they initially predicted. When Shi Zheng's identity as a black ink disciple was first exposed, many foreign affairs envoys from the various cave heavens and paradises had been extremely worried about the situation in Langya Paradise. Nobody knew how many black ink disciples were hidden after all. That was also why they immediately dispatched several dozen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters with the intention of helping Langya Paradise and containing the situation. It was only at this moment that they discovered that the situation was not too terrible or unbearable. There were only a few people who had been corrupted by the black ink strength. In this way, the situation could be controlled to a certain extent. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked to the outside and causing a panic. On the other hand, one of the 3 vice sect masters of Langya Paradise turned out to be a person corrupted by the black ink. There could not be any worse news for Langya Paradise. Yuxiang Dai of Yinyang Cave Heaven said, "Tell us about all the events and people that you encountered in detail. Let's take a look at the situation together." Yang Kai responded before he continued, "During the training I confirmed the identities of several black ink disciples. By the way, the people who are corrupted by the black ink and eroded by the power of the black ink clan call themselves black ink disciples." Everybody nodded lightly. That was something none of them had known beforehand. It couldn't be helped since nobody had ever infiltrated the black ink disciples to gather more information. Yang Kai continued, "Gu Linger is one of them. After the training I received an invitation from her. She invited me to her spirit province for an exchange meeting. When I arrived, I saw that the other black ink disciples in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm were already there. In the beginning the conversation was very ordinary. It was no different from the gatherings with the other fellow brothers. Then Yuan Du came." Yang Kai described everything he encountered and heard in Gu Linger's spirit province to them in great detail. The main reason was that he was worried about missing out on any useful information. There was no denying that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present in this place knew more about the Black Ink clan than he did. There was no denying that if Shi Zheng had not tried to drag him into the matter, he would not have known about the existence of something as evil as the Black Ink clan even now. When he told them about how Yuan Du had repeatedly tried to sound him out, everybody couldn't help feeling very nervous even though they knew he must have resolved the issues without any danger. After all, he would not be sitting here safe and sound otherwise. Upon hearing about the altar and Yuan Du's sacrificial offering ritual, they furrowed their brows slightly in response. Then, when they heard about the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit's ancestral land, they finally turned pale in fear. Yuxiang Dai asked in shock, "Did you make up that story to deceive Yuan Du, or is that story the truth?" Yang Kai responded sternly, "The Black Ink giant spirit god does exist. He still sits within the ancestral land. However, I did not tell Yuan Du the whole truth. At the time, several divine spirits headed by the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan went deep into the giant spirit god's body to investigate the situation. They confirmed that he had been dead for many eons. Besides, when I first obtained the Dragon clan's crystal palace, I also witnessed various scenes from the ancient war with its help. During that ancient war, the Dragon clan's Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix clan's Phoenix Empress burned all their blood essence and used the sacred treasures of all the divine spirit clans as a foundation to split the ancestral land into two. Using that as a basis, they managed to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. Although he witnessed various scenes from the ancient war back then, He had not known about the actual situation at the time, much less understood why a giant spirit god was in conflict with the divine spirits in the ancestral land. It was not until later when he came across the Black Ink disciples that he suddenly understood the entire situation. The demon-sealing land passed down by word of mouth between the divine spirits should actually be known as the Black Ink sealing land. Upon hearing Yang Kai's response, everybody breathed out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the giant spirit god was dead. The giant spirit god clan was an extremely terrifying race after all. If he was not dead, even the divine spirits in the ancestral land would not be able to stop him if he were released from captivity. At that time, rivers of blood would surely flow in the 3,000 worlds. Gao Ting said, in other words, Yuan Du's current goal is to free the giant spirit god. That's right. Yang Kai nodded, but his efforts are bound to be in vain. He nodded lightly, the situation is still within control. Yuan Du had no reason to deceive Yang Kai at the time, so his words back then were probably the truth. The black ink insects were extremely rare. For that reason he only managed to corrupt a few people in Langya Paradise over the years. Among them, with the exception of the dead Shi Zheng, the rest were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Chapter 4784, No Turning Back. At this moment they could only be certain about one thing. Yuan Du was the cause of everything. As long as they cut off the source and clipped the wings that he developed, then the worrying situation in Langya Paradise would be resolved. Unfortunately, they could not be certain as to where the true Black Ink clansman for whom Yuan Du had performed the sacrificial offering ritual was currently hiding. Just solving the issue of Yuan Du and the Black Ink disciples would not eradicate the problem completely. If they could not remove the fundamental cause of this issue, then a second or even a third Yuan Du might appear again in the world several thousand years later. Li Yuan Wang observed worriedly, judging by the meaning behind Yuan Du's words, the Black Ink clansman is probably being suppressed and sealed somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. If his contact with the Black Ink clan had become more and more frequent over the past 100 years, then it can be speculated that the suppressed and sealed Black Ink clan member is showing signs of regaining their freedom. Yang Kai nodded, that's also what Yuan Du claimed. Regarding the place where the Black Ink clan is being held, do the rest of you have any ideas? Li Yuan Wang raised his head and looked at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters below him. Everybody shook their heads in response. Yu Changdao spoke, there has not been any unusual news from any of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds over the years. Besides, there are no related records written in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises. It can be surmised that the suppressed and sealed Black Ink clansman has existed since a very long time ago. This incident might even have occurred before the birth of the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Could it be in the same era as when the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan suppressed and sealed the Black Ink giant spirit god? Li Yuan Wang reached up and stroked his beard. That's not impossible, but nobody can confirm the truth. There was no other explanation as to why there were no records in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises. If such an evil existence had truly been suppressed and sealed, then the ancient books passed down through the inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises would surely have mentioned the incident. Even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the cave heavens and paradises were clueless about this matter. In that case, the suppressed and sealed Black Ink clan member could only have existed a very long time ago. Could it be located in the Shattered Heaven? Somebody asked with a frown. The situation of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds is basically known to us. Only the Shattered Heaven is chaotic and filled with all sorts of dangers. Even high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters like us might not escape unscathed if we ventured deep into the Shattered Heaven and encountered danger. It would make sense to say that the Black Ink clansman was being suppressed and sealed in the Shattered Heaven. Yu Xiangdai acknowledged the idea. Looks like we need to investigate the Shattered Heaven thoroughly. This matter is of grave importance, so there can be no room for negligence. Li Yuan Wang nodded in agreement. Let's discuss this matter later. At present, it is more important to deal with the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise. Senior Brother Li, please make the arrangements. We will support Langya Paradise unconditionally. They originally thought that there were many Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise, which was why several dozen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had rushed here so quickly. They wanted to take precautions to prevent future disasters. Now that it had been confirmed that there were not many Black Ink disciples, their tense nerves relaxed considerably. With so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present, it would not be a problem for them to deal with a few Black Ink disciples. They only needed to be careful not to be contaminated by the black ink strength. As for the affairs of Langya Paradise, they had to be settled by Langya Paradise. In the following days, everything was calm and quiet. The training that was triggered by Yang Kai was the talk of the town. That training had also inspired the determination of many Open Heaven Realm masters in Langya Paradise to cultivate harder. It was said that as many as several hundred 6th Order Open Heaven Realm masters in Langya Paradise had entered retreat all at once after the training. Some even vowed not to come out of retreat until they advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Consequently, the once lively Langya Paradise suddenly became much quieter and more desolate than usual. In the Spirit Province where Li Yuan Wang lived, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters concealed their figures as though they were waiting for somebody to come. Similarly, Yang Kai concealed himself in the void. With the help of the Grand Array around the Spirit Province, he disguised himself to prevent his aura from being discovered. On the porch of a thatched hut below, Li Yuan Wang sat in a rattan chair like an elderly farmer in the countryside. There was a teacup in his hand and he would take a sip from time to time. A stream of light sped over from a distance and landed in front of Li Yuan Wang. That person cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, Sect Master." Li Yuan Wang smiled and gestured with his hand, "Sit." Yuan Du nodded and sat beside Li Yuan Wang before he asked curiously, "Did you summon me here because you needed something from me, Sect Master?" Li Yuan Wang shook his head, "Can't I have a chat with you for no particular reason, Senior Brother?" Yuan Du was slightly taken aback. "Senior Brother? It has been so long since I heard those two words. When was the last time I heard this title? Was it 3,000 years ago? Or 5,000 years ago?" It was so long ago that he could no longer recall. "Of course you can." Yuan Du smiled, "Come to think of it, it has been a long time since we fellow brothers sat together so quietly like this." "That's right." Li Yuan Wang sighed, "Ever since you became the Vice Sect Master and I became the Sect Master, we've only been worrying about Langya Paradise every single day." Yuan Du glanced sideways at Li Yuan Wang. "I've never seen you paying much attention to these affairs, Junior Brother. On the contrary, the gray hairs of the 3 Vice Sect Masters have been increasing year after year." "Bullshit." Li Yuan Wang responded with a straight face, "I've devoted all my blood, sweat and tears to Langya Paradise. How could Langya Paradise become so glorious otherwise?" Yuan Du jokingly scolded, "Don't flatter yourself. This is the foundation that many seniors have worked hard to lay down over immeasurable years. You are simply managing what they succeeded to build." Li Yuan Wang replied seriously, "Managing what they succeeded to build is not a simple feat. Everybody else thinks that being the Langya Paradise Sect Master is marvelous, but they do not know how much my heart breaks over the Langya Paradise disciples." Yuan Du curled his lips, "Your shameless behavior has never changed no matter how many years passed, Junior Brother." Li Yuan Wang suddenly exclaimed, "On the other hand, you've changed a lot, Senior Brother." Yuan Du's eyes narrowed slightly, "How did I change?" Their gazes met. Then Li Yuan Wang's expression became extremely solemn, "You've gotten older, Senior Brother. You've long lost the suaveness of youth." After saying that, he burst into laughter with a smug look on his face, as though he himself was very young. Yuan Du also laughed along. The two fellow brothers seemed to have returned to the time when they were young and carefree. Although they constantly used to bicker, they had a very close relationship with each other. Yuan Du had joined the sect earlier, and by the time he advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, Li Yuan Wang had only just started cultivating. It was just that Yuan Du's order when he first advanced into the Open Heaven Realm was not as high as Li Yuan Wang's. That was why they were both in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm today. "Do you think the old man is dead?" Li Yuan Wang suddenly asked. Yuan Du chuckled, "The old man is such a lively person. How can he be dead? He was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm when he left." "And?" Li Yuan Wang nodded, "You're right. With his personality, even if everybody else was dead, he would still be alive and kicking." At the mention of the old man, Yuan Du seemed to deflate and lose interest. Therefore, the two fellow brothers fell back into silence. Li Yuan Wang took a sip of tea and his voice became a little grimmer. "Senior Brother, don't blame the old man too much for what happened back then. He made you advance into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm for your sake. I didn't understand at the time, but now that I am the Sect Master, every time a disciple preparing to advance into the Open Heaven Realm comes and asks me which order would be safer for them to advance into based on their heritage, I feel like I am holding their future and destiny in my hands. My choice is My answer to their question will affect their entire life. Yuan Du remained silent. I was too young back then. Besides, too much time has passed. There is no way to determine what your heritage was at the time, but since the old man asked you to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm, it must mean that advancing into the sixth order open heaven realm would have been very risky for you. The old man at the time was just like me now. He held your future in his hands, but his choice was made for your sake. It may only be a one-order difference between the fifth order open heaven realm and the sixth order open heaven realm, but the slightest misstep would have extinguished your soul. How could the old man bear to watch you fall short at such a critical moment? Yuan Du lowered his head, causing a dark shadow to cover his eyes. To this day, do you still think that the old man was wrong, senior brother? Li Yuanwang asked. Yuan Du finally opened his mouth. As you've said, junior brother, how can I not know that the old man was only acting in my best interests? If that's the case, then why can't you understand? Li Yuanwang looked at Yuan Du sorrowfully. Yuan Du shook his head. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it's still a possibility. A person who gives up before even trying is already sick in the head. Li Yuanwang stared at Yuan Du calmly. A long while passed before he sighed. Senior brother, it's never too late to turn around and repent. Yuan Du's gaze went slack and he stared into the distance quietly. I've already passed the point of no return, junior brother. His eyes seemed to have a peculiar power that allowed him to see through the void. Staring directly in the direction of Yang Kai, he frowned. To be honest, I'm more curious about how that boy is able to resist the black ink strength. He had not known anything when he first arrived, but he soon understood after his conversation with Li Yuanwang. He was not a fool after all. Besides, Li Yuanwang's behavior today was simply too abnormal. Yang Kai's hiding spot was located not far from Yuan Du, and due to the gap in their strengths, it was impossible for Yang Kai to keep his presence hidden under Yuan Du's intentional search of the surroundings. Seeing as his cover had been seen through, Yang Kai revealed himself without further ado and cupped his fist. Greetings, senior. Yuan Du looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look on his face. Your small universe has already been corrupted by the black ink, so why aren't you affected? Senior, what you saw was this. Yang Kai partially manifested his small universe, causing its projection to appear behind him. Just as Yuan Du had previously seen, the black ink strength writhed about in Yang Kai's small universe. However, as Yang Kai's small universe spread outward, more scenery entered Yuan Du's vision. Yuan Du immediately understood. 4 universe pillars. If there was anything in the world that could truly restrain the black ink strength, then it could only be the 4 universe pillars. The powers of a divine spirit could not fully resist the erosion of the black ink strength. After all, even a divine spirit could become corrupted by the black ink. It was just that the possibility of a divine spirit being corrupted by the black ink was much lower than an open heaven realm master of the same strength. Needless to say, Yuan Du knew about the effects of the 4 universe pillars. It was just that the 4 universe pillars were extremely rare treasures that could only be dreamt about by most. Hence, he never even imagined that Yang Kai would have one of them, much less that Yang Kai would be so bold and reckless as to suppress and seal the black ink strength in his small universe to deceive his eyes. So, does that mean Shi Zheng is dead? He was the one who ordered Shi Zheng to use the black ink insect to corrupt Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was safe and sound. Not to mention, Yang Kai had the black ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe. The source of the black ink strength could only have been Shi Zheng. Yang Kai nodded. During their conversation, numerous figures appeared out of nowhere. There were at least a dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters gathered in this place. Meanwhile, Li Yuanwang gave a wave of his hand, activating the sealing grand array of the spirit province to isolate the inside from the outside. Yuan Du swept his glance over the crowd and chuckled. What an impressive lineup. You really think highly of this, Yuan. With so many high-rank open heaven realm masters, even an 8th order open heaven realm master might not stand a chance, much less Yuan Du, who was only in the 7th order open heaven realm. He had no chance of winning this fight. It was certain death for him. Chapter 4785. I can only try. Yuan Du was dead. His death was not caused by anybody else but himself. He died by suicide. It was just like what Shi Zheng had done in high heaven territory when faced with a situation of certain death. In the face of insurmountable odds, he did not show any resistance and simply chose to cut off his vitality. His actions were extremely decisive. This was a completely unexpected situation. The dozen or so high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't even get the chance to take action. On the contrary, they were quite shaken to personally witness a master, who was their equal in terms of status and identity, resolutely taking his own life in front of them. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. Staring at the spot where Yuandu had died, he couldn't help feeling extremely unsettled in his heart. These black ink disciples seemed to think nothing of their lives after being corrupted. This incident only made him more and more aware of the horrors of the black ink. The black ink strength was a force capable of controlling one's body and mind, which even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not resist. After watching the senior brother whom he had known for thousands of years dying in front of him, Li Yuanwang's gaze became very complicated. He stood frozen in place without saying anything for a long time. Gao Ting stood by his side. Looking up into the horizon, he gave a soft whisper, "Sect Master." It was not until he heard his voice that he returned to his senses. He waved his hand and removed the sealing array around the spirit province. Immediately after that, a figure sped through the sky towards them. It was Dongpeng. Landing in front of Li Yuanwang, he bowed and cupped his fist. "Honored Master, everything has been dealt with. There are no survivors." Li Yuanwang nodded lightly. When he invited Yuandu over, he had also arranged for the others to deal with Gu Linger and the rest of the Black Ink disciples at the same time. Even Jiang Yen, who left Langya Paradise some time ago, had 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters tailing him. As soon as he approached High Heaven territory, they would automatically get rid of them. Were there any casualties? Li Yuanwang asked. Dongpeng shook his head. There was some resistance but no casualties. Li Yuanwang nodded. On the contrary, Yang Kai breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard those words. It was normal to have some resistance in the face of death. If all of the Black Ink disciples had the same courage as Shi Zheng and Yuandu to sacrifice themselves, then it would be too terrifying. Still, it seemed not everyone could disregard their lives so easily. Although Langya Paradise did not lose many people in this incident, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they lost were people who either held important positions in the sect or had very high popularity. The disappearance of one or two of them could have been ignored, but all of them disappearing abruptly was bound to arouse the suspicions of the disciples. Naturally, Langya Paradise had already prepared the means to deal with the aftermath. It just so happened that many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who suffered defeat at Yang Kai's hands had declared that they were going to enter retreat after the training ended. The disappearance of Gu Linger and the others could be explained away by claiming that they had gone into retreat. As for Yuandu, the same would apply to him. Over time, the waves would naturally subside. Many thanks to all of you for coming to help with this matter. Langya Paradise is very eternally grateful. Li Yuanwang composed himself and turned to thank the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered around him. Even though they did not get the chance to make a move because Yuandu had ultimately chosen to end his own life, Yuandu might have resisted if they had not been watching the situation from nearby. There was no saying whether he would have fought Li Yuanwang under the compulsion of the Black Ink strength. Yuxiang Dai nodded lightly. Since ancient times, the cave heavens and paradises have always been one family. You're being too polite, senior brother Li. The affairs of Langya Paradise could be considered to have been resolved. However, while they were hiding here, they remained unaware of the situation of their own respective sects. Before rushing over to Langya Paradise, they had already sent messages back to their respective cave heavens and paradises to inform them about the reappearance of the Black Ink strength. If everything went as planned, then the cave heavens and paradises had probably been checking themselves in the recent period. Judging from the current situation in Langya Paradise, it was unlikely that the Black Ink disciples existed in the other cave heavens and paradises. Even so, there was always a possibility. If Langya Paradise had a person like Yuandu, then the other cave heavens and paradises might have one too. Li Yuanwang said, "Now that Yuandu is dead, the source has been cut off. It will not be easy for us to track down the Black Ink clansmen after this. Do you have any other ideas?" Yuandu was nothing more than a Black Ink disciple. While he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and one of the Vice-Sect Masters of Langya Paradise, he was insignificant compared to the actual Black Ink clan member. Now that he had chosen to take his own life, the search for the true Black Ink clansman became the top priority of the cave heavens and paradises. As long as the Black Ink clansman was not found, all of them would have trouble sleeping soundly at night. Nobody spoke up. During the previous discussion, they had concluded that the Black Ink clan was most likely hiding in the Shattered Heaven. That place was not only vast but extremely dangerous and chaotic, so it was much easier to hide and cover one's tracks there compared to any of the other great territories in the 3,000 worlds. As such, it was not going to be easy to find the whereabouts of the Black Ink clansmen in the expanse of shattered heaven. Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "If you will allow me, seniors, I would like to investigate Yuandu's small universe. I might be able to learn something there." Yu Changdao's eyes lit up at those words. The altar. The only means for Yuandu to communicate with the hidden Black Ink clansmen and receive Black Ink insects was through the power of the altar and the sacrificial offering ritual. Although he was dead, the altar that was connected with the Black Ink clan might not necessarily have been destroyed. They might actually discover something by studying that altar. None of them had considered this idea. It was not that they were dull-witted. Rather, the Black Ink strength was so evil and invasive that they subconsciously assumed that the small universe left behind by Yuandu was a forbidden zone. On the other hand, Yang Kai not only had the world spring, but also in-depth experience from entering Shizhang's small universe once. It was only natural for him to view the situation from a different point of view. "Are you confident?" Yu Xiangdai asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can only give it a try." How could he be certain about anything? Despite witnessing Yuandu's actions during the sacrificial offering ritual, he could not figure out how Yuandu had gotten in touch with the Black Ink clansmen earlier. Even if he did manage to get in contact with the Black Ink clansmen, he was even more uncertain about whether they would discover that he was not part of the Black Ink disciples. Nevertheless, giving a dead horse medicine could not harm the horse any further. He could only do whatever he could in this situation. It would not make a difference if he learned nothing, but if he did learn something, then it would certainly be a pleasant surprise. It would be even better if he could determine the location of the Black Ink clan members' hiding place through this opportunity. Li Yuan Wang did not give an immediate answer. Instead, he activated his divine sense and communicated with the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters for a long time. Only then did he turn to look at Yang Kai. "Be careful." Those words indicated his agreement. Yang Kai nodded. Stepping forward, he walked towards the spot where Yuandu had died. Yuandu was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master, so the small universe in his body had been fully materialized. The situation of his death was similar to Shizhang, where his small universe hadn't shattered but had instead been exiled to the void, leaving only an external portal behind. Even his body had been devoured by his vanished small universe. At this moment, there was an extremely uncomfortable aura coming from the portal. It was the aura of the Black Ink strength. Thanks to his prior experience, Yang Kai could be considered traversing a familiar path. His figure flickered and he plunged into Yuandu's small universe. Just like the scene he saw a few days ago, Yuandu's small universe was pitch black. The dense Black Ink strength writhed and surged tumultuously like ink that had been spilled on the ground. Unfortunately, as Yuandu had died by suicide, the universe paradise he left behind was now a chaotic mess. With the world barriers cracked and the landscape turned upside down, it was now essentially a mass of shattered spirit provinces that were being loosely held together. Yang Kai could only secretly pray that the altar had been preserved. Otherwise, he would not have the opportunity to come across another one again. Wandering around in Yuandu's small universe, he tried his best to compare his surroundings with the scenes in his memories to search for a sense of familiarity. It took several hours before he found the altar in the shape of a 9-layer pagoda on a spirit province that only had a radius of several dozen meters. Using a secret technique, Yang Kai removed the altar completely and relocated it to a larger, stabler spirit province. He silently recalled Yuandu's various actions from before, then he reached out to retrieve a sharp longsword from his space ring and slashed at his arm. Having withdrawn his defensive abilities, the sword slash immediately caused his golden dragon blood to spurt out and splatter across the altar. Yang Kai allowed his blood to flow freely, but even so, his brow furrowed with worry. Yuandu had used his own blood as the sacrificial offering and simultaneously muttered something under his breath back then. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not know what Yuandu had said at the time. He could imitate actions such as offering his own blood as a sacrificial offering, but how could he know what Yuandu had been chanting at the time? It might have been some kind of irrelevant mantra or a crucial part of the ritual. He was not sure whether Yuandu's muttering would have any effect on the sacrificial offering, so all he could do right now was give his best attempt and leave the rest to fate. Golden blood continuously dripped onto the altar as Yang Kai suppressed his emotions and waited quietly. Yuandu had also performed the sacrificial offering ritual for quite a long time. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen only responded after a long wait, so Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Be that as it may, He never expected the altar to remain unresponsive even after 3 whole days had passed. The dragon blood he spilled was enough to fill a pond by then. The situation gave him an inevitable sense of discouragement, and he wondered whether his method was wrong. If his method was wrong, then it didn't matter how much blood he spilled or how long he waited. He would never get in touch with the hidden Black Ink clansmen. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to wait 1 more day, and if there was still no effect, he would immediately leave. To his pleasant surprise, the altar reacted half a day later. Pure black ink strength suddenly poured out like poisonous snakes sliding out from the shadows and quickly wrapped around him. The black ink strength pouring out of the altar was slightly different from the black ink strength that Yuandu owned. Although the black ink strength could not be called dense, it was much purer in comparison. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. He had only done this on a whim, so it was surprising that his method actually worked. In spite of his excitement, he remained extremely vigilant. He did not forget that a mighty will had descended all of a sudden when he watched Yuandu performing the sacrificial offering ritual. The horror of the will demonstrated the strength of its owner. That power was not something he could resist. Pure black ink strength surged around Yang Kai as if trying to flood into his body. He pondered in silence for a moment but ultimately did not resist. The black ink strength then quickly infiltrated his body and rushed into his small universe. In the next moment, the majestic will that he experienced previously descended again without warning. All of a sudden, his entire body was struck with an exceptionally peculiar feeling. It was cold, dark, and deathly silent. At the same time, an unstoppable restraining force came from all directions to envelope him in countless layers. He was unable to move a single muscle as a result. This feeling made him panic, but he soon came to realize that this horrendous feeling did not belong to him. When the majestic will descended and the black ink strength poured into his body, he resonated with the will to some extent. It would seem that this resonance allowed both parties to spy upon a fraction of each other's inner feelings. Chapter 4786, The Secrets of the Small Source Worlds. These feelings of gloomy darkness, silence, and restraint are not my own but that of the Black Ink clansmen. As soon as Yang Kai realized that fact, he cursed in his heart. Shit. If we resonate with each other during the sacrificial offering ritual, then the Black Ink clansmen will surely realize that I am not part of the Black Ink disciples. He immediately tried to cut off the connection, but his efforts were completely useless. The magnificent will plunged straight in and invaded his consciousness, causing him to feel an involuntary sense of adoration. It felt as though the will reigned supreme in the world. Any kind of resistance was a form of blasphemy and disrespect. Only surrender was the correct path. A dense layer of cold sweat immediately broke out across his forehead. There was an immense battle taking place in his heart, and the look in his eyes became uncertain. At that critical moment, a cool feeling spread out across his mind and abruptly brought him back to his senses. It was the soul-warming lotus. When things reached a critical point, the soul-warming lotus reacted automatically. In the next moment, he raised his hand to summon his spear and thrust it out. His world force burst out at the same time. The altar in front of him shattered in response, and the dense black ink strength scattered into the surroundings. Holding his spear in one hand, he gasped for breath with an expression of lingering fear on his face. The situation just now had undoubtedly been very dangerous. If the soul-warming lotus had not stepped in at the last moment, he was uncertain as to whether he could resist the influence that the will exerted on him. Moreover, if he had failed to withstand the pressure, he would have suffered tragically even if he did not become corrupted by the black ink. The black ink strength was extremely strange indeed. A short while later, Yang Kai walked out from the Yuandu's small universe. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters had been waiting for several days, so they quickly questioned him as soon as he appeared. Yang Kai told them all about the situation he encountered in detail, but he concealed the existence of the soul-warming lotus. He only told them that he struggled with all his strength just to deal the critical blow, which cut off his connection between him and the Black Ink clansmen. Li Yuan Wang's expression was extremely solemn. Is the Black Ink clan capable of affecting one's consciousness out of thin air? That was extremely important information. Although the Cave Heavens and Paradises had some understanding of the Black Ink clan, they only knew that the Black Ink strength was extremely aggressive and corrosive. That was why they had always been on guard against the Black Ink strength. However, if the situation was as Yang Kai had described, then there would be far more precautions to be taken in the future. Yang Kai pondered in silence. The Black Ink clan's will is certainly powerful, but it might not necessarily be that terrifying. What do you mean? Yu Changdao asked. Yang Kai explained, "This situation did not happen when I experienced the sacrificial offering ritual with Yuan Du. The only difference is that Yuan Du was the one presiding over the sacrificial offering ritual back then and I was the one presiding over it this time. There's a high possibility that only the person performing the sacrificial offering ritual will be directly affected by the will. The others are unable to form a direct connection with the Black Ink clan member, so they naturally will not be affected." Everybody nodded lightly. It was not impossible. If that was the extent of the Black Ink clan's willpower, then the threat of the Black Ink clan was not that terrifying after all. Yang Kai sighed again, "It's such a pity." While the sacrificial offering ritual barely succeeded this time, there was no way to figure out where the Black Ink clansman was hiding. Li Yuan Wang replied, "It doesn't matter. The universe might be large, but now that we have a goal, as long as we patiently keep searching, we will definitely locate them one day." That was something the cave heavens and paradises had to handle. It was no longer something that Yang Kai could handle alone. "I heard you have the profound Yin bamboo in your possession." Li Yuan Wang suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked. There might be a need for everybody to sit down and discuss this matter. He previously opened up his small universe and allowed the others to investigate him to clear the suspicion of being corrupted by the Black Ink. Therefore, some of the secrets in his small universe had been exposed. The existence of the profound Yin bamboo was witnessed by many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. Besides, this was one of the bargaining chips that he had prepared to negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises, so there was no need to deny its existence. The profound Yin bamboo was one of the 12 minor universe pillars. Its effects were not as powerful as the 4 universe pillars, and its cultivation required a massive cost. Nevertheless, it was extremely useful for every Open Heaven Realm master with a small universe that had materialized. It was certainly a treasure. Unfortunately, in order for it to show its strengths, one would have to spend massive amounts of their own strength to cultivate it. Yang Kai had personally verified this fact. The profound Yin bamboo mainly devoured the world force in order to grow and spread into a forest. In that way, it would take at least hundreds to thousands of years of hard work to turn the profound Yin bamboo into a bamboo forest that was not very large in terms of scale. That was equivalent to turning the world force stemming from hundreds to thousands of years of intense cultivation into the nutrients required for the growth of the profound Yin bamboo. As a result, the heritage of the Open Heaven Realm Master would weaken and their strength would decline. If it was before, they might not have been so desperate to obtain the profound Yin bamboo. However, with the reappearance of the Black Ink clan, their desire to obtain the profound Yin bamboo had changed. Even if this treasure could not make their small universe as robust and flawless as the world spring, or prevent the invasion of external forces completely, it could at least increase their resistance against the Black Ink strength. In other words, the existence of the profound Yin bamboo might save their lives at a critical moment. Comparatively speaking, the risk of losing the heritage of their small universe or declining in strength was not worth worrying about. No matter how much their strength decreased, their order would not decline. After hearing what Yang Kai said, the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters subconsciously clutched at their respective space rings. They couldn't help recalling what happened during the training at Langya Paradise. During the training, Yang Kai had treated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise as fat sheep and sheared off their thick layer of wool for his own use. His actions left many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters resentful and miserable due to the heavy losses they suffered. With those people as an example, how could anything good happen to them? They could practically foresee a greasy, smiling face as he tried to take the lion's share from them. Negotiations over the profound Yin bamboo took place in a secret room, along with the discussion for the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. The matters regarding the Good Fortune Divine Furnace remained up in the air. The main reason for the situation was that both parties were unsatisfied with the terms offered by the other side. Before Yang Kai was attacked by Shi Zheng, the foreign affairs envoys at the Star Boundary were supposed to discuss this matter with him after 2 days. Unfortunately, the reappearance of the Black Ink clan had immediately disrupted all their plans. It was not until now that this issue was brought up again. Yang Kai was fixated on the small source worlds of the cave heavens and paradises. Even though he named his conditions in the past, none of the cave heavens and paradises had shown any intention of giving in to his demands. The opportunity to enter the small source worlds was extremely precious to any cave heaven or paradise. More so, since it was not enough for the use of their own disciples. The disciples often had to wait in line for hundreds of years, sometimes even thousands of years before they could enter. How could they possibly give such an advantage to outsiders? If not for the reward from the training previously, Gu Pan would not have the qualifications to enter the Five Lights world for training either. That was the case even for a core disciple like her, so what more need be said about the common disciples? Since Void Land did not have a small source world of their own, they could only set their sights on others instead. Although it was said to be a negotiation, the truth was that Yang Kai one-sidedly refused everybody else. The rights of use for the profound Een bamboo and the good fortune divine furnace were very attractive to all the cave heavens and paradises. Be that as it may, Yang Kai refused to accept any other conditions aside from the qualifications to enter the small source world for training. On this point, neither Yu Changdao nor Yu Xiangdai spoke up for Yang Kai. Although they were inextricably linked to him, they were foreign affairs envoys as well. In other words, they represented the interests of the sects behind them. The discussion went on for a day and a night. Throughout this entire period, Yang Kai continued to insist on his demands. Thus, the others could only give in upon seeing his persistence. In the end, the final results of the negotiation were decided. Each cave heaven and paradise would provide the qualification to enter a small source world once for training. In return, Yang Kai had to provide each cave heaven and paradise with 5 stalks of the profound Een bamboo and the right to use to the good fortune divine furnace for 2 months. That was the best result that could be achieved. Nonetheless, over 100 cave heavens and paradises meant that Yang Kai would need over 500 stalks of the profound Een bamboo. That was an enormous number. Even he could not come up with such an amount in a short time. As for the order in which the good fortune divine furnace would be used, the issue of precedence was something the cave heavens and paradises had to discuss among themselves. He could not care less about such matters. After the negotiations were settled, everybody took their leave and departed. Even though not all the foreign affairs envoys of the cave heavens and paradises were present during this negotiation, the people present today were enough to represent the rest. Those cave heavens and paradises whose foreign affairs envoys did not participate in this negotiation would also acknowledge the results. That was the tacit understanding and trust accumulated between the cave heavens and paradises over countless years. All the foreign affairs envoys were in a rush to return to their respective sects in order to report the results of the negotiation and prepare the materials that would be sent to Great Evolution Paradise. These materials would be used in the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to create higher order materials. Before Yang Kai left, he asked Li Yuan Wang a question. This question had been troubling him for a very long time now. How are small source worlds created? Li Yuan Wang reached up to stroke his beard and nodded in understanding. Do you wish to obtain your own small source world? Yang Kai nodded, indeed. Many open heaven realm masters had been added to the ranks of Void Land, so if they had their own small source worlds, then they could help the disciples improve their cultivation quickly. It was a pity that only the cave heavens and paradises had something like the small source worlds. He had never seen nor heard of any other great forces with their own small source world. Therefore, he had never understood where small source worlds came from or how they had such mystifying effects. If this is some kind of taboo secret, then please act as though I never asked, Sect Master Li. Yang Kai hurriedly said when he saw the pensive look on Li Yuan Wang's face. Li Yuan Wang waved his hand dismissively. It's a secret, but it's not really a secret either. You've entered a small source world before. What did you think about it? Yang Kai thought back to his previous experience in the divine armament world and said, it felt very real. There was no sense of being an illusion. The decades that he spent while training in the divine armament world felt like a cycle of reincarnation and rebirth. His impression of that experience was very profound. Li Yuan Wang laughed. Of course it feels real. That's because the true nature of the small source worlds comes from the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. The universe paradises and the universe cave heavens? Sect Master, you don't mean... Only the small universe left behind after the death of high-rank open heaven realm masters could be called such. The small universe left behind by a 7th-order open heaven realm master was known as a universe paradise, and the small universe left behind by an open heaven realm master above the 7th-order open heaven realm was known as a universe cave heaven. Li Yuan Wang nodded lightly. It's exactly what you're thinking. All the small source worlds stem from the small universes left behind by high-rank open heaven realm masters. How can that be? Yang Kai was shocked to the core. There's nothing impossible about it. Li Yuan Wang chuckled softly, but not every small universe left behind by a high-rank open heaven realm master will transform into a small source world. If that was the case, then there would have been many more small source worlds in existence and they would not have been valued to this extent. Chapter 4787, Rare for Only Benefits to Exist. Is there some kind of special secret technique required for the transformation? Yang Kai boldly speculated. Li Yuanwang shook his head in response. The transformation is not caused by the use of a secret technique. On the contrary, you have to cultivate a specific secret art from the beginning. This secret art does not have powerful properties, so there are no advantages in a battle against others. However, it allows the cultivator to transform their small universe into a small source world at the time of their death. Of course, it is not that simple. The birth of a small source world is a very complicated process. It can be said that the cultivator has to pay a lifetime's worth of hard work for their efforts to succeed. Yang Kai understood. Sect Master, do you mean that from the very beginning, these people cultivated for the sole purpose of transforming their small universe into a small source world after their deaths? Li Yuanwang nodded solemnly. Nobody forced them. They were aware of their future destiny when they first cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was slightly stunned by those words. After cultivating hard for a lifetime, their small universe would eventually be transformed into a small source world after their deaths to become a training place for others. That would require a great amount of dedication and a strong sense of belonging to one's sect. While achieving such a feat might be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any other great force, it would not be difficult to find such disciples among the cave heavens and paradises that boasted an inheritance of countless years. What's more, cultivating this special secret art would not cause any harm to the disciples. It was just that they might suffer some disadvantages in battle. That was because the secret art was unsuited for combat. It was only suitable for cultivation. The formation of a small source world is not an easy feat, and not every attempt will succeed. Li Yuanwang explained. Most of the time, among all the people who cultivate this secret art, only 1 out of 10 can successfully produce a small source world. I'm sure you understand why the small source worlds are so precious even to the cave heavens and paradises now. Yang Kai nodded. On a fundamental level, a small source world was the universe paradise or universe cave heaven left behind after the death of a high-rank open heaven realm master. How many years would it take for a cultivator to grow from an ignorant child to a high-rank open heaven realm master before finally reaching the end of their life? Despite such a long wait, there was only a 10% chance of producing a small source world in the end. How could a small source world not be precious? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. If that's the case, does that mean all the living beings in the small source world are real? Li Yuanwang nodded. Of course. The disciples who cultivate this secret art will never participate in battle. Hence, they will start raising living beings in their bodies to form the world principles in their small universe as soon as they advance into the high-rank open heaven realm and their small universe transforms from immaterial to material. The prosperity of those living inside would be enough to guarantee that the world force of the small source world would continue to increase even after their deaths. Moreover, the various rules decided by the master before his death will become the goal of the disciples who enter the small source world in the future. By achieving this goal, their training will be completed successfully. The disciples will then obtain the recognition of the small source world's world principles and receive great benefits. Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. The rule of the divine armament world, which he entered for training previously, was to obtain one of the 10 divine armaments. In the end, he went overboard and took 3 in one go, which resulted in a huge loss to the heritage of the divine armament world. When he came out of the divine armament world, the Yin-Yang cave heaven ancestor overseeing it had seemed quite upset with him. That was because the results of his training were equivalent to depleting the training opportunities of several disciples. He finally understood why he was not rejected by the people when he first entered the divine armament world. On the contrary, they had accepted his presence as a matter of course. It was all thanks to the effects of the small source world's world principles, and these rules were formulated by the master of the small source world before his death. Generally speaking, most of the small source worlds that belong to the cave heavens and paradises are founded upon universe paradises. There are very few small source worlds produced from universe cave heavens, Li Yuanwang continued. A universe paradise is the legacy left behind after the death of a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so it is open to any open heaven realm below the 7th-order open heaven realm for training and benefits. On the other hand, a universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind after the death of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. That is why only 7th-order open heaven realm masters are eligible to enter. Yang Kai understood. For a 7th-order open heaven realm master, as long as one advanced directly into the fifth order open heaven realm. When they advanced into the open heaven realm, then they would eventually reach the limits of the seventh order open heaven realm after countless years of cultivation. Such disciples could be found in abundance in the cave heavens and paradises. On the other hand, it was different when it came to those who could cultivate to the eighth order open heaven realm. They would be the core disciples of the sect, like Gu Pan. Disciples with such aptitude would eventually become the pillars of their respective sects if they developed fully, so how could their sects be willing to let them cultivate this special secret art? Nevertheless, there would always be exceptions to everything. Some of the chosen disciples might not have shown outstanding aptitude when they were young, but as they cultivated, their talents shone brighter and brighter. Therefore, it became possible for them to advance directly into the sixth order open heaven realm. In due course, these disciples would reach the end of their lifespans after advancing into the eighth order open heaven realm, leaving behind small source worlds on the rank of universe cave heavens. In this vast universe where 108 cave heavens and paradises existed, there were hundreds of small source worlds. Be that as it may, there were apparently less than 10 cave heavens and paradises with small source worlds on the level of a universe cave heaven. The cultivation of the seventh order open heaven realm masters in these 10 or so cave heavens and paradises that owned the small source worlds on the rank of a universe cave heaven would progress much faster than the other cave heavens and paradises. Over time, the birth of eighth order open heaven realm masters would slowly increase in number and frequency. Heritage was something that was accumulated over countless years after all. That can't be all. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. If that was really the case, then what is with the flow of time in the small source worlds? Only 2 months had passed during his training in the divine armament world, but the time he actually spent in the divine armament world was more than several dozen years. The flow of time in the small source world was far too different compared to the outside world. It had to be said that Yang Kai had already reached the 6th level of the Tao of Time, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Even so, he only managed to double the flow of time in his small universe compared to the outside world. It was impossible for those who cultivate this special secret art to be better than him in the Tao of Time, let alone be better than him by several times. Seeing as the universe paradise or universe cave heaven was the essence of the small source world, there was no explanation for this accelerated flow of time. Every cave heaven and paradise has pondered this question before, but there has been no clear answer so far. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who created this secret art?" Li Yuan Wang replied, "It was handed down since ancient times. This secret art is something that has existed even before the cave heavens and paradises were formed. Even now, the cave heavens and paradises are simply learning from the wisdom of the past." It turned out that the secret art had been handed down since ancient times, during an era where too much time had passed for anything to be verified. Yang Kai suddenly felt extremely troubled. He recently encountered many things that came from an era far in the distant past. That was true for the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the Black Ink Sealing Land, the Black Ink Clan, and even this special secret art. Although nobody has a definite answer, judging from the results, it would seem that cultivating the secret art would indeed cause the flow of time in their small universe to increase greatly after they advance into the high-rank open heaven realm. That was an improvement of 10 or even tens of times. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard those words. Is there really such a good thing? If that was truly the case, then that would truly be a huge help to the open heaven realm masters. After all, Yang Kai could already feel the benefits even though the flow of time in his small universe was only twice the speed of the outside world. Those raised in his small universe would produce world force, and under the same circumstances, Yang Kai was experiencing double the benefits compared to others in similar situations. It was only natural that his growth would also be much faster. Speaking of which, there were not many people like him in this vast universe who could raise living beings in their small universe without any worries. There was no need to even speak of the 6th order and 7th order open heaven realm masters. The 6th order open heaven realm masters had no such qualifications, and the 7th order open heaven realm masters barely had any either. Only the 8th order open heaven realm masters would try to raise living beings in their small universe, and even then very few did. Do you think it's a good thing? Li Yuan Wang glanced at Yang Kai with a strange half-smile. Could it be that there's a disadvantage? Yang Kai frowned. Li Yuan Wang sighed. Those who cultivate this secret art are generally short-lived. Compared to their fellow brothers in the same realm, their lifespans tend to become very short after they advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Thanks to the influence of the secret art, the flow of time in their small universe also affects them. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. If an ordinary person lives for a year, then that same span of time is equivalent to tens or several tens of years to them. How could they live a long life under such circumstances? The time they experienced themselves was equivalent to the flow of time in their small universe. That was very different from what Yang Kai experienced, where the flow of time in his small universe might be double the ordinary speed, but that was due to his comprehension of the Tao of time, so there was no harm done to him. In this world it is very rare for only benefits to exist. Nothing in this world is perfect. Li Yuan Wang sighed once more. Just like the black ink strength, that was something that could break through the shackles of the open heaven realm that had been in place since ancient times and allowed the cultivator to advance infinitely without regard for their own limitations. Unfortunately, those corrupted by the black ink strength would turn into another person altogether. That was the same for this special secret art. Even though the secret art could increase the flow of time in their small universe by several times, the secret art would consume the cultivator's lifespan in exchange. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before he spoke. "Sect Master, can I have a look at this secret art?" Li Yuan Wang turned to look at Yang Kai. "Do you plan to cultivate the secret art? That's not a good idea." Yang Kai shook his head. "I only want to have a look. Allow me to speak truthfully, Sect Master. I know a little bit about the Tao of time and may be able to gain something from the secret art." Li Yuan Wang was extremely shocked. "Do you also dabble in the Tao of time?" Yang Kai's proficiency in the Tao of space was something Li Yuan Wang knew well. In the training that riled up hundreds of the sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai would not have been much of an opponent if he had not been proficient in the Tao of space, regardless of his strength. It was precisely because of his proficiency in the Tao of space that all the sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise had been twisted around his finger. If the Tao of space was difficult to cultivate though, then the Tao of time was even more so. It's bad enough that this brat is proficient in the Tao of space, but he also dabbles in the Tao of time? Just what kind of freak is he? Despite living for so long and having seen so many things during that time, Li Yuan Wang could not help feeling shocked at this moment. Looking Yang Kai up and down for a moment, he suddenly blurted out, "There's nothing great about Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Why don't you become the young master of Langya Paradise instead?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes immediately. "You must be joking, Sect Master." Li Yuan Wang replied seriously, "I'm not joking. The entire Langya Paradise knows that you abandoned Xiao Pan'er after thoughtless sleeping with her. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to find a Tao partner in the future. You need to take responsibility for your actions." Yang Kai turned to leave. "Forget it. I'm sure Yin Yang Cave Heaven has this secret art too. I'll go and ask them instead." Li Yuan Wang immediately grabbed Yang Kai by the arm. "Calm down. We can always talk things out peacefully." Yang Kai turned around. "Who is the one acting unreasonably?" Fine. Li Yuan Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Let's leave the matter regarding Xiao Pan'er aside for now. You can take a look at the secret art, but I have a condition." Chapter 4788, The Great Nothingness Scripture. The special secret art was known as the Great Nothingness Scripture. Every cave heaven and paradise had a copy, so it was not a huge secret. It was said that the Great Nothingness Scripture was engraved on a huge stone monument in ancient times and was obtained by the ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises. If it was an ordinary person, it would have been impossible for them to study the Great Nothingness Scripture. However, Yang Kai was different from ordinary cultivators. He was Yin Yang Heaven's son-in-law in name and the Star Boundary's great emperor in status. Thanks to the Star Boundary's world tree, he was inextricably linked to the cave heavens and paradises. What's more, he recently went to great lengths to solve the issue of the black ink disciples in Langya Paradise. Although Yang Kai was a mere sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had already encountered and taken part in many secrets in the 3,000 worlds. That was why Li Yuan Wang believed that it would not matter if he showed Yang Kai the Great Nothingness Scripture. Nevertheless, he named a condition. The condition was that Yang Kai had to share his findings with Langya Paradise, regardless of what he comprehended from the Great Nothingness Scripture. Naturally, Yang Kai had no reason to refuse. He simply wanted to learn why cultivating the Great Nothingness Scripture would cause the flow of time in the small universe to increase rapidly after advancing into the high-rank open heaven realm. There was nothing to hide even if he actually learned something from this opportunity. The place where the Great Nothingness Scripture was stored had been designated as a restricted area, so there were numerous barriers covering the surroundings. Aside from the ancestors and certain seventh-order open heaven realm elders in Langya Paradise, nobody else was allowed to step foot in this place. When Li Yuanwang led him to this place, Yang Kai immediately noticed the stone monument standing tall on the ground. The stone monument was quaint and simple. It was easy to see that the stone monument was very old at first glance. Moreover, there were dense lines of small letters carved into it. It is no longer known where the original Great Nothingness scripture was found. This is not the original, but the ancestors completely replicated it in its entirety. Even the size of the stone monument is identical to the original. Their efforts were all so that their future disciples could better comprehend this secret art. It is a pity that even though the cave heavens and paradises are highly capable, we only understand the utility and not the rationale behind this secret art. The various advantages and disadvantages of cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture were known to all the cave heavens and paradises, but the reason for these happenings remained unknown. That was why Li Yuanwang mentioned that they were simply learning from the wisdom of the past. Yang Kai nodded and shifted his gaze downward. Not far from the Great Nothingness scripture stone monument was a row of thatched cottages that stood out conspicuously. That was not all, there were also several figures sitting quietly below the stone monument. All of them had their heads raised to look up at the small letters carved on the stone monument in fascination. Among these people there were young adults, teenagers, and even a child that looked no more than 10 years old. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to look in this direction. Then they immediately stood up and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Sect Master." Li Yuanwang nodded lightly and waved his hand lightly for them to return to their activities. Only then did he explain the situation to Yang Kai. "These are the Langya Paradise disciples cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture." Yang Kai understood. There were no more than 5 people in this place. Whether or not they could successfully advance into the open heaven realm, achieve the 7th order open heaven realm, and transform their small universe into a small source world after their deaths. These were huge obstacles in their path. If they failed to overcome any of these obstacles, then their thousands of years of effort would all be wasted. "I'll give you half a year. You may comprehend at your leisure. I'll come and pick you up then," Li Yuanwang said. "Many thanks, Sect Master Li." Yang Kai cupped his fist. This place was Langya Paradise's restricted area after all. The fact that Li Yuanwang allowed him to stay here for half a year to comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture was already pushing the limits. Therefore it was impossible for him to stay here indefinitely. After explaining everything to Yang Kai, Li Yuanwang took his leave. Yang Kai walked over to the stone monument and raised his head to commit all the words on it to memory. It had to be said that the Great Nothingness scripture was certainly an extraordinary secret art. Even though he did not try to cultivate it, his current vision was extremely high, so he understood the advantages and the disadvantages of the secret art at a glance. Li Yuanwang was right. This secret art was only suitable for cultivating. It was extremely stable, so the cultivators cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture would hardly ever encounter any bottlenecks. As long as they followed the proper procedure, they would not face the risk of cultivation dissonance either. Unfortunately, that was also the greatest disadvantage of this secret art. It was far too peaceful. As a result of cultivating this secret art, even if their cultivation improved, they would not have much combat power to speak of. Even if they fought somebody in the same realm, they were bound to be at a disadvantage. That was absolutely unacceptable for a cultivator who was trying to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If they couldn't even protect themselves, then how could they strive for a higher realm? Be that as it may, the cultivators born in the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about such matters. They only needed to cultivate here over many years. There was no reason for them to participate in external battles, so it didn't matter if their combat powers were lower than usual. However, even though Yang Kai studied the secret art diligently, he could neither identify the connection between the Great Nothingness scripture and the Tao of time nor figure out why a cultivator who cultivated the secret art would experience a sudden multifold increase in the flow of time within their small universe after advancing into the open heaven realm. Although the 5 Langya Paradise disciples cultivating in this place did not understand Yang Kai's origins, they saw Sect Master Li Yuanwang bringing this person here with their own eyes. Nobody else had ever had such an honor before. Combined with his open heaven realm heritage, they realized that he was different from them and did not take the initiative to speak to him. Yang Kai ignored them and found a place to sit directly beneath the stone monument to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Nothingness scripture. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Yang Kai could already recite the entire Great Nothingness scripture backwards. While he fully understood the mysteries of the secret art, he could not find any connection between the secret art and the Tao of Time. The lack of findings puzzled him greatly. Logically speaking, the great nothingness scripture should have some connection to the Tao of Time, since it could greatly enhance the flow of time in the small universe of a cultivator who had advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm. Nonetheless, he simply could not figure out the connection. In that case, there were only two possibilities. One was that his attainments in the Tao of Time were insufficient, so he did not have the ability to detect the connection. The second possibility was that the effects could not be seen just from studying the words of the secret art in the first place. If he wanted to verify the effects, then he could only cultivate the secret art himself. Seeing as he was already in the sixth order open heaven realm, the foundation of his cultivation had already been set, so there was no further opportunity to start over again. Even if he had the opportunity, he would not actually cultivate the great nothingness scripture either. After all, this secret art was completely done for the sake of becoming somebody else's stepping stone. An idea soon came to him. Maybe there was no need for him to cultivate this secret art himself. Inside the small universe, there was a lively scene in front of the Seven Stars sect's main gates. It was the Seven Stars sect's disciple recruitment period that was held once every 3 years. Countless young people from all over the world had traveled here in hopes of joining Seven Stars sect. At present, Seven Stars sect was no longer the small force that it once was in the past. Across the entire Void continent, the overall strength of the Seven Stars sect could be ranked among the top 3. Sect Master Shang Guanji had advanced into the Emperor realm many years ago. Based on his strength alone, Seven Stars sect could not be considered powerful. However, according to legend, there was an ancestor in the Third Order Emperor realm in the Seven Stars sect. That was an extremely terrifying existence. After all, how many Third Order Emperor realm masters were there in the entire Void continent? The Supreme Elder, known as Yang Kai, was not born in Seven Stars sect. It was said that he wandered here a long time ago and stayed in the Seven Stars sect because he felt some kind of fate with the sect. That was how he eventually became the Seven Stars sect ancestor. In the past, a Second Order Emperor realm master had acted presumptuously in Seven Stars sect. As soon as the ancestor stepped forward, the master known as Xin Xing of Southern Star Palace had immediately been silenced. Many of the smaller sects had lamented over the fact that this master had not been fated with them. If their sects had caught his eye back then, the current Seven Star sect would not exist today. Compared to the lively scene in front of the mountain gates, the atmosphere inside the main conference hall seemed a little gloomy. The current fame and reputation of the Seven Stars sect was all thanks to the ancestor alone. Shang Guanji might have advanced into the Emperor realm, but he was only in the First Order Emperor realm. He was not responsible for Seven Stars sect's current fame. Unfortunately, the ancestor had been missing for many years. Nobody knew when the ancestor had gone missing. When Shang Guanji went to visit one day, he discovered that the spirit peak where the ancestor lived was completely devoid of people. Even the 2 disciples whom the ancestor had taken in were nowhere to be seen. Shang Guanji had been shocked by the discovery. At first, he assumed that the ancestor had simply taken his disciples out for training and would return soon. Contrary to his expectations though, the ancestor remained nowhere to be seen after so many years. What's more, there was not the slightest clue of the ancestor's whereabouts in the Void continent. Instinctively, Shang Guanji felt that the ancestor had abandoned Seven Stars sect. The ancestor was not somebody who originated from Seven Stars sect after all. He simply happened to be passing by this place and waiting for the right person to come along. Since he found the person he had been waiting for, why would he remain in Seven Stars sect? Nevertheless, Shang Guanji was not resentful. The only reason Seven Stars sect could enjoy its current reputation and status was all thanks to the ancestor. He could only resent himself for being too weak to protect the foundation that the ancestor had established back then. Although this information had been kept under wraps for a long time, there was no such thing as a wall without holes. Many among the top 10 sects in the Void continent were currently watching Seven Stars sect vigilantly. Why else would so many Emperor Realm masters come to observe the disciple recruitment this year? It was a friendly visit in name, but it was actually a test. While Seven Stars sect might not be obliterated if they failed to overcome this disaster, their reputation would definitely suffer a heavy blow. They would become a laughingstock if the news spread to the public. If that happened, finding good disciples would become difficult in the future. The people in the main conference hall were brainstorming various suggestions. Although there were many differing opinions, none of them could come up with a good solution to their current problem. In any case, the disciple recruitment was about to begin. If they were capable of doing the job, then it was time for them to start showing their abilities. At this point, it was impossible for them to conceal the news of the ancestors' disappearance. Just as Shang Guanji was at a loss for what to do, a figure frantically rushed into the grand hall as though he was being pursued by a ghost. Everybody turned to look in that direction only to see Elder Guan Qianxing stumbling into the grand hall with an extremely strange expression on his face. What happened? Shang Guanji asked. Guan Qianxing might be in the third order Dao Source realm, but he was clearly very agitated by something at this moment. Seeming to be out of breath, he exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and joy, "The ancestor!" There was a series of rustling noises as everybody stood up abruptly. Shang Guanji asked in a trembling voice, "Do you have news of the ancestor?" Despite inquiring for so many years, there had been no news of the ancestor. There was no saying whether it was a blessing or a curse for such information to appear today. Guan Qianxing pointed behind him, "The ancestor is on the viewing platform." What? Shang Guanji could barely believe his ears. After a few stunned moments, he hastily rushed outside with Guan Qianxing following closely behind. Following a quick conversation along the way, Shang Guanji finally learned that the ancestor, who had been missing for so many years, had abruptly appeared on the viewing platform today. Chapter 4789 Sui. Nobody knew how the ancestor appeared. Even the Emperor Realm Masters from the other great forces who were sitting on the viewing platform had not noticed his presence until Guan Qianxing, who was in charge of the disciple recruitment, suddenly turned around and saw him. Guan Qianxing almost thought that there was something wrong with his eyesight at that moment. After hastily greeting the ancestor, he immediately rushed over to give his report. When Shang Guanji arrived at the viewing platform, he saw that the ancestor was indeed sitting in the highest seat right at the center with an indifferent expression on his face. The rock that had been weighing down on his heart for so many years suddenly lifted at that moment. The ancestor did not abandon Seven Stars sect. He came back. While he did not see the two disciples under the ancestor had always been similar to a hidden dragon that showed its tail but never its face. In any case, he was not qualified to ask any questions. What delighted him even more was the reactions of the Emperor Realm Masters on the viewing platform. In the past, news of the ancestor's disappearance had been leaked to the public for some unknown reason. Many sects in the Void Continent had repeatedly tried to probe for the truth, and various businesses under Seven Stars sect had faced pressure from multiple directions. Even the disciple recruitment had attracted Emperor Realm Masters from more than 10 sects to come and watch. What was there to see at a trivial disciple recruitment? Everybody knew that this was a test. When Shang Guanji welcomed these masters, all of them wanted to visit the ancestor. However, he politely declined all their requests. His actions might have confirmed their suspicions about Yang Kai's disappearance. For that reason, the Emperor Realm Masters who came to watch the disciple recruitment became less polite towards Seven Stars sect over the past few days. Their attitudes towards him also became much more condescending than before. At this moment, the same Emperor Realm Masters who had been acting high and mighty were sitting upright and shivering in fear like quails during winter. Some of them also had pale complexions and feeble auras, almost as though they had been injured. They had been sitting here and waiting for the disciple recruitment to begin, and during this period they leisurely chatted among themselves to pass time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. It was not until Guan Qianxing hastily bowed at a certain person in greeting that they realized something in horror. An additional person had appeared on the viewing platforms at some point in time without their realization. Moreover, that person was sitting in the main seat belonging to Seven Stars sect. This incident startled them greatly. There were First Order, Second Order, and even Third Order Emperor Realm Masters among them. Nonetheless, none of them had noticed his presence. Did they meet a ghost in broad daylight? One of those present was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master from the Spirit Sea Temple, and he originally wanted to investigate this person with his divine sense. Who could have known that he would experience a severe backlash just from this probing action? It was fortunate that the mysterious young man held no killing intent, otherwise he would have died on the spot. A Third Order Emperor Realm Master already stood at the highest peak on the Void Continent. Even so, a simple probe had ended with such an outcome. Just how high was the cultivation of the mysterious young man? It was rumored that there were higher martial Dao realms beyond the Emperor Realm. Could it be that this person was beyond the Emperor Realm? Judging from Guan Qianxing's respectful attitude towards the young man, there was a high possibility that this person was none other than the ancestor who was rumored to have gone missing. When Shang Guanji rushed over with the elders of Seven Stars sect in tow and bowed to Yang Kai in greeting, the Emperor Realm Masters finally confirmed Yang Kai's identity. That person was indeed the mysterious and powerful ancestor. They were puzzled and confused by the situation. Wasn't it said that the ancestor had been missing for many years? The spirit peak where he currently lived was devoid of people, and there were no clues about his whereabouts across the entire void continent. Why would he suddenly appear here today? Nevertheless, nobody questioned the situation. They all just quickly stood up and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Please sit. All who come here are guests." Now that all his worries from before had been swept away, Shang Guanji had a healthy flush on his face and he asked for instructions. "Ancestor, do you have any orders regarding the disciple recruitment?" "Just proceed as usual. This king is only here to have a look." "Yes." The disciple recruitment was held as usual, but the news of Seven Stars sect ancestors' appearance quickly spread to the public. Although Yang Kai claimed that he was only here to watch, this piece of news was extremely important to the people who came to participate in the disciple recruitment. The ancestor was not just anybody. How could he possibly come to watch the ceremony for no reason? It had to be said that the last time he came to watch the ceremony, he took in 2 disciples at once. Who could guarantee that he was not here for more disciples? Therefore, as soon as the news came out, all the people who came to participate in the disciple recruitment became highly motivated and desperately showed off their skills. The disciple recruitment lasted for a whole day. Regardless of how outstanding the aptitude of a disciple though, none of them caught the interest of the ancestor. Many people who came to watch the excitement were extremely disappointed as a result. Hence, they were shocked and confused when Shang Guanji personally led a dirty and disheveled 13 or 14-year-old young man over to Yang Kai. The many Emperor Realm Masters on the viewing platform hurriedly recalled the information on this young man and quickly came to a conclusion. Su Yi, overall assessment C-, aptitude below average. Nowadays, Seven Stars sect had a higher standard when selecting new disciples. Only those with an overall assessment of C+ and above had the qualifications to join the sect. It was obvious that Su Yi's assessment did not meet the requirements, so he was bound to be eliminated from the selection. However, Yang Kai had summoned him. Nobody could understand what Seven Stars sect's ancestor was planning to do. On the other hand, Su Yi himself looked so frightened that he resembled a terrified little beast. Shang Guanji had probably said something to him when leading him here, hence, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud in front of Yang Kai and pressed his head against the floor. "This little boy from the mountains, Su Yi, greets Senior." Yang Kai quietly watched Su Yi. He originally entered his small universe with the intention to find some suitable candidates to cultivate the great nothingness scripture. He could not cultivate the secret art himself, but if he could allow the people in his small universe to cultivate it in his stead, then he could monitor their condition at all times. That would be very helpful for his research into the great nothingness scripture. It was fortunate that he happened to be just in time for Seven Stars sect's disciple recruitment, but he did not expect to obtain such a harvest. There was no denying that Su Yi's aptitude was not very high. He was only on par with Zhao Yi Bai in terms of overall talent. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could keenly sense that this child was compatible with time principles. Yang Kai's small universe had an abundance of Dao essence, namely space, spear and time Dao essence. These 3 Daos were also the Daos that he was most proficient in. Before Zhao Yi Bai was born, Yang Kai had sensed that Zhao Yi Bai had extraordinary talent in the Dao of space. Although Su Yi was not as innately talented as Zhao Yi Bai, he was not bad either. If he was guided properly, he might reach great heights in the Dao of time in the future. That made him the best candidate to cultivate the great nothingness scripture. In this way, Yang Kai had found heirs to all 3 Daos that he was proficient in. Zhao Yi Bai for the Dao of space, Zhao Yi for the spear Dao and Su Yi for the Dao of time. "Where are your parents?" Yang Kai asked. Su Yi lowered his head and respectfully answered the question. "This little boy is an orphan. My parents have long passed away." Everybody in the surroundings revealed a look of understanding. From the tattered clothes and dirty appearance of Su Yi, it could be seen that he had nobody taking care of him at a glance. "Are you willing to worship me as your master?" Yang Kai asked again. A commotion spread through the crowd. Many of the Emperor Realm Masters and the Elders of Seven Stars sect on the viewing platform turned to look at Yang Kai in complete disbelief. In their opinion, Su Yi's aptitude and assessment had no cultivation value. Even if he were allowed to cultivate, his future achievements would be extremely limited. Why would the ancestor take an interest in someone like Su Yi? What's more, he planned to take Su Yi as his disciple? Although Shang Guanji was puzzled, he did not question the decision. The ancestor would surely have his own reasons for his decision. In any case, the thoughts of the ancestor were not something Shang Guanji could figure out. Maybe there was something special about Su Yi that the ancestor could see but they could not. That was why he couldn't help giving Su Yi a gentle prod when he saw the boy staring blankly at Yang Kai. Silly brat, why are you still daydreaming? Receiving the favor of the ancestor is a great honor. Su Yi quickly bowed. Disciple Su Yi greets honored master. He might not understand what the ancestor represented, but he knew of Shang Guanji's status. The fact that 7-star sect master was being so respectful to this person clearly meant that the ancestor's status was much higher. He had been eliminated from 7-star sect selection because did not have the qualifications to join the sect. Therefore, he had been quite disheartened. Now that there was a ray of hope in the darkness, it was only natural for him to grasp this opportunity with all his might. Yang Kai nodded lightly and vanished out of sight with a flicker of his body. Su Yi, who had been kneeling on the ground, also vanished at the same time. All the Emperor Realm Masters on the viewing platform secretly gasped at the sight. Just like how Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere, nobody managed to catch a clear glimpse of how he disappeared either. With such elusive movements, how could anybody stop him if he wanted to harm them? There was no need to mention how after these events, the many Emperor Realm Masters politely said their goodbyes and departed with haste. On a certain spirit peak, Yang Kai studied Su Yi, who was standing in front of him. You wish to gain a master and I wish to gain a disciple. However, this matter should not be rushed. There is something I must first explain to you. You may answer after you've given this matter some thought. Su Yi clenched his fists tightly and nodded. The young man was not very knowledgeable, but he instinctively sensed that his answer would affect his future destiny. I have a secret art that I need someone to cultivate for me. You are a good candidate. Unfortunately, cultivating this secret art comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. The good thing is that you are very compatible with this secret art and there is a high possibility that this secret art can make up for your lack of aptitude. If you cultivate this secret art, you might achieve great things in the future. Su Yi flushed beet red. It was clear that he was very excited, but he still asked cautiously, what are the disadvantages? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yi's attitude satisfied him. If Su Yi had been too eager to cultivate the great nothingness scripture, Yang Kai might not have taught him the secret art lest he regret his choice in the future and feel resentment towards Yang Kai instead. Cultivating this secret art will not benefit you in combat. In other words, under the premise that your opponent is in the same cultivation realm as you, you might not be able to win against them. Moreover, when your cultivation reaches a certain realm, your lifespan will be greatly shortened. I don't like fighting, Su Yi said softly. Yang Kai smiled. In the path of cultivation, battles are inevitable. You can't avoid battles just because you don't like them. Su Yi nodded and spoke like an old man. One has to compromise. It is not always possible to act as they please. After saying that, he blushed furiously. That's what I often hear from others. Following some careful consideration, he asked another question. How high do I have to raise my cultivation before my lifespan will start to shorten? Yang Kai looked at Su Yi and said, very, very high. What's more, you may not be able to reach that point at all. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was not something just anybody could achieve at will. Chapter 4790, Third Disciple. Is that so? Su Yi lowered his head. A long while passed before he raised his head and said, I am willing to cultivate that secret art. He might be very young, but he had given much thought to this matter. If he did not cultivate this secret art, with his aptitude that had eliminated him from 7-star sect selection, he would not have many other future options once he left this place. Even if he managed to join other smaller sects, his cultivation would not amount to much no matter how much effort he put into it. Although the ancestor in front of him had mentioned that cultivating the secret art would bring various disadvantages, that was something that would only happen in the distant future. Why bother to worry about that now? You can take your time to consider. There's no rush to answer. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. Su Yi nodded silently and did not rush to express his intentions again. Nevertheless, he continued to stay on the spirit peak. From that next day onward, Yang Kai started to prepare various means to nurture Su Yi's foundation. He would occasionally toss Su Yi into a giant bathtub to soak in a medicinal bath for several days or bring out some medicinal liquid for Su Yi to apply on his body. Once in a while he would also hand out some elixirs for Sui to consume. The young man did not refuse any of these items. Yang Kai did not teach Sui any cultivation techniques. Be that as it may, Sui discovered that his body was undergoing a subtle change as time passed. He seemed to shed his former self and was reborn as a result. His body felt much lighter compared to before. Even his vision and hearing became significantly sharper. Zhaoya and Zhao Yibai had also gone through this process in the past. Before they started cultivating in earnest, Yang Kai had spent enormous amounts of time and energy laying their foundation for them. As the saying went, all tall buildings began from the ground. He himself had not enjoyed such favorable conditions when he started cultivating, but he spared no effort when it came to his disciples. Nobody had ever been so kind to Sui before. Ever since the death of his parents when he was 5 years old, he had lived the life of a wanderer. There were also several occasions where he nearly starved to death. If not for his good luck, he would have died a tragic death a long time ago. As Yang Kai did not restrict his freedom, he would often leave the Spirit Peak and wander around Seven Stars sect. He was only a teenager after all. It was only natural that his curiosity was at its peak. All the people he met would treat him courteously, regardless of whether they were common disciples or elders in the sect. At the same time, he slowly grasped Yang Kai's identity and influence from the snippets of conversations that he heard from the people around him. Everybody in Seven Stars sect believed that the ancestor had already taken him in as a disciple, so nobody dared to show him any disrespect. Therefore he did not hesitate to express his willingness to cultivate the secret art when Yang Kai questioned him again 2 months later. I hope you've thought about this carefully. I've already explained the disadvantages of the secret art to you. Once you begin cultivating, it will be too late for regrets, Yang Kai warned solemnly. Sui nodded seriously. This disciple has decided. If I don't cultivate this secret art, this disciple might already be part of the soil in 100 years. There may be disadvantages in cultivating this secret art, but it's still better than living a mediocre life. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In that case, I will teach you the great nothingness scripture. Sui hurriedly bowed down. Disciple greets honored master. Yang Kai received the worship, but he did not ask Sui to stand up immediately. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain something. I have to let you know one thing. You are not the only disciple under me. I've already taken in 2 other disciples before you. Your eldest senior brother is Zhao Yibai and your second senior sister is Zhaoya. They are elsewhere at the moment. I'm sure you will have a chance to meet them in the future. Sui nodded. He had heard about this previously. The Seven Stars sect disciples had mentioned his eldest senior brother and second senior sister while leisurely chatting with him, but he did not know much about the other 2 disciples under his honored master. Honored master, I've heard that eldest senior brother does not have good aptitude. Is that true? He asked. Yang Kai nodded and swept a glance over Sui. He is on par with you. Sui blushed when he heard those words. His aptitude was his greatest shortcoming. He secretly thought to himself that he had to work harder in the future. Otherwise, he would only embarrass the honored master when he was traveling outside. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling curious. Other people generally only accepted disciples with good aptitude and rarely even bothered to give those with poor aptitude a glance. On the contrary, the honored master seemed to accept these disciples without such qualms. At any rate, he was secretly grateful for the honored master's peculiarity. How else would he have the opportunity to worship the honored master? Calm yourself and focus your mind. Yang Kai instructed and simultaneously stretched out his finger towards Sui's forehead. Sui felt a finger stabbing at him before he could react. In the next moment, a warm and gentle force flowed into his mind. It was immediately followed by a considerable amount of inexplicable information. His body swayed unsteadily as a result and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Before he could understand what had happened, he heard his honored master's voice. This is the great nothingness scripture. Don't rush to cultivate the secret art. You only need to comprehend it for now. Yes. He nodded respectfully. In the following months, Sui lived in the house where Zhaoya and Zhao Yibai had lived previously. He soaked in medicinal baths, applied medicinal liquid, consumed spirit pills, and constantly comprehended the mysteries of the great nothingness scripture. Unfortunately, he had never cultivated before, so he could not really comprehend anything when he suddenly came into contact with the mysterious secret art. It was fortunate that Yang Kai would take some time out of his schedule to explain the mysteries of the great nothingness scripture to him. One day, Su-yi was soaking in the bathtub and listening to Yang Kai's explanation when he suddenly noticed that his honored master had gone silent. Moreover, his honored master was completely motionless as though somebody had used a binding secret technique on him. Startled, he jumped in fright and anxiously shouted, "Honored master?" Yang Kai waved his hand at Su-yi dismissively and stared blankly in a certain direction. What was inside his small universe was just a projection of his spiritual energy, while his true body remained beneath the huge stone monument from before. The reason for his sudden absent-mindedness was that one of the 5 Langya Paradise disciples cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture had suddenly broken through his bottleneck and advanced to the next realm. Although it was only an advancement from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, Yang Kai clearly detected a trace of time principles permeating the disciple's body for a brief moment when the advancement succeeded. It was only present for a moment before vanishing without a trace. If he had not been proficient in the Tao of Time, he might not have detected them at all. The other disciples, even the one who just advanced into the next realm, seemed completely oblivious to the energy fluctuations. When Yang Kai tried to investigate further, the energy fluctuation from the time principles had already vanished. Furthermore, the disciple who just advanced into the next realm showed no other signs of the time principles around him. This situation puzzled him greatly. Nevertheless, he confirmed that the Great Nothingness scripture was indeed related to the Tao of Time. Li Yuan Wang had only given him half a year's time, so it was predestined that his endeavor would not produce many results. Hence, it was truly fortunate that he had asked Su-yi to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture. As long as Su-yi was in his small universe, all the changes that occurred to Su-yi while cultivating this secret art would not escape his perception. It would seem that the only way for him to find the answers to the connection between the Great Nothingness scripture and the Tao of Time was from Su-yi. As a result, he started to nurture Su-yi even more diligently than before, using only the very best herbs to help his third disciple solidify his foundation. Su-yi's innate talent was poor, but his aptitude improved slightly thanks to Yang Kai's efforts. At this rate, it would become easier for him to cultivate in the future. When there was only half a month before the end of the 6-month period, Su-yi woke up one morning only to see his honored master standing by his bedside and staring intently at him as soon as he opened his eyes. Startled, he hurriedly greeted the other party, "Honored master." Yang Kai's gaze was profound, and he studied Su-yi keenly as though he was trying to figure out something. There was a look of absolute confusion on his face. That was because he discovered that Su-yi's body already contained the Yuan Qi that came from cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture. Although it was as weak as a fluttering candle flame, the nature of the Yuan Qi was identical to the 5 Langya Paradise disciples beneath the stone monument. In other words, Su-yi had officially begun to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture. It was just that Yang Kai clearly recalled that there was nothing different about Su-yi last night. More importantly, he had yet to allow Su-yi to officially begin cultivating. During the past few months of contact, Yang Kai had watched Su-yi's actions carefully. The young man was simple and honest without any kind of scheming or cunning in his heart. He was very similar to his eldest senior brother Zhao Yi Bai in this aspect. He also treated Yang Kai's words reverently. If Yang Kai did not allow him to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture, then Su-yi would never cultivate the secret art on his own initiative. Besides, Yang Kai did not see Su-yi cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture either, so where did the Great Nothingness scripture's Yuan Qi come from? "Is something wrong, honored master?" Su-yi asked in confusion. The way the honored master stared at him was making him feel very uneasy. Thus, he vaguely wondered whether he had made a mistake somewhere and displeased his honored master. "Did you cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture?" Yang Kai inquired bluntly. "No." Su-yi quickly shook his head. "I would not dare to cultivate the secret art without honored master's permission." He did not seem to be lying. "What did you do last night?" Yang Kai continued to question. Nothing inside his small universe could be concealed from his perception, and he had indeed watched Su-yi sleeping the entire night. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, but the Great Nothingness scripture's Yuan Qi definitely only started appearing last night. Disciple did not do anything. I was simply sleeping. Yang Kai frowned. "Check your own body. Do you feel anything different from before?" Su-yi hurriedly perceived himself when he heard those words. A short while later, he exclaimed in surprise, "Honored master, it feels like there's something cool swimming around in my body." "That's the Yuan Qi of the Great Nothingness scripture." Su-yi was stunned. Although he had never cultivated before, he understood what it meant for the great nothingness scriptures Yuan Qi to appear in his body. Be that as it may, he clearly had never officially cultivated the great nothingness scripture. Where did the Yuan Qi come from? Could it be that I gained such benefits just from listening to the honored master explain the mysteries of the great nothingness scripture to me? After a moment of bewilderment, he suddenly scratched his head and looked at Yang Kai apologetically. Honored master, does dreaming count as cultivation? What dream? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows together. Sui explained, disciple had a dream last night. I began to cultivate the great nothingness scripture, but it was just a dream. Yang Kai was puzzled. You dreamt that you were cultivating the great nothingness scripture? Sui replied, yes. I'm certain I cultivated in my dream. Disciple has always had many dreams since I was young. It happens almost every night. Moreover, it always feels as though many days have passed in my dreams. I often wake up feeling dizzy and exhausted as a result. A sudden realization struck Yang Kai, and he suddenly had a bold conjecture. Do you always feel as though many days have passed every time you enter a dream? Sui mulled over the question for a moment. Most of the time. There was once when I felt as though I stayed in my dreams for 2 whole months. Moreover, everything in my dreams felt very real, almost like I was really living in that dream. Yang Kai asked, even after you came here? Sui nodded, yes. But after coming here, I don't feel so exhausted anymore whenever I experience such dreams. It's probably because my body has grown stronger. Pausing for a moment, he added, honored master, I really did not cultivate the great nothingness scripture. I know. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment and casually said, it might be that you're extremely compatible with the great nothingness scripture. That may be why you can gain something just from listening to my teachings.